Chapter 1. East Sea, Navy Branch Base on Sky Island. Look, that good fornothing has begun his pointless exercises again. This little bit of exercise would hardly tire a girl out. I've watched him train like this for 3 years. And what has it accomplished? Nothing. If it weren't for the colonel protecting him, a waste like him would have perished at the hands of pirates long ago. A group of 4 or 5 naval soldiers stood nearby, loudly ridiculing Bai Ye, who was not far off. After exchanging a few more words laced with disdain, they soon lost interest and dispersed. 98, 99, 100. After completing 100 squats, Bai Ye's legs trembled as he struggled to stand, wiping away the sweat. Phew, just one last set of 100 push-ups to go. Once I finish the push-ups, I can truly activate the system. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Bai Ye's handsome face, his eyes shining brightly. 3 years ago, he had traversed into this world, assuming the identity of a naval soldier's son who had already perished in battle. As was customary for travelers, Bai Ye possessed an external system, the One Punch Man Template System. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama's strength was considered unparalleled. In that realm, anyone's power compared to Saitama's was as distant as countless galaxies. A single punch from Saitama could even pierce through the earth. His speed was so extraordinary that he could travel from Earth to the moon in mere breaths. His might far surpassed the combat prowess found in the world of pirates. The power of this external aid was outrageously formidable. However, the requirements to activate the One Punch Man Template System were rather demanding. Bai Ye had to follow Saitama's training regimen, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. Not a single repetition could be added or omitted, and he needed to persist for 3 whole years without interruption to successfully activate the system. Thus, over the past 3 years, Bai Ye had diligently pursued these training goals. Yet, such a regimen had only minimal effects in the pirate world. Moreover, due to the system's rules, Bai Ye had not participated in the standard training expected of naval soldiers. As a result, his strength had barely progressed during these 3 years. However, owing to Colonel Vorn's regard for Bai Ye's deceased father and his own minority status, Bai Ye was allowed to remain at the naval base, where his safety was assured. Over time, this naturally sparked some discontent among the naval soldiers, further fueled by the antagonism of Colonel Harry, who was at odds with Colonel Vorn, causing such discontent to spread throughout the naval division. Of course, Harry's actions were not aimed specifically at Bai Ye. He merely sought to incite the soldiers' resentment toward Vorn through Bai Ye. Bai Ye had heard such derisive remarks countless times, from an initial surge of anger to a current state of calm acceptance. These taunts had forged an unyielding resilience within him. Over the past 3 years, Bai Ye had always known what he desired and what he needed to do. Today, the moment of reward had finally arrived. Last set of exercises 1, 2, 99, 100. Bai Ye took a deep breath, an unusual brilliance flickering in his gaze as he leaned down to complete 100 push-ups in perfect form. At that moment, a transcendent voice resonated within his mind. Ding! One Punch Man Template System activated. Host Bai Ye. Template: One Punch Man Saitama. Fusion Degree: 1. World Source Power: 0. Exchange Store: not open. Hearing the sudden system announcement, a gleam flickered in Bai Ye's dark eyes. The anticipated moment had finally come. Yet, to Bai Ye's disappointment, he had hoped that activating the system would grant him Saitama's full power, which was capable of obliterating stars. However, according to the system panel, he could currently only fuse with one of Saitama's strength. Before Bai Ye could ponder further, he felt a surge of immense power erupting from within his body, coursing through him. Bai Ye trembled all over, instantly losing control of his body, helpless as this force began to transform him, his bones crushed and reshaped, his tendons torn and regrown. Blood continuously oozed from his pores, swiftly soaking his garments until he resembled a blood cocoon. Except for his consciousness, Bai Ye's entire being underwent a radical transformation. Damn it! Had I known it would be this painful, I should have done this in my room. The excruciating pain bombarded Bai Ye's nerves, yet he clenched his teeth, making no sound. Bai Ye harbored some concern if others witnessed this scene, explaining it would certainly be troublesome. Fortunately, although the transformation process was agonizing, it proceeded rapidly, completing within a mere minute without anyone noticing. Once the intense pain receded, Bai Ye felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, so profound that it led him to a fleeting illusion. Am I invincible now? After a moment, Bai Ye shook his slightly dazed head and moved his body gently. Crack, crack. The blood cocoon enveloping him began to crack, and his bones sounded like firecrackers exploding. How exhilarating! This could be considered the sweetness after hardship. Afterward, Bai Ye cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present, before sprinting back to his quarters at lightning speed. He washed away all the bloodstains and changed into clean clothes, then began to contemplate the system's implications. Initially, Bai Ye had anticipated that unlocking the system would grant him 100% of Saitama's power. However, the reality was that he had only obtained 1%. Yet, Bai Ye had foreseen this outcome. While he was uncertain how powerful this 1% of Saitama's strength would be in the pirate world, Bai Ye's experiences in the Navy over the past 3 years suggested it would at least surpass Colonel Vorn's strength significantly. That alone was commendable. Moreover, this fusion degree could likely be improved, perhaps through the accumulation of world source power. Bai Ye promptly inquired of the system. At that moment, the ethereal system prompt echoed once more. World source power, the extent to which the host participates in altering the original plot of this world, as well as the enhancement of personal status, power, and prestige, will increase the world source power. World source power can be used to enhance fusion degree, exchange items, and recruit subordinate characters. As Bai Ye had surmised, the emergence of world source power was indeed a means to elevate his fusion degree. Furthermore, according to the system's explanation of world source power, Bai Ye gleaned his own understanding. If the development in the anime adhered to a fixed storyline, then Bai Ye's presence constituted a variable. This implied that future trajectories would diverge from the original narrative. The greater the deviation, the more world source power Bai Ye could accumulate. Not only that, but Bai Ye's status, influence, and prestige were also factored in. From this perspective, the acquisition of world source power was intricately linked to every choice Bai Ye would make moving forward. A wild notion surged in Bai Ye's mind. If he were to eliminate the celestial dragons, would not his renown across the seas soar, granting him a substantial amount of world source power? With that thought, a chilling intent flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. If altering the original plot could yield vast amounts of world source power, what if he were to kill Luffy? Such a bounty would be even more terrifying. Yet, just as Bai Ye was deep in contemplation, a cacophony erupted within the base. Suddenly, a shrill alarm blared. Beep, beep. Bai Ye peered through the window to see several naval soldiers rushing out in a state of panic. His previously elated expression turned grave. On the island, the sounding of the alarm could only signify one thing: pirates were attacking. Bang, bang, bang. As knocking reverberated, the door swung open to reveal a stout, middle-aged man with a square face. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his imposing physique radiating an air of intimidation. Bai Ye was the first to speak. Colonel Vorn, are there pirates approaching? Colonel Vorn nodded and replied, the patrol unit has observed pirates heading toward our island, but we do not yet know which pirates they are. Bai Ye, you should remain inside the naval base to avoid any mishaps. Each time pirates threatened the island, Colonel Vorn always instructed Bai Ye to stay within the naval base. This instance was no exception. Bai Ye felt immense gratitude toward Colonel Vorn for this. Had it not been for Vorn's care over the past 3 years, he might have perished at the hands of pirates long ago. Let alone activate the system, however. This situation will change entirely from today onwards. I, Bai Ye, am now formidable. Colonel Vaughn, allow me to join the battle. With a serious demeanor, Vaughn replied, Do not act foolishly. Noticing Bai Ye was about to speak again, Vaughn's expression softened slightly as he continued. Years ago, your father perished at the hands of pirates while trying to save me in his final moments. He implored me to take good care of you. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your father after I'm gone? Gazing at Bai Ye, Vaughn's expression was complex. It was precisely because of the battle 3 years prior that Bai Ye's father had sacrificed himself for Vaughn. During that confrontation, Vaughn had lost his right arm, his strength diminished significantly. Had Bai Ye been able to participate in naval training normally over the past 3 years, he might have possessed some self-defense capabilities when facing pirates. Thus, Vaughn would not have opposed him so vehemently. Yet, throughout these 3 years, all Vaughn had witnessed was Bai Ye's ineffective training should he encounter pirates. he would likely be courting death. Therefore, Vaughn had abandoned hope that Bai Ye could become a true naval soldier. Vaughn gently ruffled Bai Ye's hair with his rough hand and sighed. "Obey orders and stay in your room obediently." Just as Bai Ye prepared to explain the situation to Colonel Vaughn, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air at the doorway. "Indeed. Here you are, Colonel Vaughn. Your actions are rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree?" The newcomer was none other than Major Harry, tall and shadowed, the second-in-command of the naval branch, who had never been particularly respectful of Vaughn's position. He seemed to oppose Vaughn at every turn. The individuals who had previously mocked Bai Ye now followed closely behind Harry, their faces adorned with disdain. As Harry entered, his eyes brazenly roamed over Vaughn's empty right sleeve without a hint of restraint. Vaughn, unfazed by Harry's almost provocative gaze, replied with a stern expression, "Major Harry, what do you mean by that?" Harry, looking at Bai Ye with a playful glint, remarked, "Colonel Vaughn, I recall that for the past 3 years, you claimed Bai Ye could not participate in combat because he was not yet of age, correct?" Vaughn's expression shifted, as if recalling something, and he replied in a low tone, "That is indeed the case." Harry clapped his hands together and grinned. "Then that settles it if my memory serves me right. Bai Ye should have come of age just a few days ago, yes?" Bai Ye did not refute this, for Harry spoke the undeniable truth. Seeing this, Vaughn could not help but let out a heavy sigh. With the two remaining silent, Harry continued, "So, it seems that the time has come for Bai Ye to contribute to the Navy, doesn't it?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Harry's eyes as he regarded Vaughn. He harbored no personal vendetta against Bai Ye. His sole intention was to vex Vaughn. Since Vaughn aimed to protect Bai Ye, Harry sought ways to place Bai Ye in jeopardy. It was as simple as that. In his view, Vaughn, being so incapacitated, should have long since vacated his colonel's position. Lacking the strength to lead, he ought to step aside sooner rather than later. Over the years, through incessant targeting of Vaughn, a faction of naval soldiers within the base had gradually begun to heed only Harry's commands. Were it not for Vaughn's substantial seniority and his consistent bravery in battles against pirates, which had saved countless soldiers, some of the older naval personnel still held a degree of respect for Colonel Vaughn. Otherwise, this naval base would have long since been under Harry's command. Vaughn's face contorted with difficulty as he took a deep breath, saying, "Harry, I know you wish to usurp my position, but there is no need for you to constantly target Bai Ye." Harry interrupted without hesitation, "Colonel Vaughn, I am merely performing my duty." Vaughn hesitated for a moment before proposing, "How about this? As long as you do not compel Bai Ye to engage in battle with the pirates, I will submit my resignation to the higher-ups after this skirmish and recommend you for the position of colonel in the Navy branch on Shichi Island." Harry was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to the unexpected nature of the surprise, and uncertainly asked, "Are you serious?" Vaughn nodded slowly, as if he had made up his mind, "As long as you can ensure Bai Ye's safety." "I can." Before Vaughn could finish a sentence, Bai Ye resolutely declared, "I will participate in this battle." "Kid, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Harry squinted, his eyes revealing a dangerous glint, akin to a poised viper, fixating on Bai Ye. Vaughn was equally startled by Bai Ye's words, and quickly advised, "Bai Ye, this is not a time for jest. You must understand in the face of pirates, even I cannot guarantee survival." Bai Ye nodded, "Colonel Vaughn, rest assured. This is my own choice. Moreover, I am now of age. I cannot spend my life under your protection as a Navy soldier. It is our mission to resist pirates if we choose to evade. What will become of the island's residents?" Upon hearing this, Vaughn refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that the young individual before him had truly matured. "All right, since you are prepared, let us stand against the pirates together." He then turned to Harry and scolded, "Even a newly adult child understands the essence of a Navy better than you. Yet you still engage in petty cleverness at a time like this. I see you have wasted decades of your life." Harry's face turned ashen with anger. He had not anticipated that the duck he thought he had caught would fly away. Observing the infuriated Harry, Bai Ye smiled innocently. "Colonel Harry, I need to prepare for the assembly at the dock. Could you kindly vacate my room?" Harry said nothing but cast a deep glance at Bai Ye before turning and leaving. Although he had not forced Vaughn to relinquish his position, Harry did not consider this venture a failure. He simply had not expected that the usually inconspicuous Bai Ye could articulate such sentiments. Harry coldly remarked, "Humph. Since you all wish to court death, I shall oblige. He first dismissed the subordinates trailing behind him, then stepped into the shadows around the corner, retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket and dialing a number. Moments later, a boisterous voice came through the line. Hello? Hello? You're not calling to change the plan, are you? No, the plan remains unchanged, but I demand that Vaughn must die in this attack. The voice on the other end turned playful. Ha ha, Colonel Harry, have you lost your mind? I'm not your subordinate. You have no right to demand anything from me. Furthermore, what does your skirmish with Vaughn have to do with me, a pirate? Despite being repeatedly insulted by the figure on the other end, Harry remained surprisingly calm. If you eliminate Vaughn, I will give you 60% of what we obtain. 60%. Are you trying to insult me? Then how much do you want? The pirate on the other end greedily replied. I want it all. Even the usually composed Harry was infuriated by the pirate's insatiable greed. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Aren't you being a bit excessive? The pirate coolly stated. Excessive? If Colonel Harry thinks I am excessive, then we can terminate our cooperation. That I will leave Shichi Island with my men right now, and you can take your time fighting Vaughn. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately regained his composure. Although he detested the pirate's insatiable greed, he now required the pirate's assistance to eliminate Vaughn. All right, it's settled then. Blood Wolf, I hope you won't disappoint me. Ha, just prepare the goods. If you can't even deal with that crippled Vaughn, then my Blood Wolf pirate crew might as well disband. After hanging up, Harry cast a shadowy glance at Bai Ye's room. Muttering, you all have pushed me to this. Within the room, as the situation reached this point, Vaughn ceased to persuade Bai Ye further. However, this was Bai Ye's first encounter with pirates, so necessary instructions were still to be given. When we engage the pirates, don't rush in recklessly. Make sure not to gravitate towards me. Bai Ye earnestly nodded, understanding that as a Navy colonel, Vaughn would be confronting the strongest among the pirates. The closer one was, the quicker one would perish. However, Bai Ye was now completely different from before. Though he had yet to engage in actual combat, based on his observations of Vaughn's past confrontations, he believed his own strength to surpass that of Vaughn. Furthermore, recalling the anime plot, the strongest pirate in the East Blue at this moment was likely Pirate Admiral Krieg, so there should be no unexpected developments. Even against Krieg, with my current strength, I should be able to handle him without issue. If I unleash my full power, I am certain it will astonish Colonel Vaughn. Harry and his subordinates would never expect my strength to exceed that of Colonel Vaughn. That would certainly be amusing, da-da. When the time comes, should I unleash my full power? Is it better to take him down with one punch, or two? Will this raise suspicions afterward? How troublesome. Vaughn, noticing the myriad expressions on Bai Ye's face, assumed that Bai Ye was understandably anxious about facing the vicious pirates for the first time. Thus, he sought to reassure him. Rest assured, I will assign other soldiers to keep an eye on you. Exercise caution, and you will undoubtedly survive. Yet Bai Ye was completely immersed in his thoughts, not fully registering Vaughn's words, merely nodding instinctively. Seeing this, Vaughn could only sigh, his eyes filled with guilt, if it were not for his conflict with Harry. Bai Ye would likely have never been dragged into this, and there would be no need for him to worry about his life. Nevertheless, Vaughn had resolved that should a life-and-death crisis arise, he would perish before Bai Ye. Only then could he find some solace within himself. Approaching the door, he turned to the still serious Bai Ye and cleared his throat. In half an hour, we gather at the dock. We will discuss the specifics then. You need not worry too much for now. Okay, Bai Ye replied absent-mindedly. However, Vaughn did not dwell on this. As the leader of the Navy base, there were numerous matters requiring his attention. Once Colonel Vaughn departed, Bai Ye emerged from his contemplation. Although he felt his strength surpassed that of Colonel Vaughn, he was not entirely confident. After all, feeling is merely feeling. Should the situation escalate to a life-or-death struggle, Bai Ye might discover his assessment was incorrect, leaving him with no place to lament. Contemplating this, Bai Ye returned to the training grounds. The once bustling training area was now deserted, as nearly all the Navy soldiers had assembled at the dock. This fortuitously provided Bai Ye the opportunity to assess his strength. Taking a deep breath, he directed a forceful punch at the eastern wall, unleashing an ethereal afterimage. A ferocious gale erupted from his fist, hurtling forth, and in the next instant, with a resounding crash, the wall crumbled as if struck by a tremendous force, creating an opening over 3 meters wide, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surrounding walls, which trembled precariously. "This is absolutely exhilarating." Bai Ye gazed in disbelief at his hands, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. After years of being deemed a failure, he had finally turned his fortunes around. Upon arriving at the dock, he found all the soldiers of the naval branch gathered. However, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. The naval personnel present could be divided into two factions. Nearly 70% stood behind Harry, while the remaining 30% aligned with Vaughn. The disparity in numbers clearly indicated Harry's overwhelming influence. Although Vaughn remained the head of the naval base on Sky Island, his authority had become little more than a facade. Vaughn's heart sank at the sight. Had it not been for the loss of his right arm during a battle with pirates 3 years prior, which had significantly diminished his strength, he might have been able to contend with Harry, who had steadily improved his prowess over the years and now surpassed Vaughn. Harry had skillfully garnered the allegiance of the Navy soldiers, fracturing Vaughn's power base. Otherwise, Harry would never have dared to act so arrogantly before Vaughn. As the pirate ship drew ever closer, Vaughn set aside his tumultuous thoughts and bellowed, "All naval soldiers, heed my command. Once the enemy ship enters range, we shall launch our attack." Yet the unfolding events took Vaughn by surprise. Aside from the soldiers at his back, those on Harry's side appeared as if frozen in place. Unmoving, Vaughn's expression darkened instantaneously. His fury boiling within, he could tolerate Harry's myriad of distasteful antics, but he could not abide the latter's petty maneuvers at such a critical moment. With pirates poised to invade, Vaughn glared at Harry and demanded, "What do you mean by this, Harry?" Harry replied coolly, "It means nothing. I simply wish to point out that if someone lacks the requisite strength, they ought not to occupy a position they do not deserve." Most of the naval soldiers understand this principle. That a glint of murderous intent flashed in Harry's eyes, his words laced with menace. Just then, the pirate ship loomed closer, and they could distinctly see the blood-red wolf skull flag fluttering from its mast, the crimson emblem resembling blood splattered upon it. This was the flag of the Blood Wolf pirates. The Blood Wolf had arrived. A soldier who recognized the pirate flag cried out in panic, this revelation. The other naval soldiers descended into chaos, the dock transforming into a scene of turmoil. Faces were pale with terror, and some even struggled to steady their weapons. If a confrontation were to erupt, given their current state, it was entirely possible that a stray shot could injure a comrade. Even Vaughn's demeanor betrayed a hint of trepidation as he instinctively tightened his grip on the blade at his waist. Bai Ye, observing the frantic expressions of those around him, inquired with confusion, "Is this Blood Wolf truly formidable?" Vaughn nodded gravely. "It's not merely a question of strength. This Blood Wolf has been at sea for only 3 months, yet his bounty has reached a staggering 15 million berries. He is said to possess the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, employing ruthless and merciless tactics, annihilating every town he has attacked without sparing a single soul. That we are truly in peril." An unsettling aura began to permeate through the crowd. Bai Ye raised his gaze to the Blood Wolf pirates approaching across the sea, a contemplative gleam flickering in his eyes as he unconsciously clenched his right fist, murmuring, "A 15 million berries bounty. Surely one punch from me could deal with him." Harry's subordinate, in a state of panic, asked, "Boss, are we really not going to take action? This is the Blood Wolf. Such a butcher has never left survivors." Harry cast a cool glance at the speaker, an intense wave of murderous intent radiating from him. "What? Are my words no longer effective?" "No. No." The subordinate was instantly drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear and refraining from uttering another word. Harry's expression fluctuated. Though he was uncertain if he was making the right decision, he understood that if he did not take this step, he would have no path forward. Only with Vaughn's demise would he have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of naval lieutenant colonel. The sudden assault by the Blood Wolf, alongside the support of nearly 70% of the naval soldiers withholding their actions, was all part of a scheme to ensure Vaughn's death in this confrontation. Once Vaughn was gone, the Blood Wolf would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Then, Harry could seize the opportunity to strike and eliminate the Blood Wolf, showcasing his strength and solidifying his reputation. That I end such a scenario. Even if he had refrained from acting previously, as long as he succeeded in killing the Blood Wolf, no one could raise objections. This plan would serve two purposes. As for the earlier claims of surrendering all plundered goods to the Blood Wolf, Those were mere empty words. Once the blood wolf was dead, would there still be any need to deliver those items? However, just as Harry was plotting in his mind, a loud voice rang out from the direction of the blood wolf pirates. "Harry, aren't you supposed to join forces to deal with Vaughn? I'm here now. Are you not going to make a move or declare your stance?" The blood wolf's brazen words echoed along the coast. "What? Harry, is this true?" The naval soldiers stirred in confusion. Damn, the blood wolf is truly an idiot. Harry maintained a stoic demeanor, but inwardly he seethed. Had the blood wolf kept quiet, Harry could have navigated the murky waters, minimizing his own losses. Now, everything was laid bare, though the blood wolf's words bore an undertone of provocation, compelling the crowd to ponder their authenticity. Vaughn, knowing Harry well, pieced together the blood wolf's statement and the preceding events, almost certain that the blood wolf's claims were overwhelmingly true. Unable to endure any longer, Vaughn strode forward and seized Harry by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury as he demanded, "Is this true?" Harry grasped Vaughn's arm, exerting force to wrench it free. Slowly adjusting his disheveled collar, he replied nonchalantly, "What is true? What is false? The pirates are upon us, and you dare to question my loyalty as a fellow Navy officer based on a pirate's words. I assert that everything the blood wolf says is false. You wish to believe me?" Vaughn replied solemnly, "I am willing to believe you, provided you and I unite to repel the blood wolf pirates." I can act as though nothing has transpired. Just as Harry prepared to respond, the blood wolf's audacious voice rang out once more, "Harry, if you do not act soon, I shall turn and leave." Harry's expression shifted, coldly stating, "I will not participate in this affair." "Harry!" Vaughn's expression was one of shock, disbelief in his eyes as he exclaimed, "You are actually colluding with the pirates." Harry interrupted bluntly, "Colonel Vaughn, one must speak with evidence. On what grounds do you accuse me of collusion with pirates?" After the battle, the report would simply state that Colonel Vaughn was slain in the assault by the blood wolf pirates, while Colonel Harry led the naval soldiers to successfully repel the blood wolf pirates. "You!" Vaughn's eyes blazed with rage. Were it not for the imminent threat of the blood wolf pirates, he would have relished the chance to eliminate Harry right then and there. The blood wolf surveyed the chaotic scene among the naval soldiers on the shore, a smug smile spreading across his face. Harry considered him a weapon to wield, and the blood wolf saw Harry as a tool to be utilized. If it were just him against Harry and Vaughn, victory would be nearly impossible. But now, the situation had changed. Sky Island was relatively prosperous among the surrounding islands, and the blood wolf had long coveted it. Once he dealt with Vaughn, even if Harry attempted to betray him, they would have to see whose wits prevailed. The dynamics of the situation became clear. It was evident that Harry and the blood wolf had formed an alliance to eliminate Vaughn. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Vaughn's current predicament could only be described as perilous. Even at this juncture, Harry did not hesitate to further undermine Vaughn, threatening the soldiers behind him. "Since we are all part of the Navy, I can offer you a chance at survival. As long as you stand with me, I can guarantee your lives." Even though some soldiers were unwilling to ally themselves with pirates. In such dire circumstances, the only way to ensure their survival was to align with Harry. Furthermore, Colonel Harry had not disclosed his collusion with the blood wolf, and, as the second-in-command at the naval base, siding with him could hardly be deemed a betrayal of the Navy. Clinging to this self-deceptive rationale, many swiftly made their decision. The soldiers behind Harry remained utterly still, while nearly 20% of those behind Vaughn defected to Harry's side. Among those who left, some stood at the rear of Harry's ranks, too afraid to glance at Vaughn, while others wore expressions of relief, as if celebrating their narrow escape from calamity. In a mere moment, less than 10% of Vaughn's soldiers remained, almost all of whom were seasoned veterans who had followed him for years. Vaughn observed the departing soldiers with a complex expression, his spirit somewhat dejected. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections. He held no authority to compel others to sacrifice their lives for him. Harry, witnessing Vaughn's despondency, laughed boisterously. You have made the right choice, for this is the only way to preserve your lives." For Harry, the current situation increasingly favored him. Bai Ye sighed at the convoluted circumstances before him. Everyone believed they were on the second level, while others occupied the first. Harry and the blood wolf schemed against each other. Yet in reality, Bai Ye stood on the fifth level. With sufficient strength, All the machinations in the world were rendered futile that moment. Harry noticed Bai Ye still standing beside Vaughn, and couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, little brat, you dare remain by Vaughn's side. You truly have no fear of death. I seem to recall this as your first battle, yes. Do you understand the taste of death? Have you ever felt a bullet pierce your flesh? You are still young, with ample youth to squander. There's no need to perish alongside this doomed man. Should you choose to follow me, I can guarantee you a long life at the very least. You shall not become a short-lived wretch." With that, Harry cast a playful glance at Vaughn. He was well aware of Vaughn's fondness for Bai Ye. If even Bai Ye chose to betray Vaughn at this juncture, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to him. Vaughn sighed deeply, glancing back at the somewhat naive Bai Ye, and with a heavy heart, said, "Harry is right. You are still young and need not die alongside this cripple. Go inside with Harry. Once I am gone, he will have no interest in targeting you, and you may choose to live as an ordinary person." Harry tempted, "Indeed, for the sake of your life. You should align with me to the very least. Following me will ensure your survival." Listening to their words, Bai Ye seemed to have made his decision, slowly walking toward Harry. The veterans behind Vaughn muttered under their breath, "Ungrateful wretch! Colonel Vaughn has treated you so well, and at such a critical moment, you choose to betray him. Bai Ye, do you truly believe that siding with Harry will guarantee your survival?" Vaughn gazed at Bai Ye's retreating figure. His eyes filled with sorrow. Yet, he felt a sense of relief, quelling the murmurs of the veterans behind him. Harry, witnessing this, chuckled with growing satisfaction. Vaughn, look. Even Bai Ye, whom you have cared for all these years, chooses to betray you. What a disgraceful naval officer you are." Just as the two sides continued to bicker, Bai Ye, halfway there, suddenly halted. Bai Ye said coolly, "Mr. Harry, do you not find yourself akin to a jester? I was contemplating how to justify your demise, yet you have unwittingly provided me with the rationale. Colluding with pirates to conspire against a naval officer is a grave crime. Surely, striking you down on the spot would not be unjust?" Upon Bai Ye's declaration, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Harry stared into Bai Ye's impassive eyes, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Vaughn was equally taken aback by Bai Ye's audacious words. A sycophant behind Harry stepped forward, aiming his gun at Bai Ye, scoffing, "You worthless fool dare to speak so boldly. Were it not for Colonel Harry's desire to spare you, do you think I wouldn't eliminate you right now?" Before he could finish, Bai Ye propelled himself forward with immense force, creating 2 craters in the ground as he vanished from sight. His speed was such that only a blur remained. Even Harry could not discern Bai Ye's position. The next instant, Harry felt a warm sensation on his right cheek. Mechanically, he turned to see the soldier who had just spoken now reduced to a headless corpse. The warmth on his face was the blood that had splattered upon him. The mist of blood fell upon the faces of the remaining soldiers like a grim shroud. The headless body crumpled to the ground, plunging the scene into a chilling silence, and one had anticipated that Bai Ye, who was often regarded as a mere worthless youth, could wield such formidable strength. "Mr. Harry, did you not teach him that children should not interrupt adults while they speak?" Bai Ye stood beside Harry, wearing an innocuous smile. A few drops of crimson blood splattered across his pale face, creating a terrifying visage. How could this be? Harry instinctively took a few steps back, trembling as he uttered these words, as if expending all his strength. How could your prowess be so formidable? Not only Harry, but even Vaughn was left dumbfounded, doubting whether he was dreaming, given the strength Bai Ye had just displayed. Even his former self at the peak of his power would likely have been no match at this point. Harry seemed to grasp something, turning to Vaughn and sternly demanding, "Vaughn, you have known about Bai Ye's capabilities all along, haven't you? So this was all part of your plan? Unbelievable. I never imagined that you, who were usually so bold yet reckless, would learn to conceal your hand." Vaughn was left in a daze, utterly bewildered by Harry's words. "Is that so?" he muttered. "Wait, so I have known about Bai Ye's strength all along. Could it be that all of this was indeed my arrangement? Or am I simply dreaming?" Not only Harry thought this, but the veterans behind Vaughn shared the same sentiment. "Master Vaughn, you truly are a master of concealment. No wonder you did not stop those who left earlier. It was to see who would choose to abandon ship at a critical moment." "What a brilliant strategy," Frank interjected. "I I recall you just called Bai Ye an ungrateful wretch, didn't you? Frank shot a fierce glare at the speaker, wishing to deliver a few kicks, then hurriedly retorted, I had no idea this was all Master Vaughn's doing. Ignorance is no crime. Besides, my insult only served to make it seem more genuine. After witnessing Bai Ye's strength, Frank felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that Bai Ye might hold a grudge against him for his earlier words. What if he were to seek revenge? As the conversation continued, the atmosphere gradually relaxed, no longer reminiscent of the earlier desperate resolve. The situation began to shift subtly. Bai Ye's display of strength was unexpectedly remarkable. Yet the plan had reached this stage, and Harry had no choice but to proceed. He had no path of retreat left. With a shrill cry, Harry declared, Vaughn, I initially had no intention of acting. You have forced my hand. Force your hand? What have I done? I haven't even spoken a word, and you blame me for everything. Is that not a bit unreasonable? And you all claims my arrangement? I arranged nothing. I was completely unaware of Bai Ye's strength. Vaughn remained in a fog, utterly perplexed. Bai Ye found Vaughn's confusion amusing, yet he had no intention of clarifying anything. He would let everyone believe he was Vaughn's trump card. In doing so, even if he revealed his full strength, everyone would only suspect Vaughn, and no one would question Bai Ye. Thus, the burden of blame fell squarely on Vaughn's shoulders. At this moment, Harry understood that if he did not act now, he would be left to meet his end. He instructed his subordinates, everyone attack, eliminate Bai Ye first. He then shouted toward the coast, Blood Wolf, I have acted according to our agreement. You should make your move as well. Hearing Harry's urgent voice and observing the chaos on the shore, the Blood Wolf grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. Prepare to reap the fruits of victory, my men. On the Blood Wolf's ship, nearly every pirate bore the stain of countless lives lost upon their hands. At the mere mention of engaging in slaughter, excitement surged among them, their eyes gleaming with a crimson fervor. Fear not, Captain. It has been several days since I last tasted blood, and the urge to kill has become unbearable, they declared. The first mate, leaning close to the Blood Wolf, whispered, Captain, shall we eliminate all the Navy personnel? The Blood Wolf replied nonchalantly, Let us first deal with the Navy near Vorn, and then we shall turn our attention to the forces by Harry. The first mate hesitated, but Captain, did you not have an agreement with Harry? The Blood Wolf cast a disdainful glance at his subordinate, scoffing, We are pirates. Must we adhere to promises made to the Navy? We shall seize all, and once both sides are vanquished, the entirety of Sky Island will belong to us. The first mate nodded in silent agreement and began orchestrating the impending assault out on the shore. Under Harry's command, hundreds of Navy soldiers aimed their weapons at the center where Bai Ye stood. The multitude of dart gun barrels was a sight that struck fear into the heart. Yet, Bai Ye remained steadfast, his youthful visage betraying no hint of trepidation. It was almost absurd. The approaching pirates were mere moments away, yet the Navy on the coast aimed their weapons at one of their own. This scene filled Vorn with a sense of sorrow. Mingled with concern for Bai Ye's safety, he called out, Harry, do not persist in your folly if you are willing to join forces against the pirates. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Harry, momentarily taken aback by Vorn's offer of clemency, soon erupted into laughter. Vorn, do you truly believe victory is assured? I did not anticipate Bai Ye's strength. You have indeed concealed it well. Vorn shot Harry a scornful glance, thinking to himself, Concealed? How dare you? However, with nearly 300 soldiers at his command, combined with the Blood Wolf's crew, he was confident in his ability to defeat Bai Ye. Harry's insistence on his surrender only reaffirmed Vorn's belief that he was as foolish as ever. Realizing Harry was resolute, Vorn assessed the encircled Bai Ye and understood that they could no longer wait. They needed to rescue Bai Ye before the Blood Wolf's crew made landfall. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed on two fronts. Prepare to act. We must find a way to save Bai Ye before the Blood Wolf's assault begins. Frank and the others ceased their banter, their expressions turning grave. Harry retreated swiftly, creating distance from Bai Ye, sneering, Kid, your strength is formidable, perhaps even surpassing mine, but no matter how strong you are, you cannot overcome the might of our 300. With a fierce shout, he commanded, Attack! Over 300 soldiers simultaneously unleashed their fire upon Bai Ye, the dark muzzles of their guns erupting with blinding flames, a torrent of orange bullets hurtling toward him. Yet, To everyone's astonishment, Bai Ye maneuvered through the hail of gunfire with the agility of an eel. Monster, they gasped. He was no mere human. He was not Bai Ye. The traitorous soldiers had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their hearts gripped by terror. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye appeared before Harry, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are utterly insignificant. Harry, taken aback by Bai Ye's ghostly presence, felt a surge of alarm. Yet, years of combat experience honed his reflexes. He unsheathed his sword and brought it down with a fierce strike. Gritting his teeth, "You seek death, don't you, kid?" Bai Ye raised his left hand, grasping the blade effortlessly, taunting. "How curious. I feel it is you who is courting death." With veins bulging in his arms, Harry struggled to wrest the sword from Bai Ye's grip, but it seemed as if it had taken root within Bai Ye's hand. No matter how hard Harry pulled, it remained steadfast, frustration painting his face crimson. "What do you desire?" Bai Ye inquired, a smile lighting up his face. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the sword, sending razor-sharp fragments flying through the air. The blade shattered unexpectedly, leaving Harry no time to brace himself as he stumbled backward. "Then allow me to return it to you." Bai Ye selected a larger shard from the air, gripping it tightly, muscles taut, and hurled it at Harry. The shard flew like a streak of light, piercing through Harry's body before crashing into the ground, creating a crater nearly a meter deep. The earth trembled, dust swirling into the sky. As the smoke cleared, Harry lay on the ground, devoid of life, a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, his eyes wide open, a look of terror and confusion frozen on his face. Perhaps even in his final moments, he could not fathom why Bai Ye, possessing such formidable strength, had endured 3 years of humiliation before finally unleashing his power. Unfortunately, no one would provide him with the answers he sought. For Harry, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Had he known that Bai Ye had truly been powerless for the past 3 years, and that today was simply the moment he activated his true potential, he might have felt an even greater despair. Why, choosing to ally with the Blood Wolf against Vorn, he had unwittingly walked into Bai Ye's lethal embrace. In less than 5 minutes, from Bai Ye's emergence to the decisive blow that felled Harry, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Emotions ran rampant among the onlookers, akin to a roller coaster ride. Previously, Vorn had been in a position of vulnerability while Harry had ascended. Now, the roles were reversed. Witnessing Bai Ye dispatch Harry in mere seconds, even the notoriously bloodthirsty Blood Wolf could not help but gasp in shock, cursing Harry for not having the foresight to investigate the situation thoroughly. "He brought me into this mess. He had it coming." The Blood Wolf realized that with Harry's demise, he was unlikely to stand against Bai Ye's might, especially with Vorn still in the picture. It would be tantamount to a death sentence. Recognizing the shift in fortunes, the Blood Wolf wasted no time, barking orders to retreat. "Quickly, turn the ship around. We must leave this place at once." Yes. Hurry, turn back." The pirates, already terrified, obeyed without hesitation. Just as they had longed for the ship to reach the shore and commence their slaughter of the Navy, they now wished fervently for wings to carry them far away from the impending doom posed by that dangerous man. The situation was no longer a mere inconvenience. It was as if they had prepared for a romantic encounter only to find themselves confronted by a fearsome specter. The soldiers who had sided with Harry were rendered mute. Paralyzed by feared that moment, Bai Ye suddenly heard a celestial voice echoing in his mind. "You have gained 1 point of world source power?" Bai Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that slaying a wretch like Harry would yield such a reward. It was an unexpected boon. He then turned his attention to the traitorous soldiers. If a mid-ranking officer like Harry netted only a point, these soldiers likely possessed even less. Yet, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. With no moral qualms about eliminating these traitors, Bai Ye regarded them as a valuable source of world source power. The 300 Navy personnel, encircled Bai Ye, seemed to sense the palpable aura of death emanating from him. The memory of Bai Ye's terrifying prowess rendered them unable to stand firm. Just as Bai Ye prepared to strike, he heard Vorn exclaim, "This is bad. The Blood Wolf is attempting to flee." As Bai Ye turned his head, he observed that the pirate ship was receding further into the distance. For Bai Ye, the escape of the Blood Wolf pirate crew was of little concern, and he had no intention of pursuing them. However, the prospect of acquiring world-source power through the act of killing rendered the notion of letting the Blood Wolf go unacceptable. Colonel Vaughn, keep a close watch on those who collude with pirates. Ensure they do not escape. The Blood Wolf is my responsibility, he commanded. Vaughn nodded in agreement, acknowledging the task. That is certainly manageable, but the Blood Wolf is several miles away from us. If we set sail now, we may not be able to catch up. Having witnessed Bai Ye's prowess, Vaughn felt a considerable amount of relief regarding the young man. He was no longer the child he needed to worry about. Bai Ye smiled and replied, "This is quite simple." Leaning forward, he exerted force through his legs and launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Like a tea the moment he took flight, the ground trembled slightly, and the nearby sea erupted into waves. Good heavens, he can do that! This little fellow's strength is extraordinary. Vaughn stood in stunned amazement as he watched Bai Ye's figure vanish. Then a thought struck him. How could this boy possess such immense power? Could it be the result of his training regimen? I should try it myself when I return and see if I can cultivate a few strong individuals. The Blood Wolf gazed back at the increasingly distant Sky Island, his unease gradually dissipating. Damn it, I never expected there to be such formidable individuals in the Navy. Thank goodness I made my escape in time, he exclaimed with relief. The first mate, still shaken, added, "Indeed. Who would have thought such a fierce person would be on Sky Island? We made a fruitless trip and nearly lost our lives. After all these years at sea, well, have I ever faced such a loss?" One of his subordinates approached and asked, "Captain, where shall we go now?" "Just find any nearby island. I am seething with rage and need to vent." Blood Wolf waved his hand impatiently, his face a mask of barely contained madness. He actually pursued us at that moment. A blood-curdling scream erupted from one of the crew. Dozens of pirates shrieked like frightened maidens, their faces pale with terror. To the uninformed observer, they would appear as innocent victims. Blood Wolf glanced skyward, his pupils constricting as he noticed a small shadow obscuring the sun's rays. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that shadow as Bai Ye, who had just moments ago dispatched Harry. Even the bloodthirsty Blood Wolf felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon witnessing such a swift demise. "Damn it, that kid has the audacity to chase us. Notify the helmsman to change course and accelerate to maximum speed. Hurry, change direction." In an instant, the entire ship pivoted, moving at full speed to the right. Bai Ye observed this with a cold smile. "Run? Not a single one of you will escape." As he descended, his foot crashed onto the water's surface, sending a towering column of water several meters high, propelling him once more into the air. Moments later, Bai Ye landed at the bow of the ship with a resounding thud, nearly capsizing it. The members of the Blood Wolf pirate crew beheld Bai Ye's presence, and a chilling sense of despair enveloped them. With each step Bai Ye took, the pirates recoiled in terror. It was as though he were stepping upon their very hearts, leaving them quaking with fear. "Don't come any closer. If you do, we will be forced to fight." Blood Wolf feigned composure and demanded, "What do you want? I haven't harmed you. Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" Bai Ye smiled and replied, "Because you are all valuable treasures." "Treasures?" Blood Wolf's eyes gleamed with pain. "I am willing to offer you all the treasures aboard my ship, if you spare our lives." To Blood Wolf, preserving a single life was more important than anything else. As long as he lived, he could reclaim the lost berries and even avenge today's grievances. If possible, he would even consider laying all his treasures before Bai Ye to expedite his departure. Amidst the eager gazes of his crew, Bai Ye slowly shook his head. "No, what I seek is not your berries, but your lives." As he spoke, a fleeting shadow passed, and several pirates in front of him erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Blood Wolf bellowed, "Brothers, attack!" Knowing that Bai Ye would not relent, all the pirates unleashed their pent-up ferocity and charged at him en masse. Blood Wolf did not hesitate to activate his devil fruit powers, transforming into his werewolf form, his most formidable state. His body swelled like a balloon, tearing his clothes apart as gray-white fur erupted forth, covering him entirely, leaving only his piercing yellow slit eyes, strikingly eerie. His claws, measuring over 30 centimeters, gleamed like daggers under the sunlight. Yet, rather than join his crew in the assault, he opted to let them exhaust Bai Ye's strength while he waited for the opportune moment to strike. With each punch Bai Ye threw, a pirate fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to withstand even a moment of resistance. When Bai Ye finally stood before Blood Wolf, the deck was littered with the disarrayed bodies of the fallen. The floor was soaked in blood, resembling a hellish inferno. Blood Wolf watched as Bai Ye approached, and instead of attacking immediately, he desperately pleaded, "What must I do to be spared? If you let me go, I am willing to cooperate and hand over all the plunder we acquire. I've already stated that your life is what holds the greatest value for me," Bai Ye replied as he drew closer, his smile resembling that of an innocent neighbor boy. Seemingly harmless, Blood Wolf, fully aware of his disadvantage, felt he had no choice but to fight for his life that if you refuse to spare me, then I shall make you pay. Blood Wolf initiated the attack, his claws digging fiercely into the deck, tearing through it as he lunged at Bai Ye. His right paw, sharp as a blade, slashed through the air at a peculiar angle, sending forth 5 silvery arcs aimed at Bai Ye. Blood Wolf snarled. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and in that instant he felt a chill against his skin, accompanied by a prickling sensation. It seemed that at this 1% of his strength, he could only manage a modicum of self-defense in the weakest of seas. He needed to hasten his enhancement of fusion. The wolf claws swept before Bai Ye. They met no resistance and passed right through him. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not transpire. That his afterimage. Where has he vanished to? A terrifying thought surged within Blood Wolf, and he instinctively tried to retreat from his previous position. Suddenly, he heard Bai Ye's cold voice behind him. Bai Ye's eyes, devoid of emotion, uttered, "I hope your value is substantial." In that moment, Blood Wolf truly comprehended the vast disparity in their strengths. He had no time to react before a gaping void formed in his chest, flesh and blood exploding. Only after vanquishing Blood Wolf did Bai Ye have the presence of mind to pay attention to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. Acquired 0.01 points of world source power. Acquired 0.02 points of world source power. Acquired 0.01 points of world source power. Acquired 2 points of world source power. 0.01. 2. Is that all? Bai Ye frowned as he opened the system panel. Host, Bai Ye. Template, 1 Punch Man Saitama. Fusion degree, 1. World source power. For .exchange store. Not yet opened at that moment. Bai Ye began to suspect whether the system had taken a cut. Good grief, I just eliminated 50 or 60 individuals and only received 4 points of world source power? Is life so devalued? System, how much world source power is required to increase fusion degree and unlock the exchange store? With a fusion degree of 12, it necessitates the expenditure of 10 world source energy to unlock the exchange shop, and a further 100 world source energy to activate it. Upon encountering these astronomical figures, Bai Ye felt a sharp pain in his trigeminal nerve. Truly, it is a protracted journey. Fortunately, Bai Ye's current strength is adequate, allowing him to remain unhurried for the time being. Subsequently, he discovered over 20 million berries and treasures worth approximately 7 to 8 million berries in the Blood Wolf's quarters. TSK, even such trifles could yield such vast wealth. It is no wonder that most people aspire to become pirates. With a wave of his hand, he stored the berries and treasures into the system space. After a few decisive punches sunk the ship, he returned to Sky Island. Upon witnessing Bai Ye's swift return, Vaughn was taken aback and approached him. "Have you resolved everything?" "Indeed, they have all been eliminated." Bai Ye nodded in affirmation. Vaughn felt a chill run down his spine. He had anticipated that Bai Ye would only manage to slay a few insignificant foes, considering it was a complete pirate crew. Yet, to his astonishment, Bai Ye had pursued them and annihilated every last one. Leaving no survivors, Bai Ye disregarded Vaughn's expression of shock and pointed at the over 300 captured Navy soldiers, inquiring how they ought to be dealt with upon hearing they were to be addressed. The soldiers began to plead. "Colonel Vaughn, I have followed you since I joined the Navy and have slain numerous pirates. Please, spare me this once. Colonel, I was misled by Harry. I was merely confused at the time. Grant me another chance." "Yes, my family still resides on the island. My child is only 3 years old, and I wish to protect the island's inhabitants." As the soldier's pleas reached Vaughn's ears, he appeared conflicted, pausing before he spoke. "I haven't yet determined what to do. After all, they're soldiers with whom we have trained for many years. They have fought alongside us against pirates, and thus have merits in the defense of Sky Island." Hearing Vaughn's words, The soldiers collectively exhaled in relief, their faces revealing expressions of gratitude. Particularly those who had followed Harry for years, they silently celebrated their good fortune, but a few among them cast furtive glances at Bai Ye. Their fear mingled with resentment to them. Had Bai Ye not displayed his remarkable strength and slain Harry, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. However, when Bai Ye met their gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, fearful that he might discern their dissatisfaction. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze and smiled. "Colonel Vaughn, since you are uncertain how to proceed, allow me to take charge of the situation, if you will." After a moment of contemplation, Vaughn replied, "I am indeed rather fatigued at present. You may decide how to handle this. Rest assured, I shall manage it well." Bai Ye approached the imprisoned soldiers, a sanguinary smile gracing his face. Coldly, he commanded, "Open fire. Execute them all." "What?" Every individual present regarded Bai Ye with incredulity. Even Vaughn, who had already begun to depart, halted in his tracks. Was Bai Ye truly intent on executing them all? The soldiers assigned to carry out the orders were momentarily taken aback. These soldiers had, perhaps just yesterday, shared camaraderie and laughter with them. Today, they were to be executed. Such a stark contrast was not something every heart could bear. Bai Ye scornfully retorted, "If I had not intervened to slay Harry, you would be the ones deciding the fates of those here. Do you honestly believe they would show you mercy?" It was astonishing that they still hesitated. Bai Ye's words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Vaughn recognized the truth in Bai Ye's assertion. Had Harry emerged victorious, given their knowledge of his collusion with pirates, he would not have spared them. Yet, despite understanding this, Vaughn found himself unable to choose to execute all 300 soldiers, as many of them had families still residing on Sky Island. What face would he have to present to their kin if he were to carry out their execution? "Cough, cough, Bai Ye. Come here for a moment." Observing Vaughn's troubled expression, Bai Ye realized he lacked the heart to proceed with such a decision. "Bai Ye, do you truly intend to execute them all?" "Of course. They are all traitors. If they could betray once, they could do so again. It would be wiser to eliminate them now. But if we kill them all, the strength of our navy will be diminished by more than half. Should pirates invade again, we..." As Vaughn spoke, he sensed an inconsistency in his reasoning. With Bai Ye present, the difference between having or lacking soldiers on the island was negligible. Vaughn raised his eyes to see Bai Ye's expression, which was a mixture of amusement and restraint. Instantly, he smacked Bai Ye on the back of the head in irritation, as this lad understood everything, waiting to witness his dilemma unfold. "Bai Ye, tell me honestly, do you truly plan to eliminate them all?" Bai Ye nodded, but, upon seeing Vaughn's conflicted demeanor, could not help but suggest, "Colonel Vaughn, if you find it too difficult, we might consider executing only a portion of them and allowing the others to go free. Those who have followed Harry from the beginning must be dealt with, while those who merely followed him in confusion could be offered a chance to redeem themselves. How does that sound?" Vaughn pondered this for a moment and deemed it a reasonable approach. After all, one must bear the consequences of their choices. Once Bai Ye departed, Vaughn hastily blew on his slightly swollen right hand, grimacing in pain. "This kid has an exceptionally hard head. It feels as though I shall perish from the pain." In the presence of the imprisoned soldiers, Bai Ye made it clear that it was Colonel Vaughn who had interceded on their behalf, which was why he was willing to spare those who had followed Harry. This prompted the soldiers to express their gratitude towards Vaughn, vowing to follow his orders diligently in the future. Vaughn felt a mix of happiness and reassurance, recognizing it as Bai Ye's goodwill. At this point, the remaining detained individuals were thrown into a state of panic. Some promptly stepped forward to resist. "Brothers, since we are doomed regardless, why not fight?" Bang! A bullet pierced the mouth of the speaker, killing him instantly. Bai Ye tossed the still-smoking gun to a nearby soldier. "Kill them all." Upon this command, the soldiers, albeit with reluctance in their eyes, raised their weapons and aimed at their former comrades. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, and crimson blossoms burst forth. The system's notification chimed in tandem. Acquired 0.01 points of world source energy. Acquired 0.02 points of world source energy. Acquired 0.03 points of world source energy. These points were attributed to the orders Bai Ye had given, thus counting towards his world source energy. Even if he had not personally executed the actions, such an operational capacity was exceedingly vast. Host, Bai Ye Template 1 Punch Man, Saitama Fusion Degree. 1 World Source Energy. 6 Exchange Shop not yet unlocked in less than a day. He had amassed 6 points of World Source Energy, a considerable harvest indeed. Bai Ye closed the system panel, contemplating his future path. Upon acquiring the system and learning how to obtain World Source Energy, Bai Ye had devised a plan. After experiencing this day, his resolution for the future became all the more apparent: to grow stronger and seize power, to become the most powerful figure in the entire pirate world. Should any dare to oppose him, a single punch would suffice to quell them. With a mere word, he could determine the fates of countless lives. Only in this manner could Bai Ye acquire greater world source energy. At present, with him yet to emerge, the ostensible power was held by the 5 elders and those celestial dragons who proclaimed themselves as gods. However, Bai Ye did not share this sentiment. As the saying goes, he who possesses the might holds the truth. Which celestial dragon would dare to prance about before the 4 emperors? The reason the 4 emperors of the sea can roam freely in the New World is due to their formidable strength. However, the mightiest force is not the 4 emperors' pirate crews, but rather the Navy, which is under the control of the world government. 1 Naval fleet is at least equivalent to 2 4 emperors' pirate crews. Such immense military power, confined to obey the commands of the world government, is indeed a waste. Contemplating this, a terrifying glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. If he were to act, he would aim for something monumental. He resolved to find a way to take control of the entire Navy. The next day, at dawn, Vaughn summoned all naval soldiers to the parade ground. In front of everyone, he announced Bai Ye's promotion to the rank of ensign. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Bai Ye's mind. Congratulations, host, on becoming a 3rd-class private, earning 0.5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming a 2nd-class private, earning 1 point of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming a 1st-class private, earning 1.5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming a corporal, earning 2 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming a sergeant, earning 3 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming a staff sergeant, earning 5 points of world source power. Congratulations, host, on becoming an ensign, earning 10 points of world source power. A remarkable leap of 7 ranks resulted in a total of 23 points of world source power. This rapid acquisition of power stemmed solely from Bai Ye's elevation in the Navy, proving to be more direct than taking lives. However, his rise in status was also attributed to the elimination of the bloodthirsty wolf, who had a bounty of 15 million berries. This could be considered a dual victory. This unexpected windfall further solidified Bai Ye's conviction from the previous day. After the meeting, Vaughn pulled Bai Ye aside. Last night, I reported everything that transpired here. It is said that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is very interested in you and is willing to recommend you for the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp. Thus, I came to inquire about your thoughts. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is a top-tier figure among the Vice Admirals, known for his ruthless methods and being part of Akainu's hawkish faction. Bai Ye's decisive action in eliminating over 100 treacherous soldiers was precisely the sort of thing that would appeal to hawkish leaders. So he was not surprised. The elite training camp, you say? Noticing Bai Ye's hesitation, Vaughn quickly clarified, do not underestimate this elite training camp. Many high-ranking naval officers have emerged from there. The current 3 admirals are the most evident examples. Moreover, the instructors there are none other than the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. With your talent, combined with Zephyr's guidance, you could very well become the next admiral. Despite Vaughn's extravagant praise for the elite training camp, Bai Ye felt little allure. Given his strength, he primarily relied on the system's integration level to enhance his abilities. As long as he amassed world source power, his power would soar. Rather than engaging in child-esque play at the Navy's elite training camp, he would prefer hunting pirates and elevating his rank. Colonel Vaughn, to be honest, I have little interest in the elite training camp. Vaughn continued to persuade, those who graduate from the elite training camp are all nurture talents of the Navy. Upon graduation, the lowest rank is that of a lieutenant. If you perform exceptionally, becoming a colonel or even a rear admiral is not out of the question. Missing such a golden opportunity would indeed be a grave loss. After hearing this, Bai Ye paused, and before Vaughn could continue, he promptly replied, you make a valid point. I shall pack my belongings now. With that, he turned and headed back to his room to gather his things, leaving Vaughn in a state of confusion. What did I say that was so convincing? The key to changing Bai Ye's mind lay in the transformation of his identity, although one could assert that as long as one possesses sufficient strength, they need not worry about being underappreciated. The conventional route to ascend from ensign to fleet admiral would consume an inordinate amount of time. However, emerging from a Navy headquarters elite training camp would be entirely different, akin to being gilded, transforming him into a legitimate candidate. Moreover, in the elite training camp, he would have the opportunity to win over numerous future elite naval leaders, which is crucial for achieving his ultimate goal. It could be said that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's invitation was a stroke of fortune, an opportunity presented just when he needed it. Entering the New World sooner would allow him to encounter the formidable individuals standing atop the ocean. On the boundless sea, a solitary small boat drifted aimlessly. Bai Ye sat at the bow, lamenting, "Why didn't I bring someone knowledgeable in navigation with me when I left?" As the candidates for the elite training camp needed to gather at Loguetown, Bai Ye set sail. Having departed from Skypea Island 2 days prior, he felt as though he was merely treading water. The navigation chart in his hands seemed as useful as scrap paper. Fortunately, this was merely the 4 seas. Had it been the Grand Line, Bai Ye could not guarantee that he could survive the terrifying natural disasters with his current abilities. Host, Bai Ye Template, Saitama from 1 Punch Man integration level, 2 world source power, 18 integration level 23. Requires 20 world source power. Unlock exchange shop. Requires 100 world source power. Boredly gazing at his current attributes, Bai Ye realized he had a long journey ahead. He needed 2 more points of world source power. If only some pirates would appear. Bai Ye mused silently. Perhaps the heavens heard Bai Ye's wish. Not far away, a medium-sized ship flying a skull flag was heading toward him. Pirates had spotted Bai Ye's small vessel and quickly reported, "Captain Arlida, we have discovered a small boat ahead. Shall we dispose of it?" "Is that so?" A corpulent figure appeared at the bow, growling, "We happen to need someone to do the chores on our ship. Let us rush over and capture that fellow." Overcome with excitement, the ugly face of Arlida trembled with anticipation. Full speed ahead toward the target's small boat. At this moment, Bai Ye had resigned himself to fate. He would either wait for a fortuitous encounter or drift along with the waves. After all, there was still over half a month until the assembly time. Lying on the boat with his legs crossed, gazing at the sky, he appeared utterly relaxed. Just then, the sound of a ship cutting through the waves reached Bai Ye's ears. His eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. The pirate flag, adorned with a skull and a red heart, and the ship's bow resembling a swan, seemed remarkably familiar. Then, a flash of realization struck Bai Ye. He had encountered a character from an anime. The Arlida pirate crew. The Arlida pirate crew was the first pirate crew that Luffy encountered when he set sail. Captain Arlida was an extremely unattractive and corpulent woman, somewhat resembling a shrunken version of Big Mom. Luffy and Kobe had also met because of the Arlida pirate crew. At this point in time, Luffy still had over a year before setting sail. Thus, Bai Ye's encounter with the Arlida pirate crew was indeed a significant moment. This was Bai Ye's first encounter with a character from the anime, and he was finally able to experience the potential benefits of altering the plot. With a swift motion, Bai Ye vanished from his boat. When Bai Ye reappeared, he found himself aboard Arlida's ship, surveying a small boy with a pink mushroom haircut, wielding a broom and bearing a look of abject fear, if I am not mistaken. "This must be Kobe, right?" Kobe, startled by the voice behind him, turned around abruptly, only to see a complete stranger. Terrified, he stumbled backward, fell to the ground, and covered his head with his hands, crying out, "Who are you? Please don't hurt me. I'm just a poor chore boy." Bai Ye chuckled softly. "You truly are like your animated counterpart. Such a timid fellow." "Who is timid?" Kobe buried his head in his arms, arguing defiantly. Yet his body trembled incessantly, betraying his true state of fear. "You need not be afraid. I am Bai Ye, a member of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Kobe sprang to his feet with excitement. "Are you truly a naval officer?" "What else could I be?" Kobe, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Bai Ye's arm and exclaimed, "Navy, sir, I wish to report." He recounted everything he had witnessed aboard the ship. "Rest assured, I shall deal with these pirates." Bai Ye assured him, "Now, let us address your predicament. Once I have taken care of these pirates, do you intend to return home? Or, without hesitation, KB interjected, "I intend to follow you and join the Navy." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Becoming a naval officer has been my lifelong dream." Under the command of Captain Yalida, they drew closer to the small boat Bai Ye had previously occupied. However, upon nearing, they found it utterly deserted. "Captain Yalida, there is no one aboard this vessel," reported the pirates hastily. Yalida was taken aback, perplexed. "How can this be? Did they abandon ship upon seeing us?" As the crew pondered this mystery, a teasing voice suddenly echoed from below deck. "Are you looking for me?" Bai Ye stepped out, followed closely by the timid KB. Upon seeing Yalita, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes twitched, and he fought the urge to retch. The reality of her appearance was even more exaggerated than in the anime. Without the powers of the slippery fruit, Yalita was indeed a formidable sight. Yalita's gaze turned wary as she regarded the unexpected arrival. "Who are you? Weren't you just looking for me?" Bai Ye asked, reaching into his garments as if searching for something. This action sent shockwaves of fear through Yalita and her crew, who instinctively aimed their weapons at him, believing he was reaching for a weapon. Even Yalita clenched her massive spiked club tightly. The palpable sense of danger emanating from Bai Ye was suffocating, akin to an invisible hand gripping her throat. Observing their reaction, Bai Ye raised his head and smiled, his handsome face radiating warmth like that of a friendly neighbor. "I am merely retrieving a cloth. There is no need for alarm." He produced a light blue fabric and covered his eyes with it. Most were bewildered by his actions. They had never encountered a combatant who would blindfold themselves before a fight. "Bai Ye, what does this mean?" KB asked, equally confused. "Fear not. I simply wish to avoid the sight of that grotesque face and risk losing my lunch." Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, then retrieved a pair of white gloves from his system space. The gloves extended 2/3 up his forearms, reminiscent of Saitama's gloves, while the thrill of obliterating an enemy was exhilarating. The sensation of blood clinging to his hands was somewhat distasteful. Thus, Bai Ye had wisely invested 200,000 berries beforehand to order 10 pairs of gloves made from sea king skin, which boasted sufficient resilience and elasticity while preventing blood from seeping through to his skin. They were perfectly suited to his current needs. "Who are you calling grotesque?" Yalida's already unappealing visage contorted further into a more fearsome expression. "You lot, seize her! I shall have this rascal's head." With her command, nearly 100 of her subordinates rushed forward, stealing their resolve. KB instinctively shut his eyes, dreading the sight of carnage. Yet, he was met with Bai Ye's authoritative voice. "Open your eyes. If you wish to be a capable naval soldier, you must be able to endure such sights. Otherwise, you are better off returning to a mundane life." With trepidation, KB cracked his eyelids open, only to witness an unforgettable scene as the horde of pirates surged forth. Bai Ye advanced rather than retreated. A glimmering blade swung towards him, but Bai Ye sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a punch that pierced through the pirate's chest. Blood sprayed forth, with droplets splattering onto KB's face. One punch sent a gust of force that obliterated several pirates in an instant, leaving a gruesome tableau of carnage in their wake. KB murmured in disbelief. "Are all naval officers this powerful?" Bai Ye's ferocious onslaught momentarily stunned the remaining pirates, even leaving Yalita momentarily paralyzed, nearly dropping her club. Fear surged through everyone like a tidal wave. The disparity in strength was enough to plunge any soul into despair. With each step Bai Ye took, the remaining pirates retreated further. Seeing this, Bai Ye remarked, "Since you choose not to attack, I shall take the initiative." His seemingly sunny smile masked a chilling ruthlessness that sent shivers down their spines. Before he finished speaking, a chorus of agonized cries erupted as the pirates vanished, as if into thin air. Yalida trembled, her entire body quaking. Her legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. Despite having taken countless lives at sea, the infernal scene before her filled her with dread. In mere moments, only 3 individuals remained aboard the ship: Bai Ye, KB, and Yalita. Bai Ye had intentionally left Yalita for last. This was not due to any peculiar predilection, but rather a strategic decision. Both Yalita and KB were prominent figures in the original narrative. Bai Ye sought to conduct an experiment, eliminating one while sparing the other to ascertain which method would yield greater world source power. Regrettably, Yalida was the unfortunate choice for elimination, a consequence of her failure to consume the slippery fruit. Yalida swung her spike club with all her might, desperate for a semblance of security. The massive weapon, propelled by fierce winds, struck towards Bai Ye. With no hesitation, Bai Ye punched through the club, shattering it, before delivering a devastating blow that would remake Yalida entirely, hoping that in her next life, she might possess a more acceptable appearance. The system's notification chimed once more. Gain 0.01 points of world source power. Gain 0.02 points of world source power. Gain 0.01 points of world source power. Gained 1 point of world source power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain Yalida, successfully altering the narrative of Yalida's battle with Luffy and Yalida's alliance with Buggy's pirate crew, earning 30 points of world source power. 30 points, while less than KB's 50, were still substantial, considering Yalida's role in the storyline was considerably smaller. Bai Ye removed the light blue cloth and discarded the blood-stained white gloves on the deck. Having encountered Yalida's pirate crew, Bai Ye garnered a remarkable total of 82 points of world source power. A bountiful harvest indeed. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree. 2 world source power. 100 Fusion Degree 23, requires world source power. 20 to activate the exchange shop, requires world source power. 100 Gazing at the system panel, Bai Ye found himself in a dilemma that he possessed exactly 100 points of world source power, sufficient to unlock the exchange shop, but could also enhance his fusion degree by several points. After much contemplation, Bai Ye ultimately opted to increase his fusion degree. After all, each increment in fusion degree represented a monumental transformation in his power. Furthermore, in Bai Ye's original plan, there was a particular endeavor he felt compelled to attempt. Should he succeed, the bounty of world source power he would reap would be colossal. However, if fortune did not favor him, he would require ample strength to extricate himself from peril. Observing his current world source power, Bai Ye gritted his teeth and reluctantly allocated 60 points. Fusion Degree 23 requires world source power. 20 Fusion Degree 34 requires world source power. 40 The current system panel was as follows. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree. 4 world source power. 40 Fusion Degree 45. Requires world source power. 80 to activate the exchange shop. Requires world source power. 100 Bai Ye clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him. This sensation was intoxicating, rendering one unable to resist its allure. After plundering the wealth of the Arlida pirate crew and securing provisions and fresh water, Bai Ye returned aboard his original small vessel with KB. After all, Arlida's ship had been rendered a wreck in the battle. The deck was a dismal sight, and if the two of them were to clean it up, they would likely exhaust themselves. Upon returning to the ship, Bai Ye suddenly realized he might have acted too hastily, neglecting to leave a navigator to chart their course. Glancing at KB beside him, Bai Ye, slightly vexed, inquired, "KB, can you read nautical charts?" After taking the chart, KB furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, "I learned a bit about this before. I should be fine with the East Sea's nautical charts." Bai Ye sighed in relief. "That's good. Now, can you tell me how far we are from Loguetown? Approximately 10 days of travel. 10 days? When I left, I heard it only takes 8 days to travel from Skypea Island to Loguetown." Upon hearing this, KB began to scrutinize the map for Skypea Island's location. He then remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, your departure direction seems to be reversed." "Damn," Bai Ye exclaimed. "Then where is the nearest island?" "It's Windmill Village and Orange Island." But a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as he envisioned the world's source power and the charming Nami beckoning to him. "Wait, Nami doesn't seem to be an adult yet. That thought is too wicked. I must dismiss such nefarious ideas." "Well, then let us head to Windmill Village and Orange Island." With KB the half-navigator aboard, Bai Ye's subsequent voyage progressed much more smoothly. Within half a day, they successfully arrived at Cocoyasi village. Bai Ye leapt off the ship and instructed KB, "Stay on the ship and don't wander off," standing on the soft sandy beach, basking in the warm sun. Bai Ye couldn't help but admire the splendid environment of the pirate world. Following a narrow forest path, he soon beheld Cocoyasi village, along with its distinctly styled fishman architecture. Bai Ye squinted and smiled. "My world source power, await your father's affection." Just as Bai Ye was about to charge directly towards the fishman base, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang from behind him. Hey, who are you? And what are you doing in our village? The voice sounded familiar. Bai Ye turned around, and the first thing that caught his eye was a cascade of orange hair framing a fair and charming face. Those lively eyes fixated on Bai Ye without a hint of fear. Adorning her bare left shoulder was a tattoo. If Bai Ye was not mistaken, the person before him was none other than Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. What a coincidence Bai Ye took in Nami's appearance, while Nami was equally assessing him. Having just buried the stolen treasure, she emerged from the forest only to spot Bai Ye attempting to enter Cocoyasi village. She quickly called out to stop him, for within the village lay the dominion of the fishmen that if they saw a stranger, they would likely kill him on sight. Nami urged, "You should leave this island as soon as possible. It's very dangerous in the village." Bai Ye understood that Nami's kind heart was in his best interest, but the danger she perceived held no weight for him. Bai Ye chuckled, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Upon seeing Bai Ye's handsome face and warm smile, Nami's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice lowered. "But really, it is very dangerous in the village." Bai Ye observed the shy Nami and thought, "I am far more dangerous than they are. By the way, who exactly are you? And how did you come to our village?" Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, "I am a Navy officer. I heard there were pirates committing atrocities here, so I came." Upon learning that Bai Ye was a Navy officer, Nami's expression soured. It was precisely due to the Navy's inaction that the Arlong pirates had dominated Cocoyasi Island for many years, leading to her unfavorable impression of the Navy. However, when Nami learned that Bai Ye was there to deal with the Arlong pirates, her cold demeanor dissipated, replaced by disbelief in her beautiful eyes. "You just said, lead the way. Wasting even a second is torment for both you and the villagers. Are you going alone? It will be very dangerous." "I am quite strong. Just trust me to lead you." For reasons unknown, Nami found herself dazedly leading Bai Ye towards the fishman's abode. Perhaps it was Bai Ye's gentle smile and the confidence emanating from his words that made her instinctively believe what he said. Half an hour later, the two stood before the lair of the Arlong pirates. Nami suddenly realized what she had done. She did not want Bai Ye to perish in vain, even if Bai Ye was a Navy officer she despised. His unwavering confidence sparked a glimmer of hope within her. For Nami, any chance to eliminate the Arlong pirates was worth taking, even at the cost of her own life. After much hesitation, Nami asked, "Since you dare to come alone to eliminate the Arlong pirates, you must be quite powerful, right? Your rank in the Navy must be high as well." In the Navy, strength determined rank. This was common knowledge on the seas. Bai Ye did not directly respond. "Is this where the Arlong pirates reside?" Nami instinctively nodded. "That's enough." Bai Ye donned his gloves, propping himself against the wall, and exerted force. Spiderweb-like cracks spanned hundreds of meters along the wall. In Nami's horrified gaze, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, the sound echoing throughout Cocoyasi village, prompting countless villagers to emerge to investigate the commotion, upon discovering that the noise originated from the direction of the Arlong pirates. Their worry intensified, fearing the pirates would once again harm the villagers. Bai Ye stepped over the ruins of the wall and calmly declared, "I am Bai Ye, currently holding the rank of Navy Lieutenant." Nami gazed at Bai Ye, who had already vanished from sight, her exquisite face filled with confusion. When did Navy lieutenants become this formidable? The malevolent dragon lounged in a recliner, his arms crossed behind his head, lazily basking in the sun while contemplating how much longer it would take to return to the Grand Line. When the time came, he would undoubtedly prove to the world that humanity was but a primitive species in the presence of the fishmen. Meanwhile, Ju and Kruby lay on the sofa, soaking up the sun, exuding an air of utter relaxation. The tranquility of the fishman residence was abruptly shattered by a thunderous crash, startling Ju and Kruby into a standing position. Arlong also sat upright, his brow furrowed, eyes gleaming with malice as he stared at the collapsed wall. That moment, the air seemed to freeze. From the billowing smoke came the distinct sound of footsteps, reverberating in everyone's ears, enveloping the space with an intangible sense of dread. The intruder bore ill intent. Arlong gestured for the resting fishmen to arm themselves, taking up positions in ambush. Moments later, a shadowy figure emerged from haze. As Ju and Kruby, officers of the Arlong pirates, exchanged a glance, they rushed into the smoke without a moment's hesitation, eager to seize the initiative A sharp crack echoed from within the mist, and a look of ease washed over the faces of the surrounding fishmen. To them, the combined might of their two leaders would surely dispatch the assailant that Arlong's furrowed brow began to smooth, though a sliver of doubt remained in his heart. In the next instant, the footsteps returned, sending Arlong's alertness into overdrive. For this time, it was still just one person. As the smoke dissipated, Bai Ye appeared unscathed before them, with the lifeless forms of Ju and Kruby sprawled at his feet. Their heads and necks were nearly at right angles, clearly indicating that their spines had been brutally snapped. A chill ran down Arlong's spine as he recognized the implication. Their adversary had dispatched both Ju and Kruby in the blink of an eye. Only such prowess could explain the sound of breaking bones. The enemy was extraordinarily formidable. You despicable, damned human. How dare you slay a noble fishman? Arlong seethed. You pathetic human, scum like you, who fled the Grand Line in disgrace, can only prey on the defenseless in the weak East Blue. When you were captured by Admiral Kizaru, why didn't you call him a lowly human? If it weren't for Jinbei choosing to become a warlord of the sea, scum like you should have been left to rot in the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing this, Arlong's muscles tensed, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. The Shankut he had not anticipated that this mysterious figure would know of his past, especially bringing up the humiliation he had endured at the hands of Kizaru, the immensely powerful man who had severely injured him with a mere strike, leading to his capture by humans. This was his deepest shame. Who are you? Arlong demanded, his voice taut with tension. Are you also from the Grand Line? Bai Ye chuckled. What do you think? Arlong ceased his banter and immediately commanded all fishmen to attack. Observing the situation, Bai Ye contemplated whether he should cultivate his own subordinates. Otherwise, he would have to engage in every conflict personally, which was not only undignified, but also quite exhausting, as he pondered. Bai Ye elegantly evaded the fishman's onslaught. With fleeting images, he closed the distance between himself and Arlong. In the midst of Arlong's terror-stricken gaze, he materialized before him. Regardless of who you are, I shall make you pay for Ju and Kruby's deaths. Die, Arlong bellowed, rallying his courage as he drew the Shanku and struck first. Annoying, Bai Ye responded, delivering a punch that, with a deafening sound, transformed the Shanku mid-air into a V shape. The tremendous force tore through Arlong's hands, causing blood to stain his arms as he was hurled backward, crashing into the wall. Staring at his now utterly ruined weapon, Arlong stammered, This is impossible. This weapon was forged from the finest metals of Fishman Island by master craftsmen. Yet it had been obliterated by a single blow. Bai Ye expressed surprise. Oh, I didn't expect that my casual punch wouldn't kill you. Although it was merely a light strike, it's rather astonishing that you survived. Arlong leaned against the wall, struggling to rise, his hands trembling from excruciating pain, utterly devoid of strength. Who are you? You must be from the Grand Line. There is no way someone this powerful exists in the East Blue. Bai Ye replied with a grin. What do you think? You. Arlong, already weakened by Bai Ye's earlier strike, was further enraged by his taunt, causing him to spit blood in a fit of rage. Nearby, Nami watched with exhilaration as the seemingly invincible Arlong appeared no more than a child before Bai Ye, utterly powerless. Finally, Cocoyasi village was on the brink of salvation, witnessing Bai Ye's nearly fatal provocation of Arlong. Her eyes sparkled with glee, nearly laughing aloud. Hearing the commotion from the Fishman residence, the village guard, Jinzo, rushed over to investigate. Upon arrival, he spotted Nami peering around a corner like a curious kitten and quietly inquired, Nami, what on earth is happening here? Are those damned fishmen causing trouble again? They will surely destroy Cocoyasi village. Nami turned to Jinzo, her face brimming with joy, and exclaimed, Uncle Jinzo, Cocoyasi village is saved. We will no longer suffer under the tyranny of the Arlong pirates. What? Jinzo exclaimed in shock, incredulously asking, Have you gathered 100 million berries to redeem Cocoyasi village from the Arlong pirates? Of course not. I'm still quite a bit short, Nami replied, then added with a hint of confusion. Wait, Uncle Jinzo, how did you know I needed to gather 100 million berries? Jinzo fumbled. Ahem. Actually, everyone is aware of this matter. We just didn't want to put too much pressure on you, so we kept it from you. But starting today, the history of Cocoyasi village will be rewritten. With that, Nami showed Jinzo the unfolding events within the Fishman residence. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Stuttering, this young man just killed Arlong. Seeing Jinzo's astonished expression, Nami couldn't help but giggle. Isn't he impressive? Is he someone you brought? Do you know him? Nami replied with delight. Yes, I found him by the sea. He claims to be a Navy lieutenant, here specifically to take down Arlong. Found by the sea? A Navy lieutenant? And he can kill Arlong? Jinzo's expression was one of disbelief. Can this even be real? In his final moments, only the words, "What do you think?" echoed in Arlong's mind, leaving him bewildered as to the identity of his formidable foe. After dealing with Arlong, the surrounding fishmen looked at Bai Ye as if he were a demon. Forget about avenging Arlong. Each one was eager to flee, fearing they might be next. Run. Quick. Escape. As they scrambled frantically, the fishmen dove into the sea, swimming with all their might to distance themselves from the terrifying man. Thoughts of revenge never even crossed their minds. Observing the fishmen's hasty retreat, Bai Ye did not rush to act, but instead pondered, "It seems I haven't spotted octopus Hachi. He must be out feeding with that manatee. What a fortunate lad. Having not encountered Xiao Ba is one thing, but should I come across Bai Ye, I certainly will not show any mercy. Although Xiao Ba has committed fewer atrocities compared to other fishmen, he is not without the blood of innocent villagers on his hands. Moreover, he has been relishing the resources plundered from the villagers by the evil dragon pirates. Even if he were to be killed, he could not claim injustice." Nami stepped inside, her gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies of Gio and Kruby at her feet, as well as Arlong, who lay nearby, devoid of life. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, relentlessly pricking at Nami's senses that a feeling of unprecedented excitement surged within her. Has it finally come to an end? The burden that has weighed upon me for a decade in Cocoyasi village, has it all vanished today? Nami's enchanting eyes glazed over as she murmured. Bai Ye chuckled, "It is not yet entirely over." "What do you mean?" Nami asked, bewildered. Bai Ye lifted his right leg, twisting his waist, and suddenly exerted force, bringing his foot down with tremendous impact. In an instant, an unparalleled force was transmitted to the ground. Under Bai Ye's precise control, the force was confined solely to the area of the fishman's lair. The ground began to tremble violently, and the structures above crumbled with a thunderous crash. The towering edifice that had imprisoned Nami for a decade was reduced to mere rubble. As Nami beheld the ruins of the fishman's home, a fleeting smile of relief graced her face, tears of joy cascading down her cheeks. In that moment, she had truly liberated herself from all constraints. Simultaneously, the sea's surface transformed into a crimson expanse, with countless remnants of flesh floating atop it, a gruesome scene that bore witness to the fate of the fishmen who had previously sought refuge in the water. They had been reduced to mere pulp by the shockwave of Bai Ye's strike. Bai Ye, with a calm demeanor, removed his gloves and tossed them onto Arlong's lifeless body. He gently wiped away the tears from Nami's cheek, declaring, "Now, it is truly over." Nami raised her exquisite face, her smile radiant. Her lively eyes fixated on the man before her. His already handsome visage was now illuminated by an irresistible glow. At that moment, Bai Ye heard the system's notifications echoing in his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Observing Bai Ye's smile, Nami felt her cheeks warm and murmured, "Can I accompany you? Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to chart the entire world. It has been my lifelong dream." After uttering these words, Nami buried her face in her chest, her delicate, fair ears resembling glistening rubies. Yet after a while, she still received no response. Upon looking up, she noticed that Bai Ye seemed oblivious to her words, his expression unchanged, still radiating joy. The blush on her face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a simmering frustration. Of course, Bai Ye was entirely absorbed in the delightful notifications from the system, oblivious to the happenings around him. Gained 1.5 points of world source power. Gained 1.8 points of world source power. Gained 0.08 points of world source power. Gained 0.05 points of world source power. Gained 5 points of world source power. This is simply too exhilarating. The strength of the fishmen generally surpasses that of ordinary pirates. Thus the harvest of world source power is exceptionally rich. Merely annihilating the evil dragon pirates yielded a reward of 12 points. The forthcoming event settlement would surely bring in another substantial sum. This journey to Cocoyasi village has proven to be immensely rewarding. When Bai Ye emerged from his euphoric reverie, he noticed Nami's face. Puffed up like a steamed bun. What is wrong? Has something happened? Nami spat out through clenched teeth. Nothing. Her small tiger teeth clicked together. Recalling the earlier incident made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Bai Ye regarded Nami's demeanor with a hint of curiosity, but did not dwell on it. Instead, he began to ponder, feeling as though something essential was missing from this affair, something that should have occurred but did not, rendering the events somewhat incomplete. Seeing Bai Ye frown once more, Nami realized he had not heard her words. In frustration, she began to stomp her small feet against the ground. What could possibly be missing? Why had the settlement not occurred yet? At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air from outside. Bai Ye immediately recognized it as the signal of the Navy. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the perimeter, indicating a contingent of nearly 100 men. Bai Ye's eyes brightened as he observed a rather unsavory figure entering through the door. Ah, so this is what was lacking. Indeed, in the anime, alongside the demise of the evil dragon pirates, Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division met the same fate, had it not been for Colonel Mouse colluding with the evil dragon pirates. The heinous acts committed by the latter would have certainly drawn the attention of higher-ups within the Navy. As Colonel Mouse and his men entered, they were immediately awestruck by the scene before them. Whether it was the lifeless forms of Gio and Kruby at their feet, Arlong, who lay severed and panic-stricken not far away, or the scarlet pool of blood and flesh floating atop a 10-meter-wide water tank. Everything confirmed a horrifying reality. The evil dragon pirates had been eradicated, and the one responsible stood there, exuding an air of calm, his power evidently formidable. However, Colonel Mouse had his own agenda. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Surround them! Capture those two!" Nami, sensing the impending danger, hastily interjected, "We are not pirates. We are not pirates. The pirates have already been slain by Bai Ye. He is also part of the Navy." Though Nami harbored a strong disdain for the Navy's inaction, her perception had shifted somewhat upon encountering Bai Ye. Hearing Bai Ye's identity as a Navy officer, Colonel Mouse felt a surge of caution. He was not here to avenge Arlong. Over the years, the wealth Arlong had amassed by exploiting the local populace had been siphoned off, with only a portion shared with Colonel Mouse as a silencing fee. The majority remained with him, now that the evil dragon pirates faced demise. Colonel Mouse intended to seize all their assets for himself. "You are also a Navy officer?" Colonel Mouse inquired suspiciously. Bai Ye indifferently produced his credentials and tossed them to Colonel Mouse. Noticing Bai Ye's calm demeanor and his ability to single-handedly eliminate the evil dragon pirates, Colonel Mouse realized he must be an officer of considerable rank, perhaps a colonel or a rear admiral. Upon receiving the credentials, Colonel Mouse did not even glance at them before donning a sycophantic grin and hastily ordering the surrounding soldiers to disperse. "It's all a misunderstanding. I thought it was simply a pirate feud." If this man truly was a rear admiral or colonel, the minor affair between Colonel Mouse and Arlong would spell certain death if discovered. How could Colonel Mouse not be terrified? Nami, bewildered by Colonel Mouse's chameleon-like behavior, found herself at a loss. Logically, shouldn't he, a colonel, outrank a lieutenant? Why did Colonel Mouse seem more frightened than a rat encountering a cat upon seeing Bai Ye? Bai Ye stepped forward, grasping Colonel Mouse by the collar with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Colonel Mouse flailed helplessly, akin to a turtle out of water, desperately attempting to break free. "Hey, what are you doing? Put our officer down. Put him down. Otherwise, we will open fire. Let go." The surrounding Navy soldiers panicked at the sight of their officer being hoisted. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Colonel Mouse continued to protest. "I haven't committed any illegal acts. I am a Navy colonel." Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as ice. "You are aware that you are a Navy colonel, are you?" Before his demise, Aaron revealed everything about you, a statement laden with profound implications that sent a chill down the spine of Colonel Mouse. In that moment, he forgot even to struggle, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Yet before meeting his end, he resolved to make one final stand. He was not a naval officer. He was a notorious pirate. "Open fire! Kill him!" Colonel Mouse screamed with all his might. Bang! 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 Nearly 100 guns erupted in a dazzling display of gunfire. Bullets surged forth like a raging torrent towards Bai Ye. "This is all you're doing." Bai Ye unleashed an overwhelming intent to kill, effortlessly hurling Colonel Mouse into the oncoming storm of bullets. Colonel Mouse barely lasted 3 seconds before being transformed into a sieve by the relentless barrage. His death was a sight too gruesome to behold. Bai Ye swiftly appeared beside Nami, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Ah!" Nami gasped in surprise. The two ascended into the air. The naval lieutenant hastily commanded his men to continue firing at the airborne Bai Ye and Nami, as nearly 100 naval soldiers aimed their weapons skyward. Preparing for a second volley, Bai Ye calmly remarked, "Too slow." In that instant, Bai Ye's expression turned gravely serious, his sculpted visage radiating an indescribable determination, but tremendous force coursed through his body, ultimately converging in his right fist. The sheer ferocity of that power swirled around him like a tempest, soaring into the heavens. With a single punch, it felt as if heaven and earth were being subdued. The ground instantly bore the imprint of a fist large enough to encompass several miles. The entire Cocoyasi village trembled as if it were on the brink of obliteration. The area where the Navy stood collapsed in an instant, sinking dozens of meters deep. Countless seawater surged forth from the depths, filling the newly formed chasm. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, unable to fathom the spectacle before her. "I can't believe this," she stammered. The might of a single punch had sunken the ground for miles, and the gushing seawater filled the depression. Such an event was beyond Nami's wildest imagination until now, and it unfolded right before her eyes. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ye transported Nami to solid ground several miles away. As their feet touched the firm earth once more, Nami regained her composure from the earlier chaos. Bai Ye found amusement in Nami's adorable dazed expression. "Well, this incident has been perfectly resolved," he remarked with a smile. Sensing a hint of departure in his words, Nami tightened her grip on his clothing, her eyes wide with urgency. "Are you leaving?" "Of course. I'm a naval officer. I cannot linger in one place indefinitely." "All right, then." Nami's face was etched with reluctance, her sparkling eyes dulled by a shadow of sadness. For reasons unknown, this stranger she had known for less than a day had left an indelible impression in her heart. She wished to remain by his side, but was at a loss for how to express her desire to keep him close. The two walked in silence until they reached the shore. Awaiting them on the ship was KB, who excitedly shouted, "Bai Ye, you're finally back." "Who asked this?" Nami playfully tilted her head, inquiring. Before Bai Ye could respond, KB, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I'm KB. I aspire to become a formidable naval officer like Bai Ye." "A naval officer?" Nami's bright eyes twinkled with curiosity, lost in thought. After Bai Ye bid farewell to Nami, he gradually disappeared from her sight. Nami gazed at the sea, her fists clenched resolutely, declaring, "We will meet again." "Absolutely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline. Luffy's crew destroyed by the Dragon Pirate crew, elimination of the corrupt Navy Colonel Mouse, and receiving world source power. 80 points. Ding! The host has significantly impacted the character Nami due to participation in the Cocoyasi village storyline. Receiving an additional reward of world source power, 100 points, a total of 180 points of world source power. Additionally, 12 points from the elimination of the Dragon Pirate crew and 3 points from Colonel Mouse and his men. This time, the events in Cocoyasi village yielded a remarkable 195 points of world source power. World source power, 235 points. Bai Ye, without hesitation, opted to unlock the exchange shop. Will you spend 100 points of world source power to unlock the exchange shop? Yes, successfully unlocked the exchange shop. World source power, 135 points. Bai Ye meticulously examined the items in the exchange shop. The term items may not be entirely accurate. It would be better described as characters. The Level 1 exchange shop's primary function is character exchange. The corresponding character world for the Level 1 exchange shop includes One Punch Man. Upgrading the exchange shop will unlock more characters and items from various worlds. Due to the host's identity as a naval officer, aligned with justice, the cost of exchanging for characters from the Hero Association is reduced by 20 points of world source power. Bai Ye murmured, "This means my subordinates will be arriving soon. S-Class Strong Characters Exchange List. Genos from the Unbreakable Legend. Requires 300 points of World Source Power. Tornado of Terror. Requires 1200 points of World Source Power. Blast. Requires 1500 points of World Source Power King. The Emperor Engine. Requires 10 points of World Source Power correspondingly. There's also an exchange list for the Monster Association, featuring formidable antagonists like Black Sperm, Orochi the Monster King, Elder Centipede, and Guru. All these powerful villains are available for exchange. However, there are no discounts on exchanging for Monster Association characters. Given Bai Ye's current World Source Power, he did not include this in his plans. After reviewing the exchange list, Bai Ye understood the scarcity of World Source Power. With his current amount, he could only exchange for King and Genos, AS for characters below S class. Bai Ye couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. Of course, bald characters cannot be exchanged. Exchanging for them would simply waste World Source Power. After careful consideration, Bai Ye decided not to immediately exchange for characters, as there were still many plot points he could influence in the EC. There was no rush. His priority was to enhance his own strength. Thus, Bai Ye spent 80 points of World Source Power to improve his fusion rate. Host, Bai Ye Template. One Punch Man Saitama Fusion Rate. 5 World Source Power. 45 to achieve a fusion rate of 56. 160 points of World Source Power are required to unlock the Level 2 Exchange Shop. 1,000 points of World Source Power are needed. His strength surged once more. In the following days, a legend began to circulate in the East Sea concerning a naval lieutenant. Initially, the news spread among certain lower-tier pirates. However, as time went on, every pirate with even a modicum of notoriety in the East Sea became aware of the exploits of Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye. On a certain island, within a grand tavern, hundreds of pirates reveled, drinking and celebrating amidst a cacophony of laughter. Just the other day, I slaughtered a village and seized 8 million berries, boasted a burly pirate from the side. That's nothing. 8 million berries. How dare you brag about that? Another pirate retorted, producing a large black suitcase from behind him. Upon opening it, it revealed a bounty of green berries. Look at this, a whopping 15 million berries. Isn't it superior to your measly haul? The eyes of all the pirates present shifted subtly as they gazed upon the box of berries. After all, everyone ventured out to sea as pirates in pursuit of wealth. Claiming indifference in the face of such riches would be a falsehood. The atmosphere within the tavern underwent a transformation. A faint air of murderous intent permeating the surroundings. Some pirates instinctively placed their hands upon their weapons. It was at this moment that the burly man realized the folly of his actions. Seeing the predatory gazes of the surrounding pirates, as if they wished to devour him whole, he broke into a cold sweat. Just then, a chilling voice cut through the tension, diverting everyone's attention. I say, have you all forgotten something? A figure standing by the table spoke coldly. When you chose to join the Krieg pirates, all your gains must be entrusted to Captain Krieg for management. If anyone seeks to pocket any of it for themselves, this table shall be their fate. With a resounding crash, weapons resembling a staff with iron balls at either end smashed 2 holes into a table. The burly pirate, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, hurriedly picked up the leather case laden with berries and handed it to Akin. Captain Akin, these were meant for Captain Krieg anyway, so I shall entrust them to you for safekeeping. The burly pirate ingratiated. Akin accepted the box and carelessly tossed it to a subordinate behind him, stating coolly, I hope you all understand your positions. You are not captains of a pirate crew. You are merely one of the factions under the Krieg pirates. I do not wish to see such incidents occur a second time. Understood. Understood. The pirates present, having witnessed Akin's formidable prowess coupled with his warning-laden words, dared not provoke him further. One pirate suddenly inquired, Captain Akin, is there some significant matter for which Captain Krieg has summoned us all back? Akin nodded. This tiny East Blue can no longer accommodate our Krieg pirates. We must prepare to venture into the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, the pirates first froze in astonishment, only to be overtaken by uncontrollable joy. The Grand Line, the very path traversed by the Pirate King. Roger, to journey to the Grand Line meant they were one step closer to the One Piece, the treasure coveted by all pirates. Akin, observing the ecstatic expressions of the pirates, nodded in satisfaction. Such a crucial moment. It was essential to inspire his subordinates and rekindle their fighting spirit. After all, how could one survive in the perilous waters of the Grand Line? At that moment, Akin noticed a pirate whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the jubilant atmosphere. Frowning and hesitating to speak, the piratess expression prompted Akin to furrow his brow. The burly pirate, keeping a keen eye on Akin's expression, followed his gaze and bellowed, "Gerard, if you have something to say, spit it out. Don't sit there like a dead horse with that long face." "Exactly. We are soon to be the great pirates charging into the Grand Line. So cheer up. Countless riches and beautiful women await our conquest." The pirates present were all fired up by the news of their imminent journey to the Grand Line. Akin, equally dissatisfied, pressed, "Gerard, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Gerard stammered, "Captain Akin, I recently heard that someone has been inquiring about the movements of our Krieg pirates, seemingly intent on making a move against us to— Oh." Akin's poker face broke into a chilling smile, rendering him even more intimidating. "Who is that foolhardy enough to consider taking us on?" The pirates became increasingly agitated, voicing their anger. "We are the greatest pirate crew in the East Blue. Captain Krieg aims to become the pirate king. Who would dare challenge us? Even the Navy would think twice before confronting us." Gerard trembled as he uttered a few words. "I think it's a Navy lieutenant, Bai Ye." As soon as the words fell, it was as though an invisible hand had seized everyone's throats, silencing them completely. The room fell into a profound silence. The confidence that had previously marked their expressions evaporated, leaving no trace of the bravado of the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue. It was akin to a roaring fire being extinguished by a torrential downpour. Lieutenant Bai Ye. Though his title was merely lieutenant, his deeds were such that even a Navy colonel could not hope to achieve. This name had swept through the East Blue like a tempest over the past fortnight. First, the Blood Wolf with a bounty of 15 million berries fell at his hands. Following that were the Eureka Pirates, boasting a bounty of 5 million berries, and the Evil Dragon Pirates, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Even the notorious Black Sea Pirates, who had vanished from the East Blue for years with a total bounty of 35 million berries, were hunted down and eliminated by Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye. As for other pirate crews, none emerged unscathed when encountering Bai Ye. Consequently, the number of new pirates in the East Blue had dwindled. With many too frightened to set sail, the established pirate crews avoided confrontation, seeking to evade any encounter with Bai Ye. The realization that such a terrifying figure had fixated on them was utterly staggering. The burly man, mustering courage, forced a smile and declared, "Even if it's Bai Ye, so what? We, the Krieg pirates, are the strongest in the East Blue. If Bai Ye dares to trouble us, he will be courting death. We shall make the entire East Blue aware of our strength." After uttering those words, the previously frozen atmosphere began to thaw slightly, smiles returning to the faces of the pirates. Another pirate, his face flushed and slightly intoxicated, added, "Indeed, if Bai Ye dares to come, I shall behead him and present his head to Captain Krieg." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?" The sudden knocking echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The laughter of the pirates abruptly ceased. "You need not remain silent. I know you're inside. Since you refuse to open the door, I shall let myself in." In the next moment, the door was flung open, crashing to the ground, and brilliant sunlight streamed through the opening that a remarkably young man entered, smiling. "My apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force." Akin brandished his weapon, frowning as he questioned, "Who are you to dare come here looking for trouble? Do you not know we are members of the Krieg Pirates?" "Who am I? Were you not just discussing me?" Bai Ye replied with a cold smile. "Moreover, I am here precisely because I know you are members of the Krieg Pirates." At this point, the pirates could no longer deny the identity of the young man before them. He was indeed the figure of their earlier discussion, Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye, the man who instilled fear in the hearts of all pirates in the East Blue. While they had spoken of Bai Ye with trepidation, they had not felt the full weight of fear, as the threat had not yet been imminent. But now, the knife was firmly at their throats. Names carry weight, and Bai Ye's presence was unmistakable. Akin harbored no doubts regarding Bai Ye's strength, especially at such a crucial moment for the Krieg pirates. He sought to avoid any unnecessary conflict that could trouble Captain Krieg. Thus, Akin earnestly inquired, "Might I ask how the Krieg pirates have offended you to the extent that you would go to such lengths to gather information and seek us out?" Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. "Are you not using your head? This scornful remark ignited the suppressed fury within Akin. Akin retorted sharply, Bai Ye, do not think that because you have dispatched those insignificant pirates, you can afford to dismiss the Krieg pirates. We, the Krieg pirates, are on the brink of entering the Grand Line. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. Do not amuse me further. Just by your earlier question, it is evident how little you comprehend your situation. I'm a navy, you are pirates, and you dare inquire why I seek you out? With your intellect, it is no wonder you have not survived long in the anime. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Ajin was momentarily taken aback. Although Bai Ye held the title of Navy Lieutenant, they had never encountered a Navy lieutenant capable of stirring such chaos in the East Sea. Thus, they instinctively overlooked the term Navy that most aptly represented Bai Ye's identity. Ajin swung his two iron-tipped crutches, gritting his teeth, and declared, since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall not stop you. Everyone, attack. In such close proximity, the pirates present hastily grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Bai Ye donned his gloves and shook his head, saying, there's no need, truly no need. Ajin swiftly approached Bai Ye, raising his iron crutches to strike down fiercely, that I will make you understand the dire consequences of provoking the Krieg pirates. Ajin's face twisted in rage. Bai Ye met Ajin's menacing gaze and replied with a smile. The consequence will be the annihilation of the Krieg pirates, with a flick of his wrist. The sound of bones snapping echoed abruptly. Ajin cried out in pain, his grip on the iron crutches faltering as they clattered to the ground. My arms. Ajin looked in horror at his limp limbs. The bones shattered, rendering him powerless. I'll spare your life for now. I have questions for you later, Bai Ye said calmly. By this point, more than half the pirates had perished at Bai Ye's hands. Each punch unleashed a gust of wind that would claim multiple lives. The numerous pirates, who had initially charged at Bai Ye, were now frantically fleeing for their lives, all within the span of 3 seconds. This guy is not human. He's a monster. Run quickly. I do not wish to die here. They scattered, reasoning that he could not possibly kill them all at once. The pirates wished they could grow 2 extra legs to distance themselves from the demon. Watching the pirates flee in all directions, Bai Ye sighed. Once I finish this job, I must quickly recruit some subordinates. Doing everything myself is truly exhausting. Under Bai Ye's precise control, aside from Ajin, 3 pirates remain alive. Realizing they could not escape, the 3 knelt before Bai Ye, repeatedly bowing their heads and pleading, Lord Bai Ye, we beseech you, spare us. We are merely lowly members of the Krieg pirates. Knowing nothing, Ajin is the captain of the Krieg pirates. He knows far more than we do. The 3rd pirate, desperate to save his life, turned and betrayed Ajin. Ajin's forehead bulged with veins as he glared fiercely at the traitor. Had his arms not been broken by Bai Ye, he would likely have eliminated the traitor on the spot. Such is the nature of pirates. Bai Ye had no time to indulge in the wickedness of these individuals. Can anyone tell me where Krieg is? The pirates before him were mere appetizers. It was the entire Krieg pirates that Bai Ye sought to dismantle. This was one of the few plot points in the East Sea that could still be altered. The 3 kneeling pirates shifted their gazes to Ajin, who held his neck high, adopting a demeanor of defiance. Bai Ye sighed. Oh, you still have quite the pride, do you? What need is there for that? He pinched his thumb and forefinger together and suddenly released, an invisible force shooting directly at Ajin's right knee. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones shattering at Ajin's knee mingled with a scream. With 3 limbs rendered useless, Ajin's expression twisted in agony, his face pale as he swayed unsteadily, struggling to remain upright. The 3 kneeling pirates looked at Ajin's dreadful state, their faces filled with terror, sweat pouring down like rain. Will you speak? The pirate who had betrayed Ajin was about to respond when Bai Ye unleashed another force. Ajin screamed once more as his remaining healthy left leg was also incapacitated. Ajin collapsed to the ground, raising his head to glare at Bai Ye with hatred. If looks could kill, Bai Ye would have been executed 1,000 times over. Why are you asking them? Why strike me? He shouted. Attack them instead. Alas, the fury of the weak bore no fruit. The 3 pirates, terrified by Bai Ye's ruthless methods, hurriedly divulged all they knew about the Krieg pirates. Thank you for the information. Upon acquiring the desired intelligence, Bai Ye beamed with a radiant smile. The 3 kneeling pirates, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, eagerly pleaded for Bai Ye to let them go. "Fear not, since you wish to leave so badly. I shall assist you in that." As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, 3 blasts of energy pierced through the heads of the 3 pirates, leaving gaping wounds the size of fingers, blood gushing forth. In an instant, they breathed their last. This moment, Ajin's gaze towards Bai Ye had transformed. Now imbued with profound fear, Ajin had always considered himself a ruthless individual, yet in the presence of Bai Ye, he realized his cruelty paled in comparison. The excruciating pain from his shattered limbs tormented Ajin incessantly, and the sensation of a living death led him to relinquish all hope. "Since you have learned what you wish to know, then kill me." Bai Ye shook his head, reflecting, "There's an old saying, a good death is not as favorable as a miserable life. If there is a chance to live, why seek death?" Ajin watched in horror as Bai Ye produced a purple object the size of a heart from his breast. What struck Ajin with even greater dread was that this purple heart pulsated like a living organ, expanding and contracting, with visible purple veins intricately entwined. Monster cells, capable of significantly enhancing the physical attributes of the consumer and transforming them into a monstrous form most suited for combat. The consumer will completely obey the host, and the exchange requires 1 point of world source energy. This was what Bai Ye had exchanged from the shop upon encountering Ajin. Such monster cells could swiftly produce a legion of formidable subordinates. However, Bai Ye was currently low on world source energy and did not require many followers. The thought of administering the monster cells to Ajin stemmed from the myriad of speculations he had encountered regarding Ajin in his previous life. Some claimed Ajin would become one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy, while others suggested he was the offspring of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Indeed, there were all sorts of bizarre theories. Thus, Bai Ye had a sudden inspiration to feed Ajin the monster cells. The once defiant Ajin finally succumbed to an eruption of suppressed terror as Bai Ye forcefully shoved the pulsating heart into his mouth. This was a fear of the unknown, as well as a dread of Bai Ye's methods. "What have you fed me?" Ajin exclaimed in anger. Bai Ye scrutinized Ajin and replied nonchalantly, "A fine treasure that will make you stronger, allowing you to fulfill all your dark desires, you should be grateful to me. After all, this is quite valuable." Just as Ajin prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if a colossal hand had grasped his heart and crushed it. His entire body convulsed, veins contorted, blood flowing backward, his skin taking on a faint reddish hue. A chorus of screams more pitiful than before erupted from Ajin's lips. Bai Ye scratched his ear, finding the sound rather grating. Minutes later, the sorrowful cries finally ceased. Ajin lay on the ground, seemingly devoid of life, sweat saturating the surrounding earth, marking the traces of his earlier struggles. Is he dead? Bai Ye, who had been observing Ajin, pondered. This possibility was not out of the question. After all, not everyone could withstand the intensity of the monster cells. What a pity it would be to waste time and world source energy in vain. Bai Ye shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that all hope of recuperation lay solely with the Krieg pirates. Just as he prepared to turn away, the sound of heavy, labored breathing reached his ears from behind, and a deep, guttural growl erupted intermittently, and a shadow loomed larger with each passing moment. When Bai Ye turned to look, he beheld a figure that had grown to over 4 meters, its body rippling with explosive muscles that exuded an undeniable sense of power. Most striking were the protrusions of bone that had sprouted from Akin's arms, culminating in spherical objects the size of basketballs. So, this was the weapon Akin had wielded earlier. The realization dawned upon Bai Ye. The description of the monster cells had revealed its true essence. It transforms the consumer into the most optimal form for combat. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of menace erupted from Akin, sending waves of force that rustled Bai Ye's clothing like a tempest. The invisible shockwave obliterated the tavern's walls, reducing wooden tables and chairs to mere dust. The colossal shadow enveloped Bai Ye, as if poised to strike at any moment. "Enough of this commotion. Return to your former state," Bai Ye said calmly. "We still have to eliminate Krieg." Akin lowered his immense head and rumbled, "As you command, my lord." In an instant, his towering form diminished to less than 2 meters, reverting to his original appearance. As if the preceding spectacle had been mere illusion that on an uncharted isle, The Creek pirates had taken residence. As dusk fell and the night enveloped the land, thousands of pirates congregated, with Creek himself appearing even more imposing in the flickering firelight. Suddenly, he kicked the campfire, sending sparks flying, and a few flames splattered onto the nearby pirates, inciting minor chaos. The others dared not utter a sound. Creek, visibly irked, demanded, "What is going on? At this hour? Why hasn't Akin returned?" "Could it be that they encountered the Navy on their way back?" suggested Barrow, one of Creek's senior officers. Creek scoffed, "The Navy? They avoid our Creek pirates like the plague. They wouldn't dare attack us." Barrow sheepishly replied, "Under normal circumstances, that would be true. However, a new Navy lieutenant has recently emerged in the East Blue. Known as Bai Ye, he has already vanquished several pirate crews, including many with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. If Akin and his crew cross paths with Bai Ye, they could indeed be in grave peril." "Humph, a mere lieutenant. The Navy merely consolidates their accolades onto one individual to promote him," Creek retorted dismissively. "Otherwise, how could a lieutenant possess such formidable strength?" Creek had heard of Bai Ye's reputation, but had not taken it to heart. As the two conversed, a subordinate shouted nervously, "Captain Creek, Chief Akin has returned." Both Creek and Barrow detected an unsettling note in the announcement. What could be the matter? Only two had returned, including Akin. Creek, alarmed, rushed forward with Barrow to ascertain the situation, upon seeing Akin with a stranger. Creek's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Akin, where are the others? Why has none returned?" Yet Akin, who had once revered Creek, now seemed to disregard his inquiry entirely, unperturbed. Barrow, infuriated by Akin's demeanor, snapped, "Akin, what is this attitude? Have you not heard Captain Creek's words?" But Akin remained oblivious, his expression vacant. Just as Creek was about to unleash his wrath, a soft chuckle interrupted. "You need not say anything further. It is futile." Creek furrowed his brow, eyeing the figure beside Akin, and asked icily, "Who are you? I do not recognize you." Bai Ye replied with a serene smile, "To clarify matters for you, allow me to introduce myself. Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye." "You are the Navy Lieutenant Bai Ye." Barrow gasped in disbelief. The surrounding pirates instinctively stepped back upon hearing Bai Ye's name. Creek's expression flickered with uncertainty. He had not anticipated Bai Ye would come to them, especially accompanied by his most trusted subordinate. Akin, have you brought the enemy here to betray me?" Creek demanded, brandishing a massive spear weighing 2,000 pounds toward Akin. "I apologize for the oversight. Allow me to reintroduce him. This is my subordinate, Monster Akin," Bai Ye said with a grin. "Akin, eliminate them." "As you wish," Akin replied expressionlessly. Creek, furiously mocking, thought to himself how naive this young fool was that he couldn't fathom how Bai Ye had managed to sway Akin to heed his commands. However, Creek was all too familiar with Akin's strength, having once considered him a loyal subordinate. "Do you believe that the two of you can vanquish us?" Bai Ye smirked. "Today, you shall learn a valuable lesson. The times have changed." Barrow, ever the strategist, prepared for combat. "Captain Creek, Akin has betrayed us. Let us strike now." Creek, known for his ruthlessness, had already passed judgment on Akin the moment he arrived with Bai Ye. "Attack. Kill these two intruders," Creek commanded. As Creek's order echoed, Barrow lunged at Akin with his small round shield, prioritizing the foe he once knew over the unknown Bai Ye. Although their strengths were comparable, Akin's unwavering loyalty had earned him Creek's favor. This had long irked Barrow, but who could have anticipated that Akin, known for his fidelity, would turn against Creek? "Akin, you have made a wise choice," Barrow taunted as he closed the distance, wielding a shield to strike at Akin's head. "At last I shall ascend to the second-in-command position of the Creek pirates. No one shall surpass me." Barrow's countenance twisted with malice. He envisioned Akin's head bursting like a watermelon. Die. The dual shields collided violently with Akin's head, producing a jarring clang. Yet as Barrow struck, his expression morphed from triumph to sheer horror. The shields merely left two faint white marks on Akin's face, easily wiped away. "You are not Akin. Who are you truly?" Barrow exclaimed aghast. His full-force strike could crush iron into paper, yet it had failed to inflict any harm on Akin, defying all his expectations. Creek's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. "What have you done to Akin?" Bai Ye replied coolly, "The show is just beginning." Suddenly, Akin let out a deafening roar, sending shockwaves of sound rippling outward. Weaker pirates clutched their ears, blood streaming as they were thrown into disarray. What a monstrous creature! A voice thundered through the air. Akin had transformed into a monstrous state, towering at a staggering height of 4 meters, shocking the onlookers. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and his eyes were filled with a frenzied, murderous intent. His combat prowess had been dramatically enhanced. With a mere shift of his foot, he appeared before Barrow. The bone hammer on his right arm came crashing down upon Barrow's shield with a resounding clang. The shield shattered into fragments, and the immense force surged forth. Barrow coughed up blood, his eyes reflecting unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Akin, like a ferocious tiger among a pack of wolves, swiftly dispatched the surrounding pirates. Wails filled the air. This was a one-sided massacre. Click observed Akin's rampage with a sense of dread creeping over him. He understood that even he would likely fall short against Akin. Moreover, the White Knight before him, who had yet to make a move, was the greatest threat of all. Nevertheless, Click was unwilling to relinquish his last glimmer of hope and sought to struggle once more. I shall make you aware of what it means to be the strongest pirate of the East Sea. Click brandished his spear, the golden armor glimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. In that instant, he appeared as if a war god had descended. That's so. Quite audacious. The White Knight chuckled lightly. Akin, go entertain Click. Akin blinked and instantly materialized behind Click, wielding his twin tridents with all his might. Slicing downwards as the weapons scraped violently against the air, sparking a flurry of embers, Click reacted swiftly, raising his spear to intercept, positioning it above his head. The tridents crashed down upon the spear with a thunderous boom, shaking the earth to its core, and the nearby sea erupted into cascading waves. Click was driven into the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. This moment, Click's golden armor lay in tatters. The spear shattered into 2, his face smeared with blood, and his arms reduced to a gruesome state. Just as Akin prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Click suddenly pleaded, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate. Though Click's act of surrender was despicable, the White Knight did not reject his capitulation. Regardless of Click's ulterior motives, once he consumed the monster cell, the outcome would be inevitable. The White Knight found no reason to refuse. It must be said that Click's ascent to the title of the strongest pirate in the East Sea was well-deserved, beyond his unscrupulous methods. His natural talent was something that few could hope to rival. Possessing strength beyond that of ordinary men, he could effortlessly wield a massive spear weighing over 1,000 kilograms with one arm. After consuming the monster cell, his transformed strength would instantly surpass Akin's. Simultaneously, the White Knight received a system notification, indicating a successful alteration of the plot. Over the course of the past month and a half, the White Knight had effectively changed much of the original storyline he remembered. For instance, he had eliminated the Black Pirate crew at Gaia Island. Unfortunately, he had no luck in locating Usopp during his time there. Opening the system panel, he noted, Host, White Knight, Template, One Punch Man Saitama, Fusion Degree, 5. World Source Power, 745 TO. Increase the Fusion Degree to 56. A cost of 160 World Source Power is required. To unlock the Level 2 shop, a cost of 1,000 World Source Power is needed. The 745 points of World Source Power represented the fruits of White Knight's labor over the past month and a half. With a Fusion Degree of 67, a cost of 200 World Source Power is required. With a Fusion Degree of 78, a cost of 240 World Source Power is required. Resolutely, White Knight decided to enhance his Fusion Degree by 3 points. Expending 600 points of World Source Power, Host, White Knight, Template, One Punch Man Saitama, Fusion Degree, 8. World Source Power, 145. Feeling the surge of power within his body, White Knight exhaled deeply, murmuring, Perhaps now I am worthy to stand before him. Just 3 days prior, after defeating the Black Pirate crew, White Knight had contemplated a daring notion that had arisen in his mind since acquiring the system. Should he attempt to eliminate the Child of Destiny? Luffy, once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to suppress. Through the alteration of Nami's fate, he sensed that merely eliminating key characters from the original storyline did not yield as many benefits as actively participating in events. However, if one were to view life solely through the lens of gain and loss, it would indeed be a burdensome existence. Thus, White Knight resolved to journey to Windmill Village. Perhaps fate was indeed smiling upon Luffy. When White Knight visited a few days ago, Luffy's grandfather, the hero of the Marines, Garp, was also in Windmill Village. Even though White Knight did not confront Garp directly, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Should he attempt to act forcefully, the chances of success were slim. Furthermore, White Knight still required a Marine identity, so he set aside his plan to eliminate Luffy and resolved to handle the Click pirate crew first. Now, having enhanced his fusion degree by 3 points, he felt a significant boost in strength, rekindling the thought of pursuing Luffy. Meanwhile, at the Marine base in Loguetown within the office, a man clad in a Marine justice coat sat with his right leg crossed over his left knee, puffing on a cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke. This was Smoker, who had been granted the rank of colonel in the Marine headquarters, tasked with guarding the entrance to the Grand Line from the East Sea. As the top student from the Marine headquarters elite training camp and a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker's future appeared bright. Freshly graduated from the training camp, he was stationed at Loguetown, a privilege not afforded to many. With Smoker's strength, suppressing the entire East Sea would pose no challenge. Yet he was bound to remain at Loguetown, unable to act independently. Otherwise, he would have already led a campaign to eliminate the pirates of the East Sea one by one. At this moment, Smoker held a report relayed from other Marine divisions in the East Sea. Marine Lieutenant White Knight single-handedly defeated the strongest pirate crew in the East Sea, the Click Pirates. The headline stood out prominently in the report. After a quick review, Smoker found himself lost in thought. Who exactly was this White Knight, rising from obscurity to fame in the East Sea in a mere half-month? He had left a trail of destruction among pirates of renown. From this perspective, one could hardly argue against labeling him a hero. Yet, the fact that he had slain Colonel Mousetrap from the 16th Division cast a shadow over White Knight's identity. Marine Lieutenant, he pondered. Are you truly a Marine? As Smoker ruminated over White Knight's identity, White Knight had already embarked on a course towards Windmill Village with Click and akin, regardless of the success or failure of this mission to eliminate Luffy. White Knight would not linger in the East Sea any longer. 2 days later, they successfully arrived at Windmill Village. Click akin, your appearances are too easily recognizable. Let us alter them. Yes, my lord. Click and akin manipulated their facial muscles, making subtle adjustments until their former selves became unrecognizable. This was one of the abilities granted by the monster cells. Observing the two unfamiliar faces, White Knight pondered momentarily before stating, since you have transformed your appearances, it is time for you to change your names as well. White Knight categorized them according to the ranking system from One Punch Man, God, Dragon, Demon, and Tiger, based on Click and Akin's current strength. He designated them as Demon 1 and Demon 2, judging by their bounty amounts. Both should fall into the category of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Now, they would go witness the future Pirate King, if he indeed had a future. Before heading to Windmill Village, White Knight had arranged for Kobe to seek out Colonel Vaughn on Sabaody Archipelago, ensuring that Vaughn would provide proper guidance. This also fulfilled Kobe's aspiration of becoming a Marine. After attending to these matters, White Knight finally set forth with Demon 1 and Demon 2 towards Windmill Village. Upon arrival, the trio quickly located the tavern frequently visited by Luffy, owned by Makino. Esteemed guests, what beverages may I serve you? As the three individuals entered, Makino proactively approached them. Upon encountering Makino, Bai Ye felt an immediate sense of warmth and familiarity. Clad in a sharp work uniform, with deep green hair, a fair complexion, and large, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes, she effortlessly bridged the gap between people. Moreover, Makino possessed a kind heart and a gentle demeanor, making her an exemplary candidate for the role of a perfect wife. It's no wonder that it is often said that the red-haired Shanks frequently visits Windmill Village, not to entice Luffy into piracy, but rather for the sake of Makino. How very true. One could hardly blame him for being captivated. It is indeed a shallow pursuit. Noticing that Bai Ye remained silent for an extended period, Makino lifted her gaze and caught him unabashedly staring at her, her cheeks flushed and feeling the warmth rise. She lowered her head and softly inquired once more. Upon hearing Makino's question, Bai Ye finally snapped back to reality and smiled. My apologies. I was lost and thought I was just admiring your signature bar here. Makino, upon witnessing Bai Ye's smile, felt her face grow even warmer, her ears beginning to redden. She responded softly and hurriedly fetched a drink. Observing Makino's flustered and adorable demeanor, Bai Ye chuckled lightly, thinking to himself, indeed, good looks open doors everywhere. Had it been an unattractive man staring at Makino, despite her gentle nature, she would not have blushed in such a manner. Makino placed the drink on the table in front of Bai Ye and returned to the counter to polish the glasses. Every time she inadvertently glanced up and saw Bai Ye smiling at her, her heart raced like a startled deer that on several occasions, she nearly dropped the glass she was cleaning. There was an enigmatic aura emanating from Bai Ye, drawing her in unknowingly. Just as Makino was lost in her thoughts, a rich and magnetic voice interrupted. Boss lady, your drinks are exquisite. May I trouble you for another? Startled from her reverie, Makino instinctively loosened her grip, causing the glass to slip from her hands, teetering dangerously towards the floor. The glass, she gasped, reaching out in a desperate attempt to catch it. Yet her heart was in disarray, and her movements had become clumsy. Instead of grasping the glass, she slipped and began to fall backward. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye stepped forward, wrapping his right arm around Makino's slender waist while his left hand deftly caught the falling glass. At that moment, an exuberant voice boomed from the entrance. Makino, serve us drinks as per our usual standards. A group of unusually dressed individuals filed into the tavern, appearing intimately familiar with the establishment. However, upon entering, they were met with the sight of Bai Ye holding Makino, and an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Once Makino regained her footing, Bai Ye withdrew his hand, surveying the group before him. With red hair, a missing right arm, and a long sword secured at his waist, the striking figure was instantly recognizable to anyone who had watched One Piece that it was none other than Shanks, one of the four emperors. Accompanying him were notable members of the red-haired pirates, including Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky R.O.O.T.O. Flirting with Makino in front of Shanks took a level of audacity that was likely unparalleled in the pirate world. As Bai Ye assessed Shanks, the latter was equally scrutinizing Bai Ye, sensing an air of mystery about the young man. Upon noticing a shift in Bai Ye's gaze, Shanks pondered, has this lad recognized me? He can't possibly be from this village. Can he? Makino's cheeks reddened further as she quietly thanked Bai Ye before serving drinks to Shanks and his crew. Bai Ye returned to his seat to continue drinking. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, it appeared that his plans had once again gone awry. While it was one thing to flirt with Makino in front of Shanks, to eliminate the yet-to-mature Luffy in his presence would surely be tantamount to seeking death. Lucky Roo raised his glass and downed the contents in one go, then jested, the captain's heartbroken. Look at how Makino's been swept away by another. What a pitiful sight. Shanks, his neck straining with indignation, retorted, who says I'm heartbroken? I simply asked Makino. What happened earlier was merely an accident. An accident. Captain, can you stop deceiving yourself? Did you not see how red Makino's face was just now? Shut up. I said it was an accident. The captain is flustered. The captain is flustered. The crew continued to ridicule Shanks, their banter a hallmark of the unique corporate culture of the red-haired pirates. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement rang out from the tavern entrance. Shanks, a figure dashed into the establishment, rushing to Shanks' side and eagerly asking, what pirate tales do you have in store for me this time? Shanks smiled down at the newcomer. Luffy, you've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Of course, Ben Beckman chimed in. Luffy, you must be nearing adulthood, right? Luffy, with his characteristic exuberance, replied, yeah, I've got a year and a half left. On my coming-of-age day, I'm setting sail to become the Pirate King. Luffy's words brimmed with confidence, as if his quest to become Pirate King was an inevitable reality. Having known Shanks and his crew for many years, Luffy engaged in lively conversation with them. This truly Luffy. Watching him frolic before him, Bai Ye felt an insatiable itch within that moment. Luffy transcended the notion of a mere person and embodied an endless source of world power. The destined child of the pirate world and the central figure of the Pirate King narrative. Nearly all storylines revolved around him. Should he succeed in eliminating Luffy, Bai Ye believed he could easily gain 100,000 units of world power, potentially elevating his fusion rate to over 50%. Alas, with Shanks present, such aspirations were utterly unattainable. It is said that Luffy truly is the destined child. Just the other day, when Garp was in Windmill Village, Bai Ye's plans fell through, finally managing to wait for Garp to depart. Bai Ye had just set foot in Windmill Village when Shanks arrived, thwarting his plans once more. Bai Ye couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This must be the world's protection at play. Was that directed at me? What just vanished? Could it be that I misinterpreted that feeling earlier? Shanks had momentarily sensed a faint aura of killing intent. Though it dissipated swiftly, it still piqued his curiosity. Just as Shanks pondered this, Ben Beckman furrowed his brow and discreetly nudged Shanks, as the vice captain and sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates. Beckman's instincts were keen, and he too had sensed the earlier killing intent. Exchanging glances, they confirmed that the sensation was no mere figment of imagination. Shanks maintained his composure and quietly inquired, "Do you have any idea who might be targeting us?" Beckman shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. The killing intent had vanished too swiftly amidst the tavern's clamor. "I'm not sure, but I find those three fellows quite suspicious," Shanks remarked, gesturing towards Bai Ye and his companions. Beckman followed Shanks's gaze and chuckled. "Captain, are you certain you're not just looking for trouble because Makino was whisked away by him?" Shanks retorted with annoyance. "I already said it was an accident. Besides, am I that petty?" After teasing Shanks, Beckman adopted a serious demeanor. "Why do you suspect he's a threat? I truly believe that lad is a bit peculiar. Earlier, his gaze seemed to recognize me. You must understand, I'm one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Ordinarily, mere mortals would be paralyzed with fear upon hearing my name. Yet that young man recognized me and remained so composed while drinking." Upon hearing Shanks's insight, Beckman too found the young man to be rather unsettling. "Since we're uncertain, I shall test him," Beckman advised. "Indeed, that is a viable approach, but exercise caution. Do not reveal too much of your power. Garp is still unaware of our presence in Windmill Village. If he catches wind of it, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. The red-haired pirates, though unafraid of Garp, harbor no desire to provoke such a formidable adversary. After all, attracting the attention of such a powerful figure could prove to be quite troublesome in a one-on-one confrontation. Garp is not one to fear. However, should the numbers be in his favor, Garp's esteemed reputation within the Navy would easily summon an admiral-level powerhouse, complemented by several vice-admirals and rear-admirals, an assembly that could rival even a Yonko crew." Bai Ye finished his drink and prepared to depart. He observed the red-haired captain approaching him with a glass in hand. Realizing that his escape might not be so simple, that he had not anticipated Red-Haired's acute sensitivity to murderous intent. Just a fleeting hint had been enough for Red-Haired to notice. Yet, this was to be expected, as over the past fortnight, Bai Ye had vanquished more than a dozen pirate crews. With so many lives extinguished, his control over his own murderous aura had become less precise, necessitating a period of reflection. Having been discovered, he could only devise a strategy to cope with the situation that Red-Haired exuded an air of ordinariness. So unremarkable, he could easily be mistaken for the neighbor next door, that on ordinary days one would scarcely perceive anything unusual about him, and if not for Bai Ye's knowledge of Red-Haired's true identity, he would never have associated him with the pirate emperor. "Your face seems somewhat unfamiliar. You aren't from Windmill Village, are you?" "Indeed, I just arrived in Windmill Village today, and I find this place rather delightful," Bai Ye replied, finishing his drink. "The wine is exquisite, and the tavern owner is quite beautiful. I am rather fond of it." There was no direct relationship between Red-Haired and the tavern owner, Makino. At most, there was some affinity, and previous interactions had merely been playful banter among companions. However, hearing Bai Ye mention this in his presence irked Red-Haired, even with his typically good temperament. "What brings you to Windmill Village?" As he spoke, a flicker of Conqueror's haki instinctively surged from Red-Haired. Though faint, it was profoundly dense. He resembled a solitary boat tossed into an unending storm, battered by waves and raging winds, yet still afloat. Under the impact of this aura, the tables and chairs around Bai Ye splintered, and his garments billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Bai Ye did not respond to Red-Haired's inquiry. Instead, he calmly remarked, "Indeed, you are one of the 4 emperors. Just this presence alone could crush many. You recognized me. Then, just who are you? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Red-Haired's eyes, and his imposing aura dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared. Red-Haired was intensely curious about Bai Ye's identity. Was he a Navy officer? A pirate? A member of a special organization within the world government? Or someone from the underworld? He was reluctant to act in Makino's tavern, not wishing for the villagers to uncover his true identity. Shall we step outside to converse? Certainly, Bai Ye readily agreed, eager to leave the crowded tavern. The reasoning was simple. The presence of so many powerful individuals made a confrontation inconvenient for a swift escape. Bai Ye was no fool. He did not believe his current strength could rival that of Red-Haired. Yet upon meeting him, a bold idea had begun to form in Bai Ye's mind. The two exited the tavern, making their way toward the sparsely populated coastline. Their departure did not disrupt the lively atmosphere within the tavern, which continued to bustle with activity. Upon reaching the shore, they paused to regard one another. Now we can speak, Bai Ye observed Red-Haired, who was poised for action, and with a calm demeanor, he smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Harry, and I hail from Night. Bai Ye was not prepared to divulge his true name, opting instead for a pseudonym while abroad, a prudent approach to life. Night, Red-Haired furrowed his brow, a look of confusion evident. I asked at the name of your organization. Indeed, our organization operates worldwide, with members responsible for gathering intelligence as well as those who sell it. I belong to the latter category. Intelligence merchant? I haven't heard of your organization in the New World. Our organization is relatively new, and someone of your stature likely hasn't encountered us yet. That Red-Haired remained skeptical of Bai Ye's explanation. Retorting, so you seek me out to sell me information? Naturally, individuals like you, who stand at the pinnacle of the world, are our most coveted clientele. Bai Ye noted Red-Haired's lingering distrust, but he had anticipated such a reaction. After all, those who rose to the rank of pirate emperor required not only exceptional strength, but also keen intellect. Even Kaido, who appeared deranged, possessed an astute mind. Moreover, Red-Haired was the only man to have become a pirate emperor without relying on a devil fruit. Bai Ye smiled. As a gesture of goodwill, we at Night would like to offer you a piece of information you may not be aware of, free of charge. Information I don't know. I must hear this. If I have already heard it or find it unsatisfactory, you shan't leave this island alive. Red-Haired's words dripped with lethal intent. Yet, Bai Ye brushed aside the threat, confident that the information would shock Red-Haired. This information concerns the former pirate king, Roger. Did you know that Roger has a child? Bai Ye's calm assertion struck Red-Haired like a thunderclap. Captain Roger has a child? Impossible. When the Roger pirates announced their dissolution, Roger turned himself in a year later. If he had a child, how would I not know? Furthermore, after Captain Roger's execution, the Navy searched for months around the island of Batarilla, but found no trace of a child. Even the world government lacks this intelligence. You expect me to believe you? Mentioning Roger, Red-Haired unsheathed his sword, Griffin, aiming it at Bai Ye, his murderous intent palpable and poised to strike at any moment. The once clear sky darkened ominously, shrouded by countless clouds, as dark purple lightning flickered within the gloom. The information we at Night provide is undoubtedly authentic. Under the weight of Red-Haired's conqueror's haki, Bai Ye feigned calmness. While his mind raced with strategies for escape should Red-Haired choose to attack, that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the fame in the East Blue achievement, rewarding 500 points of world source power. Bai Ye's relentless slaughter of pirates in recent days had amplified his notoriety throughout the East Blue, unexpectedly fulfilling one of the methods to increase his world source power. Host, Bai Ye Template. One Punch Man Saitama Fusion Degree. 8 world source power. 645 in this critical moment. Bai Ye hesitated not at all. Every bit of strength mattered. Fusion Degree 89 requires 280 world source power. Fusion Degree 910 requires 350 world source power. Congratulations, host. Your Fusion Degree has reached 10, allowing you to randomly draw a special ability from a powerful being in the One Punch Man world. By the heavens, such fortune! Bai Ye exclaimed with delight. The draw completed, and Bai Ye received the ability of the S-Class Hero King. King Engine. King Engine allows the host's heart to beat vigorously, producing a heart-stirring sound that can intimidate others, enhancing with the host's Fusion Degree. How absurd! At such a critical juncture, you grant me such a frivolous ability. Bai Ye inwardly cursed the system, wishing he could vent his frustrations for an hour. Had Red-Haired not been standing before him, with Red-Haired poised to strike at any moment, Bai Ye could only gamble his fate that in business, it is said that harmony fosters prosperity. Why resort to violence? In the next instant, he activated the King engine, feeling his heart race as it echoed. Thump! Thump! The sound of the heartbeat grew increasingly rapid and intense as Bai Ye locked eyes with the red-haired figure, whose gaze brimmed with lethal intent, remaining remarkably composed. The red-haired man felt as if an invisible hand was clutching his heart, squeezing it in sync with Bai Ye's heartbeat, both seemingly striving to reach a shared frequency, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. This was a sensation he had never encountered before, causing an unnatural flush to rise on his face, his aura momentarily faltering. Concurrently, an overwhelming force surged from Bai Ye. Dark clouds in the sky suddenly shifting, invisible sound waves emanating upwards, scattering the inky blackness. The heavens returned to their usual clarity, warm sunlight pouring down, as if the previous tempest had never existed. Witnessing this transformation, Bai Ye felt an exhilarating rush. He had not anticipated the Emperor engine to possess such immense power, verging on a form of unparalleled Conqueror's Haki. What an enigmatic ability this is! My own Conqueror's Haki has been surpassed. The red-haired man's expression fluctuated between shadows, realizing that even without unleashing his most formidable Conqueror's Haki, the aura he had just emitted was capable of shattering the entire ocean with just a few hands. Yet this Harry from Night could achieve the same, leading him to suspect that this organization was indeed formidable. Mr. Shanks, do temper your excitement. Should matters escalate, and Vice Admiral Garp be alerted, it may lead to considerable trouble for you. The red-haired one remarked coldly, taken aback by the unexpected strength displayed. Bai Ye sensed his own safety and breathed a sigh of relief, replying with a smile, to engage in business with the four emperors. One must naturally possess a certain caliber. Once I have fully conveyed the information to you, you shall discern its authenticity. After witnessing Bai Ye's prowess, the red-haired man found it challenging to gauge the strength of the Knight organization. The power of the Harry before him was no trifling matter. What are the other members of this organization? Surely the leader's strength must be even more formidable. The emergence of such a mysterious organization upon the seas could incite unforeseen turbulence. Noting the red-haired man's silence, Bai Ye continued, Roger indeed had a child prior to his execution, though the child had not yet been born at that time. The Navy was scouring Batarilla Island for Roger's lineage. To protect the child from being murdered, Roger's wife, Port Gasti Rouge, carried the child for an arduous 20 months, only giving birth after the Navy ceased their search. Consequently, upon the child's arrival, Port Gasti Rouge's health had deteriorated severely, leading to her untimely demise. When Bai Ye mentioned that Roger's wife was Port Gasti Rouge, a young man wearing an orange sun hat and sporting freckles flashed through the red-haired man's mind, Garp's grandson. Port Gasti Ace. The red-haired man fully understood Captain Roger's decision to entrust his only offspring to Garp. Garp and Roger shared a bond forged through countless clashes. More than 30 years ago, they had united to defeat the formidable Rocks pirates, an achievement that earned Garp the title of Hero of the Navy. Their relationship, a complex blend of enmity and camaraderie, was profoundly solid. This revelation was likely true, and the red-haired man felt a tumult of emotions. Realizing that the child he had encountered multiple times was, in fact, the captain's flesh and blood. During his recent visit, he had heard from Luffy that Ace had set sail with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Roger must have entrusted Ace to Garp not only out of trust, but also in hopes that Ace would follow a path as a Marine, avoiding his own fate. Yet, who would have imagined that under Garp's tutelage, Ace would ultimately become a pirate? Observing the red-haired man's pensive expression, Bai Ye deduced that he had come to believe his words. Now that you have assessed the veracity of the information, my mission here concludes. Should you wish to procure intelligence in the future, simply disseminate the word and seek out the Knight organization. Someone will surely come to negotiate that I take my leave. Not far from Windmill Village, a colossal Navy warship, proudly flying the seagull flag, sailed across the waters. The ship's bow bore a somewhat comical resemblance to a pug clutching a bone, rendering the entire vessel rather incongruous. Yet this seemingly absurd ship instilled dread in the hearts of pirates across the New World. Damn Sengoku! Even during my time off, he insists on burdening me with tasks. What a piece of work! When I return, I shall devour every last sunbae in your drawer, just to vex you. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, donned in a dog-shaped hat. Raged his aide, Bogart, observed Garp's tirade with a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Despite being nearly 70, Garp's wrath surpassed that of a youthful firebrand. Surrounding soldiers feigned ignorance, accustomed to such displays occurring 3 or 4 times a week. Seizing a moment of respite from Garp's rant, Bogart interjected, "Vice Admiral Garp, perhaps it will be prudent to refrain from such remarks for now. Our priority should be locating the red-haired pirates. After all, they are one of the 4 emperors, and their presence in the weakest East Blue suggests some ulterior motive. Should we notify the Navy on the islands to exercise heightened vigilance?" Garp shot Bogart a sidelong glance, retorting, "And what good would that do? Do you truly believe the soldiers on the islands could withstand an assault from the red-haired pirates? Better to maintain the current state of affairs. Informing them would only provoke unnecessary anxiety and complications." True to form, Garp's reasoning was astute. Bogart promptly offered his praise. "Himph." Garp crossed his arms, chin raised, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction. Did Bogart not grasp this principle? In truth, he understood it all too well that Garp's laid-back demeanor meant he seldom shouldered responsibilities. The directives issued by the Navy and the myriad tasks aboard the ship were all managed by Bogart. His suggestion stemmed from a desire to prevent Garp from continuing his tirade. After 3 hours, Garp's mouth showed no signs of fatigue, while Bogart's ears were nearing exhaustion. Just as they conversed, a sudden shift in the weather captured their attention. The clear skies transformed into a tempest of dark clouds, where a fearsome thunder dragon seemed to emerge from the ominous gloom. Having served as Garp's aide for years, Bogart had witnessed countless formidable figures and immediately recognized the phenomenon. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's haki. Without a doubt, the only man capable of unleashing such power in the East Blue was the one and only Shanks. Garp gazed at the brooding sky, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening? Why is red-haired Shanks unleashing Conqueror's haki in the East Blue? Is he facing a formidable adversary, or could there be an undiscovered powerhouse lurking in these waters? Has Shanks come here specifically for him?" As Garp pondered, a soldier approached to report. "Vice Admiral Garp, it appears the source of the disturbance is in the direction of Windmill Village." "What? Are you saying the red-haired pirates are currently in Windmill Village?" Garp's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Just days prior, he had received word of the red-haired pirates' appearance in the East Blue, prompting him to abandon his vacation, departing Windmill Village in search of their whereabouts. He had turned up empty-handed until now. What could possibly draw the red-haired pirates to his hometown? Did Shanks uncover Ace's true identity? No, that information was known only to him. Who else could Shanks possibly be targeting? Could it be Luffy? As this realization struck, Garp's mind raced. Could it be that Luffy's straw hat is somehow familiar? It feels almost nostalgic. Could it be Roger's straw hat? As Garp pondered, a particular news story from over a decade ago suddenly surfaced in his mind. At that time, the red-haired Shanks had, astonishingly, lost his left arm after venturing into the East Sea. The formidable figure of one of the 4 emperors had been rendered one-armed in the weakest of seas. This was indeed a monumental piece of news back then. However, the red-haired pirates offered no explanation regarding this incident. Coupled with the fact that Shanks remained an undeniably powerful force, the matter was eventually buried in obscurity. Yet ever since that incident, Garp had observed his grandson Luffy donning a simple straw hat each time he returned to Windmill Village for a break. It was also from that time that Luffy had incessantly proclaimed his aspiration to become the Pirate King and set sail to join the ranks of pirates. This declaration had often incited Garp's ire, leading him to deliver countless beatings to Luffy over the years. Nevertheless, regardless of the punishment, Luffy remained resolute, akin to a turtle stubbornly clinging to its shell, determined to pursue his dream of piracy. This unwavering tenacity left Garp feeling quite vexed. Today, however, he finally discerned the root of the problem. It all stemmed from Shanks. Each time he returned to impart wisdom to his grandson. Urging him to become a commendable Navy officer, Shanks would swoop in afterward, coaxing Luffy to embrace the pirate life, extolling its virtues, thereby undermining Garp's efforts. Shanks had been orchestrating a grand scheme for the past decade. The more Garp contemplated this, the clearer it became, and the more infuriated he grew. In a fit of rage, Garp set his course towards Windmill Village at full speed, resolutely intent on apprehending the red-haired pirates. I shall make that scoundrel Shanks experience the might of my iron fist. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, accompanied by Bai Ye and adhere, had already made their way towards Loguetown, with less than a week remaining until the final assembly deadline. They were on schedule. Although Bai Ye had not achieved his ultimate goal during this visit to Windmill Village and had nearly clashed with Shanks, he did not deem the mission a failure. Initially, the mention of the Night Organization had merely been a spur-of-the-moment fabrication born from Bai Ye's urgency. However, upon reflection, he began to perceive the potential necessity for such an organization as a traveler from another world. His greatest asset, aside from the system, was the wealth of narrative knowledge stored within his mind. Ingeniously leveraging this knowledge might yield a bountiful source of world energy. The establishment of the Night Organization would aptly provide a plausible conduit for these insights. In due time, should he summon powerful figures from other realms, they could be seamlessly integrated into the Night Organization, thereby enhancing its mystique and strength. This could be viewed as a multifaceted advantage. The more Bai Ye contemplated this, the more he convinced himself of his own brilliance. Loguetown, often dubbed the town of beginnings and endings, lies within the East Sea, near the entrance to the Grand Line. With just a day left until the reporting deadline, Bai Ye hurriedly made his way there. Upon arriving at the Navy base in Loguetown to report in, the duty soldier, upon examining Bai Ye's credentials, looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, "Bai Ye? You are Bai Ye?" "Indeed. Does it not say my name on the documents?" Bai Ye replied with a smile. The soldier scrutinized Bai Ye, struggling to reconcile the strikingly handsome, amiable individual before him with the infamous butcher of the East Sea. "May I enter now?" "Oh, yes, of course." The soldier, regaining his composure, promptly handed Bai Ye his credentials, speaking in a tone filled with admiration. "You truly are a paragon of our navy." Bai Ye, however, did not perceive himself as particularly noble. His proactive extermination of pirates was merely a means to acquire world energy for himself. Yet, for the lower-ranking soldiers of the Navy, their perspective differed. They viewed Bai Ye as a formidable individual with immense potential who, despite the risks, willingly ventured forth to eliminate pirates, significantly mitigating the dangers in the East. In essence, Bai Ye had unknowingly saved countless lives of Navy soldiers, thus earning their respect. "Colonel Smoker, Bai Ye has come to report." Upon hearing Bai Ye's name, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Smoker's eyes. Finally, he had been awaiting this moment. Previously, he had spotted Bai Ye's name on the list of recruits for the Navy elite training camp, initially thinking it was merely a coincidence. However, after conferring with Colonel Vorn, he confirmed that this Navy lieutenant Bai Ye was indeed the renowned Bai Ye of the East Sea. "Bring Bai Ye to me." "Yes, forget it. I'll find him myself," Bai Ye mused as he strolled through the Navy base, akin to a bear being observed in a zoo. Whether it was the local Navy station in Loguetown or soldiers arriving from other bases to participate in the elite training camp, everyone was eager to witness the man referred to as the butcher by pirates. This the butcher Bai Ye? He doesn't look the part, does he? He seems so frail. I reckon I could take him down with a single punch. Indeed, he appears rather weak. Shouldn't Bai Ye be a towering figure, brimming with muscle and a fierce demeanor? Could he possibly be an imposter? A nearby female soldier retorted indignantly, "Do you think Bai Ye is like you lot? Simple-minded and brawny, with nothing but muscle in his head. If you possess any skill, why not face an entire pirate crew by yourself? This Bai Ye is quite handsome, just based on his looks. I believe his strength aligns with the rumors." Although their voices were hushed, Bai Ye's keen ears caught every word. Goodness, it seems that as long as one is handsome, their virtues follow suit. Upon Smoker's arrival, he beheld a throng gathered around Bai Ye. "What are you all doing here instead of training? Are you all so idle? Have you captured all the pirates around Loguetown?" At Smoker's slightly stern tone, the crowd quickly dispersed, returning to their respective duties. When Smoker finally laid eyes on Bai Ye, he was taken aback by the latter's youthful appearance. However, He did not dwell on this, instead fixing Bai Ye with a serious gaze. Bai Ye, in turn, assessed Smoker, silver hair, an open jacket revealing his chest, a belt adorned with cigars, and 2 sea-stone javelins at his back. Smoker was among the few significant Navy figures Bai Ye had encountered from the original storyline. You executed Captain Mouse and over 100 of his soldiers on Orange and Windmill Islands, did you not? Indeed, that was my doing, Bai Ye readily admitted, surprising Smoker. Don't you have anything to say? Shouldn't you provide a reasonable explanation? The indiscriminate slaughter of a Navy captain and over 100 soldiers is no trivial offense. I managed to suppress this incident, but if it were reported, it could land you an impelled down. Bai Ye scoffed. What is there to discuss? They sought to kill me, so I killed them first. Moreover, do you not believe they deserved it? The Arlong pirates have oppressed the villagers of Cocoyasi for over a decade, and countless lives have perished at Arlong's hands. As the colonel overseeing all Navy operations in the East Sea, you allowed this situation to persist for so long. Do you not feel a significant degree of responsibility for it? I helped you deal with the corrupt elements in the Navy, and now you wish to hold me accountable. Smoker was left speechless by Ye's words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. You are correct. I do bear substantial responsibility in this matter. However, you can choose to report this, and we will naturally handle those colluding with the Arlong pirates. Bai Ye sneered, ruthlessly mocking. Is your brain filled with nonsense? Lieutenant Bai Ye, mind your language. You are addressing your superior. Addressing? I currently wish to communicate with you using my fists. And no sooner had Bai Ye spoken than he vanished from Smoker's sight. In the next moment. A fist surged directly towards Smoker's head. The speed was astonishing. Smoker was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Ye could strike with such swiftness. If this punch connected, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. The fist sliced through the air with a piercing sound, and even before it reached him, the gust it generated rustled Smoker's coat. Although Bai Ye was merely a lieutenant, Smoker dared not underestimate him in the slightest. After all, the reputation of a single individual toppling numerous pirate crews was not merely a boast. He was a formidable warrior forged in the crucible of battle. In that instant, it was too late for Smoker to evade. He had to activate his devil fruit ability immediately. Bai Ye's fist struck Smoker's head. It sank into the smoke, as if it had impacted nothing but air, and Smoker's head dissipated into vapor. With a swift motion, he drew his sea-stone weapons, slicing down with ferocity, enveloping Bai Ye from both sides. Look, Bai Ye is fighting Colonel Smoker, someone shouted from a distance, having noticed the clash. What? How could Bai Ye possibly be fighting Colonel Smoker? What on earth is happening? The crowd that had previously dispersed gathered once more, their expressions tense as they beheld the fierce battle at the center. On one side stood Colonel Smoker, and on the other, Bai Ye, who they regarded as their role model. They could hardly fathom that these two figures would come to blows. White Fist, Smoker transformed his arms into smoke, extending his vaporous fists violently towards Bai Ye. The two fists spiraled through the air, leaving behind a long trail of white smoke, reminiscent of an enraged dragon charging forth. Bai Ye sneered. All show and no substance, he aimed his fist at the dragon's head and struck, causing the entire smoke dragon to shatter. Though you are powerful, do not underestimate me, you scoundrel. Smoker transformed his lower body into smoke, propelling himself forward like a jet, rapidly moving through the air. He left a thick cloud of smoke to confuse Bai Ye. Weaving through the obscured space and launching intermittent attacks, Bai Ye kicked aside a sea-stone weapon that came from his right, and once again hurled a punch towards Smoker's chest. Smoker swiftly activated his elemental form, allowing Bai Ye's fist to pass through harmlessly. Bai Ye snorted. Indeed, the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit were exceedingly troublesome. Without mastery of Haki, there was little recourse against such powers. He could only continue launching attacks, seeking to exhaust Smoker's stamina. Although Bai Ye could not inflict effective damage upon Smoker, the latter found himself at a loss against Bai Ye's relentless might. He was bewildered by Bai Ye's extraordinary strength, his power, speed, and reflexes were formidable. After a series of exchanges, Smoker realized he had inflicted no damage on Bai Ye while his own stamina was rapidly dwindling at this rate. He could not hold out much longer. Bai Ye is incredibly strong. Colonel Smoker has used his devil fruit ability and still cannot defeat him. A nearby male soldier lamented, "Even at a time like this, you're daydreaming about wanting to marry someone like Bai Ye, who is both handsome and powerful. How can we stop this? We don't even have the qualifications to intervene." As the battle between Bai Ye and Smoker intensified, Bai Ye grew increasingly weary of this ineffectual confrontation. This further solidified his resolve to train in hockey at the Navy elite training camp. "Hey, I ask you, aside from your elemental form, do you have any other tricks?" Bai Ye remarked, growing bored with the current exchange. Smoker, maintaining his focus, remained concealed within the smoke, occasionally launching surprise attacks against Bai Ye. "Still coming at me?" Bai Ye replied impatiently. "Do you really think your elemental form renders you invulnerable?" Sensing Smoker's movements, Bai Ye stood his ground as a sea stone weapon approached from behind. Instead of dodging, he charged forward. "Release," Bai Ye commanded, forcibly snatching the weapon from Smoker's grasp. He then plunged into the smoke, honing in on Smoker's position, and swung the weapon down with ferocity. Bang! The sound of steel clashing echoed through the smoke as Smoker's weapon was sent flying several meters away. Bai Ye followed up with a sweeping strike that connected with Smoker's abdomen, forcibly knocking him out of his elemental state. Bai Ye did not hold back. A vivid red mark appeared on Smoker's stomach, eliciting intense pain that made Smoker feel as though his body had been shattered in two, rendering him nearly immobile. Bai Ye pressed the sea stone weapon against Smoker's chest, preventing him from reactivating his elemental form. The outcome was clear. The onlooking soldiers were struck with disbelief. Colonel Smoker had actually been defeated? They could hardly process the events unfolding before their eyes. Smoker, a wielder of the Logia-type devil fruit, and the top of his class at the 25th Navy elite training camp, had fallen to someone who could hardly be considered a rookie. A question arose in their minds. Just how strong was this Bai Ye? Smoker lay on the ground, struggling to prop himself up. Gazing at Bai Ye, who appeared unfazed, a profound sense of defeat welled up within him. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, to lose to someone who had yet to master hockey was a bitter pill to swallow. The primary reason for his defeat lay in the very sea stone weapon he wielded, a heavy blow to Smoker's pride. In his mind, Smoker recalled the words of his mentor, Zephyr, from his time in the training camp. "Smoker, do not think that just because you're a Logia user, you can neglect training and other abilities. If you maintain such a mindset, you will undoubtedly face great hardships in the future. Take it the time." Smoker had dismissed Zephyr's advice, believing that the three admirals, Hakenu, Kthru, and Akiji, had reached the pinnacle of power solely through the mastery of their devil fruit abilities. He thought that by honing his own powers, he could achieve similar heights. Now, however, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Bai Ye, observing the defeated Smoker on the ground, furrowed his brow at the sight of the latter's disheartened expression. "That strike was aimed at your head. Did I knock you silly? Hey, is it comfortable lying there?" At the sound of Bai Ye's voice, Smoker snapped back to reality and struggled to rise. Bai Ye inquired, "What was your first thought when I attacked you just now?" After a moment of contemplation, Smoker replied, "You betrayed the Navy. I must arrest you. And if I refuse to cooperate," Bai Ye challenged, "then I will find a way to eliminate you," Smoker retorted. Bai Ye clapped his hands. There we go. It dawned on Smoker why Bai Ye had suddenly attacked him. It was all due to his earlier question. This left Smoker feeling somewhat bemused. Couldn't they have just discussed matters without resorting to blows? Yet, it was precisely through this confrontation that Smoker recognized his shortcomings and clarified his direction. Taking a deep breath, Smoker said, "Thank you." Bai Ye regarded him with surprise, thinking, "Goodness, did I really knock him silly?" Those participating in the Navy elite training camp were required to undergo a brief period of training in Loguetown, with the Navy headquarters sending personnel to collect them within a week. Bai Ye, however, had no need for such fundamental training. It would serve no purpose for him and would simply waste time. The other soldiers accepted Bai Ye's special treatment as a matter of course. After all, it was only natural, given his formidable strength. Perhaps the soldiers who had never witnessed the previous scene harbored some grievances in their hearts. However, among those who had seen the fierce battle between Bai Ye and Smoker, none believed that Bai Ye's absence from training was an act of arrogance to quell any potential dissatisfaction among a small fraction of the soldiers. Colonel Smoker even proclaimed that only those who could defeat him like Bai Ye could be exempted from training. Defeating Smoker? Such an idea could only be a fleeting fancy in their minds, for none dared to challenge him. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary prowess of Bai Ye. As a result, Bai Ye became the most leisurely naval officer in Loguetown, compared to the arduous month spent scouring the seas for pirates. This newfound life of leisurely outings and indulgent feasting felt nothing short of paradise. One day, just as Bai Ye was preparing to venture out once more, Smoker unexpectedly arrived. Going out for a stroll? I happen to have nothing on my agenda today. Allow me to accompany you as your guide. Ever since Bai Ye had bested Smoker, the latter's demeanor had shifted from that of a superior to a peer. From a rational standpoint, being defeated by a subordinate in front of one's subordinates would be enough to demonstrate a broad-minded character if one refrained from seeking revenge. Yet, Smoker not only refrained from retaliation, but treated Bai Ye as a friend. Such behavior could only be exhibited by someone as unconventional as Smoker within the Navy. Bai Ye, too, bore no ill will towards Smoker. Based on both the original narrative and their recent interactions, Smoker embodied the essence of justice. Under Smoker's guidance, Bai Ye indulged in the renowned taverns of Loguetown, drinking from dawn until the sun dipped below the horizon before finally making their way back. The once bustling square of Loguetown was now devoid of life, save for a tall execution platform casting a long shadow in the moonlight, directed towards the naval base. Smoker, with bleary eyes, gazed at the platform and murmured, "Bai Ye, what do you think Roger was contemplating in his final moments?" Bai Ye smirked. Who knows what Roger was thinking? I'm not a worm in his gut. 20 years ago, I witnessed the legendary pirate King Roger meet his end here. Hearing him utter words regarding One Piece just before his execution, those present were driven mad by the revelation, all rushing to sea in pursuit of Roger's treasure. It was from that moment that the number of pirates on the seas surged, with nefarious incidents occurring incessantly, revealing the grotesque nature of humanity when unrestrained. Simultaneously, I found myself contemplating joining the Navy to protect civilians. However, upon enlisting, I discovered that the Navy's justice was not wholly aligned with the ideals I'd cherished in my youth. There existed unspeakable ugliness within the Navy, with some donning its uniform while committing acts more abhorrent than those of pirates. Yet I found myself powerless to intervene. Thus, I became disillusioned and voluntarily returned to my hometown of Loguetown after graduating from the elite training camp, hoping to safeguard my home from pirate incursions with my own capabilities. Yet, pirates seemed endless. One day a batch would be slain, only for another to emerge the next. I was utterly exhausted, listening to Smoker's words. Bai Ye's expression grew complex, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Smoker had indeed drunk too much and considered Bai Ye a true friend to share his innermost thoughts. Over the years, he had grown weary. Bai Ye softly remarked, "As long as the greed within people's hearts remains, there will always be those setting sail to become pirates. It is an unavoidable reality." Smoker cradled his head in anguish. "Is there truly no way to put a stop to it?" "Of course there is." Smoker's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grasped Bai Ye's arm. "What is the method?" Bai Ye uttered a few words. "Eliminate them all." As soon as the words left his lips, Smoker felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees. The biting cold snapped the inebriated Smoker back to lucidity. And he hesitated. "Isn't that precisely the approach we're taking now?" Bai Ye shook his head. "Not quite. The current methods are far too lenient. We capture those notorious pirates without executing them, confining them and impelled down instead." Smoker countered, "But if we kill those infamous pirates, their devil fruit powers will reappear in the ocean. If other pirates were to claim them, it could lead to greater chaos. While it is indeed dangerous should other pirates lay claim to them, what if the Navy were to find them first? Is it truly so difficult for us to locate a devil fruit? The Navy's current actions are akin to cutting off one's nose to spite their face. While fearing that the enemy may grow stronger, why not consider how to make ourselves more formidable?" Bai Ye's words plunged Smoker into contemplation. Although Bai Ye's reasoning held merit, such actions were a double-edged sword. If mishandled, they could easily backfire if a pirate were to indeed claim the fruit. So what? I possess the ability to eliminate the previous user. Surely, I can dispatch the next one as well. That I wish to see if those pirates would dare consume the devil fruit after such a slaughter. Though Bai Ye's voice was soft, it rang in Smoker's ears like a thunderclap. Indeed, constantly fearing this and that, how could one accomplish anything? I can slay your predecessor. Naturally, I can also take you down. If the Navy were to find the devil fruit first, it would only serve to bolster the Navy's strength. Smoker exclaimed excitedly. What else? There remains the issue of the 4 emperors of the New World, who are beyond our capacity to handle. As long as the 4 emperors exist, they serve as exemplars for the pirates below, igniting their desires to become pirates. Smoker sighed. Yet the strength of the Emperor pirate crews is simply too formidable for us to contend with. Bai Ye mused to himself. Whether it be an inability to handle them or a reluctance to do so, it is rather difficult to ascertain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having made a significant impact on the thoughts of the original character Smoker. Rewarding world source power. 500 points. The long-absent system notification chimed once more. Is it truly possible to influence thoughts? How abstract. Or perhaps Smoker holds a relatively significant role in the original narrative. Bai Ye pondered this, for if one were to follow the templates of Garp and Roger, Smoker and Luffy are perfect counterparts. Smoker forsook his homeland in pursuit of Luffy, chasing him from the East Blue to the New World. His rank elevated from colonel to rear admiral in the main base. Meanwhile, Luffy's bounty soared from 30 million to 1.5 billion, earning him the title of the 5th Emperor of the New World. Unfortunately, this 5th Emperor was merely a false king, swiftly smacked back to reality by Kaido. Of course, all of this is merely an aside. However, if one could indeed employ such methods to gain world source power, Bai Ye could contemplate honing his oratory skills. Imagine delivering a tongue-lashing to a crowd, instilling them with a psychological transformation. Would that not be an incredible windfall? The following day, after Bai Ye awoke in the morning, he accessed the data panel. Host, Bai Ye template. Saitama from One Punch Man Fusion Degree. 10 world source power. 515 special skill. Emperor Engine Fusion Degree 1011. Requires expenditure of world source power. 400 points. Though it pained him to elevate his fusion degree slightly, he was left with only 115 points of world source power, rendering him a pauper once more. Yet the effects were undeniably significant. Bai Ye felt himself growing stronger. He had previously contemplated exchanging for characters or unlocking a secondary exchange shop, but now it seemed nothing more than a daydream. It would be wise to focus on enhancing his own strength before considering such matters. Bai Ye thought deeply, and it appeared that the only remaining method to rapidly acquire a substantial amount of world source power was to elevate his military rank. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound erupted. Outside, Smoker's voice called Bai Ye. Are you awake? If so, let's engage in another bout. It is possible that the words spoken by Bai Ye last night successfully provoked Smoker, prompting him to recognize his own shortcomings. Thus, early in the morning, he sought out Bai Ye for a duel. Upon opening the door, Bai Ye was met with the visibly excited Smoker, and with a hint of exasperation, he remarked, I have no desire to engage in battle with someone like you. It is a waste of both time and energy to this moment. Bai Ye had yet to master the Busashoka Haki, nor did he possess any sea prism stone weaponry. Fighting Smoker would only result in a draining battle of endurance. He thought it far more worthwhile to indulge in a few more hours of sleep. Smoker, fully aware of Bai Ye's sentiments, promptly thumped his chest in assurance. I promise not to utilize my devil fruit abilities during our fight. Bai Ye, filled with skepticism, inquired, You won't use your devil fruit abilities? Absolutely. I assure you, Smoker replied earnestly. Bai Ye scrutinized Smoker with a look of disdain. You wouldn't happen to have a masochistic tendency, would you? Smoker's face clouded with frustration, his head seemingly emitting steam in anger. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by masochistic tendencies? I simply wish to train my abilities beyond those granted by my devil fruit. Observing Smoker's rising ire, Bai Ye swiftly conceded, realizing that if someone desired to take a beating, then so be it. After all, the pain wouldn't be his to bear. The training ground. The soldiers who were supposed to be training had gathered in a cluster, chattering animatedly about the impending duel between Colonel Smoker and Bai Ye. What could possibly be going through Colonel Smoker's mind? He clearly cannot win, yet insists on fighting. Indeed, after being so thoroughly defeated last time, he has been unable to unbutton his shirt for 3 days due to that mark on his abdomen. One soldier, who had followed Colonel Smoker for 3 years, remarked with growing amusement, It's the first time I've seen him button his shirt. It nearly made me burst with laughter. The surrounding soldiers suddenly noticed Smoker standing ominously behind the speaker, and a palpable sense of dread washed over them. They all lowered their heads, fearing Smoker's gaze. While the oblivious soldier continued, "What's wrong? Don't you find it funny?" "I certainly did. I laughed so hard that I had 2 extra bowls of dinner that night." Smoker's chilling voice emerged from between his clenched teeth. "Mom, if you find that so amusing, then make sure to eat extra at dinner from now on. If you don't eat enough, you won't be able to sleep?" "Ah, Colonel Smoker, I'm sorry." Mom whimpered, realizing the folly of her words. Indeed, people often have a penchant for courting disaster. Mom was one, and so was Smoker. One enjoyed speaking recklessly, while the other relished taking a beating. "Dashi, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" "Oh, sure." Dashi clumsily unfastened the small village shigure from her waist and carefully placed it into Bai Ye's hands. Since Smoker's weapon was specially crafted from sea prism stone, its hardness far exceeded that of ordinary weapons. Shigure, being one of the fine blades of the good knife category, was also remarkably hard, which is why Bai Ye sought to borrow it. The sound of the long blade sliding from its sheath was melodious, and the blade itself, cold and slender, appeared delicate, unmistakably a weapon suited for a lady. Gripping Shigure firmly, Smoker commanded, "Bai Ye, launch your attack." Bai Ye sighed. "It's the first time I've encountered someone making such a foolish request. It seems I must oblige. Then be careful." Before Bai Ye could finish his sentence, he appeared before Smoker, gripping Shigure with one hand and bringing it down with great force, without the use of his devil fruit abilities. Smoker had no chance to evade and could only barely raise his weapon in defense. A tremendous impact reverberated through Smoker's arm, the sheer force rendering him unable to hold on, causing his weapon to fly from his grip. He was left embedded in the ground, with only his upper body visible, a rather pitiful sight. Dashi, observing from the sidelines, rubbed her eyes and then adjusted her glasses, realizing the scene before her had not changed. Colonel Smoker, without using his devil fruit abilities, could not withstand even a single strike from Bai Ye. "It didn't seem this bad last time, did it?" Smoker thought, his head spinning in disbelief. "This guy's strength seems to have increased. And his speed, too. How is that possible? It's only been a few days. Is the gap between us truly this vast?" Looking at Bai Ye's youthful visage, and then at his own nearing 30 years of age, Smoker felt an overwhelming urge to bury himself in the ground and never resurface. Bai Ye crouched down, a beaming smile on his face as he asked, "Still want to continue?" Smoker replied resolutely, "Yes, of course I do." After Bai Ye departed, he pondered how he could find someone as formidable as Bai Ye in the East Blue. He felt he could not pass up this opportunity to engage in a few more bouts. Moreover, after Bai Ye had spoken to him the previous night, Smoker sensed that Bai Ye was undoubtedly extraordinary, so young, yet possessing such formidable strength, and in just a few days his abilities had surged once more. He was truly gifted. Most importantly, Bai Ye's words resonated deeply with him, rekindling the fire of ambition that had long been dormant within him. Reflecting on his childhood dreams, Smoker suddenly conceived a new idea. "Bai Ye, what is it? Do you no longer wish to take a beating? If that is the case, I might as well head back to sleep." Bai Ye returned the sword to Dashi and began to walk toward the dormitory. Smoker spoke gravely. "Bai Ye, can you end this era of great pirates? Can I bring an end to the era of great pirates? What does that even mean? Is it simply about eliminating all the pirates? Even if the pirates are gone, the celestial dragons will still remain. That I cannot foresee the future. So how can I know? All I understand is that by becoming stronger now, I'll at least ensure I won't perish at the hands of others." Bai Ye regarded the disheveled Smoker with curiosity, and drawing on his extensive experience with web literature, he surmised Smoker's intentions. "You wish to follow me?" Smoker nodded, for that was indeed his intention. "Don't be ridiculous. You're a colonel, and I'm a lieutenant. There's a 6-rank difference between us. But for you, isn't that merely a matter of a year or two?" Bai Ye was a loss for words. Realizing Smoker was more aware of his own potential promotion than he was, Bai Ye counted off on his fingers, "That presents a significant issue between us. For instance, you're 32, and I'm merely 18. Just having come of age, I'm still just a child." Smoker and Dashi exchanged exasperated glances. If given the chance, they would have relished the opportunity to silence Bai Ye permanently. Having had his fun, Bai Ye decided not to provoke them further and acquiesced to Smoker's request. Agreeing to this would not cost him anything, and if Bai Ye ever found himself discontented with the Navy or faced unjust treatment, he could easily rally a large faction of the Navy to rebel against Marineford. Now that would be a delightful scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining the allegiance of the original character Smoker. Reward: World Source Power, 1,500 points. Upon hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Bai Ye gazed at Smoker with barely concealed excitement. 1,500 points. I haven't received such a windfall since activating the system. Although only a month had passed since Bai Ye activated the system, this sum was an unimaginable fortune for him at present. Had Smoker been a beautiful woman, Bai Ye might have impulsively embraced him and showered him with kisses, feeling an inexplicable chill in his lower half. Smoker, under Bai Ye's intense gaze, awkwardly asked, "Could you possibly pull me out first?" "I can't move." Bai Ye looked at Smoker as if he were a fool. "Aren't you a user of the smoke fruit? Can't you just turn into smoke and escape?" "Oh right, I almost forgot. I thought I still couldn't use my devil fruit abilities." As he watched Smoker transform into smoke, a jubilant expression adorned his face. Bai Ye rubbed his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. Suddenly, he speculated that the 1,500 points of world source power were merely the system's way of compensating for Smoker's apparent cognitive shortcomings, thus providing him with a nurturing allowance. Lost in thought, Bai Ye's gaze shifted to the side where Dasky stood. Caring for Smoker had earned him 1,500 points of world source power. Surely, the system would reward him similarly for caring for Dasky, although Dasky's role in the original narrative was limited. Her resemblance to Zoro's childhood friend suggested her significance. Even if the reward were meager, Bai Ye didn't mind. Who wouldn't want to look after a beautiful sister? Caring for a sister is a shared responsibility, and love transcends the value of world source power. Such was Bai Ye's lofty resolve. Under Bai Ye's fervent gaze, Dasky stiffened, her mind racing with various embarrassing scenarios, her cheeks flushed. The atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Smoker, noticing the two, felt like an unwelcome spotlight, a glaring bulb in their moment. After an indeterminate time, unable to contain himself, he finally spoke up. "How about I take my leave? You two take your time." Under Bai Ye's scrutiny, Dasky's face turned crimson, her chin lowered to an almost impossible degree. Alas, her own capabilities forbade her from lowering it any further. Dasky, shy and speechless, while Bai Ye pondered why the system had not acknowledged Dasky's allegiance. Logically, as Smoker's lieutenant, her loyalty should have been counted, yet it was not. Did he need to do something more? Bai Ye's gaze towards Dasky deepened with intrigue. This system certainly had its peculiarities, seeing that neither of them acknowledged him. Smoker, fearing to disrupt the burgeoning rapport between Bai Ye and Dasky, was at a loss. Then, a thought struck him. Recalling Bai Ye's earlier words, he realized, of course, I am a user of the smoke fruit. I can utilize its powers. Silently, Smoker transformed himself into smoke, discreetly drifting away with the breeze from the playground. When Bai Ye regained his senses and glanced around, Smoker had already vanished without a trace. "Hey, where's Smoker?" "Ah." Dasky's face flushed to the point of near embarrassment at Bai Ye's sudden voice, and with a shriek, she hurriedly bolted outside. In her haste, she accidentally knocked her glasses off. A severely nearsighted individual. Dasky found the world around her a blur. Yet, she felt no shame in turning back to retrieve her glasses, relying solely on memory to navigate towards the exit. "Hey, Dasky, your glasses fell," Bai Ye called out. "Picking them up. Stop. Come back." However, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Dasky sprinted even faster, as though a ravenous wolf were on her heels, oblivious to everything else. Bai Ye kindly cautioned her, "Watch out for the wall ahead." Unfortunately, the warning came too late. Bang! Dasky collided headfirst into the wall, collapsing unconscious. Observing the 3 dents imprinted on the wall, Bai Ye shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, poor wall, suffering from an undeserved calamity. I truly wonder why that girl ran so fast." In Loguetown, a week swiftly passed. This morning, Smoker had already informed Bai Ye that at noon, the naval fleet would arrive to escort them. Through Smoker, Bai Ye learned that the elite training camp typically commenced every 3 years, accommodating approximately 500 participants per session. The Navy headquarters itself occupied around 300 slots, with the remaining 200 distributed among the various seas that, on average, each sea's navy claimed 50 spots. Yet from the East Blue Navy, fewer than 40 soldiers were selected for the elite training camp. This figure fell short of the average, underscoring the East Blue Navy's overall weakness. However, this was unavoidable. The East Blue pirates were similarly feeble, hindering the growth of naval soldiers. With Bai Ye's recent turmoil in the East Blue, it seemed that until Luffy set sail, the East Blue Navy would likely be left to languish in idleness. By midday, Smoker gathered all participants for the elite training camp at the port for their wait. Bai Ye spoke softly, "Smoker, while I am away, ensure you train diligently, honing both your abilities and fruit development. If upon my graduation, your strength remains this feeble, you might as well stay in Loguetown and retire." Smoker nodded incessantly, resembling a chick pecking at grains, assuring, "Rest assured, I will certainly intensify my training. And you too, little Dasky." Upon hearing Bai Ye's address, Dasky's face turned beet red as she shyly replied, "I will, Lord Bai Ye." "Then I can rest easy." As the trio conversed, they spotted a vessel sailing on the horizon. Its sails adorned with a seagull clutching a balance, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order, standing out prominently. Yet, even more conspicuous was the sight of a somewhat comical pug at the ship's bow, holding a bone in its mouth. This surprised Bai Ye. Wasn't someone from a Navy headquarters supposed to come fetch them? Why was it Garp? Shouldn't that old man be chasing after the red-haired pirates? As the ship docked, Garp disembarked, and Smoker exclaimed in astonishment, "Vice Admiral Garp, it is you who has come to fetch us." "Ah, it's you, Smoker." Garp recognized him, having graduated at the top of his class from the elite training camp. Smoker had gained some renown within the Navy headquarters, hence Garp's familiarity. "Why are you still stationed as a colonel in Loguetown? Given the weakness of the East Blue pirates, your presence here is a mere waste of time." Garp's words carried an undertone of disappointment. After all, Smoker wielded the smoke-smock fruit, a power not to be underestimated, despite it not rivaling the three admirals. You shouldn't be cooped up in the East Blue as a mere colonel. Upon returning, I will ensure Sengoku assigns you to the New World. Faced with Garp's declarations, Smoker could only force a wry smile and nod. Garp's few words had significantly altered the trajectory of Smoker's future. No one would question the veracity of Garp's statements. As the hero of the Navy, his influence surpassed that of the admirals, though he typically preferred to remain uninvolved. Are these the Navy soldiers selected from the East Blue? Garp scrutinized each one. Those whom Garp gazed upon felt immensely honored, adjusting their demeanor to present their best selves. After all, this was a living legend. Whether in pursuit of Pirate King Roger or in collaboration with Sengoku to imprison the Golden Lion, each of these deeds was enough to astonish the entire sea. How could they not be thrilled at the prospect of being greeted by such a legendary figure, under Garp's watchful eye? While Bai Ye remained unfazed, a sense of unease crept into his heart. It was impossible not to feel apprehensive. Just days prior, he had contemplated eliminating the very grandson before him. Now, encountering the principal figure, he felt the need to keep a low profile to avoid drawing Garp's attention. Garp praised, "Excellent, truly worthy of the East Blue Navy's elite. That I hope you all train hard at the Navy headquarters and contribute to the protection of the people." The 37 naval soldiers chorused, "For justice." Bai Ye instinctively joined in, nearly exclaiming for freedom, but quickly corrected himself to avoid creating a narrative inconsistency. "All right, Smoker, we must take our leave. Sengoku has burdened me with a plethora of tasks, treating me like free labor. I'm simply too busy." Coughing to draw attention to the presence of other soldiers, Bogart nearly choked on his own lung. "What are you coughing for? I haven't even scolded him in front of the soldiers. Calling him an old man shouldn't be a problem, right?" Bogart could only manage a helpless smile. "Feel free. Do as you please." The surrounding soldiers were astonished at Garp's words. He had just referred to Admiral Sengoku as an old man. What would it be like if he truly unleashed his wrath? Smoker and Tashigi stood by the shore, watching as Garp's warship gradually faded into the distance. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, they had seen the back of that troublesome fellow. Recollecting the torment of the past few days, both Smoker and Tashigi felt a twinge of regret at having encountered Bai. Smoker ground his teeth in frustration, muttering, "He accused me of having a masochistic tendency. I believe he is the one with sadistic inclinations." Colonel Smoker, once Lord Bay graduates, are we truly going to seek him out? Smoker hesitated for a long moment and finally lamented, perhaps we should. Otherwise, when he comes looking for us, it will be disastrous. Meanwhile, Bay aboard the ship also found himself reminiscing about Smoker and Tashigi. With their departure, he felt the loss of two individuals capable of harnessing world source energy, which was indeed disheartening. Back in Loguetown, Bay had successfully conquered Tashigi, earning a reward of 1,400 points of world source energy, which, while less than what he had garnered from Smoker, was still substantial. Bay had also discerned the conditions for achieving followers. In simple terms, it entailed brainwashing others to align with one's views and convincing them that only by following him could they realize their aspirations. Accomplishing these two tasks would satisfy the requirements for gaining followers. Moreover, over the past few days, Bay uncovered another method to acquire world source energy. As the strength of his followers increased, he also received a modest reward of world source energy. Consequently, he had been diligently training Smoker and Tashigi, granting them minuscule amounts, just 2 or 3 points, but even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. This led Smoker and Tashigi to dread encounters with Bay. Bay opened his current status panel, feeling quite pleased with its strength. Host. Bay Template. Saitama from One Punch Man fusion level. 17 world source energy. 3 throughout this journey. Bay had witnessed Garp's ferocity. With 2 crates of cannonballs always at the ready, Garp would deliver a devastating punch whenever he spotted a pirate ship. The bombs he personally hurled possessed greater power than those fired from a warship's main cannon. Given the caliber of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, there were virtually none who could withstand a single shot from Garp. Observing the pirate crews that had been obliterated along the way, Bay felt an acute pang of sorrow. These were all sources of world energy. He nearly reached for the cannonballs beside Garp to launch a few himself. Unfortunately, Bay was wary of revealing his full strength. Despite Garp's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was far more astute than he appeared. After all, how could he thrive in the Navy while his son was a leader of the Revolutionary Army? If Garp grew suspicious and connected Bay to the formidable individual he had clashed with days prior, explaining himself would become a troublesome endeavor. Upon entering the Navy headquarters at Marineford, Bay truly grasped Garp's esteemed status within the Navy in this tightly secured place. Even the ships of rear admirals were subjected to inspections. Yet, not a single soldier dared to question Garp's vessel. It was given a clear passage without hindrance. Every Navy officer who encountered Garp, even rear admirals, would salute and respectfully address him as Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, in turn, greeted everyone with a warm smile, exuding an amiable disposition. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, the elite training camp located at the rear of the Navy headquarters. This is where you'll be staying for the next 3 years, Garp announced, leading Bay and his companions to a site resembling a naval branch base. Outside the entrance, hundreds of soldiers were already waiting, a congregation of the most promising young recruits from across the seas. Garp called out, "Zephyr, I brought your students." A tall man with purple hair, matching Garp in stature, emerged from the crowd. "Why are you the one picking them up?" he inquired. "Don't even mention it. It's all that Sengoku's fault for assigning me a mountain of troublesome tasks." "I still have unfinished business," Zephyr replied, having served alongside Garp in the Navy, and their camaraderie was evident as they exchanged pleasantries. Zephyr surveyed the recruits and remarked, "So these are the soldiers from East Blue?" "Only those who passed the selection process." Garp's face fell into an awkward expression. After all, he hailed from the East Blue and felt a sense of kinship towards its soldiers. Zephyr's comment left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, a thought struck Garp, and he leaned closer to Zephyr, whispering, "Though our East Blue may be few in number, there's a promising talent named Bay that I've heard he single-handedly defeated over a dozen pirate crews. He certainly deserves nurturing." During his time in the East Blue, Garp had caught wind of Bay's exploits. Yet, through his observations over the past few days, he had not discerned anything particularly extraordinary about Bay. Suspecting that the tales were exaggerated, Garp, defeating East Blue pirates was hardly impressive. He could annihilate an entire ship with a mere finger. Had he known that Bay had indeed dispatched those pirate crews with just a few casual punches, he might have reconsidered his opinion. Listening to Garp's words, Zephyr noticed Garp's lack of confidence and suspected that Garp's claims were somewhat inflated. if Bai truly possessed the ability to defeat over a dozen pirate crews alone. Why would he need to attend the elite training camp? Was it merely child's play? Likely, the so-called pirate crews were merely groups of a few brawny individuals venturing out to sea, barely qualifying as actual pirate crews. It was doubtful that the total bounty of such a crew even reached 100,000 berries. A single soldier from the Navy headquarters could easily take on such a pirate crew. What was so remarkable about this Bai? However, Zephyr understood that Garp's statement was a matter of pride, and as a good friend, he chose not to expose Garp's exaggeration, instead smiling and nodding in agreement. After bidding farewell to Garp, Zephyr's demeanor shifted, and he instructed the soldiers to line up according to their respective seas, with the combined forces of the 4 seas and the Navy headquarters. There were 5 groups in total. Upon seeing this, they realized the stark contrast between the East Blue and the other seas. The Navy headquarters alone boasted over 300 soldiers, a sea of dark uniforms stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the South Blue, ranked second to last in strength, had over 50 soldiers present, in stark comparison. The East Blue could only muster a meager 37, their lines significantly shorter than the others. The soldiers from the East Blue were well aware of Bai's strength, naturally placing him at the forefront of their line. Zephyr then instructed the nearby instructors, since everyone is present, let's proceed with the testing. After a moment's thought, he added, let the East Blue soldiers be tested last, allowing them to grasp just how far behind they are compared to the others. Based on the historical testing results of East Blue soldiers, the instructors could already foresee that witnessing the performance of their peers would leave the East Blue soldiers utterly humiliated. They might even struggle to exhibit their true capabilities during the tests. One instructor hesitated, voicing his concern, isn't that a bit too cruel? Zephyr replied, this is merely to help them recognize their reality, to prevent them from believing that the pirates of the Grand Line are as weak as those of the East Blue. If we don't show them some harsh truths, do you expect the pirates to go easy on them after graduation? For now, it's merely a matter of losing face. Later on, it could cost them their lives. Ever since his wife and child were slain by pirates, the once compassionate Vice Admiral Zephyr had undergone a profound transformation. Nearly 600 individuals followed the instructor into the training hall, an expansive space with a height exceeding 10 meters, capable of accommodating all the soldiers. Along one side of the hall stood 5 testing machines, reminiscent of punching power testers, with targets constructed from a special metal connected to LCD screens. That it was said that these devices were developed by the scientist Vegapunk. Each of you will take turns delivering your strongest punch to the target, and the display will show the power of your strike. Starting with the soldiers from the Navy headquarters, a small group of individuals began to engage in hushed conversations, inquiring about the scores from their initial assessments. Bai Ye, what was your score on the test? Test? What test? I haven't heard of any such test. Did you not undergo an evaluation? How then were you selected? I eliminated a pirate with a bounty of 15 million, and that is how I was chosen. Due to the subsequent plot concerning Dao Li not being relevant here, only kilogram measurements will be utilized. Taitisi, 330 kilograms, next. Harris, 364 kilograms, next. Suddenly, gasps echoed through the crowd. Queek, 532 kilograms, impressive, an increase of 40 kilograms since before. The instructor nodded with a smile at the sight of the robust soldier before him. Wow, 532 kilograms, that's astonishing. My 2 fists together don't even match the strength of his one punch. No wonder he is a soldier selected from the Navy headquarters. Such prowess is truly formidable, remarked soldiers from other seas. With 5 punching strength testing machines, the evaluations proceeded at a rapid pace. Before long, the soldiers from the Navy headquarters had completed their assessments. Next, it was time for the most powerful soldiers from the North Sea to be tested, although the North Sea soldiers were generally not as strong as those from the Navy headquarters. They still performed admirably, with a few exceptional individuals surpassing 300 kilograms, while most were in the range of 270 to 280 kilograms. The overall strength of the West Sea and South Sea soldiers was quite comparable, with values generally above 240 kilograms. Finally, only the soldiers from the EC remained at this moment. Bai Ye contemplated what level of strength he should display during the test. Should he adopt the narrative of an underdog or that of a prodigy? After much deliberation, Bai Ye decided that it would be more prudent to embrace the underdog narrative. Consider how inspiring it would be for a weak soldier from the EC to gradually grow stronger within the Navy's elite training camp. Such a growth trajectory would appear more relatable and could potentially resonate with many Navy soldiers, inspiring them to follow him for any disdain he might face while pretending to be weak. Bai Ye was utterly unconcerned. He had endured such remarks for 3 years before activating the system. This was a strategy of playing the fool to catch the wise, quietly amassing wealth, observing Bai Ye's reluctance to step forward as the instructor began to urge the others on. The East Sea soldiers hurriedly moved up for their tests. Under the slightly mocking gazes of their fellow soldiers, the East Sea soldiers approached the testing station as if it were a gallows. Daniel took a deep breath, striving to calm his anxiety before unleashing a punch at the target point 168 kilograms. Next, the instructor sighed imperceptibly. The disparity between the East Sea soldiers and those from other regions was indeed stark. 168 kilograms? That is even less than what a female soldier can achieve. Is this a joke? Such strength can qualify for the Navy training camp. The selection standard for the East Sea must be extraordinarily low. Understand this. We are here because the slots are limited. They are here because they are the only ones available. Daniel, hearing the surrounding comments, felt deeply ashamed. His true strength exceeded this. He had achieved 200 kilograms during the initial selection. Unfortunately, he was too nervous in this setting to perform adequately. 172 kilograms. Next, 200 kilograms. Next, as the results continued to emerge, the derisive remarks from other soldiers grew louder. Those who had completed their tests stood with their heads bowed, occasionally glancing at Bai Ye. Even those stepping up to be tested would steal a glance at Bai Ye before proceeding. Bai Ye was taken aback by their reactions. What are you all looking at? Do you expect me to astound everyone? The reason he chose to wait until the end to showcase his abilities was to first gauge the average strength of his peers. Presenting himself as overly weak would not bode well. It was wiser to aim for a moderately low score. Bai Ye, the EC can only rely on you. Showcase your true strength and restore our dignity that we believe in you. With your capabilities, you will surely dazzle them. Faced with their faith, Bai Ye felt a wave of despair wash over him. What are you all doing? I don't want to show off. I simply wish to portray myself as a fool. Just as Bai Ye was engulfed in internal conflict, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have activated a random quest. Achieve first place in the camp entrance test. Completing this task will reward you with 200 points of world source power. Wait, the system is speaking. I'm being commanded to show off. In the face of world source power, all thoughts of being an underdog or playing the fool were swiftly cast aside. It was time to act. Bai Ye, gazing into the eager eyes of those around him, declared with conviction, "Rest assured, I shall uphold the glory of the East Sea. It is our duty." Onlookers among the soldiers began speculating about the East Sea soldiers' frequent glances at Bai Ye. What is going on over there? Why do they keep staring at that guy? Are they captivated by his looks? A female soldier swooned. He is indeed quite handsome. A burly man interjected with jealousy. What good is being handsome? Handsome can't fill your belly. Just look at his build. Hitting even 150 kilograms must be a struggle. Soon, it was Bai Ye's turn to step forward as he approached the testing station. The atmosphere among the East Sea soldiers shifted dramatically. They no longer appeared disheartened. Each one seemed to anticipate something extraordinary. Even the instructor was momentarily perplexed by the stark contrast in the soldier's demeanor. Someone speculated, could he be the strongest among the East Sea soldiers, which is why they are so expectant? A companion retorted, what does it matter if he is the strongest? With our scores, any of us could claim that title. Queek, growing impatient, exclaimed, everyone quiet down, we'll find out soon enough. With Queek's command, the others fell silent, watching intently as Bai Ye took the stage. That moment, Bai Ye stood like a star in the spotlight. Under the unwavering gaze of nearly 600 spectators. Approaching the testing machine, he felt the intense heat of the eyes behind him and murmured, if I'm to show off, I'll make it a grand display. One that will astonish you all. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he extended it slowly toward the target, halting just 2 centimeters away. His thumb rested on his middle finger, the other 3 fingers held straight. Everyone was left bewildered by Bai Ye's actions. What is he planning to do? One brother pondered, is he aiming to strike the target with a finger? This brother was indeed correct. Suddenly, the middle finger snapped out, creating a sound that resonated like a deafening explosion. Boom! The target, which had withstood numerous tests without a scratch, crumpled like clay under the force. In the next moment, amid expressions of shock, the entire testing machine was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, flying several dozen meters before crashing into the wall, leaving a deep crater. Oh dear, perhaps I applied a bit too much force. Showing off is like the wind. It constantly accompanies me. The onlookers regarded Bai Ye as if he were a monster. Having sent the punching strength testing machine flying with just a finger, is he even human? If that struck someone, they thought, picturing a gruesome scene. The idea of being a fellow trainee with such a person for 3 years filled everyone with despair. For the next 3 years, we'll be crushed under his dominance, with no chance to rise, particularly for Queek, who had previously believed himself to be the most outstanding in this cohort. He had yet to reveal his trump cards. Now, it seemed unnecessary to even consider them. Time to go home. It's all over. Queek began to contemplate whether he should approach Zephyr to request withdrawal from the academy after graduating from the elite training camp. I will be selected for the elite training camp. There's no way around it. As the top student of the Navy's elite training camp, I will be assigned a warship upon graduation, a privilege typically reserved for vice admirals. Only a select few rear admirals are afforded such exceptional treatment. Graduating as the top of my cohort usually warrants the rank of rear admiral. Thus, every trainee strives relentlessly for this distinction. Individuals like Smoker, who have not fully grasped this ambition, are rare exceptions, opting instead to return home to become colonels. The instructor, witnessing the carefree departure of Bai Ye, is left in a state of bemusement, pondering how to record his achievements. Should he simply note one punching power testing machine? In the subsequent evaluations, Bai Ye repeatedly shatters the expectations of his peers. Whether it be in weightlifting, speed tests, or other physical assessments, Bai Ye's performance consistently ranks at the pinnacle of the camp, leaving the second-place contender far behind. By the end of the assessment, the instructor, having completed the record-keeping, finds himself in a daze. He begins to question his own abilities. Am I truly deserving of being Bai Ye's instructor? Perhaps he should be the one instructing me. When the test concluded, the others had become numb to the events. Even when the instructor announced dismissal, they remained in a state of shock, seemingly oblivious. The soldiers from EC, too, no longer displayed their previous excitement. They recognized Bai Ye's strength in defeating Colonel Smoker, yet they had not anticipated just how extraordinary he truly was. The fact that Bai Ye was merely 18, while many of them were nearing 30, left them feeling rather disheartened. The instructor, clutching the recently completed report, made his way to Zephyr's office. It was Zephyr's personal habit to devise tailored training plans for each soldier after the initial assessments. Recognizing that everyone starts from different places and that a one-size-fits-all approach to training may not be suitable for all. Upon glancing up and noticing the instructor's unusual demeanor, Zephyr took the report and casually inquired, "Why the long face? Is the outcome of this entrance examination particularly poor?" As he perused the results, he noted, "These are not too shabby. This Quick is quite impressive. He could be groomed for further development." After reviewing the scores from outside the EC, a faint smile crept across Zephyr's face. Realizing that the current batch of trainees displayed commendable potential, promising to bolster the Navy upon their graduation. However, when it came to the EC's results, Zephyr lost interest after glancing at the first two. He shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, the Navy of EC has been deteriorating over the years. If this continues, we may need to reduce its quota. Chief Instructor, I suggest you take a closer look. There may be an unexpected surprise awaiting you." Zephyr looked on in confusion. A surprise from the EC? The instructor eagerly anticipated Zephyr's reaction upon discovering Bai Ye's results. Though Zephyr did not fully grasp the instructor's implication, he continued to read on. Surprising results? It wasn't until he reached Bai Ye's score that he sprang from his chair. Every single test result ranked first. "Instructor Cook, could you explain what exactly constitutes one punching power testing machine?" Cook recounted the situation as it had unfolded. He flicked it away with just one finger. The punching power testing machine was a rare instrument within the Navy, known for its exceptional sturdiness. Even a rear admiral could utilize the machine to gauge their strength. Yet Bai Ye had managed to send it flying with a mere fingertip. Suddenly, Zephyr recalled the words spoken by Garp before his departure. Bai Ye had single-handedly vanquished over a dozen pirate crews in the East Sea. Initially, Zephyr thought Garp was merely boasting to save face or implying that those crews were insignificant. Who could have predicted Bai Ye's formidable prowess? Zephyr murmured to himself, Garp was not deceiving me. This lad truly has been a force to reckon with. Regarding Bai Ye's accomplishments in defeating the pirate crews, he had not allowed Smoker to report them. Resolving those pirate threats would have merely elevated Bai Ye from ensign to lieutenant commander. At best to commander, and not even close to rear admiral. However, graduating as the top of his cohort would guarantee him at least the rank of major. Thus, Bai Ye was indifferent to those achievements, leaving it to Smoker to handle them as he saw fit. Cook, feeling somewhat awkward, stated, Chief Instructor Zephyr, I am scheduled to begin training them tomorrow. But does Bai Ye truly require training? I have a feeling he could survive on his own in the New World. Zephyr understood Cook's implication. Asking a weaker individual to train a stronger one seemed absurd. Very well, I shall personally oversee Bai Ye's training from now on. You all need only focus on the other trainees. Cook, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that if he irritated Bai Ye during training, the outcome would be dire. What could he do if Bai Ye flicked him away with a finger? He certainly did not believe his bones were tougher than a punching power testing machine. The following day, Bai Ye learned that he would not need to train alongside the other trainees. This did not surprise him. Exceptional talents often receive special treatment. Regardless of whether they are inherently gifted, .1 punching power testing machine costs 50 million berries, and the repair cost for the training room wall amount to 20 million berries. Totaling 70 million berries, I hope you can repay this soon. This was the first time Bai Ye encountered Zephyr, and the latter's opening statement stirred an impulse within Bai Ye to withdraw from the program. Was this a training camp or a money laundering operation? When I was being tested, you did not mention this, Bai Ye attempted to argue. Instructor Zephyr, this seems rather unreasonable. Zephyr regarded the somewhat naive Bai Ye with a slight smile, stating, in this training camp, my words are law. Fine, you win. I'll accept this debt, but mark my words, once I've learned everything I need to, there will come a day when you, old man, will regret it. Within the Navy, when it comes to teaching prowess, Zephyr ranks among the top two. If we exclude the former fleet admiral and the current commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, Zephyr is undoubtedly the best. This is a fact that no one could contest. After all, he has trained the current 3 admirals, and at least 1/3 of the high-ranking officials in the Navy have been under his tutelage. However, in the narrative, Zephyr is portrayed as a tragic figure, dedicating his life to the Navy only to be betrayed by it, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his former pupil, Kazu, which elicits deep sympathy. Bai Ye's willingness to join the Navy's elite training camp is partly due to Zephyr's pedagogical reputation. He wishes to learn the Navy's 6 styles and hockey from Zephyr. In the world of pirates, regardless of whether one possesses a devil fruit ability, strength correlates with personal capability. There are no instances of those with powerful abilities having weak physicality. This is especially true for the 4 emperors, each of whom possesses monstrous physical prowess. Each time Bai Ye enhances his compatibility, he fortifies his physical attributes, laying a solid foundation. Yet he still requires a method to fully exploit this foundation. Saitama, the teacher, does not need to worry about this, as his overwhelming strength allows him to dispatch any adversary with a single serious punch. However, Bai Ye has not yet reached that level. He has merely integrated 17 templates. Based on his encounters with various strong individuals over the past few days, Bai Ye has gained a rough understanding of his own strength, which appears to be at the level of a top Navy vice admiral. Barely capable of contending with an admiral, such prowess renders him invincible in the East Sea. Yet the New World is teeming with formidable adversaries. Given his personality, it is not inconceivable that he might inadvertently cross paths with one of the 4 emperors. Therefore, in order to continue enjoying a carefree existence in the New World, Bai Ye is determined to extract every ounce of knowledge from Zephyr. Instructor Zephyr, what shall I learn today? We shall begin with the fundamentals of the Navy's 6 styles. Starting with the first technique, Jeppo, Zephyr gazed at Bai Ye, his eyes brimming with an indescribable joy. For a powerhouse like Zephyr, who did not rely on the abilities of devil fruits, nothing delighted him more than a student like Bai Ye, whose physical prowess was exceptional yet devoid of any devil fruit powers. He epitomized Zephyr's ideal student. The 6 powers of a navy, while not ubiquitous, were primarily mastered by those of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher. And not everyone could fully grasp all 6 techniques. Zephyr explained, the moonwalk is executed by forcefully pushing against the air with your feet, generating a powerful levitation effect, allowing one to walk through the air as if on stairs. Though one cannot linger aloft for too long. This, of course, applied to the average individual. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you may remain airborne indefinitely. However, this is merely theoretical, as no one possesses infinite stamina. As he spoke, Zephyr demonstrated the moonwalk, allowing Bai Ye to observe closely. With a swift motion, Zephyr pressed his foot against the air, as if stepping on solid ground, and his entire body soared into the sky. He moved with remarkable agility while suspended in midair. It is crucial to focus on the force exerted through your feet. It should neither be too great nor too feeble, but just enough to achieve lift. Zephyr reiterated, demonstrating the technique several more times before inviting Bai Ye to give it a try. Following Zephyr's example, Bai Ye exerted force with his foot in the air, and he shot upwards like a launched rocket, leaving clear footprints on the ground. After a considerable time, Bai Ye finally descended. Observing Bai Ye's somewhat awkward landing, Zephyr couldn't help but smile, though he refrained from speaking. The moonwalk was not something that could be mastered merely through strength. It required a distinct technique and finesse. Bai Ye, calming himself and recalling his previous lesson, extended his foot once more in the air, but due to insufficient force, he remained grounded, seeing Bai Ye's struggles. Zephyr encouraged him, saying, do not be disheartened. The moonwalk is not so easily learned. When I first trained with Garp, we spent nearly a month just to grasp the basics. There's no need to rush. Just as Bai Ye pondered the intricacies of the moonwalk, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the skill moonwalk. Would you like to learn it? How could one decline such an opportunity? He eagerly accepted special skill. Emperor S Engine, Moonwalk LV1. Level 1 represents the foundational stage, the very entry-level Zephyr had mentioned. Noticing a plus sign next to the skill, Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, attempted to explore further. He was met with another prompt. Would you like to use world source power to enhance your skill proficiency? Astonished, Bai Ye realized the world source power could be utilized in such a manner. He had initially believed mastering the 6 powers would require at least 6 months, assuming he possessed considerable talent. However, with the system as his greatest ally, he could now grasp the moonwalk instantaneously. With proficiency already taken into account, how considerate, Bai Ye decided to expend a bit of world source power, and his proficiency in a moonwalk increased by 10, bringing his current level to LV1-10. Suddenly, insights about the moonwalk began to unfold in his mind. Though limited, these revelations proved immensely beneficial for someone at his nascent stage. Overjoyed, Bai Ye recognized the significant utility of the moonwalk for him. After all, as he was not a user of a natural-type devil fruit, prolonged flight was unattainable. The moonwalk greatly enhanced his capabilities in both pursuit and agility, reflecting on Big Mom, the pirate emperor, who, unable to fly herself, had been repeatedly cast down waterfalls after losing Prometheus. Bai Ye understood the importance of such skills. He then attempted to elevate the moonwalk to level 2, only to find that further proficiency would require 2 points of world source power. Continuing his attempts, Bai Ye astonishingly raised the moonwalk to level 4, expending a total of 150 points of world source power. While he recognized his understanding of the moonwalk still paled in comparison to Zephyr's, he felt he had distinguished himself among the ranks of Navy Rear Admirals. Zephyr-sensei, do you notice any flaws in my execution of the moonwalk? Zephyr chuckled. Very well. Feel free to demonstrate. I shall point out any shortcomings. Bai Ye lightly tapped his toes against the void, soaring into the sky like a released arrow. Zephyr looked up at Bai Ye, who disappeared into the clouds, unable to suppress a grin. Ah, youth. However, Zephyr sensed something amiss. Turning around, he beheld Bai Ye standing midair, as if treading upon solid ground, smiling down at him. Zephyr nearly exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? He tentatively inquired. Have you truly mastered the moonwalk? Such a question was unnecessary, for anyone with eyes could see that Bai Ye had surpassed mere mastery. Yet, Zephyr remained incredulous at the sight before him. Just 5 minutes prior, he had been reassuring Bai Ye not to lose heart, citing his own and Garp's struggles to grasp the basics over a month. Now, Bai Ye had effortlessly mastered the technique, utilizing it with ease. Was this not a slap in the face? Fortunately, no one else was around to hear, or Zephyr would have been left utterly humiliated. Clearing his throat, Zephyr remarked, "While your execution of the moonwalk is commendable, there are still minor adjustments required to preserve his dignity." Zephyr could only nitpick, highlighting trivial imperfections. Bai Ye chose not to expose Zephyr's pretense. After all, he valued the traditional virtue of respecting one's elders, and Zephyr's observations were indeed valid. Noticing Bai Ye's humility and eagerness to learn, Zephyr's fondness for him deepened. Bai Ye, possessing a strong physique and exceptional talent without arrogance, revered his teachers. What instructor would not appreciate such a student? In that moment, Zephyr contemplated taking Bai Ye as his disciple, though he had already trained 3 admirals. Proving his pedagogical prowess was on par with his strength, all 3 were natural-type devil fruit users, leading some to question whether they would not have achieved greatness without Zephyr's guidance. Moreover, as a martial arts expert, he had trained 3 natural users, leaving him with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Yet before him stood Bai Ye, the perfect candidate to rectify that sentiment. Zephyr unabashedly expressed his admiration. "I genuinely did not anticipate your talent to be so extraordinary. I wish to become your mentor and impart all my knowledge to you." "What say you?" Bai Ye was taken aback. He had not expected such a proposal, while Zephyr was currently teaching him. Their relationship was merely that of instructor and student. After Bai Ye graduated in 3 years, maintaining their bond would become challenging. However, becoming Zephyr's disciple would forge a deeper connection akin to familial ties. Marking Bai Ye as Zephyr's protege, should Bai Ye ever act out of line, it would inevitably reflect upon Zephyr. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye decided to accept Zephyr's offer. Having watched the anime, he had always felt that Zephyr deserved a better fate. Such a remarkable character should not meet his end in a trivial manner. Resolutely, Bai Ye vowed, "Since you are willing to dedicate yourself to my training, I shall do my utmost to prevent that from happening. So, I will take you as my teacher, but could you waive the 30 million berry fee?" Zephyr replied with a grin, "That is impossible. Rules are rules." "How stingy of a teacher you are," Bai Ye retorted. "Haha, and you are not very magnanimous yourself." As the 2 individuals exchanged a knowing smile, a warm feeling unexpectedly blossomed in their hearts. Congratulations to the host for becoming the disciple of Black Arm Zephyr, rewarded with 1,000 points of world source power. Bai Ye never anticipated such a double blessing. His smile broadened even further. Over the ensuing month, under Zephyr's fervent guidance, Bai Ye mastered all 6 styles of the Navy with remarkable proficiency, a feat made possible in part due to the system functioning as a cheat, facilitating Bai Ye's swift entry into the discipline. Upon opening his current status panel, he found Host, Bai Ye, Template, Saitama from One Punch Man, Fusion Degree, 17, World Source Power, 602, Fusion Degree 1718, Required World Source Power, 800. Special Skills, Emperor Engine, Moonwalk LV5, Max. Paper Drawing LV4 Enhanced, Iron Block LV4 Enhanced, Finger Gun LV4 Enhanced, Gale Foot LV3 Enhanced, Shave LV5 Max. Aside from using world source power for the moonwalk and shave, the proficiency in the other 4 techniques was primarily attained through Bai Ye's own rigorous training. Having a general willing to act as a sparring partner, who could continuously highlight your shortcomings and impart years of battle experience, was akin to having a wise elder at one's side. Bai Ye truly began to appreciate the profound benefits of studying under Zephyr. Although his fusion degree had not progressed and his physical capabilities had seen only modest improvement, Bai Ye felt that with his current skills and combat experience, he was more than capable of defeating his previous selves. Zephyr was quite pleased with Bai Ye's progress over the past month, even proclaiming that his disciple, Bai Ye, possessed the potential of a general. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Garp for his apparent oversight in sending Bai Ye to the elite training camp. This left Garp rather vexed for several days, leading him to request a leave of absence from Sengoku. Claiming he needed to return home to properly educate his grandson Luffy, striving to mold Luffy into a Navy general as for his methods of education, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly harsh. likely leaving Luffy with quite a few bumps on his head during this period. Not far from the Navy headquarters, on a desolate island, thunderous roars occasionally echoed that in mid-air. Two figures darted back and forth, unleashing slashes of energy that stretched several meters. Under the chaotic aftermath of their battle, the once lush and towering trees fell as if harvested like wheat. The beasts dwelling within the forest fled in a frenzy, as if a terrifying presence lurked deep within the jungle. A youthful voice emerged from the depths of the thicket. "Teacher Zephyr, your punches lack the power they had a month ago. That's because your skin has thickened and you've become more resilient." Zephyr replied. Bai Ye stood several hundred meters apart from Zephyr. Yet in the blink of an eye, they appeared before each other, launching their fists with all their might. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated between them, uprooting the trees that had previously fallen. The very ground of the island seemed to sink by a meter. The creatures inhabiting the island were on the verge of tears. If they could build ships, they would have set sail long ago. Since the arrival of these two monsters a month prior, the island had been cleared every 2 to 3 days, resulting in a significant reduction in its surface area. At this rate, the island was destined to be submerged by the sea. This was merely the method Zephyr had chosen to enhance Bai Ye's mastery of haki, as nothing fosters rapid improvement like real combat. Have you grasped how to cultivate armament haki? I have some inkling, but I have yet to truly grasp it. Bai Ye reflected on the recent battle and his sensations during the fight with Zephyr. He was only at the beginning stages of his haki training, relying solely on personal insight. Observing Bai Ye's contemplative demeanor, Zephyr chuckled. "There's South no need to place such immense pressure on yourself. Your ability to proficiently wield all 6 styles of the Navy within a month has greatly exceeded my expectations. However, as someone who's been there, I suggest you focus on perfecting iron block and paper drawing first." Iron block serves as a weaker version of armament haki, providing a similar defensive capability when executed, but it lacks mobility. Paper drawing, akin to a weakened version of observation haki, allows you to sense incoming attacks, enabling your body to react accordingly, albeit with a limited range. If you can master these two techniques, you may very well grasp armament and observation haki. Thus, it is often said that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Such training insights are seldom known to those who lack personal experience, making it invaluable. While Bai Ye was eager to master haki, he was not in a state of impatience. Having only joined the Navy training camp for about a month, he recognized that he had ample time ahead. Even Luffy, during his own journey to master haki, had taken 2 full years. Thus, Bai Ye remained optimistic. Once he comprehended it, with the system's assistance and sufficient world source power, nothing would pose a challenge. Bai Ye smiled. "Rest assured, teacher, I understand that in matters of cultivation, haste can be counterproductive." Zephyr nodded in agreement. "That's good. By the way, it seems today is the first monthly assessment for the new recruits of the training camp. Would you like to take a look?" Zephyr proposed this, recognizing Bai Ye's relentless training over the past month, intending to grant him a day of respite. Bai Ye inquired, "Monthly assessment? Why did I not receive any notification?" "What need is there for a notification?" Zephyr retorted, "I can hardly be bothered to explain. With your strength, do you find it gratifying to bully those new recruits?" "I'm a newcomer as well." "You are hardly a newcomer," Zephyr mused, recalling that Bai Ye indeed qualified as a newcomer, particularly given his youth among the recruits, while others in his age group were typically strong, often possessing formidable devil fruit powers, thus rendering them invincible among their peers. The peak of physical combatants usually occurred in midlife, as their physicality had not yet reached its zenith during youth. Even Zephyr and Garp, at 18, displayed only a marginal strength advantage over their contemporaries before entering a rapid growth phase. Yet Bai Ye, at 18, was already exceptionally strong, leaving Zephyr curious to dissect and study how a mere 18-year-old could possess such power. "All right, if I don't go, then I want to go." Bai Ye was just about to decline, aware that his strength would render the encounter a mere slaughter, lacking excitement. However, mid-sentence, he suddenly heard a notification from the system resounding in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a learning task. Achieve first place in each monthly assessment to earn 200 points of world source power." "Here we go again." Bai Ye chuckled at the system's announcement, unable to suppress his sarcasm. "You might as well rename yourself the Academic Overachiever System, compelling me to secure first place every time." ensuring my all-round development in morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor, aiming for a little red flower on my chest and 5 stripes on my shoulder, becoming the captain among students. Despite his jesting, Bai Ye was genuinely pleased with the task the system had activated. With his strength, earning those 200 points of world source power was akin to receiving a gift. Moreover, Bai Ye noted that the system stated it was for every assessment, implying he could accumulate 2,400 points of world source power annually from the assessments. This represented a stable income, with a contract lasting 3 years. Bai Ye had already resolved that anyone who dared to expedite his graduation from the elite training camp would face his ire. Bai Ye approached Zephyr and declared, "Teacher, I absolutely must participate in this month's assessment. What compelling reason do you have to insist on participating?" Zephyr challenged, curious if Bai Ye could persuade him. Zephyr curled his lips in disdain to T.O. Zephyr. Bai Ye merely sought to flaunt his formidable strength among his peers, akin to a child showcasing a cherished toy to his companions. Such behavior stemmed from a trivial vanity. Yet, gazing upon Bai Ye's somewhat youthful countenance, Zephyr couldn't help but murmur to himself that this little anomaly was, after all, just a child. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had prepared his words and spoke earnestly. "Teacher, my participation in this assessment is not solely for my own sake, but also for you and for my fellow students, and indeed, for the Navy." Bai Ye's declaration nearly caused Zephyr to lose his footing. "Well now, if you wish to boast of your strength, then by all means, do so. I have no intention of hindering you. After all, you're still just a child, and it is only natural to desire recognition. However, your elaborate justifications, doing it for me, for the students, for the Navy, make it sound as if I were the one obstructing your participation in the assessment. As if I were a villain of the Navy," Zephyr retorted with irritation. "Now, enlighten me." Bai Ye, with a serious expression, continued, "Firstly, for you, teacher, from the moment I entered the training camp, you have been my guiding light, constantly instructing me, and I have always cherished this kindness in my heart. However, they are unaware of the tremendous growth I have achieved under your tutelage over the past month. Thus, I must demonstrate my strength before them to validate your exceptional teaching standards." Zephyr's lips twitched. This point barely passed muster. Next, he urged, "Secondly, for them, my actions are merely to help them comprehend the vast gap between their abilities and mine, to set a benchmark that can inspire them to strive for improvement." Zephyr's mouth twitched again, urging him to continue. "Thirdly, for the Navy, it is essential to recognize that those who enter the elite training camp are the Armée de l'Armée of the Navy. Each casualty represents a significant loss for our forces. By witnessing my strength, they will gain a clearer understanding of what it means to be powerful, fostering a sense of respect for the strong. This way, when they graduate, they will not fall victim to impulsiveness and perish at the hands of the formidable." Zephyr realized he was only just beginning to understand Bai Ye and couldn't help but exclaim, "Bai Ye, have you ever considered pursuing a position within the world government? I believe your talents would be wasted within the Navy. Your eloquence outshines even your martial prowess." The monthly assessments at the elite training camp were of paramount importance to the recruits. The results were documented and would influence their rankings upon graduation. The higher the score, the better the position they could attain after completing their training. Although this year had produced an exceptional talent in Bai Ye, who was likely to claim the top spot, the second position was still up for contention. The assessments were conducted in a combat format, as they would eventually face ruthless pirates upon graduation. Before the competition commenced, a recruit inquired of the instructor, "Instructor, will Bai Ye be participating in this month's assessment?" This question was on the minds of all the participants if Bai Ye were to compete. Drawing him in the first round would spell disaster for their scores. The instructor hesitated, but knowing Zephyr's character, he doubted Bai Ye would be allowed to participate. Thus, he reassured the recruits with a smile. "Rest assured, Bai Ye will likely not participate in this assessment, so your scores will remain unaffected." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the recruits collectively sighed in relief. It was a blessing that the anomaly would not be present. Quick, the first to speak, coldly declared, "If Bai Ye is absent, the first place is mine for the taking." Over the course of the month, Quick had significantly bulked up, a testament to his hard work. The soldiers behind him cheered, "Go, Captain Quick!" On the opposing side, the leader remarked coolly, "Big Black Bear, you speak too soon. The first place is undoubtedly Ferguson's. Quick, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Today, I shall crush you, you oversized lantern, and show you who reigns supreme in the rookie camp." The atmosphere grew tense, as if a fierce battle were about to erupt. Within this month, the soldiers in the training camp had gradually formed 3 factions. The first was comprised of soldiers from the Navy headquarters, led by the formidable Quick. The second was a coalition from the North Sea, South Sea, and West Sea, with the strongest among them, Ferguson, as their leader. The final faction was formed from the East Sea, with Bai Ye undoubtedly at the helm, although even he was unaware of this development. Despite the East Sea's faction being the smallest and weakest overall, their affiliation with Bai Ye deterred Quick and Ferguson from provoking them. The individuals from the East Sea understood the importance of avoiding trouble with Bai Ye, resulting in a relatively peaceful coexistence over the past month. As the recruits engaged in their banter, the instructors observed with approving smiles. They welcomed such healthy competition among the new recruits, recognizing that youthful vigor and ambition were commendable traits. Cook prepared to announce the commencement of the assessment. Zephyr and Bai Ye suddenly appeared before the assembled crowd. Zephyr had ultimately been swayed by Bai Ye's arguments and consented to his participation in the assessment. Yet he was not convinced by Bai Ye's lofty rhetoric. Rather, he was taken aback by Bai Ye's ability to concoct such outlandish yet somewhat reasonable justifications. Moved by a moment of compassion, he allowed Bai Ye to join, provided that Bai Ye promised to exercise restraint during the test. The assembly stared in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Zephyr and Bai Ye. Cook, feeling the pressure, inquired, "Commander, what is the meaning of this?" Zephyr replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this the monthly assessment? I have brought Bai Ye to participate." The crowd collectively gulped, the gravity of the situation dawning upon them. Bai Ye was indeed participating in the assessment. Just moments ago, Quick and Ferguson had been poised for a fierce competition, but now they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Almost 600 pairs of eyes, filled with indignation, turned toward Instructor Cook. "Did you not just say Bai Ye wouldn't be participating in the assessment? How could he suddenly appear? We were all so excited." Under the weight of their scrutiny, Cook felt the pressure mounting and lamented, "Commander Zephyr, with Bai Ye's strength, he has no need to participate in the assessment." Before Zephyr could respond, Bai Ye interjected, "Instructor Cook, am I not a recruit?" Cook swore he wanted to retort that Bai Ye was hardly a recruit in the traditional sense. Aside from his youthful appearance, he bore little resemblance to one. However, the intensity of Bai Ye's gaze compelled him to relent. "You are a recruit. Then may I participate in the monthly assessment?" Before Cook could respond, Bai Ye proceeded to mimic the action of flicking his forehead. Though each motion landed harmlessly in the air, to Cook, it felt as though each flick struck directly at his own brow. The memory of the dismal punching machine loomed large in his mind, and he recognized this as an overt threat. Cook felt on the verge of tears as he looked up at Zephyr with wide, pleading eyes, as if to say, "Commander, someone is openly threatening your subordinate in your presence, and you do nothing?" Meanwhile, Zephyr merely gazed skyward, reflecting, "Ah, what splendid weather today. The sun shines brightly. It is a perfect day for an assessment." Yet when the crowd looked up, they beheld only ominous clouds, as if misfortune were imminent. Oh, but indeed, this misfortune was none other than the very presence of Bai Ye. With Zephyr's indifference, Cook had no choice but to capitulate. Yes, Bai Ye's face lit up with delight. All was well since he could participate. The crowd, however, wore expressions of despair. Was life still worth living? With the commander siding with Bai Ye, the elite training camp might as well be renamed in his honor, transforming into the Bai Ye training camp. A title far more fitting. The White Knight suddenly appeared at the testing platform, boasting arrogantly, "I heard you all shouting quite fiercely just now, threatening to kill this one and crush that one. Are you here to compete for second place? Quack, Ferguson, Cook." Zephyr secretly cursed under his breath, realizing that this brat had come to show off without a hint of disguise, displaying such audacity. Once he sets sail, he will inevitably be met with a beating. However, Zephyr quickly reconsidered. Given White Knight's current strength, it was likely that very few could actually defeat him. This meant that as long as White Knight didn't T-court death, he could continue his pretense indefinitely. Zephyr began to feel relieved that he had retreated to the sidelines and had not encountered someone like White Knight in his youth, seeing that no one was speaking. White Knight maintained his arrogant demeanor. Your strength is so pathetic that I can offer you a chance. Why don't you all come at me together? Listening to White Knight's brazen words, the soldiers who had previously kept their heads down all lifted their gazes towards him. One person taking on all the recruits. Such a shocking event had never occurred in the Navy elite training camp. Even the likes of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had never done anything so outrageous in their training cohort. Even Zephyr found it hard to believe. He had thought White Knight merely intended to play the fool. But it turned out he aimed to play the grand fool. Was this kid out of his mind? Nevertheless, based on Zephyr's understanding of White Knight's abilities, he believed White Knight was indeed capable of handling these new recruits. Everything seemed to be under control. The leaders of the two largest factions among the soldiers, Queck and Ferguson, exchanged glances for a long while, seemingly contemplating the possibility of joining forces. If a man and a woman were to gaze at each other like that, the spark in their eyes could either ignite a passion or reveal two blind fools. Noticing the continued silence, White Knight proclaimed once more, "You all are truly pathetic, unable to even make a move. How about this? Let's add the 10 instructors present. You can all attack together." Cook's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, are you including us?" He began to crack his knuckles. This brat had just dared to threaten him, and now an opportunity for revenge had swiftly presented itself. Cook noticed that some instructors were still reluctant to act, and quickly urged, "Even White Knight, who has only been here for a month, dares to provoke our instructor group. If we don't teach him a lesson, that tarnish our reputation. How will we instruct new recruits in the future? Should we let others say that our instructor group is afraid of a newcomer?" Surprisingly, Cook's words resonated with the previously reluctant instructors, who nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to take action. This outcome was largely due to Cook's persuasive speech. But White Knight's arrogant demeanor certainly made him a target. Cook spoke without deliberately lowering his voice, so White Knight heard every word clearly. White Knight then flashed a radiant, yet chilling smile at Cook and made a gesture as if to pop his head. "Wait, this brat dares to threaten me again." Cook was taken aback. Finding it insufficient to convince Zephyr, Cook then attempted to pull him into the fray against White Knight, even suggesting that White Knight's actions were a provocation against the Navy elite training camp, implying that Zephyr had to intervene. Zephyr had no doubt that if allowed to continue, Cook would even suggest summoning the 3 admirals who graduated from the training camp back. Cough, cough, this matter does not concern me. I am merely responsible for overseeing this assessment. Zephyr hesitated repeatedly before ultimately deflecting that in truth, Zephyr was quite tempted. Imagining joining so many others to gang up on White Knight was thrilling. Seeing White Knight's brazen expression incensed him further. He had never been so arrogant when he became an admiral. How could this kid, as a mere recruit, be so inflated? They had a fight, but Zephyr was afraid. White Knight was the most promising student he had encountered in over 30 years of teaching. He had never seen anyone more exceptional than White Knight. What if he intervened and ended up chasing White Knight away? If that happened, he would have nowhere to cry. Thus, he chose to watch from the sidelines, resolutely refusing to take action. Seeing that he could not persuade Zephyr, Cook ceased his attempts, pondering that their combined efforts should suffice. The instructor group comprised 10 instructors, 3 rear admirals, and 7 major generals. This lineup was more than enough to tackle a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding $1 billion. Adding to this were the elite forces drawn from various locations, all at least at the rank of lieutenant, totaling 590 individuals. The strongest among them could rival a colonel, while the weakest were still lieutenants. In total, there were 600 people. White Knight was attempting to take on such an exaggerated force. As White Knight declared his challenge to all recruits in the instructor group, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Navy headquarters. Though they were unfamiliar with White Knight, they had heard of him. It was said that he was personally taken as a disciple by Chief Instructor Zephyr, who had remarked, "My disciple White Knight possesses the potential to become an admiral. If it were that easy to become an admiral, then the title would hardly be worthy of the Navy's top combat power." Moreover, White Knight was not a devil fruit user. Thus, many believed Zephyr's words were merely boastful. Yet, to everyone's surprise, just a month later, White Knight was daring to challenge all the recruits in the instructor group. Along the way, one could see individuals clad in the uniforms of colonels and generals hurriedly rushing toward the training camp. "Major Bastille, what is happening?" their essay spectacle unfolding at the training camp. Hurry and see. If you're late, you'll miss it. Colonel Morley, are you also heading to the training camp for the show? Of course, better hurry to secure a good spot. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had just finished addressing a matter and was about to reward himself with a donut from his drawer when he inadvertently glanced out the window. He observed a stream of admirals and generals utilizing the moonwalk and shave techniques, all rapidly moving in the same direction. Sengoku was utterly bewildered. Had he not heard any sounds of battle, he would have thought that pirates were attacking the Navy headquarters. Thus, he promptly inquired with the soldier at the door and learned of White Knight's antics. His interest piqued, he hurried off to the training camp. At the docks, Garp disembarked from a ship with a frown, only to run into Aokiji, who had just completed a mission. Garp had been Aokiji's superior before he became an admiral, and Aokiji had always followed Garp, practically idolizing him. Thus, despite Aokiji's status as an admiral, he remained quite respectful in Garp's presence to Garp-sensei. Are you having an unpleasant vacation? Ah, let us not speak of these bothersome matters. Garp waved his hand impatiently. His frustration evident. He had initially envied Zephyr for having such an excellent disciple, which was why he had taken a vacation to Windmill Village, intending to properly teach his grandson Luffy how to become an outstanding Navy officer. However, after a month, Luffy stubbornly refused to join the Navy, insisting on becoming a pirate, nearly driving Garp to the brink of smashing Luffy's head in. Yet despite this, Luffy remained resolute in his decision, leaving Garp feeling utterly drained. With vacation time up, he could only return in disappointment. Reflecting on this, Garp couldn't help but curse the red-haired pirate who tempted ignorant youths, Luffy. If it weren't for that red-haired brat constantly luring his grandson, Luffy would have already become an excellent Navy officer. How could he be so exasperating? What Garp did not realize was that just as he departed the East Sea, on an island in that very sea, one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates, was resting there. Achoo! What is happening? Can my robust physique catch a cold? Red-haired examined his body and narcissistically declared, I'm still quite fit. It must just be a tickle in my nose. Suddenly, a phone bug nestled in his arms rang. Beckman, has that old man Garp left? He should have. I saw his ship heading back to the Grand Line. Good. Then let us go to Windmill Village to have a chat with Luffy. After hanging up, red-haired smugly thought, over the years, I've often dropped by to chat with Luffy, even losing my left arm while saving him. Did he think that arm was given for free? And he still wants to convince Luffy to join the Navy. What a naive old man. Kapu and Hongfa engaged in their skirmish with an almost tactical finesse, advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. Their exchange was marked by a certain discipline, as Kapu and Shinji prepared to return to Navy headquarters to report. They discovered that the majority of personnel were rushing towards the training camp. Upon questioning a few, they learned that Bai intended to challenge all the new recruits and instructors. This revelation left Kapu not only astonished, but also increasingly pained, for Bai was a prodigy he had personally entrusted to Zephyr. Who could have foreseen that the seemingly unremarkable Bai would possess such extraordinary talent? Thus, the two hastily made their way to the training camp, knowing that regardless of the outcome, victory or defeat, Bai's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout Navy headquarters. Inside the training camp, as Zephyr was about to announce the commencement of the assessment, he noticed the graduated cadets, now clad in officer uniforms, occupying the very seats they once occupied. Zephyr, your disciple has certainly stirred quite a commotion, exclaimed Sengoku. And you, Sengoku, have also graced us with your presence. I just wrapped up some business and thought I'd come take a look, Sengoku replied, glancing at the gathered crowd with a hint of exasperation. Strangely enough, during the recent high-level meeting at headquarters, I didn't see this many people show up, as Sengoku casually settled into a nearby elevated position. Kapu and Shinji appeared at his side. Kapu, Shinji, weren't you both supposed to be on leave and on a mission? I hold Zephyr in high regard. Shinji responded respectfully. I happened to meet Kapu at the port, and upon hearing the news, we decided to come. Kapu, perturbed by recent events involving Luffy, blurted out, Zephyr, is that kid Bai really up to the task? With so many of us here to witness, if he loses, wouldn't that make our presence futile? Hearing Kapu's disgruntled tone, Zephyr found his spirits lifted as he chuckled. Kapu, you must have faith in the individual you brought from the East Blue. "You old fool, would you have found such a remarkable disciple if I hadn't brought Bai to you? Your inability to recognize Bai's talent is your own blindness." The two elderly gentlemen, both in their 60s and 70s, began to bicker openly before the assembly of onlookers. Although Qingji held the rank of admiral, he recognized that he was in no position to mediate between these two. "Sengoku, aren't you going to intervene?" he asked. Sengoku, with a resigned expression, thought to himself that it was rather embarrassing for two men on the brink of the grave to squabble in front of so many young people. As their argument escalated, one could almost feel the tension in the air. "Enough, enough. Let us commence the assessment before you embarrass the older generation any further." Sengoku finally interjected, prompting the two to cease their quarrel. At this moment, the new recruits and instructors within the training camp were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Isn't this merely the monthly assessment for the elite Navy training camp? Such extravagance seems unwarranted. They observed the esteemed figures present: Sengoku, the fleet admiral; Kapu, the Navy hero; Zephyr, the former admiral and current chief instructor; and Qingji, the current admiral. Glancing at the officers seated nearby, 7 Navy rear admirals and 22 Navy commodores, along with nearly 100 colonels, it was evident that such a gathering could easily rival an assault on 2 Yonko crews. Yet, all this was merely to witness the monthly assessment, or more specifically, Bai's individual assessment. Under the scrutiny of these high-ranking officials, both instructors and recruits felt an immense pressure, which also served as motivation. They all shared a singular conviction: this battle could not be lost. Should they falter, they would merely become the stepping stones for Bai's rise to fame upon the seas. In the future, when this cohort was mentioned, it would be Bai's name that echoed, while the others faded into obscurity. Much like those who trained alongside the Navy's 3 admirals, destined to remain in the shadows, Bai, the unwitting architect of this situation, was equally taken aback by the unfolding drama, observing the serious expressions of the new recruits and instructors. He anticipated an intense assessment ahead. With a sigh, he mused to himself, "I am not one to seek the limelight. Humility has always been my guiding principle that if blame is to be assigned, it lies with the system that insists I exhibit my prowess, even tempting me with the world's source of power. Faced with such temptation, I find myself powerless to resist. Alas, this wretched system has shattered my low-key existence. If only it could speak, it would likely berate me for taking on 600 opponents. And now it seeks to lay the blame at my feet. A true disgrace." Taking a deep breath, Bai declared, "If I am to face all of you single-handedly, then this platform is far too confining and obstructive. Let us instead use the entire training ground as our arena." This proposal effectively relinquished a significant advantage, as being knocked off the platform would have sufficed for a loss. However, utilizing the entire training ground meant that such a rule would no longer apply. Though Zephyr did not understand Bai's reasoning, he chose to trust his disciple. "Very well, let the training ground serve as our arena," Bai calmly stated. "Then we shall dispense with this platform." As his words fell, the 10-meter-long and 3-meter-high platform seemed to succumb to an unseen force, crashing down and embedding itself 3 meters into the ground, until its surface aligned flush with the earth. Remarkably, the platform remained unblemished, smooth as if it had just been crafted. Standing at the center, Bai surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed, "Come forth. I am prepared to take on all 600 of you." With the platform now firmly embedded below, the highly anticipated confrontation, under the watchful eyes of numerous high-ranking officials, officially commenced. "Are you not going to select a suitable weapon, Bai? Cook caution, but we are all armed. And without a proper weapon, you'll find yourself at a disadvantage." Bai declined Cook's offer, stating, "No need. Even if I had one, I wouldn't wield it effectively. I prefer to rely on my fists and feet. Blades and swords have no eyes. You must be cautious." With that, Cook launched the first attack, his long knife emitting a sharp, ringing sound as a crescent-shaped slash hurtled towards Bai. Unfazed, Bai struck the several-meter-long slash with a punch, shattering it as if it were porcelain. Observing a faint white mark on his fist, Bai realized it was insufficient. He needed more? Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind approached from behind, aiming for his sides in an instant. Bai evaded the combined assault of the 2 instructors with agility akin to that of a sheet of paper, swiftly grasping their arms and hurling them away with overwhelming strength. Bang! Bang! The two instructors collided with the crowd, toppling a group of recruits like bowling pins, eliciting cries of pain. What are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish for someone who has only just joined the camp to defeat all 600 of you? Bai taunted the still indecisive instructors and recruits. If you were pirates, would you hesitate in such a manner? Since you are unwilling to take action, I shall. He charged into the throng, employing both hands and feet. Given the recruit's skill level, none could withstand even a single blow from him. Yet in a bid to avoid causing harm, Bai meticulously controlled his strength, fulfilling the assurance he had given to Evident it was merely an exercise in mastering the control of his power. With a punch, he sent a recruit flying, dodged an attack from behind, and with a kick, he sent another instructor sprawling, moving through them like a tiger among sheep, facing nearly no resistance, observing Bai's dominance. The assembled Navy high-ranking officials were left in awe upon hearing that Bai intended to take on 600 opponents. They had already perceived him as formidable. After all, one does not proclaim such a challenge without strength. Yet they had not anticipated the battle would unfold so overwhelmingly in Bai's favor at this rate. Even if faced with 600 more, he would likely triumph effortlessly. Only a few rear admirals sensed that something was amiss as they watched the spectacle unfold. Yet he could not articulate the reason behind such feelings. However, the four individuals seated in the highest tier discerned something from Bai Ye's performance. Kapu furrowed his brow and inquired, Zephyr, are you certain this lad has mastered the Navy's 6 styles? As Bai Ye surged in the crowd, he refrained from employing the thrusting spear, the gale foot, or utilizing the shave or moonwalk during his movements. Instead, he relied solely on paper drawing to evade attacks. And if he could not dodge, he would directly withstand blows with iron block. Such a method of combat appeared exhilarating, with each strike landing forcefully. Yet in truth, it was rather foolish. Zephyr was fully aware that Bai Ye had indeed mastered all of the Navy's 6 styles. Furthermore, he understood that this young man was diligently practicing the shave and moonwalk each day, muttering to himself that if he could not win, he would flee, asserting that only those who survive are entitled to deliver blows. After a month of training, Zephyr felt that Bai Ye's command of the shave and moonwalk was not inferior to his own. Yet, Bai Ye's current display suggested he only wielded the iron block and paper drawing techniques. Observing Bai Ye's resolute demeanor, Zephyr was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Could it be that this lad was preparing for something? He was astonished by the boy's determination, which explained his actions. Zephyr laughed heartily. Kapu, keep your eyes wide open. My disciple is bound to triumph and will inevitably rise to the rank of admiral. He had unwavering faith in Bai Ye's success. Kapu huffed, offering no reply. Sengoku and Akiji also sensed something amiss, yet they did not believe Bai Ye had truly limited himself to only these 2 techniques over the past month. Thus, they concluded that Bai Ye must have some ulterior motive in this battle. Before long, Bai Ye had already toppled over 300 individuals, in addition to 4 instructors. Since Bai Ye had not employed excessive force, these individuals merely lost their combat effectiveness temporarily and could rejoin the fray after a brief respite. This was also a drawback of Bai Ye's decision to stage the competition at the training grounds. Aside from compelling the opponent to concede, the only alternative was to render them incapable of fighting. At this juncture, a safe zone had been cleared around Bai Ye. The instructors busily directed the trainees to remove the incapacitated students from the ground to prevent any trampling incidents during the upcoming skirmish. Seizing this moment, Bai Ye inhaled deeply, calming his rapidly rising chest. He opened the system panel, primarily focusing on the skills of paper drawing and iron block. Paper drawing LV5, 10 increase. Iron block LV5, 6 increase. From these advancements in skill, one could easily surmise how many blows Bai Ye had endured and how many attacks he had evaded during this period. As Zephyr had surmised, Bai Ye was indeed preparing to leverage this 1 against 600 challenge to expedite his training in paper drawing and iron block. Although Bai Ye could achieve his objectives through the world source power, that resource was exceedingly scarce. It was better to conserve it. Thus, it was preferable to have the entire training camp assist him in honing his skills. Soon, he would topple the remaining opponents, which should suffice. Bai Ye mused silently. This moment. The fallen individuals were cleared away, and the battle was on the verge of resuming. Perhaps the earlier conflict had provided them with ample warning. Thus, they prepared to follow a single instructor's commands rather than engage in disorganized skirmishes like before. Among the new recruits, the two strongest, Keek and Ferguson, had managed to endure until now, which surprised Bai Ye. Although he had not targeted anyone specifically during the fight, striking whoever was nearest, he distinctly remembered landing 2 punches on Keek and 1 on Ferguson. Unlike other trainees, those struck by Bai Ye who did not collapse immediately were considered exceptionally resilient, as most required time on the sidelines to recuperate. Yet these two were still able to participate in battle after enduring Bai Ye's attacks. I could seem these fellows possessed a commendable level of prowess. The first to launch an assault against Bai Ye, Keek also managed to hold his ground and became the commander for the ensuing conflict. As the battle commenced, under Keek's leadership, the combat became extraordinarily methodical. Their strikes were no longer haphazard. They now considered the possibility of accidentally harming their comrades. Now, however, they abandoned such considerations, each individual executing their actions in accordance with Keek's strategy, retreating swiftly after a failed strike to provide space for the next wave of attack. Even if they were unfortunate enough to be struck by Bai Ye, there would be others to drag them away at the first opportunity. This posed a significant inconvenience for Bai Ye, as the onslaught came like a tidal wave, leaving no chance for respite. Nevertheless, this predicament invigorated Bai Ye further. He had initially sought to push his limits through this exercise, and the more troubles he encountered, the better they asked for the possibility of losing. That was entirely outside Bai Ye's realm of consideration. He was presently suppressing his true abilities, hardly revealing his full potential. Moreover, he had not employed the other 4 techniques. If he were to unleash his full power, it was likely that only a few instructors would remain standing. In any case, he still had the system. Thus, defeat was utterly inconceivable. As time passed, and the battle intensified, Keek summoned Ferguson and Keek to his side. Ferguson, you and Keek need to coordinate. I, along with the other instructors, will create opportunities for you. You must seize them. This battle seemed unlikely to be won. This boy resembled a monster. However, at the very least, they needed to inflict some wounds upon him. Otherwise, they would have no face left to show in the Navy. Keek and Ferguson nodded in agreement. Thoroughly convinced by Bai Ye's prowess, they had never encountered someone like Bai Ye, who was both formidable and resilient. After enduring so many punches, he still appeared vibrant and full of life. This battle was beginning to feel somewhat hopeless. Bai Ye periodically glanced at the skill progress bar, witnessing his proficiency soar, and his heart brimmed with joy. Paper drawing LV5, 95 increase. Iron block LV5, 95 increase. The proficiency of both skills advanced in tandem. Of course, this was also due to Bai Ye's own management. As his proficiency in paper drawing increased, he ceased dodging, allowing himself to absorb more blows. Conversely, with his proficiency in iron block heightened, he evaded more punches, fully dedicating himself to dodging. Such opportunities to enhance proficiency were rare. There was no risk to life, and he could also gain some prestige, a tremendous profit. Occasionally, those Bai Ye had initially struck would regain their combat effectiveness and rejoin the fray, creating a cyclical pattern. For Bai Ye, this was akin to a perpetual motion machine for skill enhancement. At that moment, Keek exchanged glances with his companions, sensing that now was the optimal time to strike. Although they could allow the revived trainees to engage once more, thus continuously exhausting Bai Ye's stamina, they would be better off conceding outright if they resorted to such tactics. Keek, accompanied by the remaining 2 instructors, charged to the forefront, with Ferguson at their side, seemingly preparing to strike together. Bai Ye noticed this scene and exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I never anticipated you. Instructor Keek would come to me so willingly. I've longed to land a punch on you. Rest assured, this punch won't be lethal. At most, it will leave you bedridden for half a month." While Bai Ye was not one to hold grudges, he was hardly magnanimous. He recalled how Keek had leapt and rallied all the instructors to gang up on him, even attempting to pull Zephyr into the fray. How could Bai Ye not treat this caring instructor Keek with due seriousness? Just as the group approached Bai Ye, poised to strike, they heard Keek bellow, "Close your eyes." Beside him, Ferguson radiated an intense brilliance akin to that of a human sun. illuminating the entire training ground as if it were a vast ocean of light. The officers seated at the sidelines were blinded by this dazzling glow, squinting painfully as they raised their hands to shield their eyes, barely able to discern their surroundings. Even a formidable figure like Garp felt somewhat disoriented by such blinding radiance, his eyes gradually becoming moist as a protective reflex took hold. When Garp turned to inquire of Zephyr about the situation, he was momentarily taken aback. Aokiji had utilized his devil fruit abilities to create two thin sheets of ice in front of him, effectively reflecting the light away. Sengoku, enveloped in a golden glow, appeared entirely unfazed. Noticing Garp's discomfort, Sengoku chuckled, remarking, "When I unleash my devil fruit powers to transform into the golden Buddha, the brilliance is no less than his." Garp was left speechless. "Fine, you devil fruit users are impressive. I shall seek out Zephyr, who lacks such powers and must be equally uncomfortable." As Garp glanced towards Zephyr, he observed Zephyr nonchalantly donning a pair of sunglasses, his expression serene and composed. Garp was astonished, fuming. "You shameless fool." Zephyr retorted with a smirk. "What of it? I anticipated that Ferguson possessed the light fruit, so I brought these sunglasses to the match. Is the Navy's hero on the verge of tears?" Garp's forehead pulsed with anger, yet despite his fury, he could not prevent tears from welling in his eyes. Opening them was a guaranteed trigger for tears to flow. "Get me a pair of sunglasses, too." "I only have this one pair," Zephyr replied. "I don't care. If you don't give me yours, I'll just take them from you so we can share. One for each eye." Upon seeing Garp's determination to act, Zephyr reluctantly retrieved another pair of sunglasses from his pocket and tossed them to Garp. Zephyr muttered, "Is this really the Navy's hero? More like a pirate." Garp seized the sunglasses, a grin spreading across his face as he put them on, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over his eyes, the urge to weep dissipating. Completely disregarding Zephyr's remarks, he thought nothing of pirates. He even entertained the idea of claiming Bai Ye as his own apprentice. Were it not for the fear of aggravating Zephyr, he might well have acted on that impulse. The unexpectedly intense light caught Bai Ye off guard. While others merely faced the emitted brilliance, he found himself at its epicenter. Beyond the light, an overwhelming heat enveloped him, as though he were cast into a furnace. When the light reached a certain intensity, it also radiated terrifying warmth. Bai Ye's eyes stung painfully, rendering him unable to open them, leaving him unaware of his surroundings. Instinctively, he sought to use Soru to escape, but as he prepared to utilize it, he hesitated. Was this not the combat environment he had always desired? Under the blinding light, with his eyes unable to function, he could only rely on intuition to evade attacks, and if he could not avoid them, he would endure them through sheer resilience. It was a perfect alignment with his aspirations. Thus, Bai Ye chose to remain still, focusing intently on his surroundings, the currents of air brushing against him, the scents in the atmosphere, all of which could provide him with guidance, becoming his eyes. Though Bai Ye could not see, Cook and the others were similarly blind. However, through extensive observation, Cook gambled that Bai Ye would refrain from utilizing Jeppu and Soru to distance himself. Thus, they merely needed to strike towards Bai Ye's remembered location. His gamble paid off. Bai Ye indeed did not evade. The four of them launched their assaults simultaneously, and although Bai Ye was blinded, he felt an enhancement in the sensitivity of his other senses, perceiving the subtle shifts in the air currents. It seemed as though two attacks approached from the left, one from the right, and another from below. Following his instincts, Bai Ye began to evade the incoming strikes, his body abruptly thinned to slip past the two finger guns from the left. In the next moment, he twisted to the left to avoid a punch, his form adopting a somewhat serpentine shape. Cook, relying on memory, thrust his sword towards Bai Ye's abdomen, but Bai Ye did not dodge. As the blade neared, he swung his left hand, grasping the sword's hilt with ease. Bai Ye felt a force beneath his skin striving to break free, straining against the constraints of his flesh, but unable to do so. He recognized this to be the armament haki, and he was now capable of sensing that moment. When Cook's sword was seized, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Bai Ye. Quake. Suddenly, Quake transformed into a massive black bear, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Approaching 5 meters in height, its limbs were as thick as 3 men could encircle, and its claws extended into long, razor-sharp talons, akin to curved blades. The bear's paw, the size of a rooftop, descended upon Bai Ye with a force that sent gusts of wind swirling, fracturing the ground beneath. This was the final offensive arranged by Cook, after evading their attacks. Bai Ye would undoubtedly find it impossible to escape Quake's onslaught. Even if Bai Ye wished to utilize Zephyr to flee, Cook and the others would ensnare him, preventing his escape. It could be said that unless Bai Ye had utilized Zephyr to create distance from the outset, Quake's strike was destined to connect. They pinned their hopes of turning the tide on this one blow from Quake. Aware of this, Quake poured every ounce of strength into his attack. Is this your plan? Not too shabby, I must admit. Unfortunately, my own plan has come to fruition. That a faint smile graced Bai Ye's lips as he activated paper drawing LV5 Max and Iron Block LV5 Max. Congratulations, host. Your skills have reached maximum level. Triggering extended abilities. Paper drawing will transform into observation hockey, and Iron Block will evolve into armament hockey. Would you like to make these changes? Of course, I wish to make the changes. The purpose of this battle is precisely that. The transformation completed, Bai Ye now possessed Observation Hockey LV1, increased, and Armament Hockey LV1, increased. That at last it was done. This battle could finally reach its conclusion. Facing the terrifying force of Quake's massive paw, Bai Ye extended his right index finger, enveloped in Armament Hockey, which turned an inky black. This was the pinnacle of Bai Ye's capabilities. The seemingly feeble point of his finger met the descending paw with such force that it halted in its tracks. Unable to descend any further, as though it had encountered an immovable object, Sengoku and the others watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this armament hockey?" Zephyr, in shock yet filled with pride, thought to himself, "He truly has grasped hockey. My disciple is exceptional. It can't be. How is this possible?" Quake gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He was acutely aware of his own strength. At full capacity, he could tear a small warship to shreds. Yet now, he found it blocked by a mere finger. How could he reconcile this reality? Cook and the other instructors quickly recognized Bai Ye's use of armament hockey, coupled with Bai Ye's previous actions. They came to understand the situation. Cook chuckled wryly. What a clever lad, using all 600 of us to hone his skills. The youth of today are truly audacious. They lamented their own aging, resigned to teaching the next generation. Quake, still skeptical, swung his left paw with all his might, the gusts generated by its massive size knocking soldiers off their feet. Bai Ye laughed, still coming. Now, I need not hold back. Previously, he had stood his ground to cultivate his dual-color hockey, but now that his goal had been achieved, he felt no need for restraint. Suddenly, Bai Ye vanished from the sight of the onlookers, only to reappear directly above Quake. Such a colossal figure might appear intimidating, but failed to frighten him. Bai Ye gently tapped the back of Quake's head, causing the previously roaring Quake to instantly lose consciousness and revert to his human form. Plummeting from the air, just as Bai Ye contemplated intervening, he observed Ferguson leaping up to catch Quake. It appeared that the two had managed to dissolve their past grievances during today's battle. For men, there is no better way to foster camaraderie than through fighting side by side. Bai Ye thought to himself, how amusing, I've inadvertently done a good deed. Hovering in midair, he winked down and called out, "Instructor Cook, shall we continue the fight?" Cook, fully understanding Bai Ye's implication, realized that if the battle persisted, this young man would no longer hold back. Enough, he sighed. I've already thrown a few punches in secret. It's best to be content. However, he knew better than to dwell on the matter, for after this skirmish, Bai Ye remained unscathed and had even harnessed the dual-colored domineering aura. They had gained nothing from the confrontation and had merely made fools of themselves before the high-ranking Navy officials. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. "We concede," Cook declared, as their commander. He was naturally able to voice their collective opinion. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye turned to Zephyr and exclaimed, "Teacher Zephyr, please announce it." Zephyr was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Announce what?" "Haven't they conceded?" Bai Ye, feeling helpless, replied, "Announce that I am the top performer in this month's training camp assessment." Bai Ye had no choice. The system was inflexible, only acknowledging the top scorer. Even if they all conceded, it required Zephyr, the overseer of the assessment, to confirm it. Otherwise, even if Bai Ye were to defeat everyone present, it would not fulfill the task. Of course, he couldn't defeat the four on the viewing platform. Even one of them would pose a significant challenge that I asked at it. Zephyr was dumbfounded that you've already forced them to concede. Doesn't T that make you the first? Why must I announce it so formally? Can't you be a bit more low-key? Sengoku chuckled. This little fellow is quite proud. Kizaru shook his head with a smile, noting that this junior seemed to place great importance on face. Meanwhile, Garp wore a contemplative expression, lost in thought. Thus, Zephyr awkwardly announced, the top performer in this training camp assessment is Bai Ye. The high-ranking officers seated around them burst into laughter at Zephyr's awkward demeanor upon delivering the news. Bai Ye, unfazed by the commotion, heard the system's voice in his mind after Zephyr's announcement. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 200 points of world power. Mission accomplished on the viewing platform. Garp, with a serious demeanor, once again requested leave from Sengoku. Sengoku was immediately agitated. You old fool just returned from leave. Why do you want to take another one? Although the situation on the seas appeared calm, it was in fact fraught with turmoil. Sengoku had just received news that one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates, was frequently in contact with one of the seven warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. He had hoped to send Garp to investigate upon his return. But now this old man was asking for more time off. Garp, unaffected by Sengoku's glare, was deeply troubled by Bai Ye's performance. He decided that this time off would be spent in the East Blue, and he would return until he had trained Luffy into an excellent Navy officer. Sengoku, seeing Garp's unyielding attitude, could only shake his head in resignation. Fine, 1 month at most, and you won't have any more leave this year. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp was overjoyed and replied, Don't worry. A month is more than sufficient. If Shanks were to hear Garp's remarks, he would likely be in fits of laughter, thinking that 2 months could change Luffy's mind. It had taken him over a decade. Sengoku contemplated who in the Navy headquarters could be sent on such a mission. Kizaru was certainly a candidate, but he had just returned from a mission, and given his lazy disposition, he might not be suitable for an investigative task. The remaining vice admirals at headquarters were few and needed to remain for unforeseen circumstances. Sending a rear admiral for such an assignment would likely prove inadequate. After all, Doflamingo was not an opponent to be trifled with that if mishandled. A conflict could easily arise. Sengoku's gaze gradually fell upon Bai Ye, who was not far away. Indeed, here was an individual who fit the bill perfectly, capable, comparable to a vice admiral, and currently engaged only in training without any other responsibilities. Sengoku was somewhat familiar with Bai Ye's file and knew him to be decisive and ruthless, well suited to deal with pirates. Though Bai Ye was an excellent choice for this mission, a concern lingered. How to request his assignment from Zephyr, considering the inherent dangers of the task. After all, Bai Ye was merely a rookie who had been training for only a month. Sengoku hesitated, but ultimately refrained from sharing this notion with Zephyr. Bai Ye truly was the most suitable candidate, but the risks associated with the mission led Sengoku to abandon the idea. Doflamingo and Kaido were formidable foes, especially the latter. Not to mention, Zephyr treated Bai Ye with a fatherly affection, having lost his family to pirates 30 years ago. Since then, he had chosen to retire early, giving up the position of admiral to teach recruits. Sengoku, a longtime comrade of Zephyr, felt a profound sorrow for the latter's family tragedy. Over the years of instructing new recruits, Zephyr had grown increasingly strict, shifting from a no-kill policy to one of better to kill than let go. Bai Ye's presence had brought more smiles to Zephyr in the past month than in many years combined. Should anything happen to Bai Ye during the mission, Sengoku could not fathom the impact it would have on Zephyr. This was Sengoku's personal concern. However, the situation was not yet urgent. They would see who might be available in due course. Half a year later, 2 figures flickered in the air, and Bai Ye, enveloped in armed haki, landed a punch on Zephyr, sending him several steps back. With a hint of pride, Bai Ye remarked, Teacher Zephyr, why do I feel you're growing weaker? Zephyr understood that Bai Ye wished for him to claim that he was becoming stronger. However, he deliberately refrained, instead patting his chest and coughing, Ahem, it's simply unavoidable. With age, my body and haki have diminished, and it's only natural that my strength wanes. Bai Ye leaned closer to Zephyr, exclaiming, Oh, how can the teacher be old? I feel that with your strength, you could easily resume the position of admiral. Zephyr shot Bai Ye a sidelong glance, retorting, by your logic, does that mean you're stronger than an admiral now? I'm merely jesting. If you could persuade Admiral Sengoku to secure me an admiral position, I would mind at all, Bai Ye continued unabashedly. Get lost, you cheeky brat. Why would I give you an admiral position? Zephyr replied irritably. Why not aim for the position of fleet admiral while you're at it? Zephyr was momentarily rendered speechless. Over the past 6 months, he had come to thoroughly understand Bai Ye's character. Such shamelessness was merely a part of Bai Ye's everyday demeanor. However, Zephyr was quite pleased with Bai Ye's progress during this period. Ever since Bai Ye had grasped the dual-color hockey, their sparring sessions had increased significantly, evolving from 2 or 3 times a week to nearly daily encounters. In just 6 short months, the results of their duels had transformed from barely being able to engage to a stalemate, and now to Bai Ye being able to suppress him. Throughout this time, Zephyr had witnessed Bai Ye's growth firsthand. He even believed that Bai Ye's current strength was not far behind the level he had attained during his time as a general. With Bai Ye's present abilities, remaining in the training camp would yield little enhancement to his skills. As the conversation veered toward graduation, Zephyr inquired Bai Ye, have you considered the possibility of graduating early? Graduate early? Teacher, are you truly offering me a position as a general? Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Zephyr's expression instantly darkened as he smacked Bai Ye on the head. Are you daydreaming here? A general? At most, I can offer you a position as a rear admiral. A rear admiral. I shall think it over, Bai Ye replied, his tone tinged with mild disdain, leaving Zephyr both amused and exasperated. A rear admiral in the Navy headquarters was a coveted rank many sailors aspired to. Yet here was his disciple, contemplating such an offer. If this news were spread, countless individuals would likely wish to throttle Bai Ye. Nevertheless, Zephyr did not press him further, saying, think it over tonight, and provide me with your answer by tomorrow morning. Upon returning to his room, which was spacious yet sparsely furnished with only a bed and a set of table and chairs, Bai Ye lay back on the bed, contemplating Zephyr's suggestion regarding early graduation. In truth, Bai Ye was acutely aware that if he wished to achieve a significant enhancement in his strength, the quickest method would be to acquire world source power. The sole means of obtaining world source power within the training camp was through the monthly assessments at the end of each month, which yielded disappointingly minimal amounts. Without utilizing world source power, he could only rely on the slow passage of time for improvement. He opened the current system panel. Host, Bai Ye Template. Saitama from 1 Punch Man Fusion Degree. 19 World Source Power. 300 Fusion Degree. 1920. Requires spending world source power. 1,000 Special Skills. Emperor Engine. Armament Hockey LV. 6. Enhance. Observation Hockey LV. 5. Enhance. The Navy's 6 styles are fully cultivated and excluded to avoid verbosity. The highest level of hockey is 10. Over the past 6 months, he had consistently ranked first in assessments, earning a total of 1,200 points of world source power, which he had entirely devoted to increasing his fusion degree. This was the culmination of his training over the past half year. In truth, the prospect of early graduation intrigued Bai Ye. After all, life in the training camp was relatively monotonous. However, should he choose to graduate early, he would forfeit 200 points of world source power each month, amounting to 6,000 points over 2.5 years. This was a considerable sacrifice, as such a substantial sum of world source power could be acquired simply by remaining in the training camp. Akin to a free ride. Who wouldn't relish a free ride? Just a thought, seeking support from the benefactors. After much contemplation, Bai Ye decided to inquire with the system, if I choose to graduate early, will I still receive the 200 points of world source power each month? If the host opts for early graduation, the task will be canceled and there will be no world source power rewards. As Bai Ye had anticipated, early graduation meant forfeiting the task. Just as he was wavering, the system's voice chimed in again. If the host chooses to graduate early, an early graduation reward can be activated, granting 2,000 points of world source power for each year graduated early. 2,000 points for 1 year meant 5,000 points for 2.5 years, although this was 1,000 points less than what he would receive by remaining in the training camp. Bai Ye realized he could utilize this 2.5 years to earn even more world source power outside. Delighted, Bai Ye exclaimed, I didn't expect this system to be quite considerate. Do you wish to opt for early graduation? Yes. Having chosen early graduation, The next matter to confront was the rank he would be awarded upon graduation. Bai Ye felt confident that it would be no less than that of a rear admiral, stemming from both his self-assuredness and his faith in Zephyr. The following day, upon learning of Bai Ye's intention to graduate early, Zephyr felt a tinge of sadness. After all, during these past 6 months, he had treated Bai Ye like a son, and now the prospect of Bai Ye leaving the training camp filled him with reluctance. Nevertheless, before Bai Ye's departure, Zephyr resolved to personally consult Sengoku regarding Bai Ye's graduation, aiming to secure more benefits for him. This was one of the few things he could do for his disciple. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Sengoku adjusted his glasses and remarked with a sense of nostalgia. I never imagined you would truly allow Bai Ye to graduate. I thought you would at least keep him in the training camp for another year. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zephyr replied solemnly, with the ongoing development of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy faces increasing troubles. Keeping Bai Ye in the training camp would undoubtedly waste his potential. It is far better to have him contribute to the Navy sooner. Sengoku regarded Zephyr with admiration, recognizing the resolve of the older generation of Navy personnel, who understood the Navy's challenges and stepped forward to alleviate its burdens, that if every Navy soldier possessed such awareness. My hair wouldn't have turned gray so swiftly. Why is it that only a select few old sailors lack this understanding? Sengoku's words were a veiled reference to Garp, since half a year ago, when Garp had requested leave to train his grandson in the East Blue, only to have his plans thwarted once again. Garp had seemingly gone mad, chasing Shanks all over the world with Aokiji in tow. He disregarded all counsel, proclaiming, I want to return to the East Blue. Neither will you, Shanks. When asked for a reason, Garp remained tight-lipped. Thus, the Navy had effectively lost 2 top-tier combatants, were it not for the relative stability of the other 3 Emperor-level pirate crews. Sengoku would have been deeply troubled. Now, Zephyr's approval of Bai Ye's early graduation was a monumental boon for Sengoku, although he was uncertain of the extent of Bai Ye's progress over the past 6 months. Based on his observations from half a year ago, Bai Ye's strength was at least that of a quasi-general. The addition of such a formidable combatant would undoubtedly bring Sengoku some measure of relief. Rest assured, Bai Ye's early graduation will come with the appropriate treatment, Sengoku assured him. Zephyr casually replied, I have no major demands. Simply grant him a rank of Navy Vice Admiral, along with a warship crafted by the world's strongest giant tree, Atom, and throw in 10 obedient Navy Rear Admirals for good measure. Excuse me. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. I ask that what you consider a minor request. If you had any larger demands, would you not be seeking the rank of Navy Admiral directly? Ignoring Sengoku's incredulous expression, Zephyr calmly stated, if we're talking about larger requests, the rank of Navy Marshal would suffice. This was a notion Bai Ye had instilled in Zephyr. According to Bai Ye, people generally preferred compromise. For instance, if one suggested that a room was too dim and proposed opening a window, no one would agree. However, if one advocated for tearing off the roof, they would be met with a compromise and an agreement to open a window. Zephyr found this reasoning quite sound and proceeded to implement Bai Ye's philosophy. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Zephyr, are you jesting with me? Not at all. This is Bai Ye's exact wording that if you disagree, he can remain in the training camp for a full 3 years before graduating. After all, he isn't in a hurry, and he could spend more time with the other trainees. You wouldn't believe it. When those trainees learned of Bai Ye's intention to graduate early, they wept with reluctance, saying they didn't want and believed it was a scene that would bring tears to the eyes of any observer. As he spoke, Zephyr pretended to wipe his eyes, though lacking any actual tears to enhance the illusion. Sengoku was astonished. He had not anticipated Zephyr's audacity. Are you certain those trainees were shedding tears of reluctance rather than tears of excitement? If Bai Ye is indeed so popular within the training camp, then how did the remaining 590 students form an anti-Bai alliance to resist his monthly beatings? Sengoku gazed at Zephyr with a peculiar expression, noting that this old fellow had taken a turn for the worse. He had not been like this before. The former Zephyr had been a paragon of simplicity, a true old Navy man who would never defy orders from his superiors, nor would he ever bargain with them. Ever since he took Bai Ye as his disciple, the situation had taken a turn for the absurd. Seeing Sengoku still hesitating, Zephyr bluntly stated, if you disagree, I shall allow Bai Ye to remain for another 2.5 years. I imagine the students in the training camp would be quite thrilled to hear this news. How could they not be excited? After enduring 6 months of beatings, they had thought that Bai Ye was finally leaving, thus sparing them from further torment. But now, with Bai Ye's extended stay, they would have to endure another 2.5 years of punishment. If this continued, with Bai Ye not departing, they would all be inclined to apply for early graduation. With that, Zephyr rose and walked towards the door without a hint of nostalgia, not even glancing back. This was yet another lesson Bai Ye had imparted to Zephyr. Never give the opponent time to hesitate. Let them feel your resolve. If Bai Ye were present, he would surely commend Zephyr's performance. For such a display in modern times would undoubtedly deserve a few accolades. Witnessing Zephyr's unwavering determination, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Bai Ye's demands were exceedingly high. Graduating directly from the training camp to the rank of Rear Admiral had never occurred since the Navy's inception. However, the Navy was undeniably in need of a combat force like Bai Ye. Just as Zephyr reached the door, pondering whether Bai Ye's teachings were indeed ineffective, Sengoku finally spoke up. "Zephyr, please come back and sit down. Have you agreed? Bai Ye's conditions were utterly outrageous, but if you truly consented, what would the other seasoned Navy Rear Admirals think? Then I shall take my leave." Sengoku pleaded, "Can we discuss this?" The Navy truly needed a powerhouse like Bai Ye. Hearing his old comrade speak in such a beseeching tone softened Zephyr's resolve. "What do you propose?" After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku suggested, "Let's first grant Bai Ye the rank of Navy Major. I can assure you that if he achieves any notable accomplishments within a year, I will elevate him to Rear Admiral. It is impossible to find a warship entirely crafted from atom. The entire ocean lacks that many branches. However, I can provide one atom branch suitable for the keel to AT that time. Let that lad find someone to build it himself. Lastly, I will allow Bai Ye to select 3 individuals from the ranks below Rear Admiral to serve under him. This is my greatest concession. If that is still insufficient, then let your boy stay for another 2.5 years. As Sengoku spoke, his eyes grew increasingly moist, as if tears were imminent. In a hushed tone, he lamented, "The Navy truly has it tough." Seeing that Sengoku was on the verge of tears, Zephyr felt a pang of compassion. "Very well. I shall return to discuss this with Bai Ye." Sengoku wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, replying, "Thank you, Zephyr, for your contributions to the Navy." Zephyr nodded gravely. Once Zephyr departed, Sengoku's expression immediately brightened, and he smugly thought, "Dare to challenge me? Do they really believe being the Fleet Admiral of the Navy is an easy task?" Zephyr relayed his conversation with Sengoku in full to Bai Ye, adding earnestly, "The Navy's current predicament is indeed dire. Sengoku is under immense pressure, and the conditions he proposed are not unreasonable. If you choose not to accept, then so be it." Bai Ye looked at Zephyr, who was attempting to persuade him, and couldn't help but marvel at Sengoku's cunning. He had directly swayed Zephyr to his side. In Bai Ye's view, his own demands were not excessively high. After all, following the Summit War, both Ishao and Green Bull, who came from the World Recruitment, were able to ascend directly to the rank of Admiral. Although the current circumstances were far less tense than during the Summit War, Bai Ye, being a genuine Navy man with a respectable lineage and a teacher who was the previous Admiral Zephyr, possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral himself. Asking for a position as Rear Admiral was simply Bai Ye being kind-hearted. Moreover, Sengoku had already have Bai Ye's other 2 conditions, which displeased him greatly. Seeing that Zephyr was still earnestly attempting to dissuade him, Bai Ye felt he could say nothing more. "Fine, let it be as it is for now. If all else fails, I shall find ways to trouble Sengoku in the future to repay today's grievance." All right, teacher, you needn't say more. I shall agree." "Really? Of course it's true. The teacher has taken the matter this far. What more can I say?" Zephyr expressed his relief, stating that rising to the rank of Rear Admiral within a year was indeed quite rapid. "By the way, Sengoku mentioned you could choose 3 individuals from below the Rear Admiral rank. Do you have anyone in mind?" Having taught students for many years, Zephyr had seen many of the Navy's mid-level officers graduate from the training camp. Thus, he could suggest suitable candidates for Bai Ye. 3. "Indeed, I have." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye decided on his first candidate. "Smoker, Zephyr was well aware of Smoker, a Logia-type devil fruit user who graduated a year ahead of Bai Ye and was the top graduate of his cohort. Zephyr had confidence in Smoker's strength, as being a Logia-type devil fruit user alone established a high baseline of power, regardless of other weaknesses. However, Zephyr harbored concerns, stating, "I know Smoker. His personality can be rather stubborn. If you bring him under your command, his demeanor might cause some trouble." Bai Ye chuckled, "Teacher, you needn't worry about that. Back when I was in the East Blue, Smoker expressed his intention to follow me upon my graduation. So bringing him over shouldn't cause any issues." From Bai Ye's words, Zephyr gleaned a significant insight. Even back in the East Blue, Smoker was willing to follow Bai Ye that time. Bai Ye was merely a lieutenant. Yet he could attract a colonel like Smoker to his side. It seemed his disciple was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Zephyr remained unconcerned. No matter how remarkable Bai Ye might be, he was still his apprentice. The more exceptional he was, the better. And what about the other two? As for the other two, I wish to select from the training camp. Quake and Ferguson are both excellent choices. This was a well-considered decision on Bai Ye's part. Rather than choosing unfamiliar Navy majors, it was preferable to select familiar, obedient individuals who would be easier to work with. After enduring 6 months of beatings, Bai Ye had a good understanding of Quake and Ferguson. They were the leaders of the anti-Bai faction in the training camp, often the first to attack Bai Ye during monthly assessments. The consequence, of course, had been a series of increasingly severe beatings from Bai Ye. Yet it was precisely these beatings that had significantly enhanced Quake and Ferguson's strength over the past 6 months, allowing them to rival the weaker Navy majors. Hence, Bai Ye chose them, seeing that Bai Ye had his own considerations. Zephyr said, "No more as long as you've made your decision. I will inform them to prepare for graduation ahead of time." Bai Ye grinned mischievously. "I think I should personally deliver this news. I am sure they will be thrilled to hear it." Zephyr looked at Bai Ye's impish grin with exasperation, reflecting, "This lad is truly mischievous. Even as I prepare to leave, he still intends to torment others." In the student dormitory, a dozen core members of the Anti-Bai Alliance gathered around a long table, with Quake and Ferguson seated at the head. "You all must have heard the news about the Great Demon King graduating early, right? Such momentous news, of course we know. It is said that to facilitate the Great Demon King's graduation, Chief Instructor Zephyr personally sought out Fleet Admiral Sengoku today." The group engaged in lively discussion, their faces beaming with joy. Great Demon King was the affectionate moniker they used for Bai Ye in private, and it was undeniably fitting. The news of the Great Demon King's early graduation had left them so exhilarated that they had been unable to sleep all night. With the departure of the Great Demon King, the oppressive clouds looming over them would finally dissipate. In a fleeting moment, the sky turned azure, the air became invigorating, the ache in their waists and legs dissipated, and ascending the stairs no longer left them breathless. This sensation of liberation was what they had yearned for over the past 6 months. Just as the crowd was brimming with excitement, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Ferguson inquired, "Who is it?" With the core members of the Anti-White Alliance gathered, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would arrive. "It's me." The voice sounded eerily familiar, sending a shiver down their spines. Instinctively, they adopted defensive postures upon hearing it. The only explanation for a voice that could invoke both physiological and psychological dread was that it belonged to Bai. While the Anti-White Alliance was convening, the very person they were discussing had come knocking to as the crowd hesitated over whether to open the door. It swung open of its own accord, upon seeing Bai standing there with a gentle smile. The dozen or so core members shrank back into the corners of the room, trembling in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Quake and Ferguson, as the leaders, mustered their courage to stand before the others, gritting their teeth and demanding, "Bai, what brings you here?" Bai replied casually, "I'm about to leave, so I thought I'd come pay you a visit." Could Bai truly possess such goodwill? They would never believe it. What visit? Perhaps he intended to deliver another beating before his departure. Bai took a step into the room. They instinctively retreated, watching as the largest among them was nearly crushed against the wall, his eyes rolling back in distress. For the sake of that man's safety, Bai refrained from advancing further, casually taking a seat on a nearby chair. "Are you aware that I will be graduating ahead of schedule?" Although they had known this news for some time, having spent an entire night celebrating now, in front of Bai, They could only lie, stating, "We just learned about your early graduation. Congratulations, Bai. Ah, I'm really going to miss you all." Bai continued. "After all, we've spent half a year together, and we've formed bonds that I could see these words." Quake and the others nearly rolled their eyes in unison. Had it not been for the harrowing experiences of the past 6 months, they might have believed Bai's hollow words. Yet now, they could only humor him, aware that he had yet to leave and could easily unleash another bout of violence at any moment. Ferguson, with forced bravado, replied, "Actually, we will miss you too." Quake feigned a pained expression, adding, "If the great demon really does leave, it would diminish our motivation. It's precisely because of you that our strength has progressed so swiftly over these past months. Indeed, we will miss you after you're gone, especially considering all the help you've provided us." Quake and Ferguson's sincere declarations nearly brought tears to the eyes of the assembled corps members. This was what true leadership looked like, what it meant to possess responsibility and adaptability as the founders and leaders of the Anti-White Alliance. The two who often criticized Bai the most were now uttering such insincere words in his presence. What a magnificent display of greatness! Bai, with a teasing smile, asked, "Do you truly feel that way?" "Of course, though we may not say it openly. It's what we all think," they replied. "Yes, we often praise you in private, acknowledging your formidable strength and the pride you've brought to our training camp. Once one has broken through their limitations, undertaking any task becomes second nature." Bai, with a mischievous grin, queried, "So, when I leave, will you miss me?" Quake and Ferguson, growing increasingly adept at this charade, responded earnestly, "Of course. You are my goal to strive for. If I weren't graduating, I would undoubtedly follow you to these words." Bai suddenly stood up, startling everyone into retreat once more. Quake and Ferguson's faces paled as they pondered what they had said wrong. Bai exclaimed eagerly, "I've made a decision." Quake, his heart racing, asked, "What have you decided?" Bai chuckled, "It's nothing significant. The warlord has granted me a privilege. I can choose 3 naval officers below the rank of Rear Admiral to serve as my subordinates. Previously, I had been hesitant about whom to select, as there were only 3 spots, and I had to be judicious. However, after our conversation, it became clear. Since you all are so reluctant to see me go, I too feel the same way. Why not use my slots for the 2 of you? You shall accompany me across the seas, and wouldn't that be an endless joy?" "What? You can actually choose people, and you're choosing us." The thought of spending the latter half of their lives alongside Bai left Quake and Ferguson's lips pale, their eyes rolling back as they fainted on the spot. A profound silence enveloped the room. Bai mused, "I never imagined you would faint from excitement. It seems our bond is indeed quite deep." When they awaken, inform them that they are to report to me in 3 days. Should they fail to show up, I trust you know the methods I am capable of employing. After Bai's departure, the dozen corps members gazed at the unconscious Quake and Ferguson with damp eyes that a true leader exemplifies selflessness. They would be grateful for this for a lifetime. On graduation day, the promotion ceremony for Bai, Quake, and Ferguson was held at the training camp. Typically, to graduate from the training camp, one must undergo a graduation assessment. Following this, their prior monthly assessment results would be combined to determine their final scores for the awarding of honors. However, due to Bai's unique circumstances, the assessment was waived, and so too were Quake and Ferguson exempted. As a result of their early graduation, it was not the warlord himself who conferred the titles, but rather Zephyr in his stead. This was also a gesture of goodwill from the warlord, for Zephyr had long harbored the dream of personally awarding his son's commission, only for tragedy to strike, leaving his family to perish at the hands of pirates. Now, allowing Zephyr to bestow a commission upon Bai was a fulfillment of his long-held aspiration. When Zephyr draped the cloak of justice of a rear admiral over Bai's shoulders, the man known for his stoic demeanor felt his eyes welling with tears. "Teacher, I'm not leaving the training camp forever. Why all this sentimentality?" Zephyr patted Bai's shoulder, saying, "I assenti it because you're quite the worry for everyone. With your penchant for wandering, you're bound to attract enemies and face hardships in the future." Bai laughed. "No worries. When the time comes, you will support me, and together we shall vanquish our foes." Zephyr shook his head with a smile. "You overestimate your teacher." He then proceeded to promote Quake and Ferguson. The two were awarded the rank of lieutenant commander within the Navy headquarters, although their rank was not particularly high. It far exceeded their expectations. Even if they had completed a full 3 years of the Navy training camp, they would have only attained the rank of commander. Yet here they were, merely half a year in, being promoted to lieutenant commander, an extraordinary advancement. This was likely a small consolation from the warlord for Bai Ye not becoming a rear admiral. After Quake and Ferguson, pale-faced, accepted their promotions from Zephyr, they felt nearly 600 pairs of eyes gazing at them with the reverence one would reserve for martyrs. An indescribable sense of desolation filled their hearts. 3 days later, at the dock of the Sabaody archipelago, 2 rows of naval soldiers armed with rifles stood in formation, seemingly awaiting the arrival of some esteemed figure. Not far off, a naval ship bearing the insignia of a rear admiral slowly approached the dock. Bai lounged in a deck chair, sipping juice, and idly asked, "Ferguson, how much longer until we arrive?" Ferguson respectfully replied, "Reporting to Rear Admiral Bai, we should arrive in about half an hour." "Ugh, is it going to take that long? Then I'll take a nap. Remember to wake me when we arrive." Upon concluding his words, Bai Ye placed the juice on a small table beside him and closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. 3 days prior, after being bestowed the rank of Rear Admiral, he was required, much like his fellow naval officers, to guard a territory and prevent the chaos wrought by pirates. Typically, a newly graduated Rear Admiral like Bai Ye would be assigned to the first branch base of the 4 seas. Akin to Loguetown in the East Blue, they were expected to accumulate experience in the relatively weaker 4 seas before consideration for a transfer to a base along the Grand Line. However, given Bai Ye's exceptional capabilities far exceeding those of a standard Rear Admiral, stationing him in the 4 seas would be a gross misallocation of resources. Thus, Sengoku designated Bai Ye's station at the Sabaody archipelago, placing him closer to the Navy headquarters for convenient meetings with Zephyr. Should any issues arise due to Bai Ye's inexperience, they would be able to respond swiftly. It can be said that Sengoku's arrangement took both Zephyr and Bai Ye into account. Furthermore, Bai Ye was rewarded with world source power for his early graduation and promotion to Rear Admiral. Congratulations, host, on achieving early graduation. For each year of early graduation, you receive 1,000 points of world source power. With an early graduation time of 2.5 years, you have accrued a total of 5,000 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a lieutenant, gaining 50 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a captain, gaining 100 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a major, gaining 500 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a colonel, gaining 1,000 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a brigadier general, gaining 2,000 points of world source power. Congratulations on becoming a Rear Admiral, gaining 5,000 points of world source power. Opening the system panel, the host, Bai Ye, template, Saitama from One Punch Man. Fusion level, 19, world source power, 13,950 points. Fusion level 1920 requires world source power expenditure, 1,000 points. Special skills, Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6, Enhanced. Observation Hockey LV5, Enhanced. This was the wealthiest moment Bai Ye had experienced since acquiring the system. Yet, he did not intend to spend it all at once. Upon leaving the training camp, he found himself with ample free time, allowing him to initiate various plans. The so-called night organization he had once envisioned might, perhaps, be revealed at an opportune moment. Nevertheless, Bai Ye first spent 1,000 points of world source power to elevate his fusion level to 20. According to previous patterns, each 10% increase in fusion level granted the opportunity to draw the special abilities of an S-class hero. Bai Ye's foremost desire was to draw Tornado's telekinesis, not only for its practicality, but also as a means of ostentation. However, that was merely a thought, and it would depend on what the system would yield. As a warm current surged through his body, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, for achieving a fusion level of 20. You may randomly draw a special ability from the powerful beings within the One Punch Man universe." With anticipation, Bai Ye awaited the system's announcement. The voice resonated once more. "Drawing complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of the S-class hero, Atomic Samurai. Swordsmanship. Aijutsu. Swordsmanship." A tinge of disappointment washed over Bai Ye. Yet swordsmanship was still a viable skill for him. Much like the Navy's 6 styles, it allowed for a more effective use of the body to unleash powerful attacks. Most importantly, wielding a sword held a certain flair that resonated with Bai Ye's sensibilities. Special skills: Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6 Enhanced, Observation Hockey LV5 Enhanced, Swordsmanship LV9 Enhanced. The maximum level for swordsmanship was also 10, yet Bai Ye was taken aback to find himself at level 9 right from the start, suggesting Atomic Samurai's profound mastery in this art. Bai Ye meticulously absorbed the knowledge of swordsmanship that flooded his mind, akin to a sponge greedily soaking up the surrounding moisture, with the system's assistance. He swiftly comprehended swordsmanship and grasped Atomic Samurai's ultimate technique. Am I now considered a grand swordsman? He mused, leaping into the ranks of the few swordsmanship masters on the high seas. Bai Ye shamelessly reveled in his newfound prowess. How simple this is. In the span of short nap, I have become a grand swordsman. Wouldn't that infuriate a multitude if I were to share this? Naturally, as a grand swordsman, he required a blade befitting his status. Just as Bai Ye closed his eyes in contemplation, a voice pierced through. Rear Admiral Bai Ye, we have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, Island 27. Bai Ye rose from his reclined position, and Quake adeptly draped the Justice cloak across his shoulders. Let us see just how chaotic this Sabaody Archipelago can be. According to Sengoku, Bai Ye's predecessor was a colonel stationed at the headquarters who had met his demise at the hands of pirates during a capture operation. This incident, occurring less than half a day's journey from the Navy headquarters, represented a severe provocation against the Navy. In the aftermath, the Navy pursued the pirate crew responsible for the colonel's death, yet failed to apprehend them. Hence, Sengoku had assigned Bai Ye to this location. Sabaody Archipelago consists of 79 colossal trees, each tree serving as an island, with the ground representing the roots, occasionally bubbling with gas. Each tree is assigned a number, and Bai Ye is responsible for guarding islands 27, 28, and 29, colloquially known as the Lawless Zone. Upon his arrival, Bai Ye immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere of the Lawless Zone. Various pirate ships, slave ships, merchant vessels, and private yachts adorned the docks. The streets were predominantly populated by pirates and bounty hunters, with local residents constituting less than half of the crowd. The chaos was palpable. The arrival of the rear admiral's ship drew considerable attention, prompting many pirates to discreetly vacate the area, aware that a rear admiral belonged to the upper echelons of the Navy, an individual not to be trifled with. As Bai Ye disembarked, he was greeted by 2 neat rows of naval soldiers, a remnant of his predecessor's legacy. Stepping forward was an officer clad in a major's uniform, a robust figure bearing a scar approximately 4 to 5 centimeters long across his right cheek, rendering him somewhat fearsome. Leslie regarded the exceptionally youthful Bai Ye and inquired, "Are you Rear Admiral Bai Ye?" Bai Ye chuckled. "Does my Navy headquarters Rear Admiral uniform not suffice as proof of my identity?" "Indeed, it does affirm your identity," Leslie acknowledged, saluting Bai Ye. "I am Leslie, a major from the Navy headquarters, along with all the soldiers of the 7th Navy branch stationed in Sabaody Archipelago. We salute you, Rear Admiral Bai Ye." A resounding chorus erupted from the over 100 soldiers, their voices echoing across the docks and even reaching the nearby streets. Pirates positioned closer to Bai Ye were momentarily stunned upon witnessing his youthful visage. Is there truly such a young rear admiral from the Navy headquarters? This lad appears scarcely past his adolescence. Conversely, some expressed disdain, muttering that such youth in the role of rear admiral likely stemmed from familial connections. They assumed he was merely a figurehead, likely to meet an untimely demise in such a place. Unperturbed by the opinion surrounding him, Bai Ye remained indifferent. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. As the adage goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Bai Ye was determined to make his mark and stoke the flames fervently. He led his entourage back to the branch base. Though termed a base, it bore resemblance to Bai Ye's previous outpost on Skypiea, roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a 3-story building at its center serving as their operational and resting quarters. Upon entering his exclusive office, spacious yet simply furnished with only a desk, chairs, and a filing cabinet, Bai Ye discovered a bedroom adjoining the office, suitable for rest. "Major Leslie, please brief me on the current state of the base." "Yes, currently there are 137 soldiers stationed here. with 1 colonel and 5 lieutenants. Only such a small number? Bai Ye furrowed his brow, finding the count alarmingly low. Typically, a naval base would house at least 300 personnel. This base's numbers fell short of even half that. Major Leslie's expression dimmed as he replied, over 200 met their demise alongside Colonel Hall at the hands of pirates, and we have yet to conduct recruitment. Thus the current numbers. Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired about the nature of the pirate crew. I have heard that the headquarters once dispatched a rear admiral to pursue these pirates, only to return in failure. Upon hearing Bai Ye's question, Leslie's eyes instantly reddened, and his fists clenched involuntarily, revealing a demeanor that suggested he wished to speak yet found himself unable to do so. Bai Ye immediately grasped the implication. There was a story behind this. Surprised by such an encounter, his desire to uncover the truth intensified. What exactly transpired? Just tell me. Seeing Leslie still reluctant to share, Bai Ye continued, my mentor is Admiral Zephyr. If I cannot resolve this matter, I will consider discussing it with him. It was a desperate measure. Bai Ye realized that Leslie had little faith in his abilities, as he certainly could not claim to possess the strength of an admiral. Thus, he invoked the name of Admiral Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr is your mentor? Leslie asked, astonished. Indeed, so you can speak freely with me. Upon hearing Bai Ye's earnest declaration, Leslie harbored no doubts regarding its veracity. After all, such matters could easily be confirmed at the naval headquarters, and own Navy personnel would fabricate such a lie. Leslie slowly began. In truth, Colonel Hall was not pursuing pirates that day. He was conducting routine patrols on the island. Not pursuing pirates? Bai Ye queried. Yes, that day Colonel Hall was patrolling the island with his soldiers when they inadvertently stumbled upon the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords, engaged in a clandestine transaction. Subsequently, they were all silenced by the Don Quixote family. How do you know it was the Don Quixote family that acted? Because I discovered this at the scene of Colonel Hall's demise. Leslie produced a blood-stained cloth, roughly the size of his palm, bearing the emblem of the Don Quixote family. It was distinctive, featuring a circular black smiley face bisected by a diagonal line from the top right to the bottom left. Leslie continued. The rear admiral dispatched later must have also uncovered the involvement of the Don Quixote family. However, due to their status as government-sanctioned warlords, the matter was swept under the rug to avoid unnecessary chaos. At this juncture, Leslie felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Over 200 Navy soldiers had perished at the hands of pirates, yet they were denied the opportunity for retribution. Moreover, they were compelled to avoid encounters with members of the Don Quixote family in daily life to prevent further conflict. The torment of knowing the identity of the perpetrators while being powerless to act, merely watching them flaunt their dominance, was a fate worse than death. Bai Ye lamented. The Navy has truly decayed to its core. For the Navy, the establishment of the 7 warlord system was a resounding slap in the face from the government before the eyes of the world. It signified that the Navy had failed to uphold peace at sea, thus necessitating the recognition of 7 notorious pirates as legitimate. The Navy was left helpless in the face of this reality. Witnessing those who had slain their comrades transform into officially recognized allies was a bitter pill to swallow. Furthermore, to preserve the dignity of the world government, as long as the warlords did not exceed certain limits, such as publicly annihilating nations or killing Navy personnel, the Navy could not confront them. Just like this instance where Colonel Hall and over 200 Navy soldiers perished at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The Navy was aware of the culprits and even pursued them. Yet, due to the identity of the assailants, they were forced to relent. Moreover, since the crime was not committed in public, the Navy had to assist in concealing their actions to prevent turmoil at sea. There could be no greater indignity than this, but Bai Ye found it hard to believe that Sengoku was unaware of this situation. However, if Sengoku did know and still chose to elevate Bai Ye's position, it was indeed intriguing. Bai Ye mused, could it be that this old man intends to use me as a pawn? While Sengoku and others were dissatisfied with the warlord system, they had previously consented to its establishment, making it difficult to oppose it without inciting the government's ire. Other Navy personnel were similarly discontented but felt powerless due to a lack of strong leadership. Yet now, Bai Ye emerged, a vice admiral with the strength of an admiral. If he were to confront the warlords directly, even eliminating them, what would be the government's reaction? Moreover, Bai Ye's mentor, Zephyr, held significant prestige within the Navy, as 80% of the mid to high-ranking officers had come from the training camps. If one Bai Ye was not enough, adding the esteemed Admiral Zephyr and some dissatisfied Navy personnel could create a formidable force that the government would have to treat with caution. Indeed, it seemed that those who ascended to the rank of Admiral were not to be trifled with. Bai Ye felt confident in his speculation. It seemed likely that he was Sengoku's chosen candidate to dismantle the warlord system. Although Bai Ye was being used as a tool by Sengoku, he felt no resentment. Rather, he viewed it as a fortuitous opportunity. Before the situation reached a boiling point, whatever audacious actions Bai Ye took would surely be shielded by Sengoku. At this juncture, Bai Ye still needed the identity of a Navy officer. Additionally, as the leader in the effort to abolish the warlord system, Bai Ye's standing within the Navy would undoubtedly be elevated. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages, with the choice resting in Bai Ye's hands. Should he feign ignorance and remain aloof to the matter? Or should he confront the Don Quixote family and become the vanguard against the warlord system? Bai Ye quickly reached a decision that he looked up at Leslie, who was filled with anticipation, and smiled. "I will take charge of this matter. I shall avenge Colonel Hall and the other 200 Navy soldiers." "Really?" Leslie exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. We not need to inform Admiral Zephyr." Bai Ye understood that Leslie still doubted whether a mere vice admiral could handle affairs concerning the warlords. However, he did not argue, but rather explained, "I will report to Admiral Zephyr only after I have thoroughly investigated this matter. So rest assured." Leslie, convinced by Bai Ye's words, bowed respectfully and said, "On behalf of Colonel Hall, I thank you." The following day, a Navy vice admiral ship arrived once more at the islands of Sabaody, number 27, that although there were no Navy personnel awaiting them at the dock, the event still captured the attention of numerous pirates. A vice admiral from the Navy was hardly a commonplace sight in the first half of the Grand Line. Only the more significant islands were guarded by Navy vice admirals. The arrival of 2 vice admirals in 2 days was indeed highly unusual. "Is Vice Admiral Bai Ye here?" Vice Admiral Smoker, cigar in mouth, gazed gravely at the nearby Navy base, his eyes filled with weariness. "Indeed, I never imagined Bai Ye would graduate so swiftly," Tashigi remarked with a hint of melancholy. "How could it be so fast?" Half a year prior, after Bai Ye entered the training camp, Garp had indeed reassigned Smoker from Loguetown to the Grand Line to guard a relatively important island. During this half year, Smoker had dealt with numerous pirates. Rising from the rank of colonel to vice admiral, he had even earned the moniker Smoke Boy at sea, causing many pirates to steer clear of him for fear of attracting his attention. Yet just a week ago, he received a call informing him that Bai Ye had graduated and had used his privileges to select him. Upon hanging up, Smoker was left uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Following Bai Ye had been his own choice, and he felt no regret about it. However, this transition seemed far too rapid. After only a few carefree months, he was to once again endure Bai Ye's torture. "Let us go if we arrive late. It will be even worse." Smoker inhaled deeply, as if stepping onto the execution ground, and disembarked from the ship step by step. Tashigi also held tightly onto her young companion, following Smoker down the gangplank with her head bowed. The surrounding pirates were taken aback upon seeing who had disembarked. Nearly frightened to death, one pirate muttered, "What the hell? Isn't that Smoker? Are you saying he is the one with the smoke fruit powers?" "Vice Admiral Smoker, how could he possibly be here?" The expressions of the pirates from various crews were as diverse as their personalities. Some pirates gazed at Dasky, who followed Smoker, their lust inflating with greed, as they remarked, "That girl trailing behind Smoker is quite the catch." A nearby pirate cast a cold glance at the speaker, warning, "That woman is a master swordsman. She has likely dispatched more pirates than you have ever encountered. If you're seeking death, feel free to test whether her blade is sharper than your neck." The lustful pirate felt a chill run down his spine, as if a blade were truly poised at his throat. Just days prior, a younger Navy captain had arrived, and today even the notorious Smoker had shown up. It seemed trouble was brewing in the Sabaody archipelago. Some astute pirates had already begun preparing to leave the area, while those who felt strong remained undaunted. After all, in the lawless zone, there were no restrictions. Even the Navy dared not brazenly capture pirates within its confines. This had been an unwritten rule for many years. As long as this rule remained intact, They cared little for other matters. In the office of Bai Ye, a profound joy welled up within him at the sight of Smoker and Dasky. His delight stemmed not from mere coincidence, but from the fact that he had gained two individuals capable of consistently providing him with world source power, even if their combined contribution averaged only 1 or 2 points per day. It sufficed for Bai Ye. It was certainly better than having none at all. Leslie looked on, astonished by the sight of Bai Ye and Smoker together. He had not anticipated that Smoker, also a Navy captain, would be reassigned to serve under Bai Ye. Smoker was a name he had heard before, renowned for being a user of a natural-type devil fruit. His reputation had been well established throughout the Navy. Yet, that such a formidable individual would become Bai Ye's subordinate suggested that Admiral Zephyr held Bai Ye in high regard. Indeed, Leslie believed that Bai Ye's ascent to the rank of captain was largely due to Zephyr's influence. Quick and Ferguson, having witnessed Bai Ye's treatment of Smoker, felt a newfound appreciation for Bai Ye's fairness compared to their own training camp experiences, where they received a beating only once a month. Smoker and Dasky, however, seemed to endure Bai Ye's relentless training from dawn until the next dawn. Without comparison, they found Bai Ye to be considerably more agreeable now. The 3 conditions promised to Bai Ye by Sengoku had seen 2 of them fulfilled. Ferguson pondered when the atom branch for the vessel would finally arrive, hoping that Sengoku wouldn't refuse to provide it. After learning that Sengoku had used him as a pawn, Bai Ye's attitude towards Sengoku became increasingly nonchalant. At this, the others instinctively wiped their brows. Within the Navy, only Bai Ye and Garp would dare to speak so boldly, I inquired, and it should arrive in about a week, Ferguson informed. Although the Navy's warship was adequate, equipped with sea prism stone at the bottom to evade sea kings during its voyage, it paled in comparison to vessels crafted from atom wood. If they were to build a ship, it should be the finest. Another week, Bai Ye mused. Leslie, how much money do we have left in our branch? Leslie, well versed in the branch's finances, replied promptly, only 3 million berries remain. 0.3 million berries. How can we be down to this meager sum? Bai Ye exclaimed, astounded that a Navy branch could dwindle to such a paltry amount, less than the bounty of a slightly larger pirate in the East Blue. Leslie explained there was over 80 million berries initially. But after that incident, most of it was allocated for compensation. The group quickly understood the situation. No wonder their finances were so depleted. Has there been no further allocation from above? Bai Ye inquired. There should be funding coming, but the exact amount hasn't been discussed yet, so we don't know when it will arrive. Lack of funds, a desperate shortage. Bai Ye needed money to build ships and procure fine swords. With only 3 million berries left in the base, it was utterly insufficient. The funds he had seized from pirates in the East Blue had been squandered by his stingy mentor on tools and repairs. In his system space, he had barely 5 million berries left. Navy salaries were issued annually, and with 4 months until the end of the year, relying on that was clearly not feasible, were it not for the naval captain's uniform he wore. He might have considered going out to raid for funds. It was no wonder so many people ventured out to become pirates. Relying on legitimate methods of income was far too slow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Bai Ye's eyes as a bold idea took root in his mind. Of course, I am a Navy officer. I can impose reasonable fees. The 3 islands under his jurisdiction belong to the lawless zone, and none of the inhabitants could be deemed innocent. As Bai Ye put it, even if one were to eradicate everyone on those islands, the miscalculation rate would hardly reach 1%. Leslie, inform all the merchants on these 3 islands that each must remit 10% of their profits to me monthly. What? Leslie was taken aback. Isn't this just collecting protection money? Bai Ye grinned and acknowledged, indeed, I am collecting protection fees. Furthermore, you must tell them that all transactions need to be recorded. Time, place, individuals involved, and amounts must all be documented. Should there be any fraudulent reporting of profits, the entire establishment will be confiscated. Leslie was left in a daze. If you weren't wearing a Navy uniform, I would think you were the pirate captain. Bai Ye casually remarked, that was the case before my arrival. Now that I am here, the rules must naturally change. The previous leniency that allowed this region to devolve into a lawless zone stemmed from the intricate web of power dynamics involving the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, underground forces, and even individuals from the world government. Taking action would have been exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, this area was a critical passage for pirates entering the New World. with a constant influx of pirates, making it nearly impossible to clear them out. The four emperors of the New World wouldn't allow the Navy to block the entrance outright, as they required fresh blood. The Navy had witnessed many supernova pirates perish at the hands of the four emperors after entering the New World. So why would they impede their progress? It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, resulting in the current lawless zone. Bai Ye, if we proceed with this plan, what if those merchants flee to other islands? Ferguson raised a practical concern. They're not fools. They have legs, and if they can't stay here, they can simply relocate. After all, there are 29 islands in the Sabaody archipelago that fall under the lawless zone. Where else would they conduct business if not here? You've reminded me. Bai Ye retrieved a den mushi from his drawer and, in front of everyone, dialed Sengoku. The den mushi morphed into Sengoku's likeness, complete with round glasses and a goat-like beard, mimicking him flawlessly. The onlookers were both curious and apprehensive as they observed Bai Ye interacting with the impersonated Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, I intend to govern Islands 1 through 29 of the Sabaody archipelago. You can either reassign those individuals to other locations or have them serve under me. Please choose one of these options, Bai Ye stated with unwavering confidence. Smoker and the others, standing nearby, were taken aback by Bai Ye's nonchalant demeanor and calm words, astonished by his audacity in addressing his superior. This was not how one typically spoke to a commanding officer. Sengoku's den mushi displayed a slightly awkward expression as he surmised from Bai Ye's tone that Bai Ye was aware of being used as a pawn. Ahem, Bai Ye, I am still the Admiral of the Navy, your superior, and your master Zephyr has been my comrade for decades. This how you choose to address me. Bai Ye chuckled. Should I give my master a call as well? To discuss how his longtime comrade has treated his sole disciple. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. This young man was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, truly a difficult individual to manage. Moreover, the matter at hand was indeed his fault. Sengoku awkwardly remarked, Very well, very well. You are a disciple of Zephyr, and by extension, I suppose I am half a disciple as well. It is only right that I extend some consideration to you. Let us not trouble your master over this trivial matter again. What exactly do you desire? Either provide me with 10 billion berries as military funding, or relinquish the jurisdiction over Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody to me. The tone of Bai Ye could be described as rather impolite. However, he possessed the leverage to speak in such a manner, a fact Sengoku was well aware of, which is why he chose to use Bai Ye as a pawn. Bai Ye, too, recognized the dynamics at play, allowing him to speak so bluntly to Sengoku at this juncture. Bai Ye merely sought a small service fee. The telephone bug expressed shock, exclaiming, 10 billion berries? Why not just rob a bank? If I weren't in a Navy uniform, I'd truly consider it. Sengoku understood Bai Ye's strength. If Bai Ye truly intended to rob, it was entirely possible that the four emperors could indeed become 5. Thus, he could only lament, Very well. The jurisdiction over Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody shall be yours. There are a total of 7 branch bases, and I will instruct them to follow your command. With his objectives achieved, Bai Ye instantly shifted to a tone of respect, saying, I thank you, Admiral Senka. I assure you I will manage Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody well, so that you need not worry. The rapid change in Bai Ye's demeanor caught Sengoku off guard. After a brief silence, Sengoku cautioned, Be mindful of moderation. Do not go too far. Additionally, take care of yourself. Rest assured, I will handle matters appropriately. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ye triumphantly declared, See? Such a simple task. Just a phone call. Smoker and the others fell silent, recognizing that this was simple for him. Were a mere rear admiral to speak to Admiral Sengoku in such a tone, the consequences could range from demotion to imprisonment and impelled down for several days. Now that Islands 1 to 29 of Sabaody were under our management, the previous plans remained unchanged, and additional measures needed to be implemented. Bai Ye was preparing for something grand. The following morning, the entirety of Sabaody was in an uproar. Navy soldiers were stationed at the docks, on the streets, and at intersections. Furthermore, everywhere one looked, new Navy regulations were posted. Point 1. Everyone entering the island must pay an entry fee of 100,000 berries per person, payable monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 2. Ships docked at the harbor must pay a berthing fee of 1 million berries per vessel, payable monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 3. Private duels on the island are prohibited, should combat be necessary. Arenas are available at the centers of each island for a fee of 1 million berries. Duelists will be executed. 4. All businesses must submit 10 of their monthly profits. Every transaction must be recorded, including time, location, purchaser, and amount. Discrepancies will result in execution. The entire establishment will be confiscated. 5. Transactions involving firearms, drugs, slaves, etc. must be reported to the Navy. Failure to do so will result in no Navy protection if discovered by the Navy. All items will be confiscated, and violators will be executed. These 5 regulations reverberated with an emphasis on money, 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 and death, death, death. Upon seeing the regulations, some immediately declared this isn't about killing, it's about devouring. The lawless zone had always been rife with villainy, devoid of any rules. Yet now, someone had the audacity to impose regulations in this lawless land, an unprecedented occurrence in decades. Even many of Bai Ye's subordinate Navy soldiers were skeptical of his actions. However, as it was an order from above, they had no choice but to comply. Soldiers were distributing the new regulations throughout the streets, yet the people refused to even acknowledge them. Some went so far as to tear the flyers to shreds and throw them back in the soldiers' faces. In an instant, the previously chaotic lawless zone began to foster a sense of unity against a common foe. That I've been to this lawless zone at least 10 times, and I've never seen such absurd regulations. Exclaimed a captain of a pirate crew. Has the Navy gone mad for money? Don't they understand why this place is called a lawless zone? Pay fees. What a joke. Is there a brave brother willing to loot the Navy base on the island? Such sentiments spread like wildfire throughout Sabaody. This news quickly reached Sengoku's ears. Upon scrutinizing the regulations Bai Ye had enacted, Sengoku felt not only that they were not excessive but rather quite reasonable. In times of turmoil, harsh laws must be applied in such a lawless zone. Only by instilling the fear of death for disobedience could they compel compliance. However, should these regulations be implemented, they would undoubtedly face resistance from various factions. One could only wonder if Bai Ye would be able to withstand in the Grand Line. Within an estate in the Dressrosa Kingdom, Don Quixote da Flamingo, draped in a pink feather coat, sat at the highest point. Surrounded by the officers of the Don Quixote family, in his hands, he held the new regulations issued by Bai Ye in the Sabaody archipelago. After perusing the 5 regulations, Da Flamingo let out an eerie laugh. It seems the Navy that issued these regulations is quite the bloodlust. Tory Bull, sitting in the front row, remarked, "Young master, if the Navy enforces such regulations in the Sabaody archipelago, it may significantly impact our business." Diamante, twirling his sword, nonchalantly suggested, "I heard the one who issued these regulations is merely a Navy rear admiral. Why don't we secretly eliminate him? Even if the Navy finds out it was us, they cannot do anything." Da Flamingo shook his head, disagreeing with Diamante's proposal. "We cannot act. This Bai Ye is said to be Zephy's disciple, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, even if we did decide to act, we must ensure the Navy does not learn of our involvement." Da Flamingo was not afraid of Zephyr. To exaggerate, he hardly feared the Navy at all. However, with the trade with the beast pirates stabilizing, he could not afford to provoke Zephy's disciple and attract the Navy's attention, which could jeopardize their business. "What are we doing today, Lord Bai Ye?" Dasky asked, tightly clutching the small night rein and trailing behind Bai Ye with her head bowed. Bai Ye was not clad in a Navy uniform, but had opted for more casual attire. Without turning back, he replied, "Did I not mention? I brought you out today to purchase a renowned sword. Among the sea swordsmen, there may be many great swordsmen, but when it comes to knowledge of famed swords, none could compare to Dasky. After all, Dasky's dream was to one day collect all the famed swords wielded by notorious figures. How could one expect to understand renowned swords without sufficient knowledge? Hence, Bai Ye had invited Dasky to assist him in selecting a sword. Upon hearing about the purchase of a famed sword, Dasky's interest was piqued, and she excitedly approached Bai Ye. "A famed sword. Is Lord Bai Ye planning to buy one for me? Oh, I am so touched. You are so kind, Lord Bai Ye." Observing Dasky's excited demeanor, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for whether or not to tell the truth. Nonetheless, it was natural for Dasky to think this way. After all, since their acquaintance, Bai Ye had seldom utilized a sword. In Daski's eyes, she was the only one among Bai Ye's subordinates to wield a sword. Now that he had called her out to buy a sword, how could it not be for her? Daki, upon realizing that she was to acquire a famed sword for herself, began to express her discontent with Bai Ye's leisurely pace, demonstrating a heightened sense of initiative. The fervor she exhibited compelled Bai Ye to feel a pang of conscience for not procuring her a distinguished blade. After perusing several weapon shops, despite encountering a few commendable swords, none met the esteemed standards of a fine blade. After traversing several islands, the duo had yet to lay eyes on a single excellent sword, let alone a remarkable one. Evidently, Zoro truly lived up to his title as a protagonist, being able to procure 2 fine swords even in a modest weapon store in Loguetown, not to mention acquiring the Autumn Water in Yamato later on. Although Bai Ye was aware that the grand sword Autumn Water was in the possession of Moonlight Moria, he presently lacked the energy to reclaim it. The very least, he needed to thoroughly enforce the regulations of Sabaody Archipelago. Only then could he depart with peace of mind. Otherwise, should the rules he established be disregarded at will, what would become of his dignity? Moreover, to speak frankly, given the current strength of Smoker and his companions, they could hardly maintain order. Bai Ye's presence was the true assurance of upholding the rules. As dusk descended, the two finally discovered a fine sword within a weapon shop. Lord Bai Ye, look quickly. This sword should be one of the 50 fine swords, Wind Whisper. Daki presented the Wind Whisper to Bai Ye with an air of reverence. The blade measured approximately 90 centimeters, its edge exceptionally sharp, with a long, elegantly curved form adorned with delicate azure patterns. Despite Bai Ye's previous lack of knowledge about swords, after absorbing the swordsmanship principles from the Atomic Samurai, he could discern its quality. Wind Whisper was indeed commendable. While it may not rival the grand swords, it was certainly close. Just as they were admiring it, the shopkeeper interjected with a harsh tone. "Hey, young lady, this is the treasure of my shop. Don't touch it if you're not buying." Daki adjusted her glasses defiantly, retorting, "Who says we aren't buying? How much is this sword, shopkeeper?" Upon hearing her intent to purchase, the shopkeeper immediately concealed his impatience and replied with a smile. "This Wind Whisper is not only one of the 50 fine swords, but it is also my family heirloom." Before he could finish, Bai Ye interrupted, "What's the price? Just name it." The shopkeeper, eager to emphasize the sword's worth, clearly aimed to inflate the price. Noticing Daki's genuine admiration for the sword, his eyes gleamed with a cunning smile as he rubbed his hands together, declaring, 8 million berries. Daki gasped. 8 million berries? That's exorbitant. Bai Ye frowned at the price as well. Generally, a fine sword of this caliber would cost around 2 to 3 million berries, with anything beyond 5 million being utterly outrageous. In contrast, a grand sword of 21 craftsmanship typically fluctuated around 10 to 20 million berries, while a single devil fruit might fetch a staggering price of 100 million berries. That was due to its potential to drastically enhance an ordinary person's strength. Conversely, a distinguished sword in the hands of an ordinary individual would merely serve as a sharp kitchen knife, offering negligible benefits to their combat prowess. This disparity explained why renowned swords were typically not exorbitantly priced in the vast seas. The shopkeeper was clearly attempting to exploit Daki's infatuation with the sword, inflating the price to an unreasonable height. "It's not overpriced. This is my family heirloom, and there are only 50 such swords in the world. Finding one is exceedingly rare," the shopkeeper explained with a grin. Yet, Daki, although enamored with Wind Whisper, was fully aware of Bai Ye's and the base's circumstances. 0.8 million berries was a sum far beyond their reach. Even 3 million would be a struggle to gather. While Daki grappled with the lack of funds, Bai Ye, the so-called villain, had already begun noting the shop's name and precise location. Although he entertained thoughts of forcibly seizing the sword, he ultimately dismissed the idea. There was no necessity for such a course of action, as he aimed to establish Sabaody Archipelago as a place governed by rules, even if those rules were of his own design. Moreover, resorting to theft would be rather unrefined. Instead, he could simply send the Navy to investigate, claiming the shopkeeper was involved in illegal arms trading without proper registration, leading to the arrest of the individuals and the confiscation of the entire store. This approach would not only save him the trouble of purchasing a sword, but also serve as a deterrent for other merchants, demonstrating the consequences of violating regulations, just as Bai Ye pondered this. The shopkeeper's beady eyes suddenly fixated on the grand sword, 21 craftsmanship, cradled in Daki's arms. The price of a grand sword far surpassed that of a fine sword, often inflating by 7 or 8 times. The shopkeeper's thoughts began to race. Observing the seemingly harmless young man and woman, he deduced they were not formidable adversaries, especially given their distress over the 8 million berries. The prospect of 100% profit was enough to tempt him into risky behavior. Particularly with such a low-risk endeavor that if you truly wish to buy, I could give you a discount, the shopkeeper suggested with a sly grin. Daki, blissfully naive, exclaimed, "Really? You're such a good person." Amidst their conversation, Bai Ye sensed something amiss. With a resounding bang, the door behind them slammed shut, plunging the shop into darkness, save for 2 flickering candle flames casting faint light. The atmosphere grew ominous, while Bai Ye had never encountered such a situation. His extensive reading of novels and watching of dramas quickly illuminated the shopkeeper's intentions. What a surprise! The infamous black market dealer, certainly isn't a reputable individual. But then again, who would conduct honest business in such a lawless place? Meanwhile, the oblivious Daki continued to embrace her ignorance, cheerfully clutching Wind Whisper, asking, "Hey, shopkeeper, how much of a discount can you offer? If it's a significant reduction, we might just buy it." Bai Ye nearly burst into laughter. In all his years as a pirate, he'd never encountered such an oblivious girl. Even the shopkeeper found himself amused by Daki's naive inquiries. Could she possibly be a fool? Although it might not reflect well to exploit a simpleton. The chance to profit was too enticing to resist. "What if I just give it to you for free?" The shopkeeper suggested with feigned innocence. As their dialogue continued, the shopkeeper swiftly retrieved a long knife from beneath the counter, and 4 burly men emerged from the back room, brandishing weapons and surrounding Bai Ye and Daki with menacing expressions. At this moment, even Daki, with her obliviousness, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Are you attempting to rob us?" she asked, bewildered. The shopkeeper brandished the long knife menacingly, greed glinting in his eyes as he demanded, "Hand over the small knight rein in your arms, or neither of you will leave this shop alive." Rather than displaying fear, Daki's spirit soared as she tugged at Bai Ye's arm, bouncing with excitement. "Lord Bai Ye, he's actually trying to rob us. This means we can legitimately arrest them and confiscate all these weapons without spending a single berry." After all, they had no money to begin with. How amusing. There wasn't a single honest person in the room. Even Daki, who appeared somewhat dim-witted, had a cunning side. "Oh dear, a disgrace to the military," Bai Ye lamented. "Will my soldiers become pirates disguised in navy uniforms?" Now, it was the shopkeeper's turn to be flabbergasted. What was happening? They were surrounded by 5 of his men, yet they appeared utterly unfazed. With no further hesitation, the shopkeeper ordered, "Attack." Regardless of the identities of the 2 before him, the priority was to eliminate them. With Daki present, Bai Ye felt no need to intervene if he handled everything himself. What purpose would his subordinates serve? Were they merely there to cheer him on? Daki shifted into a serious mode, shedding her previous silliness as an aura unique to a swordsman emanated from her. Drawing the small night rein, a flash of cold light cut through the air, swiftly dispatching the 4 thugs. Crack! The knife in the boss's hand shattered into 2 pieces, and the slender blade of the night rein lay across his neck. "Sir Bai Ye, will this fellow live or die?" The boss felt his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Please do not kill me. It was my folly that led me to act against you both. I can give you everything in the shop. I have 20 million berries hidden elsewhere. If you spare my life, I will reveal the location to you." That he could hardly imagine that this seemingly simple-minded girl possessed such formidable strength. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye declared, "I shall not kill you just yet. Have Smoker come to seal this establishment and take the boss into custody, retrieving all the items." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." The boss, relieved at Bai Ye's decision not to execute him, was overwhelmed with joy. Little did he know that had he been aware of Bai Ye's true intentions, he might have preferred to meet his end there and then. As the 2 made their way to the base, the night had deepened. Though it was late, Daki showed no signs of fatigue, clutching Feng Ming with great affection. Bai Ye coughed lightly and said, "Hand it over." Hand over what?" Daki instinctively held the 2 legendary blades, Zayeshiu and Feng Ming, tightly to her chest. Her Nothing was more precious than these two swords. Observing Dasky's protective demeanor, Bai Ye, with a hint of annoyance, tapped her lightly on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Dasky rubbed her head with one hand while still clutching the two swords with the other, pouting like a little hamster, casting a pitiful glance at Bai Ye, as if she might burst into tears if he spoke again. Bai Ye sighed. Just lend me Feng Ming. Consider it a temporary borrowing that I promise to return at once I find a better sword. Seeing Dasky about to protest further, Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. If you refuse to lend it to me, your training will double, and I will personally oversee your special training. You may do as you wish. While Bai Ye's special training could be considered a form of training, it primarily consisted of them enduring relentless beatings. Bai Ye justified it as a means to enhance their resilience, which, in turn, fostered the cultivation of their Busashoku haki. Consequently, upon hearing the mention of Bai Ye's special training, Smoker and the others felt an involuntary shiver. However, it must be said that enduring such beatings indeed facilitated the cultivation of Busashoku haki. Realizing that Bai Ye was calling alone and leveraging special training as a threat, Dasky relented. Fine, I'll lend it to you. Just remember to return it. With great reluctance, she handed Feng Ming over to Bai Ye, her expression akin to that of a mother watching her child being taken away. For a moment, Bai Ye felt an unwelcome pang of guilt, questioning whether he had gone too far. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion, reminding himself that he was no virtuous being, and thus the guilt was inconsequential. Once he secured Feng Ming at his waist, Bai Ye's demeanor transformed entirely. Where there had once been the air of a refined gentleman, he now exuded the aura of a wandering swordsman. Along the way, he occasionally caught snippets of Dasky's disgruntled murmurs, clearly unable to wield a sword, yet insisting on flaunting such a renowned blade. How absurd! She cast several glances at Feng Ming, sincerely remarking, however, after you don the sword, you do seem significantly more handsome. Sir Bai Ye. In response, Bai Ye could only smile in silence, reflecting on the nature of women. The following morning, Bai Ye inquired with Ferguson, have you located the weapon shop owner's stash? Yes, as soon as he arrived yesterday. He divulged the information. The soldiers we dispatched have already found it. The items from that weapon shop are now stored in the armory. Ferguson took on an almost managerial role under Bai Ye's command. This was inevitable, as Smoker and Quake preferred not to think too much. Dasky often seemed absent-minded, and Leslie's strength was woefully inadequate. Thus, Ferguson emerged as the most suitable candidate to be, by the way. Major Bai Ye, now that the money has been located, shall we release the owner? Bai Ye replied with a smile. Releasing him is out of the question. I simply choose not to kill him at this moment. Noticing that Ferguson remained standing after delivering his report, Bai Ye asked, is there anything else you wish to discuss? After a moment's hesitation, Ferguson finally spoke. Major Bai Ye, there's an auction at Doflamingo's auction house today. That I hear the items up for bid include devil fruits and slaves. Did they not notify us? No, very well, you may attend to other matters. Ferguson shot Bai Ye a puzzled glance, but said nothing further before leaving the office. He could not comprehend why Bai Ye had implemented those 5 regulations if he intended to completely reform the lawless region into one overseen by the Navy. Yet in recent days, Bai Ye appeared indifferent to those who transgressed the rules, as if everything were as it had been before the regulations were established. Some audacious pirates even dared to attack patrolling soldiers. But they refrained from doing any real harm, likely due to their awareness that the Navy headquarters was merely half a day's journey away. Otherwise, the casualties among the soldiers would have easily reached double digits. Despite this, Bai Ye remained unfazed, recalling all patrolling Navy soldiers and halting their deployment, treating the incident as if it had never occurred. This led many in the lawless region to openly mock the Navy, stating that the established rules were utterly meaningless. The pirates who had injured Navy soldiers seemed to face no consequences. To think they wished to alter the customs of the lawless region was laughable indeed. Consequently, several soldiers began to voice their grievances against the regulations instituted by Bai Ye, believing that had it not been for his rules, the pirates would not have reacted so vehemently. Some junior officers even speculated that Bai Ye was too young and naive, failing to consider the repercussions of his actions, and they contemplated suggesting the repeal of the 5 regulations to restore the former state of the Sabaody archipelago. Some more radical voices even advocated for the Navy headquarters to appoint a different individual to oversee the Sabaody archipelago. Ferguson suspected that Bai Ye was aware of these issues, yet he remained unresponsive, allowing events to unfold. Were it not for their half-year acquaintance, Ferguson might have shared the sentiments of the other soldiers. If matters continued this way, both Bai Ye and the Navy station in Sabaody would soon become the subject of ridicule across the seas. Nevertheless, he still believed that Bai Ye had his own reasons for this approach and thus refrained from bringing up these matters in front of him. Watching Ferguson depart, Bai Ye chose not to elaborate further. He understood perfectly well what Ferguson was thinking and was well aware of the rumors circulating outside. However, these were all part of his deliberate strategy. For Bai Ye, he had no desire to waste time dealing with these individuals in Sabaody. Instead, he aimed to resolve the situation once and for all without leaving any lingering issues. The most effective method was to quietly observe the situation develop. When people began to feel that the Navy had no authority over them and that they could completely disregard Bai Ye's words, more would inevitably rise to create chaos. Then, Bai Ye would capture all those who dared to act out. The more jubilant they were now, the more painful their cries would be later. This method is colloquially known as fishing for lawbreakers. However, idleness was not Bai Ye's style. Upon hearing that Doflamingo's auction house was holding an auction, he knew precisely what he should do today. Since he had promised Leslie to help Colonel Hall and the other soldiers seek vengeance, it was time to collect some interest at the auction house. Smoker, prepare yourself. Today, I shall introduce you to the world. Bai Ye and Smog strode towards the auction house with no intention of restraint, both adorned in the naval headquarters rear admiral uniforms, their backs draped with capes of justice. Their immaculate attire strikingly conspicuous. They paraded down the street with an ostentatious air, seemingly eager for all to behold them. Unfortunately, rather than eliciting fear or panic from onlookers, they were met with expressions of disdain and revulsion. It seemed that, were they not two rear admirals of the naval headquarters, they might have been at risk of a confrontation. Many would have relished the opportunity to leave a dirty footprint on their pristine garments. Even the typically thick-skinned Smog felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could eliminate the individuals casting contemptuous glances in their direction. Yet upon glancing at Bai Ye, who remained remarkably composed and indifferent to the peculiar stares, Smog couldn't help but admire his composure. At merely 18 years of age, Bai Ye possessed such formidable strength and remarkable restraint. Truly, he was a man worthy of Smog's allegiance. Smog pondered these thoughts. He suddenly noticed Bai Ye retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket, beginning to record the people and shops around them, muttering, "That kid over there insulted me. He is going to regret it." The owner of this shop looked at me with disdain. "Your establishment is finished." This woman on the left complimented my handsomeness. She has good taste, so I'll spare her. Upon hearing Bai Ye's murmurs, Smog nearly dropped to his knees in awe. What audacious antics! Brother, you truly know how to play the game. The admiration he had felt for Bai Ye moments before was quickly discarded. The two continued their journey to the auction house, and Bai Ye reluctantly stowed away the transponder snail, lamenting, "Today, I only recorded 187 individuals. Far too FW.to Bai Ye," noting a person equated to a financial gain, for no one would ever complain of having too much money. "Smog, from now on, we shall venture out daily. I want to see just how many souls on Sabaody are ripe for the taking." Smog mused, Tiske, "This is the killing machine I remember, no matter how shameless he may be. He is unyielding when it comes to slaying as they prepared to enter the auction house. Two security personnel at the entrance halted their advance. The guard on the left raised his chin arrogantly and declared, "Please present your invitation to the auction house. Guests without an invitation are not permitted entry." It seemed that these two rear admirals of the naval headquarters held less prestige than this mere doorman. Smog retorted with irritation, "Do you have eyes? Can't you see we are rear admirals?" Unfazed by Smog's threat, the guard coldly replied, "Without an invitation, you shall not enter. It is the rule of this auction house." Just as Smog was about to explode with anger, a woman's light laugh suddenly echoed nearby, prompting Bai Ye and Smog to turn in its direction. That a couple stood side by side, the man pale and with deep-set eyes, dressed immaculately in a tailored suit, while the woman wore a striking backless dress, her appearance drawing the attention of many passers-by. Darling, the Navy is truly so rude. They are far beneath you, the alluring woman cooed as she clung to the man's arm. Harris, the man, embraced her, his hand roaming indiscreetly over her form as he leered. Of course, the Navy is merely a bunch of brutes. Only Fleet Admiral Sengoku is somewhat respectable. Harris spoke without a hint of discretion. And both Bai Ye and Smog heard every word clearly. Smog's fury ignited. Having been disdained all day, blocked at the auction house, and now subjected to the humiliation of these pretentious individuals mocking the Navy. Even belittling Fleet Admiral Sengoku to a mere acceptable status was too much for his volatile temperament to bear. As his arms transformed into smoke, ready to seize the man, two ghostly figures suddenly appeared before him. One spoke in a hoarse voice. "We are all colleagues here. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Is it really necessary to resort to your devil fruit powers?" Having spent nearly a decade in the Navy, Smog recognized the white suits and silver masks of these individuals. Employing the Navy's 6 styles, he surmised their identities. The secret intelligence agency under the world government could deploy operatives for protection, indicating that this man was no ordinary individual. Bai Ye replied coolly, "So, a slip of the tongue should bear no consequences. And you are Rear Admiral Bai Ye of the Naval Headquarters, Bai Ye?" The speaker seemed to recall something suddenly. As members of secret organization, they were required to memorize extensive profiles of numerous individuals, both foes and allies. 6 months prior, they had reviewed Bai Ye's file, noting him as Zephy's prized pupil. Having triumphed over 600 in training, with strength estimated to fall between that of a Rear Admiral and a Vice Admiral. Recently updated information indicated his promotion to Rear Admiral, tasked with overseeing Islands 1 to 29 in Sabaody, with strength deemed at least that of a Vice Admiral. Realizing this, their expressions beneath their masks grew increasingly anxious. They had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. They quickly clarified, "This is Harris, the son of Minister of Finance Wells. We are all members of the world government." Bai Ye's frigid voice cut through the air. "One arm. I shall pretend I did not hear." Harris apologized to Bai Ye. Harris was incensed, pointing at Bai Ye. Indignant, "Malo, you want me to apologize to a mere Rear Admiral? One arm and a leg." Malo grew anxious. Apologize? He dared not gamble on whether Bai Ye would act. Should he choose to, they would likely not survive to leave. Harris was stunned. He had never seen Malo so desperate. Although he was a spoiled rich kid, he was not foolish. Recognizing Malo's unwavering stance that insisted he apologize, he understood that this Rear Admiral was not someone he could afford to provoke. Relinquishing his pride before his companion, he bowed to Bai Ye. "I apologize, Rear Admiral Bai Ye. I spoke out of turn." Yet before Harris could rise, a flash of steel severed his right arm, an intense pain flooding his mind like a tidal wave. The speed of the attack rendered Malo and his companion utterly unprepared. Blood gushed from the severed limb, splattering the woman beside him. Having never witnessed such brutality, the enchanting woman shrieked before collapsing unconscious. Harris writhed on the ground, clutching his severed arm, wailing, "Ah, my arm, my arm." Malo, taken aback by Harris's apology, found himself unable to contain his anger, shouting, "Rear Admiral Bai Ye, Harris has already apologized." Bai Ye, nonchalantly cleaning his ear with his pinky, remarked, "He pointed at me with his right hand. That irked me. Your tone of address is equally displeasing. Dare to speak again, I shall decide whether my next strike lands on you or Harris." At those words, Malo fell silent, obediently gathering Harris's severed arm and assisting his companion away. As for the unconscious woman, they chose to ignore her. This was a lawless zone, where none who survived were virtuous. With Harris's protection stripped away, the woman's fate was all but sealed. Bai Ye turned to the 2 guards at the auction house entrance. "Will you allow us entry now?" Upon witnessing the ruthless tactics of Bai Ye, the 2 guards dared not utter another word of refusal. To do so would surely invite a swift retribution. However, allowing Bai Ye and his companion to enter without hesitation posed its own peril, as they could just as easily find themselves in trouble should blame be cast upon them later. As the guards grappled with their dilemma, a rather short and portly figure adorned in opulent attire emerged from the auction house. The guards exhaled in relief upon recognizing the newcomer and hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Lord Boyle, these 2 naval officers wish to enter." but they lack an invitation. Lord Boyle, however, paid no heed to the guards and instead approached Bai Ye. Bowing respectfully to my sincerest apologies, Lord Bai Ye and Lord Smoker, I should have presented you both with invitations, but in the whirlwind of my duties, I regrettably overlooked it. That I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Is that so? Was it truly a mere oversight? Bai Ye replied, a hint of skepticism lacing his words. That I have heard from my subordinates that there are slaves to be auctioned off at this event. Yet no notification was sent to the Navy. Surely that cannot be attributed solely to negligence. It is often said that one should not strike at those who greet with a smile. Boyle's demeanor was indeed exceedingly respectful, yet it was of little consequence to Bai Ye, for he had come prepared to stir trouble. Seemingly sensing Bai Ye's ominous intent, Boyle maintained his smile and whispered, Lord Bai Ye, it is said that Saint Esther Kirk will be attending this auction. Saint Esther Kirk? A celestial dragon? Bai Ye mused, taken aback by the prospect of encountering one so soon. He recalled his past ambitions of slaying a celestial dragon to make a name for himself across the seas, thereby acquiring substantial worldly power. Yet his current standing within the Navy proved to be of considerable value. Otherwise, he might have relished the opportunity to test his blade against a celestial dragon. Bai Ye's gaze narrowed slightly. Are you attempting to threaten me with the mention of a celestial dragon? Not at all, Boyle stammered, feigning trepidation. It is simply that this auction was specifically requested by Saint Esther Kirk. Should it be abruptly cancelled for any reason, it is likely to incite his displeasure, and none of us would be able to bear the consequences of such wrath. With a facade of sincere fear, Boyle led Bai Ye and Smoker into the auction house, where they took their seats in the leftmost section of the first row. The venue boasted around 200 seats, most of which were already occupied by the time the two entered. The sight of Bai Ye and Smoker, both clad in naval admiral attire, drew considerable attention, for such events were typically attended by pirates, bounty hunters, and members of the underworld, with the occasional celestial dragon purchasing slaves. For the Navy, most items on auction held little value, and in a lawless zone, they could not apprehend pirates without consequence. Their presence was more likely to incite the ire of the pirates than to deter them, rendering attendance questionable, especially for those bold enough to don naval uniforms. The appearance of Bai Ye and Smoker was a revelation that unsettled many. The audacity of these two naval admirals stirred thoughts among several pirate crews, contemplating whether it would be wiser to eliminate them once the auction concluded. After all, the Navy on the island was notoriously cowardly. Dispatching two admirals could be executed without significant repercussions. At worst, they could flee by ship, disappearing before the Navy could respond. Such an act would undoubtedly boost their bounty as well. Discussions of collaboration ensued among the nearby pirate crews. Glimmers of malice flickered in their gazes directed at Bai Ye. For pirates, the height of their bounty served as the most potent testament to their strength. That it was often boasted that a certain Yonko's crew commanded a collective bounty exceeding 200 billion berries. A clear acknowledgement of their might. The swiftest route to elevating one's bounty was to eliminate a naval officer. In simple terms, these pirates sought to enhance their renown by slaying Bai Ye, potentially positioning themselves as subordinates to a Yonko upon entering the New World. Are we truly going to participate in this auction? Smoker queried, a note of confusion in his voice. The mention of a celestial dragon's attendance had left him disinclined to remain. Any naval officer with a semblance of justice found it nearly impossible to tolerate the actions of the celestial dragons. Their very existence served as the greatest affront to the ideals of justice they upheld. Yet, the status of the celestial dragons have been entrenched for 8 centuries, with their divine mentality perpetuated through generations. Consequently, even in their dissatisfaction, naval officers could only emulate figures like Garp, striving to keep their distance and minimize contact. A mysterious glint sparkled in Bai Ye's eyes as he chuckled lightly. Why not? Do you genuinely believe the arrival of the celestial dragon is mere coincidence? Smoker paused, momentarily taken aback. Yes, it not. Consider this. We arrived at the auction house's entrance right after encountering Harris, the son of the Minister of Finance, and engaged in a conflict with him. Following my decisive action against him, Boyle, the auction house owner, appeared almost immediately. I pointed out their failure to notify the Navy about the slave auction, and Boyle promptly informed us of St. Esther Kirk's attendance, using the celestial dragon as leverage against me. Do you truly think these events are coincidental? As Bai Ye elucidated his reasoning, Smoker connected the dots, finding the series of events too fortuitous to dismiss. Yet, certain aspects still eluded him. How could Doflamingo, despite owning the auction house, exert influence over the son of the finance minister and a celestial dragon? Was it merely due to his status as a warlord of the sea? Bai Ye patiently clarified. Merely being a warlord of the sea is insufficient. What if Doflamingo himself is a celestial dragon? What? Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, Smoker exclaimed, barely suppressing his astonishment. The notion of a celestial dragon venturing into piracy and becoming a recognized warlord of the sea was beyond his wildest imagination. Yet, the absurdity of reality was undeniable, just as Smoker struggled to comprehend Doflamingo's choice to embrace a life of piracy. Doflamingo himself could not fathom why his father would renounce his celestial dragon status to live as a commoner, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of those he deemed inferior. While the two conversed, a sudden uproar erupted at the entrance of the auction house. The owner and staff prostrated themselves at the threshold, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome Saint Esther Kirk, the esteemed visitor from Maple Cecil Palace." It is customary for male celestial dragons to append the character saint to their names, while female celestial dragons opt for the character gong, signifying their noble status. Two celestial dragons, adorned with bubble helmets and clad in extravagant attire, rode upon the backs of male long-armed tribe slaves, followed closely by a retinue of several other slaves as they entered through the doorway. Contrary to the grotesque and intellectually inferior depiction often seen in anime, these celestial dragons exuded a certain allure, with the male appearing handsome and the female strikingly beautiful. However, one commonality remained: their brows bore an air of superiority, a palpable disdain for the common folk. As the celestial dragons made their entrance, many pirates shifted uneasily, gritting their teeth as they knelt, pressing their foreheads against the floor to avoid drawing the attention of the celestial dragons. A small faction of defiant pirates, however, refused to submit, stealthily concealing themselves behind their seats, equally wary of inciting the celestial dragon's ire. This was a matter of necessity, for should the celestial dragons be offended, the Marine Headquarters Admirals, or CP0, would be compelled to intervene for their protection. Under such a threat, it was unlikely that anyone, save the Yonko pirate crews, would dare to confront the celestial dragons. Under the guidance of Boyer, the two celestial dragons were seated in the front row, slightly to the left. Thus, the first row was occupied by 4 individuals, the two celestial dragons, along with White Knight and Smoker. Notably, White Knight and Smoker appeared unfazed by the presence of the celestial dragons, maintaining their composure as they sat, a stark contrast to the pirates who were forced to kneel or hide. Esther Kirk Saint observed the two's refusal to kneel, raising an eyebrow in disapproval, poised to reprimand them. Yet beside her, Ma Cecil Gong recognized their rank as rear admirals and interjected, urging the auction to commence swiftly, as she wished to procure additional slaves. Upon hearing Ma Cecil Gong's words, Esther Kirk Saint huffed in dissatisfaction, but chose not to elaborate further. Boyer, witnessing this exchange, felt a fleeting disappointment. He had anticipated a confrontation between the celestial dragons and White Knight. Yet Ma Cecil Gong's remark had seemingly quelled any thoughts of conflict in Esther Kirk Saint. This turn of events left many pirates, eager to witness White Knight's humiliation, feeling disheartened, while a few others grew curious about White Knight's audacity in disregarding the celestial dragons. Although Esther Kirk Saint felt a twinge of irritation, she refrained from expressing it in front of Ma Cecil Gong, settling instead for an impatient demand for the auction to begin at once. Lady Esther Kirk Saint, despite their lofty airs, not all celestial dragons were devoid of intellect. If they were all as foolish as depicted in anime, how could they possibly wield control over the world government and attain the status of gods upon the seas? Ma Cecil Gong clearly belonged to the more astute faction of the celestial dragons. Though unaware of White Knight's true identity, she noted his youth and the fact that he had already attained the rank of rear admiral, coupled with his audacious display of indifference towards their arrival. This piqued her curiosity regarding White Knight. Typically, naval officers encountering celestial dragons would not choose to kneel, opting instead for a respectful demeanor. Moreover, the Navy represented the most formidable military force under the world government. often requiring their protection during outings. A Percecil Gong believed it unnecessary to jeopardize relations with the Navy over trivial matters. Prompted by the Celestial Dragons, the auction commenced swiftly to, as previously mentioned. The items for sale were predominantly slaves, with the occasional devil fruit making an appearance. These two categories were the most coveted at the auction. Celestial dragons and nobility primarily sought to acquire slaves, while pirates and bounty hunters targeted the devil fruits, given their immense potential to enhance one's strength. As the auction unfolded, slaves were paraded onto the stage for display. A beautiful deposed princess, forced to wear revealing attire, showcased her alluring curves, inciting a frenzy of bids from the lecherous nobles below. A captured general, muscular and exuding a unique aura forged from years of battle, likewise drew the attention of numerous wealthy women that a notorious pirate captain, once brazen and malevolent, now appeared defeated, his eyes dull and lifeless, as he was appraised like an object as for the more ordinary slaves. They were countless, many being subjects of fallen nations, captured by the victors and sold en masse. It was also plausible that a significant number had been abducted by slave hunters, stripping them of their normal lives, severing ties with their families, and relegating them to the lowest echelons of society. The Celestial Dragons, it seemed, held little interest in ordinary humans, instead favoring other races. Small folk, long arms, and mere folk were eagerly purchased by the two Celestial Dragons. Particularly noteworthy was the giant slave presented as the auction's grand finale. It was at this moment that White Knight truly grasped the meaning of wealth being inconsequential. He boldly offered 500 million berries, silencing any would-be competitors with shock. After all, Celestial Dragons collected heavenly gold from over 200 allied nations each year, with a single collection often amounting to tens of billions of berries. Not to mention the rare treasures and devil fruits. They could even afford to feed devil fruits to their slaves without a second thought to them. Such sums were mere pocket change. This revelation stirred a sense of ambition within White Knight. Here he was, striving to establish regulations in Sabaody archipelago to amass wealth, enduring scorn for days, all in hopes of striking it rich in one fell swoop. Yet, the money he sought paled in comparison to what the Celestial Dragons considered spending money. Truly, the disparity in status was enough to evoke envy. During the auction, a paramecia-type devil fruit was introduced, yet Boyer refrained from disclosing its specifics, instead initiating bidding at a modest 100 million berries. It was evident that Don Quixote da Flamingo was no fool. If the fruit possessed extraordinary power, he would have ensured it was consumed by his loyal subordinates rather than put up for auction. Nonetheless, even without knowledge of the fruit's abilities, pirates clamored for it, ultimately driving the price to a staggering 230 million berries. As White Knight observed the auction nearing its conclusion, he excused himself for a brief moment. While his departure drew some attention, he returned just 3 minutes later, and most did not pay it much mind. After Boyer concluded the final auction item, the event wrapped up successfully, prompting a sigh of relief from him. For the presence of the two Celestial Dragons had heightened his anxiety regarding their satisfaction with the proceedings. Boyer approached Esther Kirk Saint and Ma Percecil Gong, kneeling respectfully as he announced, "The slaves you purchased, my lords, shall be delivered to Mariehua immediately." Esther Kirk Saint, brimming with excitement, interjected, "No need for you to deliver them. Bring the slaves here at once, that I wish to ride the giant back." The giant slave that had just been auctioned off was the very one she had acquired for 500 million berries. Upon hearing this, a flicker of despair crossed the face of the long-armed slave, standing a short distance behind Esther Kirk Saint. The moment the Celestial Dragon sought a new mount, it signified that the previous one had lost all value, and their fate typically culminated in death, as anticipated, when Esther Kirk Saint mounted the towering giant slave. She produced a jewel-encrusted firearm crafted from gold and aimed it at him. Bang! A golden bullet pierced his forehead, and in his final moments, his gaze seemed to reflect both sorrow and a hint of liberation. Yet, even as death approached, he offered no resistance. Despite knowing his fate was sealed, he remained passive. Such a state of being, even if rescued, would likely render him incapable of returning to his former self before enslavement. Bai Ye observed the scene before him with a sense of melancholy. This was indeed a world where humans preyed upon one another. As Bai Ye rose to depart, Boyle seemed to watch him intently and approached, saying, "General Bai Ye, are you truly preparing to leave?" Bai Ye regarded Boyle with a playful glint in his eye. "Oh, do you wish to keep me here?" "Certainly not. Was it not said that the sale of slaves must be reported to the Navy?" "I simply forgot amidst my prior busyness. Now that the auction has concluded, I finally have the time to report to the Navy. However, do you think such a report is still necessary?" Boyle straightened, seemingly unconcerned with Bai Ye's rank. Meanwhile, Smoker had gripped his weapon tightly, his knuckles turning white as he growled. "Do you seek death?" Boyle's words were indeed a serious provocation. He presumed that since the slaves had already been sold to the celestial dragons, even a report to the Navy would amount to little. Could they possibly demand the return of the slaves from the celestial dragons? Bai Ye restrained the urge to intervene, and a gentle smile suddenly graced his face. "Since the auction has ended, there is no need for a report. Just do not forget next time." Smoker was taken aback by Bai Ye's seemingly conciliatory tone. He turned to see the gentle smile on Bai Ye's face, causing a shiver to run down his spine. That smile felt eerily familiar. Each time Bai Ye smiled like that, someone invariably met their end. There had never been an exception, which led Smoker to surmise that Bai Ye must have his own plans. Consequently, he lowered his weapon and obediently stepped back behind Bai Ye. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Boyle's confidence surged when he saw Smoker sheath his weapon. "Rest assured, General Bai Ye, as long as the next auction is not too hectic, I will certainly report to the Navy." "Report? What nonsense! I am busy every single time." Bai Ye once again displayed a harmless smile, refraining from further comment as he turned to leave. Sometimes, being killed outright might even be a more fortunate fate. Smoker cast a glance of mild pity at Boyle, who inexplicably felt a chill envelop him. Yet, reflecting on his audacity before the two Navy majors, an indescribable pride swelled within him. Bai Ye and Smoker departed the auction house. Preparing to return to the Navy base, several pirate crews that had attended the auction began to encircle them. Bai Ye remarked to Smoker, "It seems a few are unafraid of death. I shall leave them to you to handle." "Indeed, I have been utterly stifled during this period. At last, a few pirate crews have delivered themselves for me to practice on." Smoker replied eagerly, "I hope they do not perish too quickly, as I wish to enjoy myself." A strange smile lingered on Bai Ye's lips as he softly replied, "Fear not. Once the show is over, we shall cast our nets. You will certainly have your share of the work." I could see that moment. On the opposite side of the street, Holy Esther Cork and Maple Cecil were leisurely riding atop a giant, meandering through the thoroughfare. Meanwhile, on both sides of the street, countless commoners knelt, their heads bowed low, terrified of catching the gaze of the celestial dragons. For a mere word from the celestial dragons could snuff out their lives and obliterate their once happy existence. Holy Esther Cork, perched atop the giant, appeared exceedingly elated. Giant slaves were a rarity upon the seas, and acquiring one was indeed a stroke of fortune. Moreover, due to the giant's impressive height, Esther Cork enjoyed an exceptional vantage point, relishing the view. In contrast, Maple Cecil seemed less jubilant. Perhaps due to a woman's inherent intuition, she suddenly felt as though she were being watched by a venomous serpent, a sensation that sent a chill through her heart. It felt as if something ominous loomed on the horizon, though she could not discern the source of her apprehension. Furrowing her brow, Maple Cecil urged, "Esther Cork, let us refrain from further wandering. I sense something amiss. We should return sooner rather than later." Esther Cork was in high spirits, eager to ride the giant a few more laps. However, he did not dare oppose Maple Cecil, who held a higher status among the celestial dragons. "Are you unwell? If so, we shall return at once." Though Esther Cork harbored dissatisfaction, he concealed it from Maple Cecil. Choosing instead to vent his frustration upon the slave, he produced a device resembling a remote control and pressed a button. The collar around the giant's neck erupted with tiny spikes, releasing a toxin developed by slave traders. Upon contact with blood, it inflicted excruciating pain without being fatal. The giant's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson, his body trembling violently, his expression one of utmost agony. One hand instinctively reached for the collar, but as it approached, it froze mid-motion. For to forcibly remove the collar would trigger an explosion, the force of which could sever his head from his body. Holy Esther Cork observed the giant's torment, seemingly discovering new ways to manipulate it, and pressed several more buttons. The giant's body convulsed uncontrollably, the intensity of his shaking increasing to the point that both Esther Cork and Maple Cecil nearly toppled from their perch atop the giant. At that moment, four violet figures suddenly emerged from the crowd, moving with remarkable speed toward Holy Esther Cork and Maple Cecil. The bodyguard assigned to protect the celestial dragons were thrown into a panic. If anything were to happen to the celestial dragons under their watch, they would not only face death at the hands of their enemies, but would also be executed upon their return. Moreover, their families living in Mariawa would meet the same grim fate that a dozen bodyguards rushed to shield the celestial dragons, attempting to intercept the violet figures. In a flash, the four figures hurled shurikens. And as the bodyguards made contact with the weapons, their faces turned ashen. What they had thought to be shurikens were, in fact, explosives. Boom! Boom! The deafening sounds of four explosions reverberated, engulfing the bodyguards and the celestial dragons in searing flames. The blasts echoed throughout the street, and the commoners who had been kneeling on the ground felt as though their hearts were about to burst with terror. A horrifying thought seized their minds. Someone was attempting to assassinate the celestial dragons in broad daylight. It was over. The world was about to explode. In that instant, no commoner remained foolish enough to stay put. They scattered in all directions, and chaos ensued across the island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Bai Ye and Smoker immediately recognized the sound of explosions as a sign that the celestial dragons were in peril. Should anything befall the celestial dragons in their jurisdiction, they would bear significant responsibility. Just as Smoker prepared to transform into smoke and rush over, Bai Ye's voice rang in his ears. "You handle the pirates following us. Leave the situation over there to me." Bai Ye's form flickered, appearing in midair as he gazed upon the flames of the explosion, chuckling softly. "Let the show begin." The three pirate crews that had been trailing Bai Ye were left in shock as he suddenly vanished, leaving only Smoker behind. They immediately began to fear that they had been discovered by the Navy, that if Bai Ye were to return and rally the Navy, they would lose their advantage in numbers. Should chaos ensue and attract the attention of the Navy headquarters, their situation would become even more dire. The three pirate captains whispered among themselves, suggesting that they take action now, to eliminate one Navy major if possible. "I believe striking first is the most prudent course. Taking down a Navy major would be sufficient to demonstrate our strength." With their minds made up, they commanded their subordinates to ACT. In the next moment, over 80 pirates suddenly emerged from the surrounding shops, brandishing firearms and simultaneously opening fire on Smoker. The sudden gunfire sent pedestrians diving for cover, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Upon realizing that the target of the ambush was a Navy major, many did not flee. Instead, there was a certain enthusiasm among the onlookers to witness how the rear admiral would meet his demise at the hands of others. Even the pirates mingling among the pedestrians were eager to partake in the spectacle. A solitary and vulnerable rear admiral was, in their eyes, a tempting prize, even if they did not land the killing blow themselves. Simply being a participant would provide ample fodder for conversation over meals. As the bullets were about to pierce Smoker's body, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the pirates. They were astonished at how effortlessly things unfolded, as the rear admiral made no attempt to resist and was shot down on the spot. It was a pity that one had managed to escape. Otherwise, dispatching two rear admirals would have doubled their bounties. The surrounding pirates, while thrilled, bore an undertone of disappointment, lamenting that had they known the rear admiral was so weak, they would have acted sooner. Leaving no room for these three pirate crews, countless bullets penetrated Smoker's body from behind and swiftly exited from the front, taking down several unfortunate onlookers in their wake. A massive gaping wound was torn in Smoker's abdomen, through which the terrified expressions of the crowd were visible. Remarkably, the wound began to heal at a visible rate. Smoker turned around, revealing a radiant smile. During this period of white nights, he had somewhat assimilated into the atmosphere. The captains of the three pirate crews were taken aback. Even a fool could discern that the rear admiral before them was likely a user of a Logia-type devil fruit in the first half of the Grand Line. A Logia user represented invincibility. Smoker grinned menacingly, declaring that since they had initiated the attack, none of them would escape. He could scarcely contain himself, having waited so long for someone to dare to strike first. He was determined to unleash all the pressure he had been holding back. With a mere thought, Smoker transformed into a massive cloud of smoke, enveloping nearly 100 meters of the surrounding streets. Apart from the attacking pirate crews, even the onlookers were caught within the shroud of smoke. The density of the smoke was so high that visibility was drastically reduced. Even individuals standing half a meter apart could not discern each other's features. Within the smoke, Smoker moved with the ease of a fish in water, a solitary figure darting swiftly through the obscurity. The air was filled with the anguished cries of pirates, yet none emerged from the haze. The street resonated solely with a sorrowful dirge composed of pain and suffering on the opposite side of the street. Once the smoke from the explosive shuriken dissipated, one could see a wall of bodyguards fiercely protecting two panicked celestial dragons. The explosion had been so close that several bodyguards on the outermost fringes had already perished. 4 purple figures suddenly vanished, and one clad in purple ninja attire approached the back of the giant. Wielding a short blade as he advanced toward the celestial dragons, the bodyguard, in a commanding tone, threatened, "Who are you? Do you not realize that attacking a celestial dragon invites the wrath of admirals and the CP organization?" Beside him, Saint Estercoke seethed with rage, shouting, "Everyone, attack! Kill him! How dare he assault the great divine? I will capture him and enslave him, torturing him daily." With that, Saint Estercoke drew a finely crafted pistol from his pocket and fired a shot at the purple-clad ninja. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the ninja merely tilted his head slightly and evaded the bullet. This only heightened Saint Estercoke's panic as he bellowed, "Charge! What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die?" Witnessing the bodyguards hesitating, Saint Estercoke, driven to the brink of fury, aimed directly at the head of a bodyguard and fired. Never had the bodyguard anticipated that the very employer he was sworn to protect would turn on him. Caught completely off guard, the bullet pierced through, splattering crimson blood onto the faces of those nearby. The scent of iron growing increasingly potent, further agitating St. Estercoke's already frayed nerves. "Go capture that man. If you do not act, I will ensure your families are enslaved." The remaining 10 bodyguards, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed desperately toward the purple ninja for the sake of their families. Marquis Sile cast a disapproving glance at St. Estercoke, yet upon witnessing the latter's bloodshot eyes and trembling form, clearly on the verge of madness, she could only sigh and refrain from further comment. The outcome of this dire predicament remained uncertain. Facing the 10 fearless bodyguards, the purple ninja hesitated for a moment, then shifted his stance and lunged forward with his short blade, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. The purple figure zipped past the bodyguards and stood before St. Estercoke. In the next instant, the 10 bodyguards appeared as though frozen in place. Swish! As the purple ninja sheathed his blade, deep gashes appeared on the necks of the bodyguards, extending outward as their bodies crumpled to the ground, lifeless. St. Estercoke, gazing at the masked figure before him and the gruesome scene of his bodyguards, found his previous bravado utterly vanquished. He slumped into his seat like a puddle of mud, eyes glazed over, repeatedly pleading, "You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me." Meanwhile, though Marquis Sile was a woman, she maintained a composure far superior to that of St. Estercoke. Killing a celestial dragon will invoke the wrath of admirals. This is not advantageous for you. That if you desire anything, speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." A derisive laugh emanated from within the mask, and in an instant, Marquis Sile fell unconscious. When Bai Ye arrived at the scene, chaos reigned. Numerous bodyguards lay in gruesome states upon the giant. Bai Ye happened to witness Marquis Sile being struck down, while St. Estercoke trembled in fear, letting out a shriek upon seeing her fall, having succumbed to despair. Frantically, he crawled backward, desperate to distance himself from the purple ninja. Just as St. Estercoke was on the brink of hopelessness, he suddenly spotted Bai Ye rushing to his aid and shouted, "That rear admiral, please save me. If you rescue me, I will grant you anything you desire." Perhaps having witnessed enough life and death, St. Estercoke no longer exuded his previous arrogance, refraining from issuing commands to Bai Ye. The purple ninja, too, noted Bai Ye's approach and hastened his speed towards St. Estercoke, intent on eliminating him before Bai Ye could intervene. As St. Estercoke watched the short blade drawing nearer, he closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, the sound of clashing weapons rang in his ears. Clang. Saint Estercoke opened his eyes to a scene that filled him with immense relief. Bai Ye stood before him, sword raised in defense. Perhaps sensing Bai Ye's capability to confront the purple ninja, Saint Estercoke regained a spark of confidence. The elation of surviving the ordeal filled him with fervor as he urged, "Quickly, capture him and make him a slave." "I want him to suffer." Bai Ye frowned at Saint Estercoke's words, choosing not to respond. Seeing Bai Ye's presence, the purple ninja understood that killing Saint Estercoke was now unfeasible. Moreover, with 10 minutes elapsed since the assault began, an admiral would arrive within 20 minutes at most. Escaping would then prove challenging. Resolute, the purple ninja moved swiftly, creating 10 afterimages in mid-air, all mimicking his every action. He hurled shuriken toward Bai Ye. 20 blades slicing through the air in a deadly arc. Bai Ye swung his weapon, and a massive, pale blue slash, nearly 100 meters in length, materialized, radiating an aura of unmatched sharpness. Boom! Boom! The instant the shuriken collided with the slash, they erupted in a devastating explosion, creating a sizable mushroom cloud that was conspicuous against the sky. Reluctantly, Bai Ye shielded Saint Estercoke behind him. As the flames of the explosion dissipated, there was no longer any sign of the purple ninja. Bai Ye looked up to the sky, only to find that the purple ninja had already fled. Moreover, they have absconded with the comatose Maple Cecil Palace. Estercoke Saint gazed at the diminishing violet figure in the sky, seething with rage, exclaiming, "You are utterly useless! How could you allow him to escape?" A glint of cold light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes as the wind howled, and a crescent-like slash surged towards Estercoke Saint, grazing the side of his face and leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake. The strike soared into the heavens, cleaving the clouds above in twain. Bai Ye pointed his sword at Estercoke Saint, coldly declaring, "If you truly seek death, I can relinquish this naval identity and escort you on your final journey." Upon hearing Bai Ye's murderous words and witnessing the emotionless gaze in his eyes, Estercoke Saint swallowed hard, bowing his proud head in silence, for he understood that the naval officer before him was indeed capable of ending his life. Before long, Smoker, having dealt with the pirates in the vicinity, arrived at their location. Upon noticing Estercoke Saint standing with his head bowed, Smoker couldn't help but exhale in relief. As long as the celestial dragon was alive, there was room for negotiation. However, his relief was short-lived as he realized that the earlier female celestial dragon had vanished without a trace. Bai Ye spoke, "The assailant has taken Maple Cecil Palace." "What?" Smoker exclaimed in disbelief. The celestial dragon had been abducted right before Bai Ye's eyes, indicating that the assailant possessed the strength of an admiral. The repercussions of this incident were indeed monumental. Smoker inquired, "Can we ascertain the identity of the assailant?" Those with admiral-level power on the seas were exceedingly rare, and most who had encountered them could recognize their identities. Bai Ye shook his head, stating, "It remains uncertain. They're likely not among the renowned powerhouses. Could it be a new contender?" Smoker pondered, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Bai Ye continued, "Smoker, notify all naval branches on Sabaody Archipelago to dispatch soldiers to seal off the ports and prevent anyone from leaving. Should anyone insist on departing, treat them as threats to the celestial dragons and act decisively." "Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Smoker was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Currently, one celestial dragon was alive while another had been taken if both were to perish on Sabaody Archipelago. Not only would he and Bai Ye bear responsibility, but even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would likely face repercussions. Meanwhile, news of the celestial dragon's assault reached Mariehua and Marineford. Upon learning of the incident, Mariehua promptly dispatched CPZO agents to Sabaody Archipelago to safeguard the celestial dragons. Sengoku, upon hearing of the attack, nearly fainted with rage, nearly shattering the table in his fury. Regrettably, Kizuru was absent. Otherwise, his abilities would have ensured a quicker response. He hastily instructed his soldiers to inform the only idle admiral at headquarters, Akiji, urging him to rush to Sabaody Archipelago for support. Upon receiving the news, Akiji recognized the seriousness of the situation and immediately set sail for Sabaody Archipelago. Once everything was arranged, Sengoku, rubbing his aching forehead, contemplated, who dares to assault a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago? Then it struck him. Bai Ye was stationed at Sabaody Archipelago. How could such a significant oversight occur under his watch? Although Sengoku did not suspect Bai Ye of being involved in the attack on the celestial dragon, he felt that something was amiss. Thus, he decided to call Bai Ye to inquire about the situation. After Bai Ye relayed the circumstances, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation had not yet reached its worst point. At least both were still alive, albeit one in the clutches of the assailant. Sengoku was quite satisfied with Bai Ye's prompt actions to seal off the island, greatly enhancing the chances of recovering the celestial dragon. After informing Bai Ye that Aokiji was en route, Sengoku ended the call. He felt reasonably assured of Bai Ye's capabilities, yet he remained perplexed about the identity of this new powerhouse that had emerged. Bai Ye disconnected the call with Sengoku, having learned that Aokiji was en route, and resolved to wait here, with no intention of leaving. Beneath them lay the unconscious giant, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his bodyguards. The slaves purchased by Esther Kirk were all kneeling by the roadside, trembling in fear, refraining from seizing the chaos to escape. The streets on either side were deserted, as onlookers feared any repercussions that might ensue. Esther Kirk gazed at the taciturn Bai Ye before him, his intended orders lingering on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down. That he yearned to flee this cursed place, to return to his comfortable palace, indulge in a hot bath, and perhaps take out his frustrations on a few slaves to alleviate the oppressive emotions of the day. Yet he lacked the courage to voice such desires, for the throbbing wound on his face served as a grim reminder that the man before him might indeed possess the audacity to kill him. Meanwhile, Bai Ye contemplated how the unfolding narrative ought to progress and what role he should assume within it. Indeed, the recent incident involving the celestial dragons had been orchestrated entirely by him. When he encountered the celestial dragons at the auction, an idea had suddenly sparked in his mind. If Don Quixote da Flamingo sought to leverage the celestial dragons against him, then he could similarly exploit them to achieve his own ends. By attacking the celestial dragons, he could instigate a state of emergency across the island, utilizing the combined might of the world government and the Navy headquarters to reshape the power dynamics of the Sabaody Archipelago, thus enforcing the 5 rules he had previously established. Likewise, anyone who violated these rules would be promptly apprehended and executed. With the banner of pursuing the assailants raised, Bai Ye felt confident that no faction would dare to impede him at this juncture. After all, he was the sole survivor who had directly clashed with the assailant, the purple-clad ninja, AS for the aforementioned ninja. Bai Ye had summoned him from the system store during a brief interval at the auction. One-eyed Ninja Sonic required a cost of 1,000 world power for summoning. Upon his summoning, Bai Ye conducted a brief assessment of Sonic's capabilities, which appeared to align with that of a Navy Rear Admiral. Although he lacked mastery of the 3 types of haki, Sonic was proficient in a majority of ninjutsu and possessed a diverse array of techniques, making him a valuable ally. The price was reasonable, equating to Bai Ye's expenditure for a slight enhancement in fusion degree. Furthermore, Bai Ye discovered that he could invest world power through the system to augment Sonic's abilities. A cursory glance revealed that elevating Sonic's strength to the weakest Admiral tier would require approximately 5,000 world power. Upon this realization, Bai Ye promptly opted to forego the enhancement. After all, apart from himself, no one would engage Sonic in direct combat. He could confidently assert Sonic's Admiral-level prowess without fear of verification. Those present had witnessed Sonic's confrontation with him and the subsequent abduction of Marple Cecil Palace. No one would suspect him over such trivialities. Moreover, Bai Ye had also rescued a celestial dragon from Sonic's clutches, serving as an additional means of exoneration. Having reached this juncture, with everyone oblivious to Sonic's true identity, Bai Ye's maneuverability had significantly increased. After some contemplation, he retrieved a piece of cloth no larger than half a palm, emblazoned with a circular black smiley face, bisected by a diagonal line running from the upper right to the lower left. This was the very cloth that Leslie had given him, bearing the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Bai Ye casually placed the cloth beneath the body of a deceased bodyguard, choosing a spot that would not easily attract attention. Naturally, he would not be the one to discover it. He would not invite even the slightest suspicion upon himself. In the end, it mattered little whether anyone found it. If discovered, it could conveniently implicate the Don Quixote family. Conversely, If it went unnoticed, or if the celestial dragons dismissed the notion of the Don Quixote family's involvement, it would bear no consequence for him. It was, after all, a serendipitous act. With Akiji's strength, he would not keep Bai Ye waiting long. Should he hurry to the scene? As Akiji traversed the air, he stepped forward, causing ice blocks to appear beneath his feet, enabling him to propel himself forward in a continuous relay, a technique he had devised to utilize his fruit abilities for semi-dash flight. The IT was certainly less taxing than repeatedly employing the moonwalk technique. Upon Akiji's arrival, Bai Ye rose and greeted him. "Admiral Akiji, you have finally arrived." Akiji surveyed the vicinity before solemnly inquiring, "Bai Ye, what exactly transpired here?" Sengoku had merely provided a cursory overview of the situation over the phone, without delving into specifics. After Bai Ye recounted the events, Akiji nodded in apparent approval, clearly admiring Bai Ye, as both were disciples of Zephyr, sharing the same lineage. Akiji had witnessed Bai Ye's prowess and believed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly ascend to admiral-level strength within 3 years. Consequently, Akiji's demeanor was relatively amiable, devoid of the oppressive air often associated with higher-ranking officials. "You have performed admirably. The assailants who abducted Marple Cecil Palace are unlikely to execute her immediately. Hence, we must seize this opportunity to locate her." Bai Ye nodded earnestly, privately thinking that it would be a miracle if Akiji could indeed find her. After speaking, Akiji's gaze drifted to Esther Kirk, his eyes momentarily flashing with barely concealed disdain. Were it not for the fact that he was the only admiral available at the Navy headquarters, he would have preferred to steer clear of matters concerning the celestial dragons. Their very existence was the utmost affront to the justice he upheld. Yet he had no choice but to suppress his revulsion, and if he had to engage, he would distance himself as much as possible. Bai Ye observed the slaves still kneeling below and approached Esther Kirk, coldly stating, "Hand over the control devices for these slaves. They are witnesses to this attack, and I require them for inquiry at the Navy base." Akiji was taken aback by Bai Ye's audacity in demanding the celestial dragon's property so bluntly, particularly in such an impolite tone. He feared that should the celestial dragon take offense, Bai Ye might find himself in dire straits. Just as he prepared to interject with a warning, Akiji was astonished to see that the celestial dragon, far from being enraged, was instead cautiously glancing in his direction. Akiji, who had little interest in engaging with the celestial dragons, simply turned away, feigning ignorance. Esther Kirk, feeling slighted by Akiji's indifference, retorted, "I spent a considerable amount of berries to acquire these slaves." Bai Ye, with a flick of his thumb, drew his sword, producing a crisp sound that made Esther Kirk feel the wound on his face throb anew. Ultimately, he decided that the loss of these slaves was inconsequential. They were not worth much. Gritting his teeth, Esther Kirk reluctantly produced a handful of control devices and handed them to Bai Ye. Bai Ye accepted the control devices for the slaves, discarding the one for the giant and tossing the rest to the kneeling slaves without a second glance. He would take his own device and await inquiry at the Navy base. With the entire island under lockdown and all exits guarded by the Navy, any thoughts of escape during this time were utterly futile. Anyone attempting to flee and subsequently apprehended would be charged with the crime of attempting to harm a celestial dragon. A dozen or so slaves selected their respective controllers, their hands trembling uncontrollably, whether from having knelt for too long or from overwhelming excitement, as they gazed upon Bai Ye, who stood atop the giant. Their expressions were complex, and an unspoken gratitude welled within them. They had once believed that after being purchased by the celestial dragons, their fates were sealed to an inevitable death. Yet, unexpectedly, a chance to escape the clutches of the celestial dragons had appeared. Although this naval rear admiral merely suggested they proceed to the branch base for questioning, without explicitly stating they would be released, this prospect was 1,000 times preferable to returning to Mariewa under the celestial dragon's dominion to await their demise. Moreover, Bai Ye's final words, ostensibly a warning against their escape, subtly hinted that the naval forces were now guarding the dock exits, indicating that this was not an opportune moment for flight. The meaning of his words was clear to anyone, save for Esther Kirk Saint, for the celestial dragons were regarded as gods, not mere mortals. Upon acquiring the remotes, the 14 slaves silently proceeded towards the branch base, unaccompanied. They had indeed contemplated the possibility of using the controllers to remove their slave collars and seize this rare opportunity to flee. However, at that moment, they unanimously chose to trust Bai Ye's words, relinquishing what might have been their sole chance at freedom. Perhaps it was Bai Ye's defiance against the celestial dragons that instilled in them the belief that he might be their savior, prompting such a choice. Kazan observed the slaves making their way to the branch base with a sense of astonishment. They had chosen not to escape. They had opted to trust Bai Ye and forego their chance at survival. In truth, when Bai Ye had requested the controllers from Escalating, Kazan had already grasped Bai Ye's intentions. He sought to rescue these slaves. He had even risked severe punishment by drawing his sword against the celestial dragons to compel them to relinquish the controllers. Kazan had once entertained similar thoughts, but lacked the courage that Bai Ye displayed. He had overthought and deliberated too much, ultimately deciding, like Garp, to avoid further entanglement with the celestial dragons. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet, Bai Ye's actions served as a lesson, prompting Kazan to squint slightly as he regarded the composed Bai Ye, acknowledging that his junior brother was indeed extraordinary. Mariehua lay not far from the Sabaody archipelago, with the CP organization arriving a mere 10 minutes later than Kazan. The newcomers, dressed in the CP organization's standard white suits and adorned with an array of masks, numbered 7 in total. Leading them was a man donning a sun god mask, towering nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an air of intimidation. Upon their arrival, they paid no heed to Kazan and Bai Ye, instead gravitating towards Escalating. The sun god masked man respectfully inquired, "Escalating, are you well?" "I am fine," Escalating replied, relieved to see the CP organization's arrival. Unlike the Navy, whose primary function was varied, the CP organization existed to execute the government's special tasks and to safeguard the world nobles known as the Celestial Dragons from harm. Consequently, their interactions with the Celestial Dragons were more frequent, as the latter placed greater trust in the CP organization than in the Navy. Having confirmed Escalating's safety, the Sun God Masked Man approached Bai Ye and Kazan. "Admiral Kazan, I am a member of CP0. You may call me 09.CP0, the elite above CP1, CP9, hailed as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, entrusted with their protection. The CP organization that Bai Ye had previously encountered while safeguarding Harris must have been comprised of members from CP1 to CP9. While adequate for dealing with ordinary pirates, they paled in comparison to Bai Ye. However, this 09 appeared considerably more formidable. Though unable to gauge his true strength without direct confrontation, Bai Ye speculated that he was likely on par with a vice admiral from the Navy. Remarkably, 09 ranked 9th within CP0, indicating that 8 others surpassed him in strength. It seemed the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield was indeed unfathomable. Yet it was easy to deduce that the Celestial Dragons wielded the greatest wealth and power in the world. Over the years, they had amassed countless devil fruits, selectively bestowing the most potent ones upon their loyal subordinates, enabling them to protect their masters. It was entirely reasonable that generations of such practices would cultivate exceptionally strong allies. Even if 09 possessed the strength of an admiral, Bai Ye could understand. After all, the admiral level was essentially the pinnacle for them, while his own zenith lay among the stars and seas, rendering any comparison moot. Having grasped the situation, 09 inquired with an accusatory tone, "Why didn't you pursue the assailants to attempt to rescue the Maple Celestial Palace?" In 09's perspective, the Maple Celestial Palace held a higher status among the Celestial Dragons than Escalating. He would have preferred Escalating to have been abducted rather than the current outcome. Hearing 09's questioning words, Bai Ye retorted irritably, "Have you lost your mind? What if I had pursued the assailants and Escalating was attacked again? Would you take responsibility then?" "You." 09 was taken aback by Ye's response. Nearly losing his composure, he had not anticipated that a mere naval rear admiral would dare to speak to him in such a tone. However, he could not openly declare that the Maple Celestial Palace was more significant than Escalating. Meanwhile, Escalating, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, felt as though he had consumed honey, despite Bai Ye's apparent rudeness. He still cared about his safety. The resentment he held toward Bai Ye dissipated significantly. Ironically, it was 09, who ought to protect him, that seemed more concerned for the safety of the Maple Celestial Palace. Someone of a higher standing. The Navy remained oblivious to the nuances of the Celestial Dragon's hierarchy, as they were unaware of the disparities that existed among them. However, Saint understood all too well, leading to an increase in his resentment towards 09. Had Bai Ye been privy to the thoughts of 09 and Saint, he would have likely found it amusing. Why didn't I pursue? Because the assailants were sent by me. How could I chase them? Additionally, Bai Ye had not anticipated the existence of a hierarchy between Saint and the Maple Celestial Palace. His decision to have Sonic abduct the Maple Celestial Palace was not born from lascivious intent towards a beautiful woman, but rather a strategic choice. The Maple Celestial Palace appeared more astute, while Saint seemed more gullible. For the sake of executing his plan, it was logical to incapacitate the clever one and leave behind the more impressionable .09, having been rebuffed by Bai Ye. Was immensely displeased, but could not openly express the truth. Instead, he resorted to other methods to address this inconsequential naval rear admiral. He continued sternly, "This time, the Maple Celestial Palace was abducted within your Navy's jurisdiction. You must bear a significant portion of the responsibility." Kazan, witnessing 09's attempt to shift the blame onto Bai Ye, stepped forward, displeased. Protecting the safety of the Celestial Dragons does not seem to be our Navy's primary responsibility. Furthermore, the Celestial Dragons did not notify the Navy for protection during their visit. The individuals tasked with safeguarding Saint and the Maple Celestial Palace were all members of your CP organization. And yet they all perished at the hands of the assailants. Had Bai Ye not intervened in time to rescue Saint from the attackers, the situation would have been far worse. You have yet to be held accountable for your inadequate protection, and now you wish to lay the blame at the feet of the Navy. Bai Ye gazed in astonishment at the figure of Aokiji standing before him. In truth, even if Aokiji had chosen not to speak, Bai Ye possessed alternative means to extricate himself from blame. After all, the undeniable fact remained that he had rescued Saint Esterkirk. However, he was taken aback to witness Aokiji, who typically shunned involvement in disputes, confront members of the CP0 organization in his defense. This was entirely unforeseen by Bai Ye. Yet what transpired next left Bai Ye even more astonished. Saint Esterkirk suddenly spoke, declaring that had it not been for the timely arrival of Major Bai Ye, he might very well have perished at the hands of his assailants. He expressed his gratitude, attributing his survival to Bai Ye. This statement nearly rendered Bai Ye speechless with disbelief. What on earth is this situation? He pondered. He suddenly noticed a glimmer of gratitude in Saint Esterkirk's gaze towards him, a stark contrast to the resentment that had previously lingered there, leaving him utterly perplexed. What did this mean? Had this celestial dragon been rendered dazed? Was he genuinely speaking in my favor and expressing gratitude? Or perhaps he was a masochist, deriving pleasure from the pain inflicted by a blade? 09, emboldened to question Bai Ye, found himself lacking confidence when faced with the Marine Admiral Aokiji. After all, the highest combat power of the Navy was not something to be taken lightly. Individuals of Aokiji's caliber commanded respect wherever they went. The moment Saint Esterkirk spoke, 09 found himself at a loss for words. Well then, if the master was expressing gratitude to someone else, how could he, as a mere subordinate, dare to bite the hand that fed him? Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Bai Ye addressed Aokiji, "Admiral Aokiji, shall we return to the branch base? We have just secured the docks on the island, and a thorough search will demand considerable effort. Furthermore, I need to deal with those individuals who have been particularly troublesome in recent days." Aokiji nodded, clearly reluctant to engage further with either the Celestial Dragons or the CP organization. As Bai Ye and Aokiji took but a few steps towards the branch base, Bai Ye suddenly recalled something. He turned back and kicked the unconscious giant, exclaiming, "How much longer do you intend to feign unconsciousness? I hold your control device. Should you stray too far from me, don't blame me if your head ends up in smithereens." No sooner had Bai Ye's words left his lips than the giant, who had been playing dead for over an hour, began to stir. Momu, the giant moved. Several corpses of his fallen bodyguards tumbled from his form without a small piece of fabric, mingled with the remains of the bodyguards. Fluttered down from the air, drawing attention, .09 swiftly darted forward to catch the fabric, and upon inspecting the emblem upon it, he was momentarily stunned. Though they had limited interactions with other factions at sea, the Don Quixote family had long-standing ties with the Celestial Dragons. How could they not recognize the insignia emblazoned upon it? Akiji also took note of 09's unusual reaction. A glance at the fabric caused his pupils to constrict. One of the 7 warlords, the Don Quixote family? Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by that madman Doflamingo? Initially, with no knowledge of the assailant's identity, they could only resort to extensive searches to recover the Maple Cecile Palace. To be frank, relying solely on such methods seemed exceedingly bleak. However, the emergence of this fabric bearing the Don Quixote family's insignia undoubtedly illuminated a path previously unconsidered, though this path might not guarantee success. It was certainly preferable to floundering about like headless flies. Nonetheless, due to the Don Quixote family's dealings with the celestial dragons, 09 and Akiji refrained from making this information public immediately. If word reached the seas that the assailants of the celestial dragons were a government-sanctioned warlord, both the government and the warlords would be left with no face to save. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Without directives from above, this matter could only be investigated discreetly. Meanwhile, Bai Ye observed Akiji and 09's serious demeanor, struggling to maintain his composure while nearly bursting into laughter. Was this not absurdly fortuitous? Not only did no one suspect Bai Ye, but they had also linked this incident to the Don Quixote family. If Doflamingo were to learn that he had intended to use the celestial dragons to undermine Bai Ye, only to have Bai Ye turn the tables and use the celestial dragons to shift blame onto him, he would surely be left feeling aggrieved to the point of tears. Truly, it was a case of misfortune descending unexpectedly. Upon returning to the branch base, Bai Ye found only 2 guards remaining at the entrance. The rest having been dispatched by Smoker to secure the exits. 14 slaves stood obediently at the doorway, awaiting Bai Ye's arrival. With the giant Momu following behind him, a total of 15 slaves were present. Bai Ye had successfully captured all the slaves purchased by St. Esther Kirk along with those he had brought along. Should Bai Ye choose to act even more shamelessly, he could auction off these 15 slaves again, easily amassing at least 1 billion berries in profit. This would be a purely opportunistic venture. Had he still been in dire straits, Bai Ye might have considered such a course of action. However, at this juncture, he was disinclined to profit from such morally dubious endeavors. With 29 islands of pirates and unscrupulous merchants awaiting his plunder, he hardly feared the prospect of failing to gather 1 billion berries. The abduction of the celestial dragons sent shockwaves through the Sabaody archipelago. The Marine headquarters dispatched over 10,000 soldiers, led by Admiral Akiji, to encircle the archipelago in layers. Not a single soul could escape. Not even a bird. Among those most tormented were the pirates and underground factions who happened to be on the islands. These individuals, already marked with bounties or hiding their identities due to past transgressions, faced relentless scrutiny from the Marines daily, terrified of exposure and the prospect of being taken to impel down. The constant anxiety of living in fear was truly harrowing. In truth, the Marines had contemplated seizing this opportunity to eliminate all pirates on the Sabaody archipelago in one fell swoop. Such an action would at least provide a temporary respite for the first half of the Grand Line. However, this course of action risked igniting the wrath of the Emperor-level pirate crews. Should conflict arise, it would certainly pose a significant challenge for the Marines. After all, their primary objective remained the recovery of the abducted Maple Cecile Palace. Other matters could be postponed. Yet for Bai Ye, the search for the Maple Cecile Palace was a trivial matter. If he truly wished to locate it, he could simply instruct Sonic to retrieve the palace for him. To think he would find anything of substance within the Sabaody archipelago was laughable. When Sonic abducted Maple Cecile Palace, he boarded a vessel prepared by Bai Ye at the port and set sail for a remote, deserted island. This island was not marked on any records. It was a serendipitous discovery by Bai Ye. Not long, it was exceedingly secure. Moreover, with Sonic's formidable strength, even if someone would inadvertently stumble upon the island, he would be capable of dealing with the intruder. Therefore, Bai Ye was utterly unconcerned about the search for Maple Cecile Palace. Seizing this opportunity during the imposed lockdown, Bai Ye could finally put his prior plans into action, due to the trust placed in him by Akiji and Sengoku. The search operations on Islands 1 to 29 of the Sabaody archipelago were entirely entrusted to Bai Ye. After all, both of them were well aware of Bai Ye's capabilities and believed he could manage these affairs competently. Bai Ye did not disappoint their trust. On the very first day, he led a team that apprehended over 200 individuals, including pirates and scrupulous merchants and a small number of bounty hunters. These were all individuals who had been particularly active after Bai Ye issued his 5 rules. Some were hiding their earnings, others were brawling openly in the streets, and some even launched attacks against the Navy. Bai Ye had their offenses meticulously recorded, leaving no one unaccounted for. During the apprehension, those who resisted were swiftly executed by Bai Ye on the spot, disregarding their cries of injustice. Standing atop a platform, Bai Ye gazed down at the sea of kneeling figures below, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In his eyes, they represented both berries and the very essence of the world. Among those kneeling was a familiar face, Boyle, the proprietor of the Don Quixote auction house, aka that moment. Boyle was devoid of the arrogance he had displayed before Bai Ye and Smoker the previous day. Instead, he knelt trembling, his corpulent form quaking in fear, wishing he could bury his head in the ground to avoid Bai Ye's gaze. He never imagined that this seemingly handsome and youthful Navy Rear Admiral would execute his duties with such ruthless efficiency, not even flinching as he took lives. During the apprehension, Boyle witnessed a pirate captain with a bounty of 12 million berries, who, after attacking Navy soldiers on the island, had attempted to resist, only to be effortlessly cleaved in two by Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. The speed was utterly unfathomable. If that blade were aimed at him, Boyle dared not entertain the thought any longer. As Bai Ye scrutinized the gathered captives, a very familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. A smile crept onto Bai Ye's lips. There were so many arrests that he had initially overlooked the presence of this individual. Oh, is that not the esteemed Boyle? What brings you to the Navy headquarters today? Instead of being busy with your usual dealings? Upon hearing Bai Ye's mocking tone, Boyle nearly fainted from fear. Despite cowering at the back, he had still been spotted by Bai Ye. He dared not lift his head, merely catching sight of Bai Ye's feet before him. Why so silent? Were you not quite the talkative one at the auction house yesterday? Bai Ye unsheathed his long blade, quake, and gently tapped Boyle's sweat-drenched cheek with the blade. Each tap felt like a hammer striking Boyle's heart, causing him to convulse. Lord Bai Ye, I was blind and disrespectful yesterday. It was entirely my fault. Boyle prostrated himself repeatedly, and soon his forehead was bloodied from striking the ground, creating a gruesome sight. Yet, even in this state, Boyle did not cease his frantic bowing, completely disregarding his injury. The other captives, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, fearing that they might be next on Bai Ye's list. This was truly brutal. Observing Boyle's abject fear, Bai Ye was suddenly struck with another idea. He instructed Quake to produce a din-din mushy and begin recording that in a cold voice. Bai Ye said, "Since your attitude in admitting your fault is quite sincere, I will pose a question to you. If you answer truthfully, I may consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, Boyle's spirits soared, and he eagerly assured, "My lord, please ask away. I will divulge all that I know. Tell me why St. Esther Cock and Maple Cecil Palace suddenly attended the auction yesterday, while our Navy received no prior notification." Without a moment's hesitation, Boyle responded swiftly. St. Esther Cock was invited by Lord Don Quixote da Flamingo under the pretense of acquiring giant slaves. Maple Cecil Palace likely followed after learning of this, intending to purchase slaves as well. At this point, Boyle glanced at Bai Ye and, gritting his teeth, continued, "Lord Bai Ye, Da Flamingo's invitation to St. Esther Cock was orchestrated to undermine your authority in the Sabaody archipelago and to render your 5 rules a mere joke on the island. This way, his business operations would remain unaffected." Having resolved to sell out Da Flamingo to secure his own survival, Boyle decided to do so thoroughly, hoping Bai Ye would recognize his sincerity and thereby increase his chances of survival. However, Bai Ye paid no heed to the latter part of Boyle's statement, for he was already aware of it. He only recorded the initial segment of the conversation, disregarding the rest. Once CP0 and Akiji reviewed the footage and discovered that it was Da Flamingo who had invited St. Esther Cock, Da Flamingo would inevitably find himself in a precarious position. The Sabaody archipelago consisted of 29 islands, each with Navy soldiers poised at the squares, ready with din-din mushy in hand. During this period of Navy control over the docks, the island's residents lived in constant fear. Daily, they witnessed numerous individuals being taken away, totaling nearly 1,000 over the past 3 days. In such a stifling environment, they were acutely aware of every move the Navy made, as it directly impacted their lives and livelihoods. That a crowd gathered at the square, whispering among themselves. Have you heard? The Navy will be handling those who violated the 5 rules today. They are broadcasting the proceedings here for us to witness. Handling? What could the Navy possibly do? Will they truly execute all violators as stated in the rules? Upon hearing this, another nearby individual panicked. That seems unlikely. They have apprehended over 1,000 individuals in just a few days. There's no way they can execute them all. Indeed, even if they were to slaughter 1,000 pigs, they would at least squeal. How much more so with over 1,000 people, including notorious pirates with bounties nearing 100 million berries. Would these individuals be so easily dispatched by the Navy? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd regarding how the Navy would deal with this group. Meanwhile, Bai Ye toyed with the din mushy in his hand. The footage not only captured Boyle's earlier assertions regarding Doflamingo inviting St. Estercock, but also covered Boyle's subsequent revelations about the underground dealings of the Don Quixote family, including drug smuggling, assaults on allied nations, and the enslavement of allies for the purpose of trafficking. Most alarmingly, Doflamingo had even been selling arms to the Revolutionary Army. If the world government were to learn of this, it would likely spell doom for Doflamingo. In the eyes of the world government, the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army far outweighed that of the combined Yonko. Of course, this consideration stemmed from a strategic viewpoint rather than a matter of combat strength. The fact that Doflamingo, recognized as a pirate by the government, was supplying firepower to an entity opposing the government was utterly scandalous. Additionally, Boyle revealed a seemingly inconspicuous piece of information. Doflamingo had been frequently engaging with a certain faction, likely conducting clandestine business, that he deduced this from the frequent appearances of family executives in the Sabaody archipelago, laden with cargo packed in crates. He also provided several potential locations where such secret transactions might be taking place. Boyle himself was uncertain of the value of this information. However, given the current circumstances, he was eager to divulge everything he knew. Regardless of its utility, sharing the information seemed better than withholding it. Should others learn of this, they might not regard it with the same urgency. After all, if Doflamingo was bold enough to engage with the Revolutionary Army, there was no telling what other nefarious activities he might undertake. However, when this statement fell upon Bai Ye's ears, he instantly comprehended the implications of what Doflamingo was orchestrating. What certain forces? It was none other than the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews. Considering the timeline, Doflamingo had already collaborated with the scientist Caesar to develop artificial devil fruits. Through this venture, he was engaging in trade with the Beast Pirates to amass considerable wealth. Doflamingo possesses an audacious spirit. Entirely unconcerned with the consequences of his actions, that he clandestinely sells arms to the Revolutionary Army, thus incurring the ire of the world government. Simultaneously, he privately peddles artificial devil fruits to the Beast Pirates. Provoking the wrath of the Navy, he is brazenly antagonizing the very forces he relies upon. His fearlessness is truly remarkable. Just as Bai Ye contemplated how to maximize the utility of the documents in his possession, a knock resonated through the office. The door swung open, revealing Smoker. Lord Bai Ye, the appointed execution time has arrived. Shall we commence? A smile graced Bai Ye's lips as he replied, Yes, indeed. Let us begin. It is time they understand the repercussions of violating the rules. Were it not for the need to instill fear, Bai Ye would have eliminated these individuals long ago. After 3 days of anticipation, he was finally able to witness the extent of the world's source power they would yield. On the square of the 29 islands, soldiers received the signal and simultaneously activated their transponder snails. A beam of light burst forth from the shells, coalescing in midair to form a massive screen nearly 100 meters wide. It was large enough for the majority of the island's inhabitants to glimpse the content displayed. The first image that materialized on the screen left everyone in astonishment that on a modest execution platform knelt 10 captured individuals, flanked by soldiers ready to carry out the execution. Below the platform, over 1,000 condemned souls knelt in despair, densely packed and filling the entire screen. Bystanders gasped in disbelief, questioning whether the Navy truly intended to execute them all. Was this not excessively ruthless? Why did they not resist as they faced imminent execution? In truth, their lack of resistance stemmed from the fact that most who attempted to fight back were slain on the spot, while those who survived were severely injured and would not last long without medical attention. Moreover, they were subjected to relentless agony, making the prospect of a swift execution seem preferable to enduring prolonged suffering. As the scene shifted, a remarkably youthful and handsome boy emerged on the screen, clad in pristine white Navy admiral attire, a justice cloak billowing behind him. It painted a picturesque tableau, if one did not link him to the condemned. It would be unimaginable that this radiant youth was leading the operation to apprehend those who had violated the rules. Bai Ye beamed a radiant smile, addressing the island's residents warmly. Greetings, residents of the island. I am Rear Admiral Bai Ye, responsible for maintaining order here. I have not been in the Sabaody archipelago for long, and I suspect many of you are still unfamiliar with me. However, I assure you that from this day forth, you shall remember my visage distinctly. Each word I utter will be etched in your memories, for only in doing so will you comprehend the reasons behind your execution when that time arrives. While Bai Ye's smile appeared inviting, his words sent shivers down the spines of the millions residing on the 29 islands. The young admiral exuded an overwhelming aura of lethality. After concluding his address, Bai Ye coldly commanded, "Commence the executions." The image froze on the execution platform as 10 Navy soldiers raised their long knives, simultaneously striking down upon the condemned. 10 heads fell in an instant. Blood splattering across the platform, that moment, Bai Ye's indifferent voice resounded once more. Those who defy the rules meet only death. I am eager to see how many heads you possess to sever. Next batch, another 10 were thrust upon the execution platform. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and the surrounding Navy officers stood stoically, observing the unfolding events with cold detachment. The execution lasted a full 2 hours towards the end. Even the executioners struggled to muster the strength to wield their swords, leaving some victims half alive and writhing in pain, adding an extra layer of brutality to the already blood-soaked scene. The executioners were hastily replaced to prevent such a scenario from recurring. Only after executing 1,123 rule violators did Bai Ye reappear on the screen. That I hope this execution instills the gravity of the situation within you. Otherwise, next time, it will be your heads that roll. The moment his words faded, the image abruptly vanished, and all Navy soldiers in the square retreated, leaving the stunned onlookers in silence. After witnessing the entire broadcast, everyone felt a chill creep down their necks, instinctively touching their throats, as if to confirm that their heads still rested upon their bodies. They seemed to linger in the aftermath of the horrific spectacle. Over 1,000 lives extinguished just like that. Could one still remain in the Sabaody archipelago? If not here, where else could they go? The Sabaody archipelago lies at the entrance to the New World. Any pirate setting sail, provided they survive the journey, will inevitably arrive here. It is a location of unparalleled strategic advantage. Even if one were reluctant to come, others would inevitably be drawn to this place. This also explains Bai Ye's audacity to implement iron-fisted policies in the Sabaody archipelago. No matter how many he slaughters, new waves of individuals will always arrive. Some voice their reluctance, so does this mean we must now adhere to those 5 rules? If one believes themselves to be sufficiently resilient, they could dare to challenge that notion. That Rear Admiral, Bai Ye, clearly possesses an immense capacity for violence. To provoke him is to court death. Upon hearing this, a crowd fell into stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, someone quietly suggested, "Let us wait until other factions express their discontent, and Bai Ye can no longer withstand the pressure. Perhaps conditions will improve." Yet, who knows how long that wait may be. Following the execution, Bai Ye reveled inwardly. This single event had granted him over 6,000 points of world source power, and combined with the minor gains from the capture process, he amassed nearly 7,000 points, a rare and bountiful harvest. Furthermore, through the executions, Bai Ye acquired close to 3 billion berries, effectively resolving the financial issues plaguing the base. However, such opportunities are indeed rare and fleeting. Were it not for the Celestial Dragon incident leading to the dock being sealed, these individuals would have undoubtedly fled the Sabaody archipelago long before Bai Ye's arrival. They would not have remained foolishly waiting for his capture. Nonetheless, this incident indirectly validates Bai Ye's decision to join the Navy. It not only enhances his rank, allowing him to acquire world source power, but also enables him to leverage the Navy's might for his own benefit. On the day after the executions, Bai Ye presented the recorded evidence provided by Boyle to 09 and Akiji. This is information supplied by the proprietor of Doflamingo's auction house. You may wish to review it. The footage predominantly contained accusations detailing Doflamingo's myriad crimes, with Boyle divulging everything he knew in hopes of securing his own life. Regrettably, his knowledge was far too extensive. Bai Ye could not permit him to live. Should he inadvertently reveal that Doflamingo's invitation to St. Toile was aimed at targeting Bai Ye, it might draw significant scrutiny from 09 thus, to avert any potential repercussions for himself, Bai Ye was compelled to send Boyle away. One must always act with such caution. Upon learning that Doflamingo was linked to both the Revolutionary Army and the Beast Pirates, the expressions on 09 and Akiji's faces were fit for a theatrical performance. 09 questioned, Bai Ye, are you certain this footage is authentic? Given the enormity of the implications, he found himself at a loss regarding the next course of action. If this matter proved true, it necessitated immediate escalation and compulsory measures against Doflamingo. In response to 09's skepticism, Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, whether it is true or not, I cannot say that I merely stumbled upon this footage among those I apprehended. Furthermore, the veracity of the footage holds little significance for me, that if you wish to ascertain the truth, why not conduct your own investigation? Is this not precisely what your CP organization excels at? Upon hearing this, Akiji's agitation diminished significantly, no longer exhibiting the fervor he had moments prior. Although his tone was rather ungracious, Bai Ye's words held merit. Most of Don Quixote Doflamingo's actions are indeed intertwined with the world government, and the only connection to the Navy pertains to Doflamingo's dealings with the Beast Pirates. However, as Doflamingo is recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government, even the Navy lacks jurisdiction over his actions. Thus, the matter does not significantly involve the Navy. 09 did not dwell on Bai Ye's tone. He was more eager to report these developments promptly to higher authorities for decisive action. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that the Maple Cecil Palace had indeed been abducted by agents of Doflamingo, given the audacity he displayed. After identifying Doflamingo as the target, the Navy swiftly withdrew its stationed forces from the Sabaody archipelago. Enforcing a week-long lockdown of the archipelago placed considerable pressure on the Navy. Were it not for the involvement of the Celestial Dragons, the world government's backing in enforcing the lockdown would have incited widespread unrest among various factions. Sengoku, in addition to deploying Akainu and Kizaru, also dispatched the old-timer Garp to the New World to monitor the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, wary that they might seize this opportunity to stir trouble. Fortunately, the lockdown did not last long. Otherwise, Sengoku contemplated extracting Zephyr from the training camp to also oversee the Navy's base in the New World. Meanwhile, the lawless areas of the Sabaody archipelago had taken on a completely new visage. Under Bai Ye's 5 rules, no one dared to step forward to violate them. Everyone adhered to the law, fearful of incurring the Navy's wrath. Navy soldiers patrolling the streets stood tall and proud, in stark contrast to their previous anxious demeanor, a change attributable to Bai Ye's influence. After Bai Ye executed over 1,000 individuals publicly, his infamous reputation spread like wildfire across the Sabaody archipelago. Almost everyone became aware of a Marine major named Bai Ye, notorious for his brutal methods, leaving those who fell into his grasp wishing for death. As time passed, the rumors grew increasingly absurd, transforming from claims that Bai Ye personally killed over 1,000 individuals to fantastical tales of him devouring them. The accounts spread so convincingly that even Smoker, who had been present at the execution scene, began to entertain the notion that perhaps such a scenario could have indeed transpired. Whenever they encountered Bai Ye, they could not help but glance at his mouth, pondering how such a small orifice could consume so many people. This further solidified Bai Ye's fearsome reputation among the Navy soldiers. Upon hearing orders from Major Bai Ye, they rushed to comply, eager to avoid the fate of being devoured. As these rumors surged, Bai Ye sat in his office, cheerfully counting his world energy. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone. Renown in the Sabaody archipelago, rewarding the host with 2,000 points of world energy. Spread the word. Let my infamous name echo throughout the seas, helping me to achieve multiple accolades at once. Once I have amassed sufficient world energy, I shall indeed consume all of you. Opening the long-awaited system panel. Host, Bai Ye, Template Saitama from One Punch Man. Fusion level 20 world energy, 21,000 to fusion level 2021 requires 1100 world energy. Special skills. Emperor Engine, Armament Hockey LV6 enhanced, Observation Hockey LV5 enhanced, Swordsmanship LV9 enhanced, Summon character, Ninja without testicle Sonic enhanced. With 21,000 points of world energy, Bai Ye deemed it sufficient and decided against further accumulation, that he directly raised his fusion points by 10, bringing fusion level 2021 to 2122, requiring 1200 world energy. Fusion level 2829 requires 1900 world energy, while fusion level 2930 requires 2000 world energy. In total, he expended 15,500 points of world energy. Although the cost was substantial, the results were extraordinarily evident that a continual warm current transformed his internal body, enhancing every inch of his skin and bones. Bai Ye felt his strength burgeoning exponentially, a sensation of power beyond description. As he elevated his fusion level by 10, the process lingered for a while before that feeling gradually subsided. Bai Ye subtly assessed the strength of his skin, finding it even more resilient than before, surpassing the intensity provided by his armament hockey. This enhancement was foundational and yielded the greatest benefits. A stronger physique indirectly amplified the efficacy of his other skills. Observing the remaining 5,500 points of world energy, Bai Ye resolved to elevate the levels of his armament hockey and observation hockey. Raising armament hockey from LV6 to LV7 required 600 world energy, while LV7 to LV8 required 1200. Upon realizing the exponential increase in world energy required, Bai Ye regained his composure. The amount needed was excessively high. Initially, he intended to advance both forms of hockey simultaneously. However, it became apparent that he could only elevate both to the same level, ensuring he retained a reserve of 1 or 2,000 world energy for contingencies. After all, the sonic summon with world energy had proven immensely beneficial, a taste of the advantages to come. Armament hockey elevated to LV8, granting him advanced techniques for utilizing armament hockey. Flowing Sakura, entwine. Flowing Sakura, entwine is the term used by the samurai of Wano for armament hockey, symbolizing flowing Hakai by entwining armament hockey around oneself in a unique manner. One can project it outward. Typically, armament hockey is employed to cover the body, enhancing one's defense and attack. However, with flowing Sakura, it can be concentrated in the hands or weapons, transforming into tangible offensive or defensive power. It can unleash powerful shockwaves to repel enemies or create protective barriers, even defending against intangible assaults. This is how the samurai of Wano utilize armament hockey. Bai Ye activated his armament hockey, and suddenly, faint red rings of energy swirled around his right fist. As the energy flowed, resembling cherry blossoms dancing in the air, he extended his index finger and gently pointed into the void. An invisible shockwave surged forth, effortlessly penetrating the thick wall, as if it were mere air. Approaching the wall, Bai Ye observed that the breach left no cracks, and the interior of the penetrated wall was remarkably smooth, as if meticulously polished. The power coalesced without dispersing. Bai Ye was delighted by this realization and eagerly elevated his observation hockey to level 8 as well. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he received no special notification, merely attaining level 8. Bai Ye shrugged it off, confident in his strength regardless. Now came the long-awaited lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for achieving a fusion level of 30. Granting the opportunity to randomly acquire a special ability from a powerful entity within the One Punch Man universe. Upon completion of the draw, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the S-Class Hero Zombie Man. Infinite Recovery. Passive. Cannot be enhanced. Infinite Recovery. Capable of rapidly healing injuries and stamina. Even in a state of utter disintegration, it allows for self-restoration within a certain time frame. Damn it. Why not telekinesis? Bai Ye thought with some discontent. In truth, this infinite recovery is a formidable skill. Even if Bai Ye were to be reduced to a state of complete obliteration, he could recover to his former state after a brief duration. Had this skill been acquired during his weaker hours, Bai Ye might have felt immense joy, for it is indeed a divine technique for survival. However, given Bai Ye's current prowess, unless he were to simultaneously provoke the 3 admirals of the Navy and the 4 emperors of the pirate world. He hardly believes anyone could reduce him to mere ashes. Thus, one could argue that this skill is somewhat superfluous. Yet, from another perspective, as long as Bai Ye refrains from recklessly inciting a coalition of forces against him, overwhelming him with their assault speed surpassing his recovery rate, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise. Could this be likened to being an indestructible cockroach? He mused idly. Glancing at the World Source Energy section, he noted, World Source Energy, 1600. After toiling for half a year, he found himself back to square one. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the strength he had acquired. Now, he could indulge in his desires. Under Bai Ye's stringent policies, the Sabaody archipelago has transformed into a harmonious society, where brawls between rival factions on the streets have become a rarity. Furthermore, any slave trading conducted on the island must be reported to the Navy. Although Bai Ye could not single-handedly overturn the institution of slavery throughout the pirate world, he could prohibit the sale of slaves forcibly captured by slave ships under the pretense of illegality, restoring their rightful identities and allowing them to return to their homes. What Bai Ye did not anticipate was that this very action would elicit profound gratitude from many liberated slaves. On their way home, they spontaneously extolled Rear Admiral Bai Ye as a paragon of justice within the Navy, significantly enhancing his reputation across various regions. This unexpected delight was indeed a pleasant surprise. Presently, the Sabaody archipelago appears tranquil and harmonious. Yet this facade is merely a temporary peace grounded in Bai Ye's formidable strength, which has managed to suppress the island's unlawful elements for the time being. However, Bai Ye does not intend to remain on the Sabaody archipelago for eternity. He is keenly aware that should he depart, chaos may ensue almost immediately. It is worth noting that the currently harmonious Sabaody archipelago generates nearly 700 million berries in wealth for him each month. Of course, Bai Ye does not hoard this fortune for himself. He allocates half to Sengoku, thereby alleviating his pressing financial concerns. After all, Sengoku has helped Bai Ye withstand considerable external pressures during this period, often praising Zephyr for having trained such an exemplary disciple. Regardless of their individual strengths, Bai Ye's method of generating wealth is indeed worthy of emulation. Bai Ye's philosophy is simple. Let everyone profit together. And should any trouble arise, no one can evade responsibility. After all, in the world of adults, only benefits matter. In Bai Ye's office, Smoker, Koreha, Tashiji, and Ferguson exchanged glances filled with confusion. Ferguson whispered, Major Smoker, you're the most familiar with Rear Admiral Bai Ye. Do you have any idea why he summoned us? Smoker shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Instinctively, he reached for a cigar at his waist, feeling uneasy without something to smoke, but as his hand brushed against the cigar, he remembered he was in Bai Ye's office. He decided against it, reasoning that it would be unwise to provoke Bai Ye over a cigar. Tashiji glanced at her small blade, pondering how to reclaim it from Bai Ye's possession. Meanwhile, Kureha stood upright with an indifferent expression, unconcerned about their conversation. To him, it was pointless to speculate. He would simply follow Bai Ye's instructions when the time came to make tea that moment. Bai Ye returned through the door. I didn't expect you all to arrive so promptly. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Ferguson quickly inquired, Rear Admiral Bai Ye, have you called us over to announce something? As Bai Ye's chief steward, Ferguson was considerably busier than the others and thus valued his time immensely. After Bai Ye took a seat, he wasted no time in revealing, I plan to establish a pirate ranking system on the Sabaody archipelago. A pirate ranking system. The group was taken aback. But we are the Navy. Creating a pirate ranking feels fundamentally wrong. Moreover, what benefit could this possibly bring us? Bai Ye, noticing their skepticism, smiled and clarified, this endeavor is merely an extension of the arena rules, a ranking system built upon them. We need to understand why these pirates venture onto the seas. For fame, for fortune, and to escape constraints. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Bai Ye's assessment was indeed accurate. These 3 motivations encompass the majority of a pirate's aspirations. Thus, by establishing a pirate ranking system, we can rank all pirates except for the 4 emperors. For those ranked highly, we can increase their bounty, indirectly assisting them in gaining fame on the seas. Wouldn't you say? Yes, that could certainly entice some pirates to participate. There are many among them who wish to make a name for themselves and become the pirate king. For them, the only means of achieving fame is through escalating their bounty. And such promotional efforts pale in comparison to a ranking system. Bai Ye continued, to attract a larger number of pirates, we can also promote that those who rank highly could even become warlords of the sea. Toshiji inquired candidly, warlords of the sea, isn't that designation solely recognized by the world government? Can we really make that claim? Fool! All we need to do is spread the word among the lower ranks, letting them know that they could become warlords of the sea through this ranking system, that we make no guarantees of them actually becoming warlords. Upon hearing this, the others thought, oh dear, here we go again with the deception. The title of the strongest pirate crew under the four emperors is prestigious. Becoming a warlord of the sea means immunity from navy pursuit and legal plundering, both advantageous. With these two factors in play, I assure you we will undoubtedly attract a considerable number of pirates. Bai Ye's logic was remarkably sound, taking into full account the psychology of the pirates. Ferguson voiced his concern, Rear Admiral Bai Ye. While this does seem to attract pirates, what benefits does it provide for us? Bai Ye leaned back in his chair, casually replying, what benefits could it possibly lack? In previous skirmishes between two pirate factions, the victors could only claim the spoils of the defeated. Now, in addition to gaining treasure, they can also achieve notoriety and the opportunity to become warlords of the sea. This ranking system serves as a catalyst for conflict among the pirates, thus indirectly reducing our losses. Upon hearing this, Ferguson's eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not see that? The more fiercely the pirates clash, the less hassle we face. Just sit back and watch them tear each other apart. Bai Ye continued, furthermore, this approach will allow us to gather more intelligence on the pirates, giving us a more comprehensive understanding of their strengths, which will undoubtedly aid us when pursuing them in the future. As Smoker and the others listened, they increasingly found Bai Ye's reasoning compelling. This initiative only requires the Navy to implement a simple ranking, allowing them to observe the pirates' conflicts and reap the benefits as bystanders. Bai Ye's idea is truly ingenious. Observing the eager expressions of Smoker and the others, Bai Ye mused, once the pirate strengths are ranked, I can dispatch personnel to systematically eliminate them. The stronger the pirate, the more world source energy I can acquire. By launching the ranking system, I can effectively harvest, targeting only those at the top of the list. In Bai Ye's eyes, this is not merely a ranking system, but a ledger of death. As the news of Bai Ye's intent to establish a pirate ranking system spread, most pirates dismissed it with scorn, believing that a ranking created by the Navy would hold no persuasive power. Only a handful of pirates participated, driven by curiosity, resulting in a slight increase in their bounties. Although it had some effect on their notoriety, the allure was not particularly strong, and participation remained sparse. However, once the pirates learned that those ranking in the top positions could potentially become warlords of the sea, their attitude underwent a complete turnaround. Not only did they eagerly participate, but their actions grew increasingly ruthless, often resulting in fatalities within the arena. This matter swiftly reached the ears of Sengoku, who, upon learning of Bai Ye's ideas, found them quite reasonable. Such occurrences indeed promised tangible benefits for the Navy. Consequently, after contacting the world government, Sengoku made certain modifications to the bounty list. Besides altering the bounty amount, he added a line of small print, indicating the pirate crew's rank as in the pirate leaderboard. This maneuver further ignited the ambitions of those pirates, who were already vying for fame and fortune. The conflicts intensified, and every pirate traversing the seas became aware of the Navy's introduction of the pirate leaderboard. This also inadvertently publicized Bai Ye's proposal. The news even reached the ears of the four emperors in the New World, perhaps due to the Navy's omission of the four emperors' crews from the leaderboard. The reaction was rather muted. For the four emperors' crews, attaining the top rank on the leaderboard held little significance. Encountering them would still lead to inevitable doom, rendering the matter inconsequential. However, upon hearing this news, Shanks and Beckman entertained different speculations. After a moment of contemplation, Beckman remarked that the Navy's actions were exacerbating the discord among pirates. Shanks gazed towards the direction of Sabaody Archipelago, silently acknowledging, indeed, with the leaderboard in play, many pirates would be engaged in a deadly struggle, allowing the Navy to reap the rewards from the sidelines. What a clever stratagem! Who knows what the seas will transform into in the future? Major Bai Ye, Admiral Zephyr has arrived. Quake exclaimed as he burst through the door, brimming with excitement. This. Bai Ye sprang from his chair, exclaiming, Teacher Zephyr, what brings you to Sabaody so unexpectedly? I am not certain, but the soldier stationed at the dock reported that Admiral Zephyr's ship is nearing the port. Let us hurry to the dock to welcome Teacher Zephyr. Most of Bai Ye's subordinates emerged from the training camp. So the news of Zephyr's arrival thrilled them. As for Bai Ye. During his 6 months at the training camp, Zephyr had treated him like a son. Apart from their master-disciple bond, Bai Ye also felt a paternal connection to Zephyr. Thus, he was determined to greet him upon his unexpected arrival. As the group hastily made their way to the dock, they found that Zephyr had not yet arrived. However, there was no urgency, and they began to chat idly by the dock. Bai Ye instructed Ferguson, make sure the soldiers on the island enforce the law strictly today. No violations are permitted. Ferguson nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Major Bai Ye, I've already arranged everything. Smoker confidently added, Sir Bai Ye, since the recent execution incident, no one on Sabaody dares to commit any offenses. In truth, Bai Ye was well aware of this. After all, his previous display of harsh measures had intimidated many. Nevertheless, with Zephyr's arrival today, Bai Ye wished to avoid embarrassing himself in front of his teacher. The sight of Bai Ye and his entourage at the dock attracted considerable attention. Although those who did not violate Bai Ye's regulations had nothing to fear, the impression he left on them could not be easily erased. Following the recent live-streamed execution, Bai Ye had almost become synonymous with cruelty and bloodshed in the minds of the islanders. Some trembled at the thought, even that bloodthirsty Bai Ye has come to the dock. Surely, Sabaody will face another calamity. A nearby individual, with a grim expression, remarked, It's not just Bai Ye. Nearly all the naval officers are here. If trouble arises, it is likely that many heads will roll. The news of Bai Ye's presence at the dock swept through Sabaody like a storm. Almost everyone believed that Bai Ye was about to spill blood once more. The chilling memory of the execution of over 1,000 people sent shivers down their spines, causing the once bustling streets to empty entirely. Shops shuttered, refusing to conduct business. Pirates arriving on the island to procure food and fresh water. Upon hearing the news, turned on their heels after paying 100,000 berries, ordering their crew to set sail swiftly, desperate to distance themselves from Sabaody in less than an hour. The nearby islands appeared devoid of life, as if no one had ever existed there. Zephyr did not keep Bai Ye waiting long. Soon, he arrived at the dock. Upon disembarking, Zephyr spotted Bai Ye waiting to greet him, warming his heart. This disciple was indeed worth his investment. However, as soon as Bai Ye spoke, Zephyr's sentiments shifted. Teacher Zephyr, after such a long time visiting your disciple, surely you have brought a gift for your good student? Bai Ye extended his hands, pleading for a present. Zephyr's expression darkened as he regarded Bai Ye's mischievous grin, thinking to himself, perhaps I should expel him from my tutelage. Noticing Zephyr's face resembling a charred pot, Bai Ye retracted his hands, sighing, I had a feeling you might not have brought a gift. If not, so be it. Yet before Zephyr could smile again, Bai Ye continued, Smoker, take note. July 17th afternoon, Teacher Zephyr owes his disciple Bai Ye a welcome gift. Smoker replied awkwardly, I also came from the naval training camp. How am I supposed to remember that? When Bai Ye saw that Zephyr seemed inclined to return to his ship, he quickly interjected, Teacher Zephyr, I was just teasing. Why take it so seriously? You are becoming increasingly stingy with age. Zephyr looked at Bai Ye, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him. How did I ever think to come to Sabaody to see this ungrateful disciple? The students trailing behind Zephyr, who often heard him speak of Bai Ye as his extraordinarily gifted pupil and frequently used him as an example in class, were taken aback by his demeanor. Zephyr had brought the students from the naval training camp to conduct practical assessments, aiming to capture pirates from the first half of the Grand Line to hone their skills. Since they were passing through Sabaody, he decided to pay Bai Ye a visit. Bai Ye walked ahead with Zephyr. The others discreetly followed. Quake and Ferguson engaged in lively conversation with the trainees. Given their past as leaders of the Anti-White Alliance, they held considerable esteem. Observing the desolate streets and recalling the rumors he had heard upon arrival, Zephyr questioned, You haven't gone and killed everyone on the island, have you? Bai Ye replied, speechless, Teacher, how could you say such a thing? Am I really that sort of person? Zephyr shook his head, reflecting, Whether you are that sort of person is indeed debatable. Although Zephyr was stationed at Navy headquarters, he remained very attentive to news about Bai Ye. Sengoku frequently contacted him to share updates regarding Bai Ye. When he learned about Bai Ye broadcasting the execution across the island, he was instinctively taken aback. During Bai Ye's time at the training camp, Zephyr had not noticed such a murderous streak in him. Had it been the old Zephyr, he would have certainly spoken to Bai Ye about it. However, the current Zephyr did not perceive any issue with Bai Ye's actions. After all, among those one kills, it is unlikely that even one is innocent. Killing them all wouldn't be a significant problem. Zephyr's purpose was to lead the trainees in searching for pirate crews to practice their skills, so he did not linger at Bai Ye's side for long. The following day, they set off once more. Bai Ye accompanied Zephyr to the dock, where the streets remained eerily empty. Before departing, Zephyr looked at Bai Ye and asked, "Aren't you going to spar with your teacher?" Bai Ye waved his hand, awkwardly declining. "No need for that. You can rest assured and depart." Witnessing the formidable evasion of Bai Ye only served to heighten Zephyr's curiosity in the past, during their time in the training camp. Zephyr hardly had the chance to approach Bai Ye, as the latter would eagerly rush over, eager for a spar, exuding an aura of a battle enthusiast. Now, however, in the Sabaody archipelago, devoid of any rivals of his caliber, Bai Ye had become reluctant to engage in any duels. This left Zephyr perplexed, recalling how Sengoku had mentioned the recent commotion Bai Ye had stirred up in the archipelago. Zephyr instinctively surmised that the reason for Bai Ye's reluctance to spar stemmed from a lack of training and, consequently, a lack of improvement in his strength. Once he grasped this notion, Zephyr patted Bai Ye's shoulder and expressed his concern. "Bai Ye, for us in the Navy, strength is paramount. The rules you are implementing here in the Sabaody archipelago are indeed beneficial, alleviating many troubles for the Navy. However, nothing surpasses the importance of enhancing your own strength. Only with formidable power can you effectively realize your aspirations. Do not lose sight of this fundamental truth." Upon hearing Zephyr's heartfelt admonition, Bai Ye felt a blend of gratitude and amusement. The gratitude arose from the fact that Zephyr's words stemmed from genuine concern for him, while the amusement came from the absurdity of his own refusal to spar, which was due to an overwhelming enhancement in his abilities. After all, a mere 10% fusion rate implied that Bai Ye's strength had multiplied several times over compared to his days in the training camp, all accomplished within the span of less than a month. That he feared that should he unleash his full power and defeat his teacher with a single punch, it would be a devastating blow to the old man's pride. Hence his persistent avoidance of confrontation. Zephyr, however, had clearly misinterpreted Bai Ye's intentions. Yet, Bai Ye could not publicly humiliate his teacher in front of so many witnesses. That would be far too cruel to an elderly man. Thus, Bai Ye could only manage a wry smile and assure, "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, I promise I will intensify my training." Seeing Bai Ye's sincere demeanor, Zephyr refrained from further admonitions. After all, there were numerous subordinates and students of Bai Ye present, and he wished to preserve Bai Ye's dignity. Nodding, Zephyr remarked, "Very well, I shall take my leave now. When I return, you must not evade me." "Understood, teacher," Bai Ye replied, watching Zephyr depart from the dock, thinking to himself, "Teacher, you are the one seeking a confrontation. Do not blame me when the time comes." Once Zephyr was out of sight, Bai Ye turned his thoughts to how to handle Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although his current strength was sufficient to utterly overpower Doflamingo and single-handedly crush the Don Quixote family. As a Navy officer, he was bound to await orders from higher up. Glancing at his Navy uniform, Bai Ye chuckled wryly. This identity truly is a double-edged sword. In recent days, Bai Ye had frequently received updates from Teacher Zephyr, who had led the soldiers in the training camp to defeat numerous pirate crews. Zephyr, with his vast experience in training soldiers, would initially match them against weaker pirates, allowing for a gradual strengthening process, enabling the soldiers to grow significantly. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and his peers, having spent a brief time in the training camp, had completed their foundational training and graduated successfully. At that moment, Bai Ye noticed a new message from Smoker, reporting that Zephyr had defeated the bounty of 230 million berry pirate rookie, Donald. Bai Ye could not help but chuckle. "Teacher Zephyr, you truly do not shy away from exertion, even at your age. Still so fervent in the pursuit of pirates. After putting down the newspaper, Bai Ye suddenly realized something and picked it back up. The article displayed images of teacher Zephyr in battle, his fists as dark as ink, demonstrating that his haki had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, the moniker Black Arm Zephyr was born. However, the issue lay with those very fists. Bai Ye noted, almost absent-mindedly at this moment, the teacher's right arm has not yet been severed. He has yet to replace it with the Sea Prism Stone arm. Recalling events from the anime, it seemed that teacher Zephyr had encountered the second Whitebeard while leading the soldiers from the training camp to pursue pirates. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age and suffering from asthma, he was unable to overcome the second Whitebeard, resulting in the loss of his right arm and nearly wiping out the entire ship of new recruits. Leaving only Ein and Bins, a terrifying thought suddenly surged in Bai Ye's mind, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Damn it! Could this be the fateful outing? Far from the Sabaody archipelago, aboard a modest pirate ship, a rotund man with a large sword, bearing little resemblance to Whitebeard aside from his beard, naively exclaimed, "Mama, we've dealt with all these pirates. When can we go find Papa and reunite?" From the ship's treasure chamber, a sharp voice replied, "My dear son, just wait a little longer. Once we accomplish something that will make our name resound across the seas, we can finally meet your father, Whitebeard." The more Bai Ye pondered over the newspaper, the more plausible the situation seemed, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Regardless, whether this is the case or not, I must hurry there to avert any potential tragedy. Bai Ye could not accept allowing events to unfold when he was already aware of their future trajectory. However, before acting, he hurriedly dialed the phone bug aboard Zephyr's ship, wishing to alert his teacher and help him avoid the second Whitebeard. Perhaps this could prevent the impending tragedy. Yet frustration gripped Bai Ye when the call went unanswered. He realized that his fears were likely correct. Something must have gone awry for Zephyr not to answer. "Smoker, come here," Bai Ye called out urgently, his tone carrying an unusual urgency. Smoker, in the adjacent office, sensed something was amiss and quickly entered Bai Ye's office, noticing Bai Ye still holding the intelligence he had previously provided. "Master Bai Ye, what is it?" Smoker inquired, his voice laced with concern. Bai Ye raised the newspaper, asking, "Do you know where Teacher Zephyr is right now?" "Commander Zephyr?" Smoker hesitated for a moment before responding. "This news was from 2 days ago. There haven't been any new updates since then, so I cannot ascertain Commander Zephyr's exact location." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye, feeling increasingly agitated, tossed the newspaper onto the table. In this vast ocean, without a specific location, searching is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It's virtually impossible, unless we have something akin to a positioning system to track the ship's location at sea. However, technological advancements in the world of pirates were rather skewed, with very few genuinely useful scientific achievements available. Then, an idea struck Bai Ye. Though the technological advancements in the pirate world may be lacking, there still exists some black technology. His eyes lit up as he turned to Smoker. "Smoker, surely someone of Teacher Zephyr's stature must possess a life card?" Smoker pondered for a moment before nodding. "Though I have never heard the admirals mention it, it's reasonable to assume that strong individuals like them would possess life cards. That a life card, impervious to water and fire, is created by mixing one's fingernails into the material, representing the owner's vitality on a paper medium. When torn, the pieces of the same life card possess a mutual attraction. Thus, as long as Teacher Zephyr had a life card on him when he set out, and the portion of the life card left at Navy headquarters belonged to Zephyr, Bai Ye could trace Zephyr's whereabouts through the attraction between the life cards. Yes, that is the most viable plan. After providing Smoker with a few instructions, Bai Ye hurried to Navy headquarters to request Zephyr's life card from Sengoku. Having confirmed that Zephyr might be in danger, Bai Ye pushed himself to the limit. Utilizing the utmost speed, employing both Soru and Jeppo to their fullest extent, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage on the streets, passers-by could only hear the resounding sound of air bursting above them, akin to cannon fire, igniting a flurry of speculation. In a shop on the Sabaody archipelago, an elderly man with white hair and glasses gazed skyward, squinting as he softly remarked, "Who is that powerful individual? To possess such terrifying strength to shatter the air with a single step?" Under the full exertion of Bai Ye, a journey that would typically take half a day was abruptly shortened to a mere 20 minutes. Given the urgency of the situation, Bai Ye had no time to relay messages through the gatekeeper at his department and dashed directly towards Admiral Sengoku's office. The officers within the Navy headquarters could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow streaking through the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, heading straight for the Admiral's office. What on earth is happening? Is there a pirate attempting to assault Admiral Sengoku? This audacity is beyond belief. To charge into the Navy headquarters and attack the fleet admiral. Are you trying to emulate the infamous Captain Shiki? With this thought, the vice admirals were thrown into a panic, hastily employing the moonwalk technique to rush to Admiral Sengoku's aid. Meanwhile, the remaining rear admirals mobilized all available personnel to prepare for defense. If there were indeed an assault on the fleet admiral, it was unlikely that only one pirate would be involved. There might be a crew lying in wait not far from the headquarters. Bai Ye had not anticipated that his mere entrance into the Navy headquarters would incite such chaos. Yet, even if he had foreseen it, he would have acted the same. After all, it concerned the life of his mentor, Zephyr, and every second counted. Bai Ye was a man of directness. If you treated him well, he would reciprocate in kind. Zephyr had raised him like a son, and he regarded Zephyr as a father in return. Now that Zephyr was in peril, he had to act swiftly, just as Bai Ye was a few hundred meters from the Admiral's office. The figure of Aokiji suddenly appeared before him. Aokiji, shedding his usual languid demeanor, adopted a serious expression, extending one hand as icy tendrils emanated from it. You shall not pass. If you intend to assault Admiral Sengoku, you will have to remain here. Under Aokiji's command, the ice swiftly crystallized into a nearly 100-meter thick arc-shaped wall, its hardness surpassing that of steel. Even a barrage of thousands of cannonballs would likely struggle to dent this formidable barrier. Bai Ye gazed at the poised Aokiji bemused. He understood that Aokiji had mistaken his intentions, believing him to be an assailant targeting Admiral Sengoku. This misunderstanding was not entirely Aokiji's fault, for Bai Ye's speed was so extraordinary that no one could discern his appearance. Not even Aokiji himself. To avoid further delay, Bai Ye had no choice but to clarify. Admiral Aokiji, it's me, Bai Ye. Recognizing the voice, Aokiji hesitated. He could still identify Bai Ye's tone. This shadow truly was Bai Ye. What on earth could this mean? I am in urgent need of Admiral Sengoku, Bai Ye implored. Aokiji, sensing the urgency in Bai Ye's voice, realized that something grave must have transpired. Just as he was about to use his powers to dissolve the ice wall, he witnessed Bai Ye's right fist enveloped in a faint crimson haki, launching a powerful punch from a distance. In the next moment, the massive ice wall exploded, leaving a gaping hole over 30 meters wide in its wake. Bai Ye surged through the opening, leaving Aokiji in a state of stunned disbelief. Aokiji stared at his own hands, muttering in disbelief. That wall was constructed with all my strength, wasn't it? No, it couldn't have been. I only used 30% of my power. Yes, 30%. The commotion outside had caught Admiral Sengoku's attention. He was not deaf to such disturbances. Initially inclined to intervene himself, he reconsidered upon seeing Aokiji suddenly conjure a massive ice wall, concluding that Aokiji alone would suffice. However, the subsequent events left Sengoku utterly astonished. The nearly 100-meter wall was suddenly punctured, shards of ice cascading through the air as a dark figure burst forth from the breach, continuing its relentless advance. What the Aokiji couldn't stop this individual. Who on earth is coming? It can't be that old man Whitebeard, can it? Sengoku did not linger on the thought, as the enemy was now upon them, leaving little time for contemplation. Just as Sengoku was enveloped in a radiant golden light, he suddenly heard Bai Ye's voice. Admiral Sengoku, it's Bai Ye. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Bai Ye? Sengoku was taken aback as the shadow halted before him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Bai Ye. Meanwhile, Aokiji had dispelled the ice wall and explained to the approaching naval vice admirals that the shadow was Bai Ye, assuring them there was no cause for alarm and a stand down from battle readiness. This revelation brought a collective sigh of relief among the vice admirals. It was a blessing that it was not an enemy attack. Sengoku glared at Bai Ye, his frustration bubbling over. You could have simply arrived without causing such a ruckus. One might think an assault on the Navy headquarters was underway. Yet, observing Bai Ye's anxious demeanor, Sengoku understood that there was indeed something pressing that required his attention. What has transpired? Zephyr-sensei is in danger. Admiral Sengoku, do you have Zephy's life card? Sengoku was taken aback. Zephyr is in danger. Yes, I urgently need Zephy's life card to ascertain his precise location and rush to his aid. The Navy possessed Zephy's life card, along with those of all vice admirals and above, kept in a highly secure chamber. Such cards were seldom removed, given the severe incidents that had arisen from previous leaks. There had once been a case where a pirate crew, harboring resentment towards a vice admiral who had apprehended them, obtained his life card through unforeseen circumstances. They leveraged its tracking capabilities to ambush him during a mission, resulting in his demise and the annihilation of his crew, causing significant repercussions for the Navy. This incident served as a wake-up call for Sengoku, leading to strict protocols regarding the handling of life cards. Are you certain Zephy's life is in jeopardy? Sengoku asked, taking a deep breath to confirm the gravity of the situation. Bai Ye nodded gravely. Before I came, I attempted to contact Zephyr-sensei, but he was unreachable. Realizing the potential seriousness of the matter, Sengoku replied, "All right, wait here. I will retrieve Zephy's life card." Having resolved the chaos, Aokiji finally grasped the situation after hearing Bai Ye and Sengoku's exchange, and no wonder Bai Ye had caused such an uproar. It was due to an incident concerning Zephyr-sensei. Time was of the essence. Every second wasted could jeopardize Zephy's life. Moreover, Zephyr was accompanied by trainees from the training camp that, if something were to occur, it could lead to a significant gap in the Navy's mid-level officers for years to come, making this situation all the more critical that a few minutes later, Sengoku returned with Zephy's life card, which was missing a corner, and solemnly stated, "This is Zephy's life card. You must keep it safe." Bai Ye took the card, noting the absence of any alarming changes, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. It seemed Zephyr-sensei's condition was stable, not as dire as he had feared. "Admiral Sengoku, Aokiji, I must take my leave." Sengoku inquired, "Can you manage alone? Do you need assistance?" Had it not been for the necessity of overseeing the Navy headquarters, Sengoku would have wished to accompany Bai Ye, as he and Zephyr had fought side by side for decades, forging an extraordinary bond, with the anxiety lifting now that he had seen Zephy's life card was intact. Bai Ye's expression relaxed, and he smiled. "I am more than capable on my own." Though Sengoku had many questions, the urgency of the situation compelled him to remain silent. Aokiji spoke up, "Bai Ye, perhaps I should accompany you. I have no pressing duties at the moment, and two of us would be safer." Sengoku concurred, "That would be wise. If you encounter the Four Emperors pirate crew, you need not worry." Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Admiral Aokiji's speed is far too slow. It would only delay my progress." "Too slow, you say? A mere rear admiral dares to criticize a Navy admiral?" Reflecting on Bai Ye's earlier feat of shattering the ice wall with a mere punch, Aokiji was engulfed in a wave of self-doubt. Could it be that his strength was truly so lacking? Once again, Rear Admiral Bai Ye's prowess is astonishingly formidable. As he prepared to depart, Bai Ye turned back and stated, "The turmoil cause of the Navy headquarters this time was entirely my doing. I shall bear all responsibility for it." Sengoku, unfazed, replied, "It's not a significant matter. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Although Bai Ye's actions had created quite an impact at the Navy headquarters, instilling a sense of tension among all naval personnel, no actual harm had been done. Rather, it served as a valuable training opportunity, should pirates truly launch an attack on the Navy headquarters in the future. Bai Ye's experience would undoubtedly prove advantageous that, of course, Sengoku believed such a scenario was highly unlikely to occur. As Bai Ye moved, he was accompanied by a piercing sonic boom that drew attention, vanishing from the sight of the two in the blink of an eye. Sengoku, gazing at Bai Ye's receding figure, turned to Aokiji with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Kazan, how strong do you believe Bai Ye truly is?" "I feel his strength now rivals that of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, perhaps even surpassing it." "What do you think?" Sengoku continued, only to realize Aokiji had seemingly ignored him, resulting in an awkward cough. At that moment, Aokiji had successfully convinced himself that the ice wall was shattered due to his own restrained effort. Being criticized by Bai Ye for being slow was merely a consequence of his devil fruit powers being ill-suited for flight. Unrelated to his personal capabilities as a Marine Admiral, he remained formidable. With this realization, Akiji felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his face. Marshal Sengoku, what was your question again? I asked how strong you think Bai Ye is. How strong? Akiji pondered briefly before confidently asserting. Not much, perhaps just a third of my strength. In the waters not far from the Sabaody archipelago, a dilapidated pirate ship was on the verge of sinking. Nearby, a naval vessel, specifically designated for training, lay anchored. Zephyr observed his students, who had just defeated a pirate crew. Now in a state of utter disarray, he sighed imperceptibly. It was indeed troubling that handling a pirate crew with a bounty of only 80 million berries had proven to be such a struggle. This was the outcome after nearly a year of training. Contemplating his disciple Bai Ye, Zephyr's expression grew even more melancholy. Alas, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. One can hardly compare. Reflecting on the joyous time spent teaching Bai Ye, Zephyr recalled how his disciple's strength evolved daily, consistently delivering new surprises that filled him with a sense of accomplishment. In stark contrast, teaching these students left Zephyr feeling frustrated, as no matter his efforts, they remained unable to grasp the lessons. Why is there such a vast chasm in ability? It is only natural, after all. They're not blessed with Bai Ye's extraordinary talents. Teacher Zephyr, are we preparing to return to the training camp? A beautiful woman with cascading sea-blue waves of hair approached respectfully. Having been out for nearly half a month, you all have received ample training and recognized your shortcomings. It is time to return. Zephyr replied slowly. However, we shall not return directly to the training camp. We will make a stop at the Sabaody archipelago first. Ein curiously asked, are we going to see senior brother Bai Ye? Upon mentioning Bai Ye, a smile returned to Zephyr's previously troubled face. Seeing him is secondary. Primarily, I wish to assess whether his strength has waned. I fear that during his time stationed at Sabaody, he may have relaxed his training regimen. Ein bit her lip and softly inquired, Teacher Zephyr, may I ask, is Bai Ye truly that strong? With a hint of pride in his smile, Zephyr replied, indeed, with Bai Ye's strength. He could easily serve as an admiral without issue. Could he possibly be stronger than Teacher Zephyr? The smile on Zephyr's face faltered momentarily, and he coughed lightly. Ahem. How could that be? That lad Bai Ye is still quite a distance from my level. Ein, clearly naive and overly admiring of Zephyr, failed to notice the peculiar expression on his face. With adoration, she remarked, Teacher Zephyr, you truly embody the prowess of a former Marine admiral. Listening to Ein's words of admiration, Zephyr felt his mood lighten considerably. Although these students paled in comparison to Bai Ye's innate talent, they possessed one advantage. Bai Ye would never speak to him with such reverence. If Bai Ye were to address him, it would likely be in a tone of disbelief. Is this it? This is your strength, former Admiral Zephyr? My dog could outperform you, and it would just laugh at you. Such comments would infuriate Zephyr during their sparring sessions. Were it not for his strong composure, he might have struck Bai Ye down long ago. Look, my dear son, rose swiftly towards the east. An elderly woman, barely half a meter tall, with withered hands clutching a telescope, peered intently in the direction of Zephyr's naval vessel. Meanwhile, a nearly 7-meter-tall, rotund man vigorously paddled the boat, the vessel's speed surging dramatically. Why is the distance increasing? The old woman lowered her telescope, her face contorting with anger as she began to strike the neck of Whitebeard too with her telescope, scolding, How could you be so foolish? This is the west. The east is over there. How could I have given birth to such a dim-witted son? Hearing Miss Jin's tirade, Whitebeard too's eyes quickly glistened with tears as he whimpered, Mama, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me anymore. Miss Jin glanced back at the naval vessel with renewed excitement, exclaiming, That ship must be the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. If we manage to kill him, we will surely gain fame across the seas. Whitebeard too naively asked, Mama, does that mean we can go find Daddy? Of course, once we eliminate that man, you will be able to meet your father, Miss Jin replied in a coaxing tone. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard too became even more animated, his hands manipulating the sails with such vigor that they created afterimages. Resembling a spinning propeller, the ship surged forward, doubling its speed as it raced towards Zephyr. Just as Zephyr was engaged in conversation with Ein, a figure resembling a ninja approached, stating, Teacher Zephyr, it seems a pirate ship is approaching from the west at great speed. As if it is targeting us, that a pirate, coming straight for us? Zephyr followed Binzi to the side of the ship, witnessing a pirate vessel barreling toward them at an alarming pace, likely to collide with the naval ship within half a minute. Seeing this, Zephyr shouted urgently, "Quickly, steer the ship north." At the same time, he was perplexed by the situation unfolding before him. Was this a suicidal attack? Ramming ships together? Was this the act of a rational person? On Whitebeard 2's side, Miss Jean continued to strike his foot with fervor, her voice shrill as she scolded, "Slow down! Slow down! We're about to collide! You fool! You're driving me insane! Are you trying to get your mother killed?" Fear etched across Miss Jin's wrinkled face as she realized that should they collide, while Whitebeard too might walk away unscathed, she, an ordinary 7-year-old woman, would be reduced to pulp. Thankfully, Zephyr's timely command steered the naval vessel north, narrowly avoiding a collision, allowing Whitebeard 2's ship to pass right by. Yet despite Whitebeard 2's frantic paddling, it was ineffective, and the ship continued to drift away. Zephyr, now thoroughly bewildered, could not fathom the intentions of the approaching vessel. Knowing they were the Navy, why would they charge directly at him? Clearly, they harbor ill intentions. Zephyr ordered, "Ein and Binzi, take the other students and keep your distance. I will handle this pirate myself." Ein and the others had unshakable faith in Zephyr's strength. In their eyes, as long as teacher Zephyr was present, no issues would arise. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, with lightning slithering through the tumultuous clouds, casting an oppressive atmosphere. In the next instant, a colossal shadow descended from above, accompanied by a gleaming large blade, striking down heavily towards Zephy's head. This abrupt attack, akin to a thunderclap, bore down upon Zephyr, the radiant blade reflecting his composed visage. Faced with this onslaught, Zephyr did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward to meet the descending sword in a heartbeat, his arms enveloped in the formidable haki. His violet-black fist swung towards the blade's edge. Zephyr understood he could not evade. Should he sidestep this strike, allowing it to cleave into the ship, it could easily damage the vessel. Furthermore, there were over 100 trainees aboard, and should the warship be sunk, it could lead to their demise. Hence, he chose to counterattack. With all his might, Zephyr's right fist, akin to obsidian, struck the sword with tremendous force. Bang! The collision of fist and blade emitted a sound that grated on the teeth, sending dozens of violet-black lightning bolts splattering forth. This caused Ein and the others nearby to instinctively feel a pang of discomfort. What incredible strength! Zephyr marveled inwardly, as his hockey-clad right fist was marked by a deep white scar from the impact. He shifted his form and returned to the ship's deck. That moment, Zephyr finally beheld his adversary clearly, and the sight startled him. The resemblance was uncanny, both in stature and the large blade in hand. Particularly, the crescent-shaped mustaches were strikingly similar to Whitebeard's. Could this be a man of Whitebeard's? Was Whitebeard aiming to strike at me? With this thought, Zephyr solemnly inquired, "Who exactly are you in relation to Whitebeard?" Upon hearing Zephyr's question, the man, Edward Weevil, surprisingly refrained from attacking further and responded foolishly, "I am his son, Edward Weevil." What the hell, Whitebeard has a son? How come we in the Navy were unaware of this news? For a moment, Zephyr did not doubt the veracity of this claim. The resemblance was too striking, and from their earlier engagement, he sensed Weevil's terrifying strength, reminiscent of the young Whitebeard. Zephyr pressed on. "Then where's Whitebeard?" Edward Weevil replied, "Dad is in the New World. Mom said if I kill you, I can meet Dad. So let me kill you, okay?" At this, Zephyr nearly cursed aloud. "What do you mean killing me will let you reunite with your father? Am I hindering your family reunion? What business do I have in your affairs?" However, through their conversation, Zephyr discerned that this self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard seemed somewhat mentally challenged. Put it plainly, he appeared rather foolish. Yet, this fool possessed considerable strength. With over 100 trainees still aboard, it was not an opportune moment for battle. Zephyrs mind raced, and he devised a plan, shouting to Weevil, "Actually, I can arrange for you to reunite with Whitebeard sooner." Upon hearing this, Weevil perked up, eagerly asking, "Really? I can truly meet my father?" Zephyr smiled, "Of course. As long as you follow me, you will naturally meet Whitebeard." Though deceiving a fool filled Zephyr with a sense of guilt, It was a necessary course of action. For the sake of the trainees behind him, Zephyr resorted to this desperate measure. If Weevil followed him, he would lead him directly to White Knight, orchestrate a combined attack, and then imprison him and impel down. Later, if he could capture Whitebeard as well, it would be perfect for the father and son to reunite within impel down. This way, he wouldn't be breaking his promise. Weevil showed no hint of skepticism towards Zephy's words, sheathing his long blade and naively stating, "Since you can take me to see Whitebeard, I won't harm you." Hearing this, Zephyr exhaled with relief, thinking, thankfully, he is a fool. Easy to deceive. Just then, a frail, dried-up hand resembling a chicken's claw suddenly reached out from the edge of the ship, clutching the deck tightly. "My foolish son, are you trying to kill your mother? You're even worse than a pig." Miss Jean finally managed to clamber aboard, her grotesque face twisted by rage as she berated Weevil. Previously, she had been perched on Weevil's shoulder, but he had leapt from the ship to confront Zephyr, causing her to lose her balance and fall into the sea. After much effort, she finally resurfaced and overheard Zephy's words to Weevil. The fact that Weevil believed Zephy's deceit nearly drove her to plunge back into the ocean. Seeing Miss Jean, Weevil pitifully exclaimed, "Mom, I was wrong, Mom." Zephyr nearly shouted in response. The sight before him, a woman less than half a meter tall, with a sharp and scornful appearance, was indeed Whitebeard's wife. Was Whitebeard's eyesight compromised? Moreover, the proportions between them seemed rather skewed. If this were true, Zephyr could hardly fathom the scene at that moment. After reprimanding Weevil, Miss Jean turned to point at Zephyr, demanding, "Quickly kill this man." Weevil hesitated, "But he can take us to meet Dad." Witnessing how easily Weevil accepted Zephy's words almost sent Miss Jean into a fit. If Zephyr could truly facilitate their reunion, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Miss Jean relentlessly urged Weevil to strike down Zephyr, threatening, "If you don't, I won't want you anymore." Hearing the words, "Mom won't want you," Weevil instantly grew fearful, brandishing his long blade and charging at Zephyr once more. Meanwhile, Zephyr silently enveloped his arms in hockey. Since avoidance was no longer an option, they would have to engage. The two were on the brink of battle. Although Weevil was large in stature, he was surprisingly agile, and combined with the terrifying strength comparable to the young Whitebeard after several rounds of confrontation. Zephyr found himself at a disadvantage. His ebony arms trembled slightly, marked by deep white scars from the blade's strikes, while his breathing grew increasingly labored, signs of an impending asthma attack. In contrast, Weevil appeared unfazed, swinging his long blade towards him once more. This was the stark reality of being outmatched in combat. Furthermore, with all the trainees aboard the ship, Zephyr felt a sense of restraint. If this continued, everyone aboard would perish. Zephyr shouted, "You all need to leave this place immediately." No sooner had his words left his lips than a nearly 3-meter-long blade swung down upon him, offering no respite. Under Weevil's relentless assault, Zephyr could barely hold his ground, let alone find an opportunity to retaliate. Teacher Zephyr, and the others watched in despair as Zephyr struggled, wishing desperately to assist him. Yet they understood their own inadequacy. Any attempt to help would only serve as a burden. Just then, a light-hearted voice echoed from above. "Teacher Zephyr, you can't deny your age." White Knight, having obtained Zephy's life card, followed its guidance at full speed, risking exhaustion without delay. Upon sighting Zephy's ship and noticing Weevil confronting him, White Knight felt a surge of relief. Realizing that although Zephyr appeared somewhat beleaguered, they had not encountered the worst outcome, it seemed the battle had not lasted too long, merely exacerbated by Zephyr's asthma flaring up. Seeing that Zephyr was unharmed, White Knight's anxious heart lightened considerably, prompting him to jest. "Teacher Zephyr, you can't deny your age." Filled with urgency, looked skyward toward the voice, and her delicate face lit up with joy. "Brother White Knight, hurry and help Teacher Zephyr." White Knight replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll intervene shortly." Hearing White Knight's voice, Zephyr's tension evaporated as he asked, "What brings you here, you little rascal? I fear that if I didn't come, I might never see teacher Zephyr again. Observing the smiling countenance of Bai Ye, Zephyr felt an immediate surge of anger, wishing nothing more than to deliver a punch squarely to Bai Ye's face. With Bai Ye's presence, Zephyr felt considerably more at ease, no longer requiring to tread as cautiously as before, fearful that should he unleash a powerful move and fail to vanquish his opponent, he would be left vulnerable and at their mercy. With a cold snort, Zephyr declared, "Do you truly believe that your master, an admiral of the navy, is to be trifled with? Open your eyes and behold." The aura surrounding Zephyr shifted dramatically, making him appear as though he had regained 20 years of youth, the dark hue of his haki enveloping his upper body with an imposing presence. Instead of evading Weibel's attack, he braced himself, absorbing the impact with the shoulder, his legs slightly bent as the tremendous force caused the ship's bow to plunge suddenly, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Seizing the sword's hilt with both hands, Zephyr exerted his strength, yanking Weibel, along with his weapon, towards him. With a commanding shout, he announced, "Crushing fist." The haki enveloping his body coalesced around his fists and wrists, appearing as a dark void capable of consuming all light. This was Zephyr's most formidable move, his fists cleaving through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as they relentlessly struck Weibel's chest. The speed of his punches generated sparks from the friction with the air, igniting into searing flames that clung to Weibel's torso. The aroma of searing flesh permeated the air as each punch left a deep imprint upon Weibel's chest. Within mere seconds, Weibel's chest caved in significantly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, presenting a ghastly sight. Under the relentless barrage, Weibel had no opportunity to react. As the final punch landed, he was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing down onto Miss Jean de Zephyr, struggling to control his breath and ignoring the strain on his back. Approached Bai Ye, noticing the latter's dazed expression, and declared with satisfaction, "Do you see? This is the true strength of your master." Bai Ye, still processing the scene, stammered, "This is Fire Fist combined with the Pegasus Meteor Fist. It's astonishingly similar." Zephyr, his expression darkening, retorted with annoyance, "This is my ultimate technique, Crushing Fist. What do you say? Do you wish to learn it?" Bai Ye's lips twitched, internally thinking, "What's there to learn? I could crush someone with a single punch. Why bother with so many?" However, considering Zephyr's pride, he feigned admiration, stating, "Master, your technique is truly remarkable. I fear my dull wit may not grasp it." Hearing Bai Ye's flattery, Zephyr felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Though you may lack a bit in intelligence, your teacher is, I doubt, with my guidance, you shall surely master it. Have faith in your teacher." Bai Ye rolled his eyes at Zephyr's smug demeanor. "Well, if I call you fat, you'll just puff up a sign," and the other disciples gathered around. They expressed their admiration, exclaiming, "Teacher Zephyr, you are truly formidable." "Indeed, that last move was spectacular. I desperately wish to learn it." Zephyr's smile grew wider under the flattery, alleviating much of the pain throughout his body. Yet, just as the crowd reveled in their excitement, Weibel, seemingly lifeless, rose once more, wailing, "Mama! Mama! Mama! What has happened to you?" Miss Jean lay utterly defeated, her form reduced to a two-dimensional state, cradled in Weibel's arms as he wept. It was remarkable. Being crushed beneath Weibel's immense weight, not even a 70-year-old woman could withstand such force, let alone a fully grown man. Yet, Zephyr's expression turned grave. What manner of beast was this? Having withstood his most potent crushing fist, Weibel still retained a semblance of fighting capability. Meanwhile, Zephyr found it increasingly difficult to move, rendering the situation dire. Without Bai Ye's intervention, it seemed likely that the entire crew would perish at the hands of this fool. Weibel's bloodshot eyes fixated on Zephyr and the others, blood still trickling from his lips. His chest deeply indented, ribs likely fractured. Yet despite his injuries, Weibel still posed a threat. He bellowed frantically, "You killed my mother. I shall avenge her." In response, Ein and the others glanced at Zephyr once more. Their intentions clear. They awaited their teacher to dispatch Weibel. Zephyr however, was acutely aware of his own limitations. Moving was a challenge, let alone engaging in combat. But maintaining his composure, he spoke disdainfully. This wretch has been gravely injured by me. He possesses little strength remaining. Strike again would be akin to bullying the weak. Fortunately, your senior Bai Ye has arrived. Let him take my place, and you shall witness his prowess. The disciples readily accepted Zephy's words. Shifting their focus to Bai Ye, Zephyr exhaled a sigh of relief. Thinking, that was close. I almost embarrassed myself before my students. Bai Ye regarded Zephy's heaving chest and the hand propped on his waist, forcing himself to stand upright. Internally, he scoffed. With that state, how can you still claim you don't wish to bully the weak? If you're so capable, why not step up? This old man has truly become shameless. Little did Bai Ye realize, it was precisely due to his apprenticeship under Zephyr that the latter had become increasingly brazen. Though Bai Ye wished to decline the battle and let his teacher take the stage, he soon recognized that such an action would likely result in being cast out by Zephyr. Sighing, he conceded. Since Zephyr insisted on his participation, he had no choice but to comply. Stepping forward, Bai Ye assumed a stance of readiness. Zephyr watched Bai Ye's silhouette with satisfaction, nodding as he addressed the gathered students. Observe closely. While Bai Ye may not match my strength entirely, he possesses battle prowess on par with an admiral. Such encounters with this caliber of strength are rare for you. Consider it a tremendous opportunity to learn something valuable from him. The students nodded eagerly, their eyes fixed on Bai Ye, eager to discern the extent of his strength at such a young age. As Zephyr had proclaimed him a formidable adversary, Whitebeard, wielding a massive blade, charged forth like a madman, screaming, "Return my mother to me." Bai Ye chuckled lightly. Isn't your mother the one you crush yourself? If you seek vengeance, shouldn't you eliminate yourself first? At that moment, Zephyr and the students were taken aback. Bai Ye's words were profoundly logical, albeit not entirely correct. Whitebeard stood frozen, a conflicted expression on his face, seemingly grappling with the validity of Bai Ye's assertion. The onlookers exchanged glances, one whispering, "Brother Bai Ye, do you think a single statement could drive that fellow to self-harm?" Given Whitebeard's intellect, it was not an impossibility. After much contemplation, Whitebeard remained perplexed but was not foolish enough to harm himself. Instead, he brandished his blade recklessly, charging at Bai Ye. "I don't care. You killed my mother, and I shall slay you to avenge her." With that, Whitebeard leapt from the ship, his gleaming sword abruptly shifting to a dark purple hue. The sky rumbled with thunder as countless lightning strikes descended, crashing into the water and creating towering waves. As if an entire storm had been summoned, Whitebeard plummeted from above like a meteor, his blade infused with the relentless force of wind and thunder, the air resonating with deafening blasts. Zephy's pupils contracted, his expression grave. What a terrifying strike! Was this truly the full extent of this fool's power? Should this blow land, if Bai Ye could not withstand it, the entire vessel would be reduced to splinters. Yet, Zephyr was in no condition to intervene. Could Bai Ye alone withstand such an onslaught? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, shaking his head with a sigh. This move is impressive for show, but it won't work against me. Clang! Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Bai Ye confronted a strike that seemed capable of annihilating the world with nothing but a single finger extended in resistance. Countless arcs of purple-black lightning surged along the blade upon contact with Bai Ye's fingertip, only to be abruptly extinguished, as if confronted by a far more terrifying force. The blade lay mere centimeters from Bai Ye's finger, yet no matter how hard Whitebeard exerted himself, he could not bridge that minuscule gap. Even though the long knife in Whitebeard's hand had bent into A shape, it could not be pressed down even slightly. Zephyr was taken aback by Bai Ye's overwhelming strength. What in the world was this? In just half a month's time, could one's prowess truly escalate to such heights? Surely, even with the aid of drugs, such an increase was unfathomable. The students looked on with wide-eyed wonder, whispering amongst themselves. Bai Ye's strength is simply astounding. Could it be that all the admirals are as monstrous as Bai Ye? Upon hearing this, Zephyr's lips twitched in disbelief. If all the admirals exhibited such capabilities, the seas would have descended into chaos long ago. Clearly, Bai Ye was abnormally strong. Just as the crowd remained in shock, Bai Ye slightly bent his finger and then flicked it. Whitebeard was sent hurtling into the sky like a cannonball. Bai Ye vanished silently from the sight of the crowd, only to reappear beside Whitebeard, who, panic-stricken, shouted, "My father is Whitebeard. I am his son. You cannot kill me." Zephyr was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this was the biological son of Whitebeard. Given Whitebeard's fierce protectiveness over his progeny, if Bai Ye were to slay his adopted son, Whitebeard would pursue him relentlessly. Killing his biological son would surely send him into a frenzy. Perhaps it would be wiser to apprehend Whitebeard first and then deal with him after a thorough investigation. Having made up his mind, Zephyr was about to counsel Bai Ye when Bai Ye drew his blade in midair. He smiled at Whitebeard and remarked, "You gave me a strike earlier, so now I shall return the favor. Wouldn't you agree that this is quite fair?" With a reverse grip on his sword, Feng Ming, and before the blade was even unsheathed, a long, ominous crack appeared in the once overcast sky. The onlookers suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, as if innumerable blades had been aimed at them, causing their hair to stand on end. Bai Ye unsheathed Feng Ming, enveloping it in the color of hockey, and calmly declared, "I possess a strike that can cleave the sea." Dazzling, elongated azure sword aura descended from the heavens like a resplendent crescent moon, crashing into the ocean below. Whitebeard was bisected, his body separating symmetrically into two halves, his eyes wide with sheer terror and disbelief. The ocean, over 1,000 meters deep, was cleaved in two, revealing the soft seabed beneath, while terrified sea creatures frantically swam to escape this dreadful place. The waters roiled violently, creating terrifying waves that surged in all directions, threatening to capsize even the naval vessels. Fortunately, the tumult did not last long. Within a few minutes, the waters receded, and the sea returned to a tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Ye sheathed his sword and landed back on his ship. Looking at the stunned crowd with a somewhat sheepish smile, "My apologies, I may have exerted too much force." Zephyr, reflecting on Bai Ye's Feng Ming, recalled their last encounter when he had questioned Bai Ye's need for a famed sword. Given that he was not a swordsman, Bai Ye had merely responded that it was for aesthetics. Zephyr had dismissed the notion, even reprimanding Bai Ye for it. Yet now, he realized that this was far from mere decoration. Bai Ye was indeed a formidable swordsman. How had he managed to hide such depth from Zephyr for the past 6 months? The hundreds of students stood in a stupor, having taken Zephyr's earlier advice to learn something from Bai Ye. They had watched Bai Ye's battle with utmost seriousness. Now, they were eager to ask Zephyr whether they should aspire to resist an opponent's attack with a single finger, flick them away with a mere gesture, or cleave the ocean in two. Did Zephyr truly believe they were worthy of such feats? Acquiring 500 points of world source power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Edward Whitebeard and successfully altering the narrative from Whitebeard, severing Zephyr's arm to Whitebeard, becoming a warlord, thus earning 5,000 points of world source power. It was evident that the most effective means of obtaining more world source power lay in altering the course of events. Simply slaying powerful foes yielded insufficient rewards. The balance of gain versus effort was decidedly inequitable. Though Whitebeard's strength was not on par with what he would attain in 2 years, he was still close to the level of a vice-admiral. Defeating such a formidable opponent could only yield 500 points of world source power, which seemed rather paltry, especially considering that such strong individuals were rare across the vast seas. It appeared that Bai Ye would need to take a more active role in altering the narrative. And with the situation in Sabaody archipelago stabilizing, there was no longer a need to linger. As he confirmed his direction, Bai Ye noticed that those around him were casting him peculiar looks, including Zephyr. "What are you all staring at me for?" Bai Ye exclaimed in bewilderment. "Even if I am indeed quite handsome, you need not gawk at me so. If you continue, I shall start charging for the privilege. Every extra glance will cost you an additional 500 berries." The crowd was taken aback by his words. Many students turned away, embarrassed, while some of the female students flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed, Bai Ye was extraordinarily powerful and undeniably handsome. Yet his audacity was quite remarkable. However, it was precisely this unpretentious demeanor that eliminated any sense of distance, allowing them to perceive him as approachable rather than a distant, intimidating figure. Zephyr, intrigued, inquired, "Bai Ye, who did you learn your swordsmanship from?" In the 6 months I've instructed you, I've never once seen you employ any sword techniques as a rare, top-tier powerhouse of the seas. Zephyr's strength had declined with age, yet his perception had sharpened. The swordsmanship that Bai Ye had just displayed undoubtedly belonged to the realm of great swordsmen, and he was among the most formidable in that category. While the seas had their share of such warriors, like Hawkeye Mihawk and Golden Lion Shiki, both renowned great swordsmen capable of dominating all their contemporaries. These individuals had dedicated countless years to perfecting their craft, likely far exceeding Bai Ye's age. If Bai Ye had indeed achieved the rank of great swordsman before joining the training camp, Zephyr would have certainly noticed during his tutelage. Conversely, if Bai Ye had reached that level merely within the last half-month, Zephyr found it utterly implausible. If it were that simple, all the great swordsmen would have long since taken their own lives. Thus, Zephyr's curiosity regarding Bai Ye's training was piqued upon hearing Zephyr's inquiry. Bai Ye smirked and replied, "Teacher Zephyr, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" Zephyr scoffed, "What a silly question. Of course I want the truth." Bai Ye chuckled and said, "The truth is, while I was on my way to Sabaody Archipelago, I dozed off in my chair. During my slumber, a swordsman appeared, holding a bamboo skewer, who introduced himself as the Atomic Samurai. He claimed I was far too handsome, and thus he wished to pass on his lifetime's worth of swordsmanship to me. And then," Zephyr furrowed his brow, interrupting, "and then you woke up and became a great swordsman?" "Precisely. That was exactly how it transpired," Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of deceit. After all, this was indeed the truth. The events he recounted were remarkably close to reality, except he cleverly omitted any mention of the system involved. Zephyr's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. In his eyes, Bai Ye was merely spouting nonsense. The students surrounding them gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom such a preposterous tale. Are we listening to a myth? Is it truly possible for such absurd events to unfold upon the seas? While they all deemed Bai Ye's story far-fetched, his sudden rise to greatness as a great swordsman was equally incredulous. However, Binzi believed Bai Ye's words and excitedly asked, "Bai Ye, does that mean we might also encounter similar circumstances in the future?" Bai Ye stood tall, a look of conviction on his face, and declared, "Indeed, as long as you all sleep well and dream often, you too might awaken as great swordsmen, becoming powerful like me." As soon as these words were uttered, the students erupted into a frenzy. The notion that one could become a master swordsman simply by taking a nap was too enticing to question its veracity. They were ready to sleep first and worry about the consequences later. If it didn't work out, they would simply catch up on their rest. If it did, it would be a tremendous profit. Observing the students below, who were on the verge of slumber, Zephyr's expression darkened, as if he were shrouded in an aura of armament hockey. "Are you all fools? Anyone with a modicum of sense would never believe in the words of Bai Ye if it were truly that simple. How could there be so few master swordsmen roaming the seas? Yet, the next generation of mid-level officers among the Navy seemed to buy into it wholeheartedly. They were each preparing to take action, almost ready to lay out mats before Zephyr and doze off right in front of him. Goodness, perhaps the training camp's curriculum should be revised to include lessons on how to fall asleep quickly. After all, if a nap could provide everything, what was the purpose of training? However, when Zephyr, in a fit of rage, noticed Ein remaining unfazed, a flicker of solace surged within him. Thankfully, there were still some individuals of sound mind in the training camp. Yet, before Zephyr could express his praise for Ein, he heard her disdainful voice proclaim, "Senior Bai Ye has already stated that the Atomic Warriors are only willing to impart the swordsmanship if their seniors are handsome. And look at you all, with your crooked features. Do you really think someone would share their swordsmanship legacy with you? If you have time to sleep, why not train diligently instead?" Zephyr's smile froze on his face. A surge of frustration lodged in his throat, and blood suddenly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Let it all be destroyed. Let it all perish. Witnessing this, Bai Ye quickly inquired with concern, "Teacher Zephyr, what has happened to you? My old injury has flared up." "It's nothing. I just need a moment to recover." Zephyr gazed earnestly at Bai Ye and asked, "Teacher wishes to hear a falsehood. Please tell me what a falsehood is." A falsehood is that I have been cultivating swordsmanship since I was in my mother's womb, and with those 10 months included, it has already been 19 years. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, Zephyr excitedly grasped Bai Ye's arm and exclaimed, "This is the truth. This is the reality. Everything I said before was a lie. You must tell them that this is the truth." Such is the absurdity of the world. When one speaks honestly, no one believes it. Observing the abnormal state of teacher Zephyr, Bai Ye felt a twinge of fear that the old man might faint. He had come to rescue Zephyr, but what if he ended up causing his demise instead? That would be quite the disaster. In the office, Bai Ye was making arrangements with Smoker and others for some matters before his departure. A week had already passed since the rescue of teacher Zephyr, during which Bai Ye had applied to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for permission to leave the Sabaody archipelago. After all, he now had the funds, and the branch of Atom could finally be put to good use. He intended to head to Water 7, the city renowned for its shipbuilding prowess, to craft a warship that belonged to him, a vessel that would evoke the name Bai Ye upon sight. No longer would he rely on the standard Navy warships of a rear admiral. However, this was merely one of Bai Ye's objectives for the journey. The other was to seek a suitable, famed sword, ideally one belonging to the 21 Great Blades. The Wind Whisper he currently wielded was no longer suitable for him, although it is said that for the strong, a weapon merely serves as an embellishment. During his previous battle with Whitebeard, Bai Ye had to cover the blade with armament hockey, not to enhance his striking power, but to protect Wind Whisper. Otherwise, with a single slash, it would have shattered, unable to withstand Bai Ye's overwhelming strength. Thus, replacing a sword was also a priority for this expedition. Once everything was arranged, Bai Ye prepared to leave with Dasky and Quick, leaving Smoker and Ferguson behind. This decision came after careful consideration. Ferguson had managed the Sabaody archipelago with great efficiency during this time, allowing Bai Ye to enjoy a comfortable hands-off managerial life, making it impossible for him to depart. Smoker, being the strongest force on the island aside from Bai Ye, was tasked with suppressing any potential troublemakers. Dasky was brought along for her assistance in selecting a famous sword, while Quick was merely a laborer. Bai Ye had initially intended to visit teacher Zephyr before departing, but he was firmly declined, with Zephyr stating that seeing Bai Ye would exacerbate his injuries and hinder recovery. He even suggested that it would be best not to meet again this year, leaving Bai Ye both amused and exasperated, ultimately abandoning the notion of a visit. Zephyr had genuinely grown fearful of Bai Ye. The last thing he needed was for Bai Ye to come to the training camp and stir up trouble. The Navy Elite Training Camp could easily be rebranded as a Navy all-day sleep camp. Hence, it was better to avoid the encounter altogether. However, just as Bai Ye was about to depart, Aokiji unexpectedly appeared in Bai Ye's office, citing a new mission as the reason to keep Bai Ye there. Before Aokiji could speak, Bai Ye quickly interjected, "Admiral Aokiji, what has happened now? Look, I've already received my leave approval and was preparing to leave. If you keep me here to work, does that mean I should receive overtime pay? Of course, the leave period shouldn't change. It would be best if it could be extended a bit that I can't work for free. Can I?" Aokiji stared at Bai Ye in astonishment. At that moment, he saw a reflection of Kizaru in Bai Ye. The tone and content of his speech were strikingly similar. "Is this Bai Ye a disguise, Kizaru?" "Admiral Aokiji, what is it?" Bai Ye waved his hand in front of Aokiji's eyes, snapping him back to reality. Aokiji cleared his throat and said, "I'm fine. I came to inform you that there's been a development regarding the previous matter." Bai Ye paused. "The previous matter? The Celestial Dragons?" Aokiji nodded. "Yes, the Celestial Dragons. The last time it involved the Don Quixote family, right?" "Indeed, but aren't they part of the Seven Warlords? Such investigations should be handled by the world government, not the Navy." Aokiji hesitated. "It seems that CP0 has discovered that the Don Quixote family indeed has dealings with the Beast Pirates, and there will be a transaction soon, with the location being around the Sabaody archipelago. Therefore, the world government's intention is for us, the Navy, to work alongside CP to secretly capture members of the Don Quixote family and inquire about the disappearance of the Maple Cecil Palace. Goodness, had it not been for Aokiji mentioning it, Bai Ye would have completely forgotten that the Maple Cecil Palace was still being held by Sonic. Bai Ye maintained a composed expression and inquired, "Have they determined the precise location of the transaction?" Through their observations over the past few days, they have tentatively identified 3 potential islands for the transaction: Jill Island, Watton Island, and St. Island. The world government will handle Jill Island, while we, the Navy, will oversee the other 2 should a transaction occur. We must immediately notify each other to swiftly apprehend them. Bai Ye now understood. While the world government was beginning to suspect the Don Quixote family, they were hesitant to act without concrete evidence. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo's identity was particularly sensitive, making open investigations impractical. Thus, they planned to capture a few of the Don Quixote family's officials to ascertain the specific situation. The Navy, in essence, served as a tool for the world government to obscure its true intentions, allowing Doflamingo to believe they were initially pursuing the Beast Pirates, only to fortuitously uncover the dealings with the Don Quixote family. Nevertheless, Bai Ye still found one aspect perplexing. How was this matter related to him? With so many rear admirals in the Navy headquarters, couldn't they dispatch someone else? Moreover, with Aokiji overseeing the operation, as long as Kaido wasn't personally involved in the transaction, the risk of failure was minimal. Why drag him into this? He was in a hurry to build a ship and change swords. Aokiji explained helplessly. Who else could we look for? You were involved in the previous incident. Your strength is commendable, and you are stationed right here in the Sabaody archipelago. Who else could we ask? Bai Ye had indeed demonstrated considerable strength, as Aokiji genuinely believed. Well, you do have a point, Bai Ye conceded. Perhaps the Maple Cecil Palace matter could be resolved during this operation. After all, isn't the world government looking for the Maple Cecil Palace? Once the trading island was confirmed, Bai Ye instructed Sonic to discreetly transport Maple Cecil Palace to their trading location, and a person caught red-handed would leave Doflamingo, whose body was brimming with mouths, struggling to provide any explanation that if this matter could indeed lead to the downfall of the Don Quixote family, it would significantly alter a pivotal plot point from the original narrative, yielding a considerable amount of world source power. This endeavor held great potential. I must participate in this operation to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Upon noticing Bai Ye furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, Aokiji assumed he was reluctant to partake in the mission. It was understandable. After all, he was supposed to be on leave, and suddenly being called back to action, especially with the involvement of the celestial dragons, a considerable nuisance, would unsettle anyone. Out of admiration for Bai Ye, Aokiji hesitated, saying, Bai Ye, if you truly do not wish to join this operation, I can request Fleet Admiral Sengoku to accommodate your previous demand. Yes, as soon as Aokiji finished speaking, Bai Ye resolutely stated, Obeying orders is the foremost duty of soldier. How could I possibly refuse? Furthermore, as a Rear Admiral of the Navy, it is my obligation to make sacrifices for the service. IT is merely a brief leave. There's no harm in foregoing it. If everyone in the Navy acted solely in self-interest, indulging in laziness and freedom without contributing to our cause, how could we uphold justice on the seas? Therefore, my presence in this operation is imperative. If not, I shall personally seek out Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Aokiji was left dumbfounded. Brother, are you some kind of chameleon? If there were a din mushy recording, Aokiji would have wanted Bai Ye to see the expression he wore just moments ago. Who would have thought that such diametrically opposed sentiments could emanate from the same individual, merely minutes apart? Upon grasping the latter half of Bai Ye's statement, Aokiji felt a flush of embarrassment, reasonably suspecting that Bai Ye was subtly criticizing him. After all, among the three admirals, he was the most laid-back, always wary of responsibilities falling upon his shoulders. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to support his claims. He certainly couldn't admit to his own laziness. Could he? As for Kazuo, another admiral, he did differ slightly from Aokiji, for while he may be lazy, he would still dare to confront the four emperors as long as his paycheck was secure. In contrast, Aokiji resembled more of a salted fish. Observing Bai Ye's determined demeanor, Aokiji sighed. All right, you take charge of the operation on Sainte Island. Tonight, prepare an ambush with a small but strong team. Bai Ye nodded gravely. Leave it to me. You can rest assured, we will undoubtedly recover Maple Cecil Palace. Aokiji sighed lightly. Let us hope so. However, Bai Ye had no intention of bringing anyone along this time. He preferred to undertake the mission alone, as too many people could complicate matters and hinder his plans in situations such as kidnapping a celestial dragon. The fewer individuals involved, the better. After all, they were not characters summoned by Bai Ye, who could be guaranteed not to betray him. Upon arriving at Sainte Island, Bai Ye first surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no other individuals nearby before notifying Sonic to come meet him. For safety's sake, Sonic arrived without his signature purple attire, instead donning the uniform of a Navy soldier. Having removed his mask to reveal a face reminiscent of a certain character, in the event that Aokiji or the world government discovered him. Bai Ye could easily provide an explanation. Upon meeting Bai Ye, Sonic respectfully inquired, "Lord Bai Ye, how is Maple Sisir Palace faring?" Bai Ye replied, "Still unconscious. She should awaken soon." Bai Ye paused, asking, "It has been nearly a month. Why has she not awakened? Did you strike her that hard? Has she not eaten in all this time?" If Maple Sisir Palace were to die, it would significantly impact Bai Ye's plans. Sonic, realizing Bai Ye misunderstood his intentions, quickly clarified, "It's like this. When she wakes up, she becomes quite a nuisance, making a racket. I feared she would attract the attention of passing ships. So each time she regained consciousness, I had to knock her out again." "Has she not eaten anything during this time?" Bai Ye inquired. Sonic replied, "I managed to catch some wild beast meat and roasted it for her. Tea first, she refused to eat, but eventually, hunger compelled her to do so. After each meal, I would render her unconscious again, and so it has continued until now." Bai Ye couldn't help but inwardly lament the unfortunate plight of the woman. Such a life hardly resembled that of a human being. And as for Sonic, what kind of normal man could treat a woman in such a manner? Wait a moment. Bai Ye suddenly recalled that this Sonic he summoned was in a state of solitary confinement. Thus perhaps he couldn't be deemed a typical man after all. This explained everything. Though Sonic's methods were indeed cruel, they were not without merit, to the very least. Until now, Maple Sisir Palace remained unaware of who had kidnapped her. After outlining his plans to Sonic, Bai Ye instructed him to be ready for a swift relocation. With everything in place, they merely awaited the appearance of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates. 3 days later, 2 ships set sail from the New World and the Kingdom of Drake Rosa, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. In truth, prior to the trading vessel's departure, Doflamingo had sensed something amiss. He felt as though his every move was being monitored. This sensation was faint, yet the cautious Doflamingo did not disregard it. He even dispatched individuals to investigate, hoping to ascertain whether someone was indeed targeting him. Ultimately, he found nothing. Had it not been for the prearranged trading schedule with the Beast Pirates, he would have hesitated to alter the timing for fear of offending Kaido. Doflamingo contemplated delaying the trade by a month. However, he knew that if the deal with the Beast Pirates were to be exposed, it could instigate chaos across the board, potentially jeopardizing his position as one of the 7 warlords of the Seed. He needed this position to fulfill his ambitions. Out of an abundance of caution, Doflamingo had even brought along Toribol, one of his family's highest-ranking officers responsible for protecting special officers, fearing that something might go awry during this trade. Meanwhile, the Beast Pirates were taking this transaction quite seriously, dispatching Jack, one of the Calamities, to oversee the deal as it pertained to Kaido's ability to assemble a legion of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Thus, both parties advanced towards the encroaching encirclement of the world government and the Navy. As the trading vessels of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates set sail, Bai Ye and Aokiji received news through CP0. They were instructed not to act prematurely, emphasizing that they must wait until the parties engaged in the trade before seizing them. With events unfolding in this manner, Bai Ye recognized it was time to initiate his plan. He notified Sonic to prepare for relocation, and now all that remained was to patiently observe which island the 2 parties would choose for their rendezvous. Uncertain of where the trading ships would meet, Bai Ye decided to transfer Maple Sisir Palace to Sainte Island, ensuring thorough preparations were in place. Thus, Bai Ye accompanied Sonic to the nameless deserted island where Maple Sisir Palace was held captive. The deserted island was not far from Sainte Island, and with Bai Ye and Sonic's near-sonic speed, they arrived in under an hour. Sonic temporarily placed Maple Sisir Palace in a cave. Although it may appear relatively clean, this is merely a standard of cleanliness acceptable to ordinary individuals. For someone of noble lineage like Maple Cecil, even the air beyond Mariewa is considered tainted, necessitating the use of a bubble helmet for any venture outside. Now, being compelled to remain in such a place for nearly a month, her living conditions in terms of sustenance, clothing, and shelter starkly contrast with her previous lifestyle. The intolerable circumstances that would be unthinkable for any other celestial dragon have been endured by Maple Cecil, allowing her to survive to this day. This can only indicate one thing. Maple Cecil is certainly not the mindless, arrogant celestial dragon that one might expect. On the contrary, she's astute, aware of when to stir trouble and when to remain docile. However, excessive cleverness is not necessarily a virtue, standing not far from the cave entrance. Bai Ye's mind swirled with thoughts, contemplating whether to abandon the plan altogether and simply eliminate Maple Cecil. Discarding her body in this desolate wilderness, it would likely be consumed by the island's beasts within half a day, leaving no trace behind and posing no risk to himself. Yet, relying solely on dealings with the beast pirates to eradicate the Don Quixote family seemed implausible. After all, in the original narrative, even after all of Doflamingo's crimes were exposed by Luffy, he was merely imprisoned by the Navy in Level 6 of Impel Down. The transaction with the beast pirates would, at best, be a cumbersome endeavor. After a moment's reflection, Bai Ye resolved to proceed with the plan, albeit with some additional elements to confound Maple Cecil. Even if he were discovered to be the orchestrator of the events, by then he would have amassed a considerable amount of world source power, sufficient to single-handedly dominate an era. Thus, the question of discovery would become irrelevant. Inside the cave, Maple Cecil had long since lost her former regal appearance. Her complexion had yellowed, as she appeared somewhat emaciated. The once opulent white gown she wore had become tarnished and tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair skin and graceful form. She lay on the ground, strewn with dry grass, as if in a state of unconsciousness. Yet to awaken. Even in her stupor, Maple Cecil was still blindfolded by Sonic and bound hand and foot, ensuring absolute security. Truly deserving of the title Lone Testicle Ninja, Sonic's treatment of women indicated a complete absence of base desires. At this moment, Maple Cecil was gradually regaining consciousness in her impaired state. Her hearing was considerably heightened. She seemed to have heard two distinct sets of footsteps approaching the cave entrance, a stark contrast to the usual singular sound. The astute Maple Cecil immediately recognized that something significant was about to transpire, events that would determine her fate. These unknown individuals had imprisoned her in the cave for over 20 days. And now they were finally ready to ACT. As the footsteps drew nearer, she maintained her pretense of unconsciousness, for feigning this state was her best means of self-preservation in light of her lackluster combat abilities. When Bai Ye and Sonic entered and beheld the unconscious Maple Cecil, they exchanged glances and smiled, yet remained silent. It appeared that this celestial dragon was unaware that the rhythms of breath differ between consciousness and unconsciousness. In truth, Bai Ye and Sonic had detected her awakening earlier, but chose not to expose her ruse. This, however, conveniently aided Bai Ye's impromptu scheme. Bai Ye lowered his voice, making it sound more robust as he remarked, "At last, we can resolve this troublesome matter that has left us languishing on this desolate island for a month. I've nearly died of boredom." Sonic, altering his tone, cautioned, "Do not speak, if she remembers our voices. It could pose complications. What is there to fear? When the time comes for the trade, we can hand her over to the beast pirates. Whether she survives thereafter is uncertain." "You make a valid point. Once she enters the beast pirates, returning will be arduous." That moment, Maple Cecil nearly leaped up upon overhearing their conversation. They intended to deliver her to one of the 4 emperors, the beast pirates. Although she resided in Mariewa, she was well aware of the notorious reputation of the 4 emperors, monstrous figures dominating the seas. For them, the act of slaying a celestial dragon might be troublesome, but it would certainly not deter them. Anxiety surged through her. Even her breathing quickened slightly. Noticing this detail, Bai Ye prepared to divulge further shocking information to enhance credibility, hoping to ensnare Maple Cecil into their trap. Feigning nonchalance, Bai Ye remarked, "This celestial dragon is truly valuable. Her worth is equivalent to 100 artificial devil fruits. Indeed, Kaido has been tirelessly collecting animal-type devil fruits to establish a legion of Zoan devil fruit users. Yet now, 100 artificial devil fruits are being offered in exchange for a celestial dragon. It's quite baffling that, why concern ourselves with such matters? We shall simply follow the young master's directives." Young master? The title of young master is rarely used among pirates. Could it be Doflamingo? Maple Cecil's breath quickened further. So it was Doflamingo who had laid hands on her. Moreover, the secrets revealed in their conversation were monumental. Doflamingo had developed artificial devil fruits, a feat even Vegapunk had not accomplished. Furthermore, the clandestine formation of the Beast Pirates was news she had never encountered. Each of these revelations, should they surface, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the seas. Recognizing that the bait had been set, Bai Ye knew the secrets he had shared were sufficient. He then informed Sonic. The trade is about to commence. We should prepare for the transfer. By the way, to prevent the celestial dragon from waking during transit, you might want to give her another dose. We cannot afford any setbacks. Upon hearing this, Maple Cecil internally cursed, wondering what sort of malevolent individuals they were to be so cruel, insisting on administering another dose while she was still unconscious. Unfortunately, she would have no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Sonic acted swiftly, rendering the already feigned unconscious Maple Cecil genuinely unconscious. The two men then placed her into a wooden crate and transported her back to Sainte Island. Bai Ye did not have to wait long before receiving confirmed intelligence. The transaction would take place on Gill Island, overseen by CP0, but although not on an island under his direct surveillance. This was not necessarily disadvantageous for Bai Ye. Allowing others to discover the transaction was far safer than exposing himself. However, this would complicate the execution of their plan. After receiving the message, Bai Ye hurried towards Gill Island, while Sonic trailed behind with Maple Cecil, searching for an opportune moment to insert the crate containing her among the goods for the trade. Upon his arrival, Bai Ye noted that, aside from Aokiji and 09, the world government had dispatched another member of CP0, whose physique seemed unremarkable, yet he donned a grotesque, black-masked face, exuding an unsettling aura. Observing 09, standing respectfully behind this figure, it was evident that his rank exceeded hers by more than a mere level. Given Bai Ye's previous discord with 09, she did not introduce her CP0 counterpart upon his arrival. Instead, it was Aokiji who spoke up. Bai Ye, this is 03 from CP0, the commander of our operation. Bai Ye nodded in acknowledgement towards 03, completely disregarding 09. That anger surged within 09, but now was not the time to express it. She forced herself to endure. 03 scrutinized Bai Ye with a rasping voice, inquiring, "You are Bai Ye, the one who dispatched Edward Weevil, who claimed to be the son of Whitebeard, with a single strike a week ago?" Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, "If you refer to that fool who bears a slight resemblance to Whitebeard, then yes, that was indeed me." Upon hearing this, the expression beneath 03's mask subtly shifted as he cast several penetrating glances at Bai Ye, although no one at sea was currently aware of Edward Weeble's reputation, let alone his formidable strength. 03 was all too familiar with it. He recalled that 6 months prior, while executing a reconnaissance mission and passing through a certain maritime area, he had overheard someone claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Instinctively driven by his role as an operative, he had pursued the lead relentlessly. Upon encountering Weeble, 03 was equally taken aback by his resemblance to Whitebeard, leaving him with no doubt regarding Weeble's identity. However, just as he prepared to apprehend Whitebeard's real son and secure a significant achievement, he discovered that Weeble's strength was entirely on par with his own. Coupled with an almost terrifying regenerative ability, 03 found himself outmatched. Consequently, he abandoned this line of thought and, upon returning to Mariewa, reported the information, after which he heard nothing further regarding Weeble. Yet, just a few days ago, he was startled to learn the young Navy Rear Admiral named Bai Ye had slain Weeble. His first reaction was disbelief. Was he being jested with? Given Weeble's prowess and terrifying recovery abilities, even a battle against an admiral would not leave him at a disadvantage. T.O. suggests that he was vanquished by a mere rear admiral, especially one at the tender age of 18, was ludicrous. However, after receiving confirmation from multiple sources, 03 was left in stunned silence. The thought of a being capable of slaying Weeble, now serving as a rear admiral in Navy, was utterly absurd. Seizing the opportunity presented by this operation, 03 specifically requested Bai Ye's participation, eager to witness his capabilities firsthand. After their encounter, 03's conviction deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered words that left everyone astounded. Bai Ye, upon the completion of this operation, you may relinquish your Navy identity and join CP0. I will vouch for you. I have reviewed your dossier and am aware that you have not consumed a devil fruit. Should you choose to join CP0, we will provide you with an exceptionally powerful devil fruit, one that is certainly on par with the Logia and mythical Zoan types. Bai Ye was taken aback. What did that imply? Was he to serve the celestial dragons? And was he being tempted with a devil fruit? Akiji was also bewildered. Was he openly attempting to poach from the Navy right in front of an admiral? As if he considered him a mere decoration? 09 was even more flabbergasted. Was this individual on the verge of becoming his colleague? Noticing Bai Ye's silence, 03 continued. If you can become an official member of CP0, I can guarantee your promotion to 04. Or even your ascension to replace me as 03, thought upon hearing this. Bai Ye had yet to fully process the implications. While 09 nearly fainted on the spot, To think that his colleague could so swiftly become his superior, capable of determining his fate. This stark contrast filled 09 with envy that he reflected on his own arduous training from a young age, surviving among thousands of selected children to finally join the elite intelligence organization, CP0. Once outside, he wielded considerable power, able to dictate the fates of several nations. He had believed he had attained a status beyond reach. Yet now this young Navy Rear Admiral was poised to become his direct superior. An idea he simply could not accept. If only 09 knew that, in Bai Ye's eyes, his coveted position was merely that of a higher-ranking dog, what would he feel? Before Bai Ye could respond, Akiji's demeanor shifted to one of stern seriousness, an aura of coldness emanating from him as the temperature around them plummeted several degrees, frost suddenly forming on the tender green grass at his feet. Akiji spoke coldly. For now, our priority should be addressing the matters concerning the beast pirates and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Everything else can wait until the operation concludes. Was he truly attempting to undermine my authority as an admiral? Observing Akiji's rising irritation, 03 chose to refrain from further discussion. After all, what he was doing was indeed questionable. Nevertheless, he discreetly indicated to Bai Ye to contemplate the offer thoroughly and to respond after the operation's conclusion. How fascinating. It seems that being handsome truly opens doors everywhere. The rivalry between the admiral and the head of the intelligence agency over me was almost comical. Bai Ye mused, his thoughts tinged with a sense of vanity. As for 03's proposal, Bai Ye dismissed it outright that IT was simple. As a member of the Navy, promotions came with rewards of world power. However, as a head of intelligence, there were no such perks. And Bai Ye had no desire to serve the celestial dragons. If he were to accept, it was likely he would lay waste to Mariehua within half a day. Gill Island, a name that sounded rather peculiar. Yet, the island's topography was fittingly representative of its name. Dominated by a nearly 2,000-meter-long cylindrical surface, it was flanked at both ends by elliptical landmasses with a radius of 100 meters. Quite a vivid image. Every male who set foot here would feel an uncanny sense of familiarity. Except for Sonic, of course. This was likely why the Beast Pirates and the Don Quixote family had designated this as their trading location. Bai Ye and his companions lay in ambush at the juncture of the cylindrical surface and the elliptical land, using the dense foliage for cover to avoid detection. Fewer than 30 personnel remained on the island. Only Akiji and Bai Ye were left from the Navy, with the rest comprising members of the intelligence agency. There was no denying that when it came to stealth and individual combat prowess, the intelligence agency outclassed the Navy significantly. Everyone had their respective roles. Meanwhile, Sonic was also concealed on Gill Island, just as the Navy could not compete with the intelligence agency in terms of stealth. The intelligence agency's concealment techniques paled in comparison to Sonic's. After all, Sonic was an elite ninja, having undergone rigorous training in the village of ninjas, were it not for the existence of the system. Even Bai Ye would struggle to perceive Sonic's hidden position as the group awaited their targets. The trading vessels of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates gradually approached Gill Island Point 03, quietly began to outline the situation. According to our investigation, both parties involved in this trade have dispatched high-ranking officials. Da Flamingo has sent Toripol and Diamante, while the Beast Pirates have dispatched Jack, one of the disasters. Akiji inquired, puzzled. Jack the Drought. Does Kaido place such immense importance on this trade that he has sent one of his top 3 commanders? Bai Ye's eyes flickered as he feigned curiosity. What do you think they are trading? It must be something quite valuable to warrant such high-ranking officials accompanying them. 03 explained at this moment. That remains uncertain, but it is likely something exceedingly precious. In truth, each of them harbored a similar suspicion. The object of trade between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates might very well be their target. Maple Cecil Palace. Yet, until confirmed, none dared to assert such claims lightly. Nevertheless, with this thought in mind, Bai Ye's inquiry was not in vain. With this premise, extracting Maple Cecil Palace from the traded items could unfold smoothly, as it aligned with their expectations. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Ye and his companions, the trading vessel dispatched by the Don Quixote family met with the Mammoth, carrying Jack, at the confluence of the two elliptical landmasses. Beneath the moonlight, Jack's massive silhouette cast a shadow that enveloped Toripole and Diamante entirely, an overwhelming aura of primal ferocity assaulting their senses that it felt as though they were not confronting a mere man, but a colossal beast from the wild, instilling a sense of dread. Jack growled, "Where's the object of trade? Hurry up and present it. Don't waste my time." Toripole and Diamante, confronted by Jack, dared not to be negligent. They quickly instructed their men to unload a series of modest-sized boxes from the ship. In a short span of time, a small hill of boxes had accumulated that Jack's subordinates also moved forward to open the boxes and verify the accuracy of the count. Since this was not their first transaction, Jack did not inspect the effects of the artificial devil fruits on the spot. He did not believe that Don Quixote da Flamingo would deceive them. "Boss Jack, the tally is complete, a total of 100 artificial devil fruits." Jack nodded in satisfaction, paid them, and prepared to load the boxes onto the ship for their journey home. According to their agreement, every 100 artificial devil fruits produced would initiate a transaction. The Beast Pirates purchased each artificial devil fruit for 10 million berries, making the total transaction worth 1 billion berries. Trembling, Toripole and Diamante accepted the 10 boxes handed to them, lacking the courage to even open and inspect them, instead opting to return them to the ship. After all, the disparity in strength between the two parties was too great, even if the Beast Pirates did not provide enough berries. They could do nothing about it. Toripole and Diamante could not possibly subdue Jack and force Kaido to pay, could they? If it weren't for Doflamingo's adamant refusal to part with the technology for artificial devil fruits, and Kaido's inability to trace the source of these fruits, Kaido's character would dictate that he would simply seize everything without spending a single berry. Akiji observed the transaction nearing its conclusion, furrowing his brows, wondering if they would not intervene. 03 calmly stated, "Wait, I have yet to see the whereabouts of Maple Cecil Palace." For the Navy, witnessing a secret transaction between one of the 7 warlords, the Don Quixote family, and one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Pirates, was sufficient. However, for CP0, these matters were secondary. Their mission was solely to retrieve Maple Cecil Palace. Until the palace appeared, they would not act recklessly. Seeing this, Bai felt a pang of anxiety. If Jack and his crew managed to escape, then all the theatrics he had performed before Maple Cecil Palace would have been in vain. Not only that, but it might also backfire, raising suspicions that someone had deliberately framed the Don Quixote family for the kidnapping of the celestial dragons. In that case, the entire plan would be ruined. Since you are unwilling to act, I will have to lure them into action. At that moment, Sonic lay in ambush in the nearby thicket, and upon receiving Bai's command, he shouted towards Jack and the others, "Be cautious. There are Navy forces hiding in the woods at 10 o'clock. Although Sonic's voice was not loud, in the stillness of the night, any unusual sound was enough to alert everyone. Moreover, they had heard the words Navy. The originally departing Jack, Toripole, and Diamante all halted, cautiously alert to the Navy lurking at 10 o'clock. This was not due to their naivety. They understood that since they had not arranged for their own men to patrol the island, it was likely the other side's doing. After all, the warning was clearly from a pirate. However, no one had anticipated Bai's interference. "Damn it, we have been discovered." 03 cursed under his breath that Sonic's unexpected shout had directly exposed 03 and the others, leaving them in a predicament. Initially, 03 had no intention of acting unless he discovered the existence of Maple Cecil Palace. However, now that Jack's crew was aware of their presence, they would undoubtedly refuse to let them leave easily to prevent the transaction from leaking. Thus, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Akiji, on the other hand, appeared unbothered. He had been eager to engage, and the current situation was precisely what he had hoped for. Tori-Pol leaned closer to Jack, gripping his staff tightly, and cautioned, "Master Jack, we cannot let the Navy know about this transaction. Otherwise, it will create numerous complications for future dealings." Jack understood this well. Should the matter be exposed and affect the formation of the Beast Pirates, Kaido would surely go mad that we must detain them and prepare to strike. Jack declared fiercely, lifting a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds from shore and hurling it towards the 10 o'clock direction. Under Jack's tremendous force, the massive boulder flew swiftly, smashing through several trees without losing momentum, seemingly poised to crush Bai and the others. This completely extinguished 03's reluctance to engage, while Aokiji, standing by, could no longer contain himself. He pointed a single hand at the incoming boulder, causing it to freeze mid-air, encased in a thick layer of frost, emanating an extremely low temperature. Upon striking the ground, it shattered into countless tiny fragments. Seeing this, Tori-Pol's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Admiral Aokiji." Such a distinctive ability allowed them to deduce the identity of the wielder without having seen him. Jack, known for his domineering and arrogant nature, could not help but frown upon confirming that Aokiji was the one who had intervened. How could an admiral appear in this place? It seems we are not leaving easily tonight. Amidst Jack's vigilance, Aokiji, Bai, 0309, along with over 30 members of the intelligence organization, all appeared before them. Upon witnessing the Navy's orderly formation, Tori-Pol's first reaction was that they had been betrayed. Otherwise, the opposing side would not have dispatched an admiral to lie in wait on Jill Island. Aokiji's gaze fell upon Tori-Pol as he remarked, "Tonight has truly been enlightening. I never imagined Doflamingo would be so audacious as to engage in transactions with the Beast Pirates after becoming a warlord. He clearly has no regard for the Navy. Once I apprehend all of you, I will recommend to Admiral Sengoku that Doflamingo's title as a warlord be revoked." Upon hearing this, Tori-Pol and Diamante turned pale. While being captured by the Navy was a minor concern, as long as the young master was safe, they still had a chance of rescue. However, if Doflamingo's position as a warlord were to be stripped and the incidents in Dressrosa were uncovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, it was an exercise in futility for just a few of them to defeat Admiral Aokiji. Furthermore, the individuals accompanying Aokiji were clearly not to be trifled with. "This has escalated beyond our control." Aokiji observed the silent group, growing impatient. "Are you waiting for me to freeze you all into ice sculptures?" Bai could not help but marvel, recognizing why Aokiji was an admiral. Merely his presence was enough to instill fear in the opposition. Just as Tori-Pol and Diamante were hesitating over whether to surrender, Jack unsheathed two sickle-shaped weapons and charged at Aokiji. Each step Jack took caused the ground to tremble as he roared, "Do not think that just because you are an admiral, you can underestimate me. Jack, will capture you and present you before Kaido, proving that I am the strongest among the calamities." Jack's audacity left Tori-Pol and Diamante in stunned silence. While Jack was indeed powerful in the face of an admiral, he was merely wasting time. Was it truly necessary to rush in and receive a beating? Bai, however, was not surprised by Jack's actions. After all, in the anime, Jack had once dared to single-handedly assault 4 naval vessels carrying Admiral Fujitora, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, all in a bid to rescue Doflamingo. Though such behavior was undoubtedly reckless, it illustrated Jack's remarkable courage. As Jack made his move, his subordinates also began to attack. Bai .09 was about to engage when 03 intercepted him. 03 swept his gaze across Bai and stated calmly, "Dealing with pirates is the Navy's responsibility. It doesn't concern us. Let's first observe the situation. CP0 indeed bears no obligation to confront pirates, and 03 is eager to gauge the true strength of Bai Ye. To ascertain whether it aligns with his expectations that in the absence of 03's commands, the situation on the battlefield swiftly transformed into a confrontation between Qingji and Bai Ye, with the 2 Navy officers facing all the pirates. Tori-Pol and Diamante observed as Jack's crew engaged, while their adversaries currently possessed only 2 Navy personnel in the fray. With Jack preoccupying the Navy Admiral Qingji, the remaining unknown Navy Major was rendered utterly ineffective. Once the Navy Major was dealt with, they could assist Jack in battling Qingji, perhaps even finding an opportunity to escape this time. The two pondered briefly before charging towards Bai Ye. Accompanied by over 100 subordinates, faced with an onslaught from nearly 200 foes, Bai Ye remarked nonchalantly, "Admiral Qing Ji, grant me 3 seconds, and I shall eliminate all these insignificant pests." Qing Ji held no doubt regarding Bai Ye's prowess. However, concerned that Bai Ye might become overly ruthless, he cautioned, "It would be prudent to avoid killing the members of the Don Quixote family, as we still require intelligence pertaining to them." Bai Ye inquired. 2, perhaps? It would suffice to leave one alive. There was no way around it. The more he killed, the more world source power he could acquire, were it not for the fear of arousing suspicion. Bai Ye would have suggested that Qing Ji simply ask him directly about the Don Quixote family, as he possessed all the knowledge. Damn it, this kid has quite the murderous intent, Qing Ji thought silently. One is acceptable, but ensure they're not all slaughtered. Jack, who had drawn near, overheard their exchange and scoffed, "Is this all you Navy ever do? Just talk big? You think a mere Navy major can take out all my subordinates? Aside from me, you must be overestimating yourselves." Bai Ye glanced at Jack, his voice cold as he retorted, "No need to exclude you. Once I have dispatched them, I shall turn my attention to you." "Damn Navy! Perish!" Jack bellowed, his muscles bulging like water barrels, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Point two scythe-like curved blades glimmered in the moonlight, casting a chilling sheen as their sharp edges reflected the cool light. The blades sliced through the air at breakneck speed, nearly in the blink of an eye, cleaving through Qing Ji's form and sending up clouds of dust as 2 long, deep fissures appeared on the ground. Qing Ji's body split into 3 segments, sliding apart without a single drop of blood spilling. Yet Jack remained serious. No one would believe that the Navy Admiral Qing Ji could be so easily dispatched. The body of Qing Ji that fell to the ground instantly transformed into a heap of shattered ice. Suddenly, Qing Ji manifested before Jack, a significant portion of his body having already turned to ice. And he growled, "Frost moment!" In an instant, an immense chill radiated from him, spreading from beneath Jack. Pristine frost enveloped Jack, akin to a suit of icy armor, rapidly encasing him entirely to the excruciatingly low temperature. Jack felt as though his very being was freezing. The flow of his blood slowed, his limbs stiffened, and even his thoughts began to dull. Jack struggled to lift his arms, attempting to shatter the ice encasing him. But his efforts were far outpaced by the ice's relentless spread. Within 5 seconds, he stood as a mere ice sculpture, frozen in place. Nearby, 03 and 09 exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was this truly the strength of a Navy admiral? Even Jack, one of the calamities of the beast pirates with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries, could not withstand a single blow, observing the outcome of Qing Ji's battle. Bai Ye chuckled softly. "Since Admiral Qing Ji has swiftly dealt with his opponent, I cannot afford to lag behind, lest I diminish the Navy's reputation." As the approaching pirates drew near, Bai Ye sank slightly, retreating his left foot half a step, resting his left hand on the scabbard before swiftly drawing Wind Whisper, declaring, "Draw and slash." The blade's radiance flickered as a massive arc of sword energy swept forth, leaving the oncoming pirates blinded by pain, engulfed in darkness. Over 200 pirates stood frozen in place, their expressions seemingly petrified. Yet, as Bai Ye sheathed his sword with a swish, the aftermath of the slash revealed that over 200 pirates had been bisected, their upper halves sliding from their waists as crimson blood gushed forth, filling the air with a nauseating stench of gore. A mere 3 seconds had elapsed. The draw and slash was a technique every swordsman mastered. The simplest of moves. However, to wield such a simple technique with the horrifying effectiveness exhibited by Bai Ye required not only immense power, but also profound mastery of the sword's path. This was the first instance Qing Ji witnessed his junior disciple truly unleash his capabilities. His astonishment. This display birthed a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, gazing at Bai Ye's visage, adorned with a sunlit smile. Even Qing Ji, a user of the ice fruit, felt an involuntary shiver. Observing the gruesome spectacle, Qing Ji suddenly recalled something and lamented, "Bai Ye, did I not instruct you to leave one alive? Why have you slaughtered them all?" Bai Ye feigned innocence, "But I did leave one." Gazing at the sea of corpses and blood, Qing Ji groaned, Is this what you call leaving one? While it was an undeniable fact that the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates were engaged in trade, Qingji still wished to spare a life for interrogation to extract further information. Only in this manner could they gain more insights.